A chilling cold enveloped her body, making her unable to move. In a foggy daze, she drifted into an incredibly strange nightmare. A mysterious sound hovered around her ears, and her gaze fell upon a young man who was crying in despair. Though she could only see half of his face, she sensed a black birthmark covering part of it. Her vision became blurred, uncertain if this was a dream or reality. When she finally saw the young man's face directly, she couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were beautiful, yet they also left her feeling unsettled. He was crying, his tears falling one by one, his teeth clenched tightly to hold back sobs. The tears felt so real that one even landed on her own face. Yet, instead of discomfort, she felt warmth from those tears. Gradually, her consciousness faded into darkness, and she passed out without realizing it. Finally, she jolted awake in a state of panic. Noticing her movement, the maids rushed over in alarm. "Crown Princess, you've awakened." Ania was still too dazed to understand her current situation. She distinctly heard one of the women call her Crown Princess. She raised her small, delicate hand to inspect it, wondering to herself, "Crown Princess? What? Have they been watching palace dramas for over 180 minutes?" She turned to look at the group of maids, wondering if they were truly speaking about her. Her large, round blue eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she was experiencing. She looked around, taking in her petite body, still in disbelief at what was happening. Her face flushed, a mix of anxiety, surprise, and confusion. Ania questioned herself, "Is this really me? Where exactly am I? Who am I? Why am I here? And why is everyone calling me the Crown Princess?" Thousands of unanswered questions lingered in Ania's mind. She was still in a daze, allowing the maid to feed her spoonfuls of medicine. At the first sip, the bitterness made her grimace, but the maid insisted she needed to eat and drink properly to recover quickly. Days passed, and every day Ania had to drink this unbearably bitter medicine. Alongside this, she gradually came into contact with many people in this world. Whether she felt joy or sorrow, she finally had to accept the truth. She had somehow entered the world of the novel The Monster and the Maiden. What's more, it was a 19+ novel, filled with passionate and captivating scenes. The novel belonged to the fantasy romance genre, telling a dark fairy tale about the tyrant, Prince Blake, the monstrous prince cursed by a mysterious force. The plot revolves around the intense battle for love between Crown Prince Blake and his father, a notorious libertine, as they fiercely compete for the affection of the heroine, Diana. As for Ania, she had transmigrated into the body of a character with the same name, Ania, the half-sister of the heroine Diana. Ania had been married off to Crown Prince Blake when they were young, thus becoming the Crown Princess by default. However, as a supporting character meant to clear the path for the main couple's romance, Ania's life was, naturally, far from happy. The story goes that, upon seeing Prince Blake's cursed face, Ania was utterly shocked. On their wedding day, she threw herself into a river in an attempt to end her life, and this incident devastated Crown Prince Blake, leading him to believe he was truly a monster. From that moment, he closed off his heart. In the end, shrouded in darkness, the prince was not chosen by Diana and met a tragic end in sorrow. Ania mentally pieced together the events in the story. After the original Ania had thrown herself into the lake, Prince Blake must have saved her. But because she had now taken over this body, the original Ania hadn't actually died. The boy with the glistening eyes she saw the other night was likely Prince Blake himself. Memories of that night resurfaced, filling her mind with his image. 5 days had passed since Ania regained consciousness, yet there had been no sign of Prince Blake. She was certain he must be deeply hurt. His bride had attempted suicide right after seeing his face. No wonder he hadn't come to visit. Suddenly, Ania made up her mind. She sat up, swung her legs off the bed, and placed her feet on the ground. Her maid quickly asked, "Where are you going, Your Highness?" To her surprise, Ania responded coolly, "I want to go see His Highness the Crown Prince." Her words stunned the maid, who stammered, "Why, you truly wish to see His Highness? Please forgive my impertinence, but the Crown Prince was deeply shaken after your accident. So, if you plan to visit him, perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer, Your Highness." In contrast to her maid's cautious demeanor, Ania remained calm and gave her a steady look. "Don't worry. Take me to him." Bound by duty, the maid had no choice but to follow the Crown Princess's orders. Together, they strolled down the grand palace hallway, resplendent with ornate decorations. Ania carefully took in her surroundings, her expression calm, though inside she was filled with trepidation. She had no intention of abandoning Prince Blake as the original Ania had. As a fan of the novel, Ania had always liked Prince Blake the most. The fact that Diana eventually chose another fiancé had made her feel even more sympathy for him. Ania sighed, reminding herself that she now had the chance to change Prince Blake's dark childhood and couldn't let it slip away. Her reasons for doing this? There were many, but most importantly, the original Ania had nowhere else to go. Ania was the firstborn daughter of Count Valencia and his first wife. But her mother had died shortly after giving birth to her, and the Count remarried, having another daughter, Diana, with his second wife. Both the Count and his new wife treated Ania coldly. Despite knowing that the Crown Prince was cursed and might not live long, the Count still sent Ania to become the Crown Princess. Ania hadn't ended her life simply out of fear of Blake's curse. She had thrown herself into the icy water not because of terror but because of the despair that came from her own family abandoning her. Reflecting on her situation, Ania came to a quiet realization: if she were to leave, she would have no place to return to. More importantly, she didn't want to abandon this secondary character, Blake, in the depths of despair that the original Ania had created. Before she knew it, they had reached the door of the Crown Prince's room. Ania calmly pulled open the heavy door and stepped inside, her voice soft like the original Ania's. "Your Highness, it's me." The young man who had haunted her dreams was now hiding under a blanket, trembling so much that he stammered, Don't come any closer." But Ania gently approached him, calling softly, "Your Highness?" The closer she got, the more frantic he became. "Don't come near. I look hideous. Don't come any closer, or you'll be terrified again like that day." Seeing him curled up, shaking like a frightened child, Ania was suddenly struck by the realization that the Crown Prince didn't hate her, he was only afraid of frightening her. The atmosphere froze, one person hiding in blankets, the other standing still, watching. Finally, Ania took a deep breath, summoning her courage. Her steps grew quicker, more confident, as she moved towards him. Her small hand suddenly tugged the blanket away, revealing a young face with a frightening dark birthmark covering half of it. Blake froze, stunned by her unexpected action, unable to react before the blanket was tossed aside. His gaze met Ania's, her face pink but earnest. By now, it was too late for him to pull the blanket back, he could only let out a small cry, "No." For the first time, the Crown Prince experienced a whirlwind of emotions: astonishment, bewilderment, and finally, a silent embarrassment. They stared at each other in a stunned silence for about 5 seconds. The Crown Prince, his face turning red, quickly grabbed a pillow to hide his face and stammered, How dare you pull off the blanket without my permission?" Seeing the Crown Prince's overly innocent expression, Ania was taken aback. Isn't he supposed to be the tragic, dark second lead in the novel? She wondered. Why is he so adorable right now? Ania made up her mind to clear up the misunderstanding between the original Ania and this young prince. Smiling kindly, she said, "I have a few things to discuss with you, Your Highness." She gently pulled the pillow that was separating them to the side, reached out, and touched the young prince's face, suddenly tugging off the mask he wore to reveal his curse. Blake froze in shock, realizing his last layer of disguise had been removed. The truth behind his curse lay in the intricate patterns printed onto his skin. Seeing his mask removed, he panicked and cried out, "Don't look at me." But unlike his panic, Ania remained calm, softly praising him. "Your Highness, you look very handsome." Her compliment, though simple, made Blake pause, his cheeks flushing as he looked at her in bewilderment. Before he could respond, Ania cupped his face in her hands, her gaze sincere as she said, "I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you, Your Highness." She ended her statement with a gentle smile, soft as spring breeze, and Blake's heart couldn't help but stir. Ania knew this wasn't just flattery. His bright eyes, full lips, sharp nose, and delicate face, even partly covered by the curse, couldn't hide his charm. To Ania, he was a visual masterpiece, comparable to the Korean idols she knew. She recalled that in the original story, his curse would lift when he met Diana, revealing him to be the most attractive man in the world. But cursed or not, Ania thought Blake was already incredibly handsome. Back to reality, Blake shyly pushed her hands away, his expression flustered, as if he couldn't accept her closeness. "But, you hate me." Ania calmly replied, "I don't hate you, Your Highness. Not even a little." Seeing his skeptical expression, she continued, "Your Highness, I can assure you I didn't try to take my life. I merely slipped and fell into the lake." She knew this was a lie. In the original story, Ania had indeed tried to end her life out of horror upon seeing his face. But now, as the person in control of this body, she decided she would never let that happen. Hearing her reassurances, a glimmer of hope appeared on Blake's face as he asked softly, "Really?" Taking advantage of the moment, Ania quickly crafted a story. "Yes, I heard that you saved me from drowning. So, I came here to thank you." Blake looked at her, still surprised, as he asked, "You came here to thank me?" Ania nodded cheerfully, "Exactly. You saved my life. I'm truly grateful to you." At her words, Blake's face flushed red, tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly, he burst into tears like a child. Well, Ania reminded herself, he was still just a child. Seeing the Crown Prince's vulnerable side, Ania was a bit startled. So, he was that heartbroken, thinking I attempted suicide just because I saw him. With this thought, she broke into a bright smile, denying his fear with a playful laugh. "Why would I ever do that? I'm lucky to be married to someone as wonderful as you." No matter how much Ania tried to comfort him, the Crown Prince kept crying like a 3-year-old. Through his sobs, he said, "I saved you, but I was afraid you'd be angry at me afterward. I was scared to face you." Ania couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He had been agonizing over this for the past 5 days while she was still unconscious. Gently, she placed a hand on his trembling shoulder, then wrapped her arms around his small frame. "No, I like you, Your Highness. Don't worry about it anymore, okay?" It seemed that this hug was enough to reassure him. Leaning shyly into her shoulder, he mumbled, I like you, too." At last, Ania had succeeded in dispelling the misunderstanding between them. In the original story, the Emperor knew that Blake had developed feelings for Diana early on, so he had arranged a marriage between her and his son through the Count. Naturally, the Count hadn't wanted to marry off his precious daughter to the cursed Crown Prince and instead offered up Ania, the spare. Ania thought to herself, well, sometimes lies are needed to make this world a better place. But who would have guessed? Just a moment ago, Blake was shy and reserved, yet seeing the prince's expression as if he had encountered a ghost made Ania feel a bit guilty. She wondered, why is he reacting this way? I didn't suggest anything inappropriate. According to the storyline, the female countess of the Valencia family possessed a source of light power, and it was this power that allowed Diana to break the curse on the prince. The original host was also a member of the Valencia family. She possessed some power, but not as much as Diana. The curse on Prince Blake was not only manifested through the patterns engraved on his face but also through excruciating pain, especially intensified when the weather turned cold, causing him even more torment. She recalled Blake's expression when he jumped into the water to save her. He must have felt immense pain and despair at that moment. Moreover, Blake was not the type to complain about hardships or let others know that he was suffering. Perhaps all this time, he had endured the torment and pain alone. What was even more unbelievable was that to harness the power of the Valencia family, physical contact was necessary. It sounded strange, but in the context of a melodramatic novel, it was quite normal. However, since they were both still young, such treatment was impossible. Instead, Ania thought they should just hold hands when going to sleep. But with his ghostly expression, her action seemed like a major crime. She decided to reassure him, "Your Highness, don't misunderstand me. Since we're married, it's only natural for us to sleep together. There's nothing shameful about it." Even after hearing these words, the prince still hesitated a little. He hid his face behind the pillow and softly said, "But I still feel shy." Seeing a boy who was so bashful that his face turned bright red left Ania at a loss for words. Really, where had the tough Blake from her original story gone? No matter how many times she looked, all she saw sitting in front of her was a little red-eyed rabbit. Return the original male lead already, Ania thought to herself. Will this little rabbit turn into a tyrant in 10 years? She was determined. After all, she couldn't just abandon a poor child like him. So she played the role of a formidable figure, yanking the prince's pillow away and then directly attacking him physically. She gently reached out and took the prince's small hand. In an instant, their fingers intertwined. Ania said firmly, "We are married, after all. From now on, we have to sleep together every day." Her words made the prince's face grow even redder. "What? Every day?" He was still very flustered. "If we sleep together, will you be okay with it?" In response to the prince's embarrassment was Ania's confident expression. "Why wouldn't it be okay? Of course, it is. I like you, Prince." Her words left the boy frozen in place, his face heating up with shyness. Finally, he whispered, "I like you too." Their hands remained clasped together. Ania smiled and asked, "How do you feel now? Are you feeling more comfortable?" The prince remained very insecure, repeatedly saying, "It's not like that." Ania was sure it would be okay. When sleeping next to a monster like me. Unexpectedly, Ania became serious and exclaimed, "Prince, don't say that. You are not a monster." Hearing this affirmation, the prince's eyes widened as he looked at her, then he shrank back, bowing his head in a dejected manner, unable to speak. Ania moved closer, took the prince's hand, and softly reassured him, "I've told you, Prince, you have a very beautiful face. You are not a monster." After hearing this affirmation for the umpteenth time, the prince finally looked up at her. Ania directly told Blake that his curse would be lifted. Blake could hardly believe it. He asked in surprise, "My curse?" Ania looked at him seriously, showing no intention of denying it. "Yes, I believe it will be lifted," she told the prince that by the time he turned 18, his curse would be broken, marking the beginning of his happy life thereafter. Ania even reminded him not to pay attention to what others were saying. The prince listened, stunned, repeatedly mumbling the number 18. Just like the original host's family, who had an heir with the power of light, the Valencia family also had an heir, but it was the power of the curse. Emperor Philip, the founder of this empire, had a relationship with the goddess of light. The goddess of light had bestowed her power upon Emperor Philip, who was the one she had always cherished. However, when he became emperor, he betrayed the goddess of light, placing a horn on her that was a meter tall and began an affair with another woman. The goddess was, of course, very angry when she learned of this and cursed the emperor's descendants. Those who were cursed would have a black mark on their faces, which would remain on their bodies until they died. These individuals would all perish before reaching adulthood, and according to the curse, Blake was destined to die before turning 18. However, when he met Diana, that curse was lifted. Therefore, Ania was confident that the prince would surely break the curse. She reached out her hand, her small finger extended to him as a promise, vowing that the prince would not perish because of the curse and that she would use her life to ensure it. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the prince yanked his hand away and exclaimed in agitation, "No! Don't make such a promise." He simply wanted her not to have such reckless thoughts for her own sake. Ania gently grasped his trembling hand and looked directly into his eyes, affirming, "Neither you nor I will die, so don't worry too much." Indeed, her words were enough to shatter the prince's fragile defenses. He began to tear up once again. Ania playfully teased the prince, "What a little crybaby." In response, the prince denied it, "I'm not a crybaby." "Oh, you're just one tear away from crying every 5 minutes," she said, and just like that, he started to cry again. Ania acted like a true mother, gently patting his back, soothing her little son. Her voice was soft and comforting, like a lullaby, "You're okay, prince." After he cried himself tired, the prince's eyes began to show the weariness he couldn't hide, and his gaze started to grow dim. Following Ania's soft voice, the room gradually fell into silence, with only the two of them leaning against each other. Eventually, the prince drifted off to sleep without either of them noticing. Though they were asleep, their hands remained tightly clasped together. In no time, morning came again. The sunlight flooded the room, causing Ania to let out a soft as she slowly opened her green eyes. Before her was the poor, tearful prince. Even in his sleep, he held her hand tightly. Unable to resist the cuteness, Ania gently stroked his hair. This action seemed to awaken the prince from his dreams. He blinked his eyes open and broke into a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with rare joy. Ania, a bit puzzled, softly asked, "Prince, why are you smiling?" It turned out that what made the prince happy was having Ania by his side all night. These two. Were they really not thinking about how to spare the feelings of the common people? Indeed, hearing the prince's teasing made Ania blush with embarrassment. She promised herself to continue accompanying the prince in the days to come, to keep him happy and become the true sunshine of this empire. Because of this, she had been by Blake's side for several days. During her time with him, she noticed that Blake hardly ever left his room, except for when it was absolutely necessary. Even simple activities like eating or reading were done within the confines of his chamber. Another strange thing she noticed while sharing meals with him every day, something that baffled her, was that the meals consisted entirely of vegetables. From mixed salads to spicy salads, the meals resembled a vegan diet, with nothing but vegetables from morning to evening, 3 meals a day and 7 days a week. The menu hardly changed, and even the soup tasted as salty as the day before, so salty that she felt like she might want to be reincarnated just to escape it. Unable to contain her curiosity, she looked up and asked the prince, "Your Highness, what's your favorite food?" To her surprise, this little rabbit was easy to please, he would eat anything. As she bit into a bitter piece of salty vegetable, she continued, "Do you like eating meat or fish?" The prince eagerly nodded, "Of course." Hearing this answer, Ania concluded that the prince was not a vegetarian and had no special dietary requirements. It was clear that the cooks didn't want to do any extra work, which was why he was being served only vegetables. Ania quietly recognized that this poor treatment stemmed from the servants thinking the prince was cursed. Furthermore, both the prince and the princess were still very young, lacking any power or influence, so they were looked down upon by others. At the forefront of this was the chief steward of the royal palace, the eldest son of Hamel. Ania felt a bit troubled by such a formidable opponent. Noticing her worried expression, the prince asked with concern, "Ania, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Ania could only smile and deny it, but in her heart, she had made a resolution. Ania set her fork down on the table and instructed Melissa. Upon hearing the princess call her name, Melissa bowed respectfully to acknowledge the order. Ania spoke in the tone of a princess, commanding, "After the meal, tell the steward to come to my room. I have a few things to discuss with him." With that, she flashed a confident smile, ready to face the challenges ahead. Melissa showed no signs of surprise, merely nodding silently in compliance. After finishing her task, Ania turned to offer a piece of grilled mushroom to the prince, her concern evident as she reminded him, "Now, Your Highness, you should try this grilled mushroom. Even if it doesn't taste good, you have to eat it, it's good for your health." Hearing her nagging, The prince reluctantly opened his mouth for the mushroom, swallowing it with a look of disdain. Yet, Ania wasn't finished. She continued to scold him, "Don't just swallow it like that, you have to chew it first." Seeing the cheerful and rosy complexion of the prince, Ania felt joy as well. Suddenly, the prince grasped her hand, unable to hold back his praise. "Your hands are so warm, I feel more comfortable holding your hand." Hearing such sweet words made Ania's heart flutter. But despite her happiness, she didn't forget her mission and seriously said, "I'm glad you feel that way, but you must finish the rest." Ania suddenly realized something unusual. If what the prince said was true, that he felt comfortable holding her hand, could it mean she possessed the power of light? Just then, the voice of a servant reached them. "Your Highness, the chief steward has arrived." The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the chief steward entered the room. He bowed to Ania with a very serious expression and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" Ania silently assessed him from head to toe. He didn't look too bad on the surface, but his intentions were as sinister as a snake's. Moreover, he secretly believed that his position was higher than that of the prince. Taking a deep breath, she began to question him seriously. The prince's meals are really lacking in nutrition. Upon hearing her questioning, he calmly adjusted his thick glasses and replied in a leisurely manner, "Oh, is that why you called me here? I thought it was something important." Ania glared at him in anger. "The issue regarding the prince's meals, the hope of an entire empire, isn't that important?" Unexpectedly, he maintained his arrogant demeanor, pushing his glasses up and dismissively saying, "Your Highness, you've just arrived, so you may not be fully aware of the situation here. The emperor hasn't provided us with enough budget to spend, so what can we do? The budget for the prince's palace is insufficient." Ania silently cursed him, thinking, "This crazy guy should think before he speaks." Even if the budget for the prince's palace was tight, it wasn't so inadequate that there wasn't even a piece of meat as thin as paper. She feigned understanding, lowered her eyes, and sighed, "I see." Seeing Ania seemingly led by the nose, he felt even more self-satisfied and said, "I was worried you were too young to understand this, but I'm relieved that you do." However, before he could finish his sentence, he received shocking news. Ania solemnly declared she would dismiss him. This information left him frozen in place, his eyes darkening, and he ground his teeth as he questioned, What did you say?" Ania remained composed and signaled to the guard, "Eden, take this man to prison and make sure he faces justice for his crimes." Hamel struggled and shouted, "What do you mean? Do you even know what embezzlement is?" Ania looked him straight in the eyes and confidently declared, "I know for certain that you have embezzled the prince's budget." Her decisive attitude caused Hamel to tremble all over, but he still tried to resist the guard's grip. As he was being led away, his curses echoed through the hallway. Who does she think she is? She's married to that monster of a prince? She dares to call herself a princess? She'll regret this soon enough. Ania completely ignored his curses and ordered the guard to add charges of insulting the royal family against Hamel. The guard, Eden, who had long been irritated by this man, nodded in compliance. Ultimately, Hamel faced a grim fate, awaiting his time as a prison rat. Eden shot him a contemptuous glance, causing Hamel to shudder in fear. Since the Grand Chamberlain was arrested, the atmosphere in the palace had become heavy. However, instead of being fearful, Ania lifted everyone's spirits by dismissing many disloyal servants. She reviewed the list of servants, studied it carefully, and realized that when Blake was ousted from the position of Crown Prince, most of the courtiers had betrayed him and sided with Richard. She didn't need any traitors by her side. Ania's determination was clear. She would dismiss all the names on the list because they were all traitors. As a result, the Crown Prince's palace became unusually quiet, to the point where one could hear each other's breathing. Ania silently sighed. "It's as empty as a deserted temple." Hearing this, Melissa cautiously announced, "Your Highness, all the servants were personally chosen by the Emperor. I wonder if we are really allowed to dismiss them?" Seeing Melissa's worried expression, Ania felt warmed. She clearly cared about her. To comfort her, Ania smiled and reassured her, "It will be fine. You don't need to worry so much." Encouraged, Melissa nodded brightly. The most important task at the moment was to prepare a new menu for the Crown Prince. Melissa eagerly asked, "What kind of menu would you like, Your Highness?" Ania felt a bit flustered, thinking to herself, "Oh dear, I'm not a chef." But given that they had dismissed all the cooks, she had to take on the task. She cheerfully informed Melissa, "Don't worry, today I will personally go into the kitchen to cook." This news left Melissa wide-eyed with skepticism. "Really, Your Highness?" Ania smiled in response. "Earlier, I took a stroll to the palace pantry and found some interesting things. I'll show you. Follow me." Before long, the two arrived at the pantry. Melissa was astonished to see the crown princess herself bringing her here. Ania, seemingly unaware of Melissa's expression, gently opened the pantry door. They both leaned in to explore the secret items hidden inside. Melissa curiously asked, "Your Highness, what is this?" Ania pointed to some mysterious black jars, unsure of what was inside. She opened one of the jars and reminded Melissa, "Take a good look." They both peered in together, discovering a bright red liquid. Ania gleefully laughed as if she had struck gold and exclaimed, "This is soy sauce and chili powder." The strange ingredients left Melissa confused. What's soy sauce, and what's chili powder? With the experience of a true reviewer, Ania explained in detail, "These are cooking ingredients from the East. Adding them to the dishes will enhance the flavor significantly." This knowledge left Melissa in awe of Ania, even thinking that the crown princess was indeed a forgotten culinary genius. Feeling flattered by the praise, Ania made an excuse, saying, "I only read about these ingredients in a book on the East," to mask her excitement at discovering the unique ingredients the emperor had brought back for the crown prince. Melissa was equally astonished to see such a rich variety of ingredients, which the previous chefs had only used in small quantities. Angered by the thought of previous meals consisting solely of vegetables, Ania rolled up her sleeves, determined to get into the kitchen and start cooking. Although unsure of the outcome, Ania confidently moved with the poise and actions of a skilled chef, deftly adding each ingredient to the pot. Once she finished, Ania wiped the sweat from her brow, and Melissa, who had no cooking experience, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The crown princess is truly a culinary genius." The meal was complete, and the dining table was filled with an abundance of fragrant meats and fish, steaming and sizzling. Prince Blake stared in surprise at the unfamiliar dishes and curiously asked Ania, "What is this?" She smiled and casually lied that these were Eastern dishes she had learned about from a book. Blake didn't seem to care much about the origin of the food. Instead, his grateful gaze revealed his appreciation for Ania as the one who had prepared them. Noticing Blake's awkward smile, Ania realized that the young prince didn't know how to eat these dishes. She laughed and skewered a shiny piece of fish cake on a fork, holding it up to Blake's face while playfully comparing, "It's as cute as the prince himself." With that, Ania placed the glistening fish cake on Blake's rice plate, bringing a spoonful of rice to his mouth like a mother feeding her child. Blake chewed carefully, savoring the flavors that Ania had taken the time to prepare just for him. The taste was so delightful that Blake's eyes lit up, making Ania feel truly fulfilled. There was nothing more joyous than cooking for someone she cherished. Next, Ania introduced a simmered soybean soup, suggesting that Blake try it himself, while also mentioning that not everyone might enjoy its flavor. She sat back, anxious to see whether the soup would suit the prince's taste. But as soon as he took his first spoonful, Blake's eyes shone brightly like headlights, and he exclaimed with delight, "This is the best thing I've ever tasted." Seeing the eager, endearing expression on the prince's face, Ania rested her chin on her hand and watched him, thinking that it felt more like she was caring for a child than a husband. Yet, this moment was genuinely warm and sweet. While others might have a bride who raised her husband from childhood, she felt as if she was raising a husband from his early years. She hoped that Blake would always keep that pure smile on his face, but thinking about the curse that haunted the prince weighed heavily on Ania's heart. To break the curse, Blake had to fall in love with Diana, a feat she couldn't help him achieve. Ania promised herself that she would always be by Blake's side, doing everything in her power to protect him until he matured. Yet, before that day came, it seemed she might have to leave, though she couldn't bear the thought of parting from the prince. According to the novel's plot, Blake was destined to endure numerous tragedies in his life. The first tragedy was becoming the heir to the curse, bearing a grim fate on his shoulders. The second tragedy was that his fiancée, Ania, would take her own life on their wedding day. Finally, the death of Emperor Tenstian would mark another turning point. Following the emperor's passing, Duke Cassius, Blake's uncle and the father of the main character Richard, ascended to the throne and became emperor. Immediately after Castle seized power, he stripped Blake of his title as prince and exiled him to the Southern Isle, where he would endure a childhood fraught with suffering. Knowing this destiny, Ania hoped to change it in some way. Although the moment Blake received the curse had occurred before she traveled to this world, Emperor Tenstian's death had yet to take place. She quietly hoped that if she could influence events, perhaps the emperor's fate could be altered. However, Ania understood that the emperor would head to the Valley of Chaos right after Blake's wedding, and she would have to patiently wait for the opportunity to act when he returned. The following day, the reluctant individual responsible for crafting the menu for the prince had to think of ways to ensure the dishes were both nutritious and delicious. Ania was surprised to discover how much Blake enjoyed the Korean-style dishes she typically cooked, which further motivated her to prepare even tastier meals for him. To create more complex dishes, she needed an oven and a large pot. Ania planned to sketch the shape of the pot and ask a blacksmith to craft it, while also requesting an additional fire oven. After finishing her calculations, she wandered around the palace looking for a place to set up the oven. While she was admiring a suitable spot and lost in thought, a strange young man suddenly appeared and asked what she was doing. The unexpected voice startled Ania, causing her to stumble back and cry out. The young man, seeing this, extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Still taken aback, Ania looked up at the young man with mixed emotions. He gazed back at her with a somewhat puzzled expression. Ania assessed Richard for a moment, from his thick, bushy eyebrows that resembled a dense jungle to his angular jawline. He also bore a long scar on his neck and had eyes red like a wild beast, quite different from the lovely red eyes of her husband. These details were enough for Ania to recognize who stood before her. No one else but Richard, the most favored character in the novel, the male lead in Beauty and the Beast. He radiated a powerful aura, overshadowing Blake and was the victor in the battle for Diana's affections. Richard cheerfully greeted her as if they were old acquaintances. "Long time no see, Ania." Ania was still caught in her memories and didn't respond to Richard's friendly demeanor. He was the second son of Emperor Cassius's younger brother. Since Blake was cursed and wouldn't live long, Richard was being considered as the heir to the throne. However, he was far from immediately securing that position because his mother was of slave origin. With great ambition, Richard had not hesitated to eliminate all his enemies, leaving each one dead beneath his bloody sword. Ultimately, he ascended to the throne, built upon blood and tears. Recalling these horrific events filled Ania with fear, and she clutched her dress tightly, reminding herself that none of this had to happen. She vowed to prevent everything, determined that Emperor Tenstian would not die, nor would Blake be overthrown from the throne. Ania didn't notice Richard's outstretched hand as she stood up on her own, eyeing him warily. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to maintain her composure. Richard's attitude didn't stay pleasant for long. He began to question her. "I heard you dismissed quite a few servants after your wedding?" Upon hearing this, Ania silently made a guess. He must have come personally to investigate this matter, perhaps because one of his spies was among those dismissed. Richard's unanswered questions rang out like accusations. "What's the reason for your behavior? This isn't like you at all." Ania didn't feel like arguing with someone who always radiated the aura of a protagonist. "Are you suggesting I acted too hastily?" she replied, striving to remain calm. "You can't do that," Richard said, launching into a series of criticisms. "The Hamill family is favored by the emperor. It's outrageous to imprison the eldest son of the late Marquis. Dismissing those servants is simply unacceptable. Inside, Ania felt a surge of anger and silently cursed Richard's entire lineage. All of them were spies sent by you. How dare you order me to do your bidding? But no matter how angry she was, she had to keep her composure. Ania smiled as if nothing was amiss and responded, "You can't keep untrustworthy people by your side, can you?" Although her heart was boiling, Ania knew she had to be more magnanimous toward the servants. If she dismissed them all just for lacking trust, she would never earn their loyalty. At this point, Ania no longer felt the need to argue with this loquacious person. She raised an eyebrow and retorted, "This is none of your business. If you have nothing else, please leave." However, Ania's dismissive attitude was not enough to make Richard leave. He teased, "Oh, are you sulking at me?" He assumed Ania's demeanor was because he had rejected her feelings. This comment made Ania's face darken. She couldn't understand what this arrogant guy was thinking. Richard continued his endless chatter, "While I know you like me, I apologize for rejecting your feelings, Ania. But you know I'm the son of a slave. How could I ignore the Emperor's orders and accept your love?" Since crossing over to this world, Ania had never faced any real challenges. But today, encountering Richard was truly a stroke of bad luck. Although she smiled, her mind was racing. Was this how the protagonist flirted? It was utterly shameless. Richard, standing there, continued his flirtation, smiling, "You're really nice, you understand me, right?" Hearing his cheesy pickup lines made Ania feel a wave of nausea. Was this something a normal person could say? Why was he constantly assaulting her psyche? She looked at him with disdain and retorted, "Richard, are you delusional? Did you forget to take your medication before coming out today? Who could possibly like you?" As expected, her words struck a blow to his inflated ego. Before Richard could respond, Ania pressed on, "Richard Cassius, you're incredibly rude. How could you say such things to the Crown Princess? Are you intentionally insulting the royal family?" A normal person would have likely backed down in embarrassment after such a verbal thrashing. But this Richard, with his protagonist aura, was too thick-skinned to come to his senses. It seemed his delusions of grandeur were not just a passing phase. He even calmly addressed Ania by name, reaching out to take her hand and ask if she was still angry. But before he could act, another hand seized his injured arm. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Richard was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the one holding his hand was none other than Prince Blake. Unlike his previous weak demeanor, Blake now looked at Richard with suspicion and sternly reproached Ania, "Didn't you say you didn't like him? Why are you being so reckless?" Richard stubbornly denied, "It seems you've misunderstood, Your Highness. Lady Ania and I are acquaintances. I hope you won't act thoughtlessly." However, Blake ignored Richard's empty explanations. He shot Richard a bullet-like glare and declared, "She's no longer just a lady. Now, she is the Crown Princess." Though Richard wasn't a fool, he recognized the prince's firm stance. With no choice, he lowered his head and apologized, "My previous words were just a slip of the tongue." Blake had no intention of making things difficult for Richard. He simply grumbled a warning, "Next time, be more careful. If you disrespect the Crown Princess again, I won't let you off." Then, Blake coldly shoved Richard's injured arm away. Despite his smaller stature, Blake's overwhelming aura made the male lead uneasy. He barked, "Now, get out of my sight." It was a clear dismissal, and though Richard was pushed to the edge, he still hadn't left. Fortunately, he knew when to yield and departed, his back full of indignation. As Ania watched Blake's intimidating silhouette, an unspoken unease settled in her heart. Blake, perceptive as ever, noticed the troubled expression on her face. He gently reached for her hand, reminding her, "Don't look after him." She initially thought Blake was trying to comfort her, but that was not the case. The boy was so young yet already possessed a possessive nature, not wanting her to glance at other boys. The overwhelming sense of care and possessiveness left Ania feeling flustered, but it also warmed her heart. Blake, despite his youth, had shown a maturity and decisiveness that made her reconsider her position in their relationship. Ania was a bit taken aback by the Crown Prince's innocent words. Gently holding Blake's hand as a form of reassurance, she mentally rolled her eyes at Richard, thinking, he's more like a dog than a man. Comparing him to a dog seemed unfair to the animal. Ania indignantly labeled him a jerk, exclaiming, he claimed that I like him. He must be seriously delusional. Blake appeared somewhat skeptical and asked her if she really didn't like Richard, considering he was quite well known. To his surprise, Ania firmly denied it. I can't stand that kind of fake person. Compared to him, I prefer cute little bunnies like you. With those sweet words, Ania had successfully won Blake over. The young prince flushed with embarrassment and, like a little bunny, pressed her hand against his cheek. His kitten-like behavior melted Ania's heart, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing at his innocence. Now she had the comfort of her little angel. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ania asked, what kind of person do you like, Your Highness? To her astonishment, Blake answered without hesitation, that's Ania. Confused, she reiterated, no, I meant what type of person do you like? But Blake, oblivious, just kept repeating her name. Then the young prince moved closer and hugged her tightly, confessing, I only need Ania. At this point, who cared about dignity? Witnessing Blake's sincere and innocent affection, Ania couldn't help but smile contentedly. In that garden, a girl had just confessed to the boy she loved, me too, all I need is you, Your Highness. Another day began in the palace. Ania dipped her hand into the water to check the temperature, testing it repeatedly until she finally found the perfect warmth. Meanwhile, in another corner of the room, the Crown Prince was tiredly studying. Ania's cheerful call snapped him out of his pile of books. With her hands on her hips, she declared, from today, I will serve you during your bath. The soon-to-be bathed prince froze in place, bewildered. In the quiet room, a loud scream erupted, what did you just say? It was a stark contrast, one was overly excited while the other was overly frightened. Blake struggled to digest the awkwardness of the situation and made an excuse to avoid it. I think I'll step outside for a bit. But before he could take 2 steps, Ania's hand grabbed him, pulling him back, Your Highness. Her tone was irresistibly inviting, sending shivers down Blake's spine. Your Highness, let's take a bath. Hearing this, Blake's fear wasn't solely due to embarrassment. He worried that Ania might be cursed if she bathed him. This concern made the prince feel flustered, unsure of how to decline without hurting her feelings. No matter how much Ania explained, Blake remained hesitant to agree. He believed that if she came into contact with the curse, it would bring her misfortune. According to the erroneous rumors, anyone who looked at or touched the curse of the god of light would also suffer from its associated misfortunes. Because of these misconceptions, the heir to the curse could not even step outside and was confined to the southern islands whenever the curse manifested. Blake had already been stripped of his title as crown prince and sent to the south. However, thanks to Emperor Tenstian's vehement opposition, he could continue living in the castle. Still, Ania was determined to convince him that misfortune wouldn't befall her. Please ignore those false rumors. We can't know for sure if they're true or not. I've seen your face and held your hand before. However, the crown prince remained adamant. He was growing impatient, thinking it was all trivial. Seeing my body is a big deal. Ania continued to hold his hand, trying to soothe his panic. But he lost his composure again, shouting, I'm a monster. With that, he forcefully pushed Ania's hand away. One moment he was angry, and the next he curled up in a corner, feeling helpless. He feared that if Ania saw him, she might hate him. Seeing him spiraling into despair, Ania patiently stood by, gently comforting him. Your Highness, those rumors are just excuses. The truth is, you don't want me to see the curse on your body. I've seen the marks on your face and hands, so I think there's nothing wrong with seeing the rest of you. She took a step closer to the prince and softly coaxed, "Your Highness, look at me." Her gentle words acted like a soothing breeze, calming him down. Blake slowly raised his eyes to Ania, who was sitting down in front of him, gazing at his fearful face. "I told you, Your Highness, you're not a monster. You're not a monster at all. Touching your body like this doesn't make me uncomfortable. In fact, I've felt very happy since we got married." Hearing her sincere words, Blake couldn't help but question, "Oh, happy, you say?" Ania responded with a bright smile, "Yes, I'm happy because you are my husband." She then wrapped her arms around the prince, wanting to give him strength. Blake hesitated before confessing, "Me too. I'm happy because I married Ania." Ania held the prince close, like a young mother soothing her child. Anyone looking on wouldn't guess they were a married couple. After a while, Ania gently asked, "Shall we go take a bath now?" Upon hearing this, the prince hesitated again. It seemed he wasn't ready for that yet. Ania immediately sensed his reluctance. "Why not? I think it's fine." Finally, he struggled with his thoughts before admitting his true reason. It's because I'm shy." Seeing the prince's shy demeanor, Ania couldn't help but tease him. "Oh, so you're shy?" The prince became even more embarrassed, his face turning bright red. Ania was already quite used to this bashful side of him, but she was a little curious. "If you're this shy, how have you faced your attendants when they bathe you before?" But Blake believed those attendants were different from Ania. This response didn't sit well with Ania at all. Was the prince really discriminating between her and the others? Sensing her thoughts drifting miles away, Blake quickly waved his hands in denial. "No. It's not like that." Ania smiled with satisfaction at his explanation, gripping his hand tightly while using a coaxing tone. "If it's not like that, then let's go already." The prince stubbornly remained still, a reluctant look in his eyes. Clearly, under Ania's soft yet insistent persuasion, that little bunny of his was bound to give in eventually. Now the prince felt like a fish on a chopping block, unable to bring himself to unbutton his shirt. He thought that if he did, it would be like losing his innocence. He hesitated, picking at the buttons and then letting go, reminding her, "Ania, once again, don't be surprised, okay?" Ania felt a mix of anger and sympathy. She frowned and replied, "You said you wouldn't say things like that anymore. If you say something like that again, I will really get angry. I'm serious this time." The prince kept his despondent expression. His eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes shimmered with a hint of helplessness. He genuinely feared that Ania would abandon him. Understanding the sincerity in the prince's feelings made Ania even sadder. She didn't know what to say. Before Blake could mature, she would have to leave, as only Diana, the female lead, could lift the curse on the prince. Her responsibility to him was to ensure he was safe and had a genuinely happy childhood. But she had no idea when that terrible day would come, the day she would be forced to part from Blake. Seeing Ania's dumbfounded expression as if she were being chased by a ghost only made the prince more anxious. He hurriedly asked, "Why aren't you answering me?" Then, with his usual melodramatic tone, the prince started to cry and questioned Ania, "Are you planning to abandon me?" Ania clenched her fists, battling a fierce inner conflict. In the end, she decided to speak the comforting lie, "Why would I leave my lovely husband, little bunny?" Although Ania knew this was a falsehood, she felt it was the best she could do for the prince. Gently, she cupped his tear-streaked face in her hands and looked straight into his eyes, assuring him, "This is my home." With that, she continued to coax the prince to bathe. It seemed that Blake, having heard Ania's reassurances, became more cooperative. He slowly began to unbutton his shirt, revealing the ugly patterns that marred his skin. They looked like vines clinging to Blake's body, twisting up his arms and trailing down one leg. Ania thought that if the prince traveled to the year 2024, no one would suspect he was cursed. Those markings could easily be passed off as gang tattoos, and people would believe it. Seeing his body covered in those glaring designs, Ania felt a pang of sympathy, but she bit her lip and endured it. The glow of the sunset had enveloped the room for some time. In another distant chamber, Richard, the male lead, was still reeling from Ansia's harsh rejection. He sat there, dazed, quietly assessing that there were no spies left around the prince. Ansia had dismissed most of the veteran attendants and court officials. Lucas and his half-brother Frank were livid, believing that a mere 10-year-old girl was obstructing their surveillance of the prince. Even the attendant responsible for bathing the prince had been fired, yet Richard remained seated, calmly sipping on his hot tea, knowing he still had another trump card up his sleeve. Elegantly lifting the steaming cup of tea to his lips, Richard calmly took a sip and thought to himself, the ace up his sleeve is none other than Ansia. In the past, Ansia had harbored feelings for him. Each time they met, she would steal glances at him, only to blush and shyly look away. Yet, with Richard's perceptive gaze, her infatuation was impossible to hide. So, what could be easier than turning the prince's wife into his puppet? A dangerous glimmer flickered in Richard's eyes. For him, having Ansia under his control would be far more effective than sending a dozen spies. He resolved to capture Ansia by any means necessary. However, he suddenly recalled Ansia's cold demeanor that day. Oh, she didn't even want anything to do with him. All of his previous calculations had gone awry because of her frosty attitude. Moreover, there was also the matter of the cursed prince. Blake was no longer the timid boy he used to be. He had dared to stand before Richard, holding tightly to his hand. But what struck Richard as peculiar was that when Blake held his hand, he felt a surge of strength emanating from the prince that was meant to suppress him. Richard wondered in confusion, since when had the prince learned to harness such power? Eventually, after piecing together the events, Richard concluded that Ansia's presence had significantly impacted that monster. Just thinking about it made him slam his teacup down on the table in frustration. At that moment, his mind swirled with 100 questions about Ansia. An ambitious person like Richard would never give up easily. He resolved to win Ansia over and turn her into the strongest pawn in his arsenal, disregarding any plans of that pathetic male lead. Back with the fluffy couple, the prince still felt bashful about exposing his bare body in front of his crush. Ansia stood by, and though she could see everything, she felt no revulsion. She recalled the image of the prince hesitating before daring to unbutton his shirt, revealing the intricate patterns of the curse that clung to his skin. The more she looked, the more she felt a deep need to love Blake even more to compensate for the pain the curse had inflicted upon him. They stood gazing at each other in silence, as Blake's small hand slowly reached out towards Ansia. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, with neither of them saying a word. Ansia's eyes brimmed with compassion, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What should we do? You look so thin." Then, she urged him, "Come on, get into the bathtub. You'll catch a cold if you don't." Carefully, Ansia took a cloth and gently began to wash Blake's back, her fingers gliding over the terrifying cursed patterns. Half of Blake's body was covered by the curse of the goddess of light, and Ansia felt a deep pang of sorrow. He was just an 8-year-old child, yet he had to endure such grotesque torment. She had even heard that as the scars spread, they would come with excruciating pain. Just how much had this boy suffered? Her trembling hand brushed over the roughened skin, and Blake, frightened, warned her, "Stop. What if the curse transfers to you?" Realizing that tempting the little boy wouldn't work, Ansia changed her tone to one of seriousness. "No. If you keep talking like that, I will really get angry." Finally, to soothe the fragile spirit of this little bunny, Ansia began to sing a cheerful tune. "My dear husband has a chubby belly." Hearing this, the prince immediately protested, "That's not a chubby belly." Ansia pouted in response, "It's just a line from a song." Teasing her husband seemed to have become Ansia's delightful pastime. With a straight face, she pointed at Blake's slightly protruding belly and teased, "Oh, but your belly is puffing up." The prince, feeling a bit guilty, quickly covered his belly with his hands, explaining, "It's because I ate too much." Blake's face flushed with anger, and tears welled up in his eyes as he declared, "From now on, I won't eat anything at all." Ania expected this outburst would prompt her to comfort him immediately, but to her surprise, she remained unfazed and replied, "Then Blake will always be smaller than me." Ultimately, the prince couldn't win against Ania's quick tongue. "You think you can outsmart me? Ania is 2 years older than you." So, he sulked in a corner, allowing Ania to wash him. Watching the childish pout of the prince made Ania unable to hold back her laughter. She gently explained, "That's not a chubby belly, Your Highness. So please eat well. You have to grow up quickly." Encouraged by Ania's words, Blake felt revitalized, and his earlier sulkiness melted away. He smiled, "Hee. That's right. I need to eat a lot so I can grow even faster." Ania nodded along, "Yes, please grow up quickly, Your Highness." Blake set a serious goal for himself. He would grow up fast, taller than Ania, so he could protect her. The next morning, a mysterious package arrived for Ania. She quietly assessed the parcel and realized the gift was from the cunning male lead, Richard. The gift box was elegantly wrapped, adorned with delicate patterns, and topped with 2 roses, accompanied by a letter. At first glance, anyone would think the gift giver was quite thoughtful, but in reality, he was a schemer with ulterior motives. The letter contained polite wording, as if Richard sincerely wanted to apologize for the previous day's incident and hoped Ania would accept his apology, and so on. After reading those sweet yet fake words, Ania shuddered. She wondered if she appeared so valuable that he wanted to use her as a spy for the prince. Ania thought her clear rejection the last time would deter him, but it seemed he was thicker-skinned than she had imagined. Finally, she sighed and commanded Melissa, "Quickly return these things to Richard." Melissa hesitated, advising, "Your Highness, isn't it best not to reject this letter?" But Ania calmly replied, "Just take the letter. I believe he will understand if I do this." With Ania's assurance, Melissa nodded and followed the orders, though she still felt a bit uncertain. However, not long after, on another beautiful day, Melissa rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Lord Richard has sent another gift." This time, it was a fresh rose along with a small gift box. Once again, there was a large box filled with heartfelt letters that read like poetry. Ania sighed, not even bothering to open it to see what was inside. She simply requested that Melissa return it. Standing beside Ania, Melissa seemed to want to say something about Richard but was interrupted by Ania. "Melissa, you don't need to say anything. Just refuse him." Unable to contain herself, Melissa reminded her, "I followed your orders, but this gift is truly a priceless treasure." Surprised, Ania asked, "A treasure?" Melissa explained that the gift this time was a ring made from the breath of a mermaid, which was extremely rare and valuable. Ania felt goosebumps at the mention of the mermaid's breath ring. She immediately understood that this was a mana stone imbued with the power of the sea, a rare artifact. According to the novel, Richard had once gifted this valuable item to Diana. Now he was offering it to her? This left Ania bewildered, wondering why he would lower himself so much, even willing to present such a precious gift just to win her over. After a few moments of thought, Ania decided not to accept the gift. She smiled calmly at Han and said, "Please convey to Lord Richard that he shouldn't send anything else." The next morning, Ania happily left the palace with Eden and Melissa. For the first time escaping the palace walls, she joyfully ran around, prompting Melissa to call after her, "Your Highness, please slow down a bit." Eventually, the 3 arrived at a large building where Ania had longed to have a pot made. When she handed the drawing of the pot to the craftsman, her eyes sparkled as if she had just discovered a treasure. The craftsman examined the drawing carefully, hesitated for a moment, then confirmed, "I will do my best. There's nothing I can't make." Seeing her heartfelt efforts about to become reality, Ania happily replied, "All right, do your best." After taking care of the most important task, the 3 of them blended into the bustling crowd on the street. Melissa leaned down and asked quietly, "Princess, do you want to stop by a few other places?" Unexpectedly, Ania immediately refused. For her, there was still a husband back in the palace who needed care, and she had a feeling that Blake was probably waiting for her return. But even thinking that, Ania felt shy and didn't want to express these thoughts to Eden and Melissa, so she kept it to herself and quietly made her way back to the palace. As dusk fell, casting a light golden hue over the palace, Ania hurried back inside. Upon reaching the quiet hallway, she heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Before she could react, Blake had run up and jumped into her arms without her noticing. His eyes were bright and curious as he asked, "Is everything okay, Ania?" Ania smiled and recounted her trip. "Yes, I had a wonderful time." But Blake, like a little rabbit, clung to her without letting go, continually asking, "Nothing dangerous happened, right?" Ania smiled and gently ruffled his hair, teasing, "Nothing happened at all." "Are you worried about me?" He answered sincerely, "Of course, Ania, you came back late, so I was worried." Seeing Blake's worried yet excited demeanor, like a child waiting for their mother, Ania felt her decision to return early was absolutely right. She gently reached out to his face and said, "Now, let's take off your mask first." Without waiting for his agreement, Ania instinctively pulled off the mask, smiling encouragingly, "It'll feel better if you take it off, right?" The prince, his face flushed, began to speak in a whiny tone, reluctantly accepting, but his shy eyes looked so fragile and vulnerable. Ania thought to herself that he was the male lead in the original story, but his behavior was nothing like it. It was as if he was made of water, just a touch would almost make him burst into tears. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, Ania gently touched Blake's cheek and softly said, "Because it makes me happy to see the handsome face of my husband." Hearing this, Blake brightened up, embracing Ania's warm hand and confessing, "I'm also happy to see you, Ania." From then on, they made a pact that when they were together, Blake would not wear his mask anymore. Seeing Blake's clingy demeanor made Ania a bit suspicious. She felt as if he missed her a lot, especially today. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Your Highness, did something happen while I was out?" Blake suddenly faltered but quickly shook his head nonchalantly. "No, nothing happened at all." Ania maintained her skeptical expression, unconvinced, prompting Blake to reluctantly reveal the truth. It turned out he was worried that Ania would leave him. Perhaps that was why he had been so unusually clingy. Seeing Ania back, the stone in his heart finally felt much lighter. His hand remained tightly clasped around Ania's, unwilling to let go, but this action made Ania realize something was off. His hand was trembling, perhaps due to excessive anxiety. Ania had to reassure him. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." Upon hearing her assurance, Blake's eyes sparkled like the headlights of a truck. He eagerly asked back, "Really?" Ania wrapped her arms tightly around his trembling hand. She looked directly into his eyes, firmly promising, "Yes, but if you fall in love with someone else, I will leave immediately." The serious yet confusing words from Ania left the prince flustered. He quickly asked, "What is Ania talking about?" Perhaps the prince was still too young to fully understand. However, Ania, being a grown woman who had crossed into this story, understood the circumstances, the plot, and even the fate of the original character. Nevertheless, she couldn't reveal anything to the prince. She gently reminded him, "Our marriage is a political one. This isn't something you truly want. In the future, as you grow up, you might find the true love of your life, and that person may not be me." Blake immediately brushed off Ania's words entirely. To this 8-year-old boy, Ania was his whole sky of hope. She had helped him see the light during his darkest years. Yet, Ania wouldn't give in. She believed that when he grew up and the curse was lifted, he would be very handsome and surely attract many people. However, no matter how she put it, Blake insisted that she was the most beautiful woman in his eyes. His serious demeanor made Ania laugh. She looked at him with affection and replied, That's just because you're still young, Your Highness. Seeing her smile, the boy became even more anxious. The only wife I want is Ania, and I will be the only husband for Ania. I don't need any other girl besides my princess. After declaring this, he glared at her in frustration. Or do you want another man? Ania tightened her grip on his hand. She maintained her smile. No, I don't need anyone else. All I need is you. Even though she was smiling and talking on the outside, deep down, she knew that Diana was the only one who could break the prince's curse. Even if it meant telling a lie, she didn't want to overstep any boundaries. Before she could react, Blake suddenly threw himself toward her. He rested his head against her fragile chest, his eyes filled with a layer of sorrow as he softly whispered. Just promise me that when I die, you'll be by my side. I'm sorry for being so selfish. Indeed, those words were enough to make Ania, who had always been strong, blush and feel teary-eyed. She wiped her tears and began to scold him. You won't die. I won't let that happen. As Ania cried, the prince, feeling just as emotional, ended up calling her Granny. The little boy flusteredly comforted her. All right, don't cry anymore, Ania. Then he raised his sleeve and carefully wiped away her tears. Seeing his clumsy gesture, Ania stopped him. Don't do that, your clothes will get dirty. Just as they were tenderly drying each other's tears, the door suddenly swung open. A servant entered, bowing respectfully as he announced. Your Highness, the Emperor has returned. This news left the pair of lovebirds frozen in place. Finally, he had returned. The one who had come back was the most powerful emperor in the history of this empire, Emperor Tenstian, the revered father of the male lead in the 19+ novel. After processing this information for a while, Blake felt a bit uneasy and asked the servant. He's safe, right? The servant cheerfully replied. Yes, Your Highness. He has no injuries and has successfully sealed the Dark Gate. Blake quietly listened to everything the servant said, and as a habit, he slowly returned to a serious expression, responding coldly. Sounds good. No matter what happens, he's still very strong. The warm atmosphere that had just enveloped them grew cold again. All three fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, especially Ania. She hadn't expected the Emperor to return so quickly. Perhaps she needed to start finding a way to save his life. Just as she was about to leave, the servant grabbed her arm, announcing, Your Highness, someone from the blacksmith shop is here to see you. Realizing it was time to go, Ania turned her gaze to Blake, smiling as she instructed. I have to go now, Your Highness. I'll be back shortly. Blake returned her smile, his eyes warm as he nodded. All right, take care, Ania. After that, he turned back to his waiting room. When the hallway was left with just her and the servant, he turned to her and said, Your Highness, actually, there is no one from the blacksmith shop. Upon hearing this, Ania understood why he was separating her from the prince. She asked seriously. The Emperor wants to see me, doesn't he? Han was surprised by Ania's insight. He hadn't expected that the 10-year-old princess could read between the lines so quickly. However, he had no idea that this body held more depth than he realized. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the Emperor to summon her upon his return, Han's excuse about a blacksmith needing to speak with her indicated that the Emperor was being cautious. Han, walking beside her, couldn't help but sweat nervously, reminding her. I'm quite afraid of his anger over the losses among the courtiers. Hearing Han's words, her steps slowed for a moment. She hadn't anticipated that he was angry, but it made sense under the circumstances. Han, the kind servant, didn't forget to give her advice on how to handle the Emperor's wrath. If His Majesty asks you anything, just admit that you've done something wrong. I'll say it's because you're still young, so perhaps he won't scold you too harshly. Han's words genuinely moved Ania. Despite being just a common servant, he was willing to share the responsibility with her in this situation. If the emperor's anger wasn't quelled, Han could also be in danger, as he was a commoner without any title. But then again, in the original novel, Han was ready to sacrifice his life for Blake. In the quiet hallway, Ania called Han's name. He quickly responded. "Yes, what is it, Your Highness?" She looked at him warmly, her expression earnest as she advised. "Don't throw your life away so easily. If you're not here, who will help His Highness, the Prince?" Han looked a bit stunned, unable to believe that a 10-year-old girl could speak such profound words. He remained worried that the Emperor's wrath would fall upon the princess. Ania smiled to reassure him. "You don't need to worry, I've been confident since the day I was born." Han appeared hesitant, wanting to say something more but holding back. Finally, he beamed brightly and replied. "I understand now. This empire was one of light, and its founder, Philip, had once betrayed the goddess of light, forsaking her trust and leaving a curse on the royal lineage. The royal family had hidden this secret, but the goddess of light, out of love for the empire, placed a curse upon the fallen souls to expose the seeds of tyranny. The curse caused the entire empire to turn its back on the heir when the signs began to manifest. Rumor had it that the curse could spread, and whoever became the heir would be imprisoned on the southern peninsula until death. When the signs of the curse appeared on Blake, he was immediately stripped of his status as the prince and was supposed to be confined to the southern island. However, Emperor Tenstian merely took Blake to the annex, believing he would die soon and thus not needing to go through the cumbersome procedures. Ania had anticipated that this meeting would not be easy, especially since Emperor Tenstian was in a suspicious and imposing mood. He pretended to act cold and indifferent toward Blake to protect his only son. Nevertheless, feelings still lingered. He had small moments of concern for Blake, such as allowing him to stay alone in the annex instead of exiling him to the southern island. That was the Emperor's final act of kindness toward his son, despite his attempts to hide it. Ania thought to herself that gaining the Emperor's trust was the first step to becoming a bridge between the two of them. She told herself, "I can do this," and took a deep breath to regain her composure. The voice of the guard echoed from outside, "Your Majesty, the princess has arrived." Ania stepped in, doing her best to maintain her composure. The Emperor's chamber was vast and cold, making her shiver. Ania curtsied with a graceful smile. "Emperor Tenstian, the great light of the empire, Your Majesty." Emperor Tenstian sat upon his throne, his cold gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. Unable to restrain herself, Ania glanced back at the Emperor. "Oh my," she thought, "he truly possesses the beauty of a protagonist, the kind that leaves one mesmerized." She couldn't help but inwardly wish, if only he were the main character, I wouldn't mind even being Blake's stepmother. But her dreamy thoughts were immediately interrupted when the Emperor's deep, stern voice rang out. "I hear you have imprisoned the steward of the prince's palace. What happened?" Although a bit anxious, Ania managed to respond calmly and clearly. "Your Majesty, he was assigned to oversee the prince's palace budget but was punished for embezzlement." As soon as she finished speaking, a hoarse voice interjected, filled with indignation. "Embezzlement? How dare you accuse my son of such a wretched crime? This is outrageous." It was the father of Hamel, a loyal subject of the empire. Ania's accusation unleashed his fury, as he believed his son had dedicated himself to serving the empire, only to be branded with such a vile charge. The Emperor Tenstian seemed to side with Hamel's father at first, but unexpectedly, he challenged the nobleman. "Outrageous? Are you going to argue that this is unjust when the evidence is clear as day?" With that, the Emperor picked up the ledger, carefully examining each page. After a while, he fixed his cold gaze upon Hamel's father, his voice laced with reproach. "It appears your son has been stealing quite a bit." Hamel's father tried to defend himself, struggling to explain. "There must be some alterations in the ledger. My son is more loyal than anyone in this empire." But all the evidence seemed to be stacked against him, rendering him silent. At this moment, Ania also spoke up seriously. Your Majesty, the prince is only allowed to have spinach soup, while this steward indulges in steak prepared by the palace chef. Is that what you call loyalty, my lord? Upon hearing this, the nobleman fell silent, his face flushed with anger but unable to counter her claim. Ania seized the opportunity and continued her condemnation. If not, how could he take money from the prince's palace budget and squander it on gambling? Is that the loyalty you speak of, my lord? Her blunt question left the nobleman speechless, unable to add anything further, standing there in frustration without a chance to defend himself. The emperor looked at Ania with admiration, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense yet clear. The truth had been laid bare. The nobleman was taken aback to be scolded by a girl who was half his height, and in his anger, he retorted. Who do you think you are? Watch your words. The emperor had no time to entertain the nobleman's complaints any longer. He asked sternly. Do you have any last words to say? Indeed, the emperor's words were enough to make the nobleman tremble in fear, his legs turning to jelly. Why, your majesty? Why are you suddenly? Ignoring the nobleman's terrified stammering, the emperor shot him a threatening glance. Be careful with what you say to my daughter-in-law. The nobleman trembled all over, not expecting to find himself in such a predicament with the crown princess. His mouth started to mumble. Your Majesty, it's not like that. The crown princess has insulted my family first. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword was pressed against his throat. The emperor had stepped up closer than Ania had realized, his voice cold. What? You dare raise your filthy hand against the crown princess? The nobleman was so frightened that he could only stammer, barely able to speak, worse than a 3-year-old. And no. I wouldn't dare. But it was too late. The emperor's sharp blade was now firmly at his throat. At this point, it seemed that the nobleman was as good as dead. Ania feared she would have to witness a bloody scene, so she shut her eyes. Just then, a voice called out to her. Crown Princess, this man is standing in front of you. I think it would be better for you to step aside today. Ania blinked in confusion but then nodded in agreement. She rummaged through her mind for information about the original story, realizing that this person was Colin, and she could trust him completely. Before she left, she suddenly paused and handed Colin a sphere. He looked a bit surprised and asked, What is this? Ania smiled confidently and replied, The nobleman has insulted me and the prince. This is a sphere that records what he has said. Colin cradled the round sphere in his hands, unable to help but praise. You've prepared this so thoroughly? Ania nodded, responding. I wouldn't stand a chance without this evidence. Colin, standing beside her, also nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Then, he bowed deeply, promising to deliver the sphere to the emperor. In the end, the nobleman's hand was severed for attempting to strike the crown princess before the emperor. His son's tongue was also cut out for embezzling royal property and insulting the crown princess. Both the nobleman and his son were sentenced to 30 years in prison, and their family was stripped of their titles. The nobleman's lineage crumbled in a single morning. Yet, no one stood by their side. Regardless of how the crown princess acted, no noble would be foolish enough to defend them, given how far the nobleman and his son had overstepped their bounds. Ania thought to herself that the emperor must have finished dealing with the matter by now. Would he call for her again, or would he ignore her as he had done with Blake? Surely, the emperor must be preoccupied with how to strip the nobleman of his title and re-evaluate his contributions to the family. Ania wondered if the emperor would summon her once more. Her thoughts wandered, tick-tock, tick-tock, with the sound of the clock. But waiting endlessly wasn't a good strategy. Ania decided that she would go to find the emperor herself. With that in mind, she called for Melissa and asked her to prepare a carriage to go to Fian Castle. Melissa, upon hearing this, understood that Ania wanted to meet with the emperor. She gently reminded her. If you wish to see His Majesty, why not ask for his opinion first? Ania smiled at Melissa's naivety. He'll refuse if I inform him in advance. It's better if I just go. Please prepare the carriage for me, Melissa. Melissa worked swiftly, and soon the carriage was waiting at the prince's palace gate. Just as Ania was about to step into the carriage, she felt a small hand tugging at the hem of her dress. Surprised, she turned around to see who it was, only to find that it was none other than Prince Blake. Ania was puzzled about how he had sensed her intentions and rushed over at just the right moment. Blake looked up at her with innocent eyes, curiously asking, "Where are you going?" Ania couldn't reveal her true plans to the prince. This was her private mission. So she replied that she needed to go to the square to buy something. Unexpectedly, the prince used his youthful voice to expose her fib. "You're lying. You're going to see the emperor, aren't you?" Caught off guard by his quick deduction, Ania began to doubt her ability to lie. She quickly smiled to brush it off. "It's nothing to worry about, Your Highness. I'll be back soon." However, Blake was adamant, declaring seriously, "I'll go with you. I have to protect my wife, so if you're going to see His Majesty, you need to take me with you. You can't go alone." Hearing this, Ania hesitated. Bringing the prince along could alter the nature of her conversation with the emperor. Yet, given Blake's insistence, she finally smiled and agreed. "All right then, let's go together." The prince's face lit up with indescribable joy, and Ania noticed his cheeks had flushed without her realizing it. She began to play the role of a 10-year-old mother, reaching out to take her younger child by the hand as they climbed into the carriage. Seeing Blake's bright smile, she thought to herself that the emperor must love his son very much. Although the emperor couldn't pass the throne to the heir due to the curse, perhaps if she and the prince met him first, His Majesty would be more accommodating. Soon, they settled into the carriage, which began to roll along a tree-lined path. The sun started to dip behind the tall castle. Finally, Ania and Blake arrived at their destination. She silently deduced that the emperor must have finished his business, so it would be best to head straight into his chamber for their conversation. Before long, they stood before the emperor's bedroom door. The atmosphere was imposing, with guards flanking either side of the entrance. Just as Ania was about to lead Blake inside, the guards stopped them, reminding her, "Without a prior request for an audience, you cannot enter." Facing off against the disgraced count was one thing, dealing with this small guard was another. She straightened her posture and threatened back. "Do you dare to block the path of the crown prince's wife?" As expected, her tactic worked. The guard fell silent, clearly intimidated and unwilling to protest further. With the obstacles cleared, Ania turned to Blake, encouraging him. "Your Highness, let's go in and see the emperor." They tightened their grip on each other's hands, as if drawing strength from one another. Ania gently pulled the prince forward while her other hand pushed open the heavy door. As they stepped into the vast room, Ania's gaze suddenly locked onto something that made her jump, her eyes widening as if she had come face to face with a wild beast. The emperor looked just as surprised by the unexpected entrance. Now I understand why Ania's eyes went wide in surprise. Unfortunately for the two kids, they chose the exact moment when the emperor had just finished bathing. Who could possibly resist the sight of a perfectly sculpted six-pack, strong arms, and that handsome face? One might wonder what the emperor's secret is for achieving such a physique in ancient times when there were no gyms. Moreover, his hair was still dripping wet from the wash, only adding to his allure. Surely, many people would want to become Ania's mother-in-law after seeing this. Given Ania's penchant for admiring beautiful figures, how could she let this opportunity pass? She stared so long that both her cheeks flushed a deep red. The emperor, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his usual composure. He directed his gaze toward the two of them and asked, "Is there something you need?" But Ania, completely flustered, had no mind to respond to her father-in-law. Her thoughts were consumed by the image of the emperor's well-defined muscles. Oh, his abs looked perfect, almost glowing. For a moment, she completely forgot she was with Blake. The Emperor's warm voice snapped her back to reality. He ran his fingers through his damp hair, inquiring again. "I'm asking if there is an issue?" Standing to the side, Ania had to mentally pep talk herself. "Calm down, Ania. I need to earn the Emperor's trust and become the bridge between him and his beloved son, Blake. I must remain composed to respond to him appropriately." Taking a deep breath, she tried to gather her thoughts and focus on the task at hand, reminding herself that this was not just a casual visit, it was a critical step in her plan. She turned to Blake, giving him an encouraging smile to reassure both of them before addressing the Emperor with a newfound determination. With her years of experience in reading and a knack for the art of persuasion, Ania believed that the first step to win someone over was to offer genuine compliments. Thus, she mustered all her effort to stretch her lips into a smile, constantly urging herself. "Come on, praise him already." Finally, gathering her courage, Ania blurted out, "Your abs are truly amazing." The moment those words escaped her lips, both she and Blake froze in shock. Ania herself couldn't comprehend why she had expressed such a strange sentiment. It was undoubtedly her inner voice, yet it had slipped out in front of the very person she was trying to impress. What a misstep! Surely, the Emperor would think of her as a lecherous person. Faced with the Emperor's stunned expression and Blake's astonishment, Ania felt her face flush so deeply that a raw egg could have easily cooked on her cheeks within 30 seconds. Panicking, she stammered, "Your Majesty, it's not like that." The Emperor stood as still as a statue, unable to process the compliment. After decades of being a ruler, he probably never expected to receive such praise in that manner. Ania wished she could sink into the ground right then and there. This can't be happening. If I keep this up, the Emperor will never like me. So, she bowed her head in apology. Stumbling over her words, she mumbled, "I'm sorry, this is actually the first time I've seen a man's body like this." Blake gasped in disbelief at her explanation. Ania's attempt to win the Emperor over had quickly turned into a disaster. Not only had she failed to impress him, but she had inadvertently bruised the ego of the naive husband beside her. Truly, it was a case of dodging the watermelon only to get hit by the coconut. The Emperor, Tenstian, cleared his throat to dispel the tense atmosphere. He averted his gaze from the two youngsters, hastily donning a luxurious silk robe and tying it tightly around himself, as if fearing that any more exposure would leave his daughter-in-law scandalized. Seeing this defensive gesture, Ania felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "He's tying that robe so tightly. I didn't mean to stare." Watching the Emperor swiftly retreat from the room, Ania felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to crawl into. It was only their second meeting, and she had already caused such a colossal blunder. Blake stood quietly beside her, watching his father's back as if hoping for some semblance of affection from the Emperor. But Tenstian offered only a cold glance before turning away, leaving behind a powerful silhouette as he stated, "I will summon you both soon." It seemed Ania and Blake had just endured an uncomfortable encounter with the Emperor. After her attempts to win his favor had led her into an awkward predicament, she had no choice but to excuse herself, saving her chances to amend things for another time. Throughout the meeting, Blake had remained silent, not uttering a word. He simply stood there, solemnly witnessing the entire scene unfold. Under the warm sunlight of the palace corridor, the silence enveloped the two, heavy with unspoken feelings. Ania anxiously glanced at Blake, noticing that her husband looked particularly downcast. She surmised that being brushed off by the Emperor had left him feeling disappointed. Seeing him with his head bowed, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor, Ania gently inquired, but he replied with a lackluster, I just want to rest a bit." With that, Blake released her hand, the first time he had ever rejected her comfort. He must have held on to the hope of receiving a warm welcome from his father, only to be met with indifference. As his mood worsened, he requested to see Eden, his loyal bodyguard, and quickly retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him, ignoring Ania's worried presence outside. Ania lingered in the corridor, anxious about whether this experience might leave any emotional scars on Blake. Just then, Eden appeared, trying to reassure her, "Your Highness, please don't worry too much. The prince will be fine soon." Hearing that brought her some relief, and she reminded him to take good care of Blake before she departed. Inside the room, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear Blake's steady breathing. Eden entered respectfully, asking, "Your Highness, did you call for me?" Upon hearing Eden's voice, Blake turned around, his eyes filled with contemplation and curiosity. Then he made a surprising request, "Eden, take off your shirt." Although this was a rather odd demand, Eden complied without hesitation. In just a moment, he had stripped off his shirt, revealing a fit and muscular physique. Blake gazed at him with admiration, unable to resist reaching out to touch each defined muscle. The look on his face was a mix of astonishment and a hint of envy as he thought to himself, if Ania were here, she'd be drooling over this perfect body. The more he considered it, the more he admired Eden, using his impressive physique as a way to alleviate the disappointment from his earlier encounter with the Emperor. Blake innocently asked Eden, "What do I have to do to get a body like yours?" He recalled the memory of Ania hurriedly apologizing to the Emperor, explaining that it was her first time seeing a man's body. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Blake was secretly frustrated. It was surprising. If that was indeed her first time seeing a man's body, what did she think of his? She had even bathed him before. Suddenly, everything made sense. This was the reason the young prince had been feeling so down. He sighed and lamented to Eden, "Why do I have such a chubby belly, Eden?" Eden immediately refuted Blake's misunderstanding. "Your Highness, that's not true at all. You've misunderstood." Upon hearing that, Blake perked up and eagerly asked, "Really? So how can I get a body like yours?" Eden seriously considered that the prince's belly was a cute little tummy, but the more he spoke, the more blank the prince's expression became. Unfortunately, those words did little to comfort Blake. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the Emperor sat solemnly behind his desk, quietly holding a stack of papers. He repeatedly muttered the name of his lustful daughter-in-law, Ania. In the prince's palace, the golden hues of sunset enveloped the space. Ania was tenderly drying her little husband's hair, but his face bore no trace of joy. Whenever Ania tried to look at him, he would quickly turn away, avoiding her gaze. It seemed that this boy, despite his young age, harbored quite the grudge. Ania continued to smile brightly and said, "Your Highness, please turn and look at me. Why do you keep looking away?" Finally, Blake turned to face her but remained shy, wrapping a towel around himself to hide his round belly. Ania was puzzled as to why he did this, even covering himself while bathing. What on earth could be the reason for such strange behavior? Not wanting to dwell on the oddity, Ania decided to change the subject to lift the prince's spirits. "Your Highness, the cast iron pot I ordered will arrive tomorrow. I'll cook you lots of delicious dishes." However, much to her surprise, the prince, still sulking, flatly rejected the idea. "I don't want to eat anymore. From now on, I will stop eating." Finally, he mustered the courage to express his feelings to Ania. "I don't have the body of a man, so from now on, I will work out to get one." Ania was taken aback by his words. Did her comments to the Emperor really leave such an impression on him? At this point, she could only laugh awkwardly and explain, "I'm sorry, I forgot that my husband is also a man." Yet the prince was still squirming, unwilling to accept such a casual apology. He jumped onto the bed, rolled around, and declared, "From now on, I must train to have a six-pack, so I will never eat again." What kind of logic is that? Ania thought to herself, trying to reason with the boy. "Please don't do this, I still haven't finished drying you off. Besides, I like you just the way you are, you have a very cute belly." Blake, feeling embarrassed, looked up at her and reminded, "I don't have a baby belly, you know." At this point, things were getting tough to salvage. It was her own fault for stepping on her own toes. Ania racked her brain, trying to figure out what to say to soothe him. Suddenly, she dove toward the prince, catching him off guard, his eyes widening in fear. Ania resorted to her last resort, a tickle attack. Sure enough, this tactic worked like a charm. Blake was so ticklish that he begged, Ania, stop it. After a while of rolling around on the bed, Blake's anger seemed to dissipate. Ania gently caressed the dark patterns on his body before embracing him as usual, softly saying, I like you, Your Highness. I want you to be healthy, so please eat a lot tomorrow. And didn't you say you wanted to grow faster than me? If you want that, then you can't skip meals. Hearing Ania's encouraging words, Blake immediately forgot about the gloomy events of the morning. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her and declared, I understand. I will eat a lot. Seeing the prince finally smile brightened Ania's heart, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. The golden light of sunset streamed into the room, where the two played joyfully, creating a warm atmosphere. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a mysterious figure named Unhan, a trusted subordinate of the emperor, knelt before the imperial glow. You are the supreme ruler, Your Majesty. The emperor sat regally above him, urging Unhan to report everything to him. It turned out the emperor was concerned for the safety of the prince and princess. He was eager to know whether they had returned safely. Unhan respectfully reported, Yes, Your Majesty, they have taken a bath and are now resting. The emperor suddenly recalled the image of Ania, a girl with a radiant smile, yet capable of uttering things that left others speechless. He then remembered his son's expression from earlier that day. It seemed that the boy had changed significantly. In the emperor's eyes, the son who had always bowed his head, trying to erase his own existence, could now stand tall and proud, holding the hand of the princess. The empty gaze that once characterized him had transformed into something far more brilliant. Even his demeanor was no longer as gloomy as it had been in the past. Colin, a figure known for his cold and stern nature, had even praised the princess in his report. The emperor couldn't help but ask Unhan, What do you think of this princess? You've been observing her for a month, do you find her truly reliable? Without hesitation, Unhan replied, Yes, she is a very good person. Entrusted by the emperor, Unhan had secretly watched the prince for a month. He had also kept an eye on Ania's interactions with the court officials and her potential to assist Blake should the curse worsen, thanks to her ability to wield the emperor's light magic. However, caught up in his curiosity, Unhan gradually forgot his main task of following the prince. Instead, he found himself captivated by the princess, a cheerful, beautiful, intelligent, and slightly eccentric girl. If the prince had someone like her by his side, his life would undoubtedly change to the point of eliciting envy from others. The emperor was surprised to discover that Unhan had such profound thoughts about his daughter-in-law. Noticing the emperor's contemplative expression, Unhan couldn't help but ask, Is there something troubling you, Your Majesty? However, the emperor did not seem worried at all. In his eyes, Ania was nearly perfect. It had been a long time since he had witnessed a genuine, warm smile that radiated like sunlight. A new day dawned, and the sunlight illuminated the castle. Ania's long-awaited dream pot had finally arrived, a cast-iron pot that she had painstakingly conceived and designed. The prince was thrilled and exclaimed, This is the first time I've seen something like this. Not only the prince, but also Eden and Melissa had never seen anything quite so peculiar. The group gathered around the pot, showering Ania with compliments and calling her a genius. Puffed up with pride, she replied, This is just the beginning. To inaugurate her new pot, Ania decided to prepare a feast for everyone. The only task for the three others was to sit back and enjoy the meal. However, Melissa declined, insisting that as a maid, she couldn't sit and eat while the princess was cooking. Ania didn't stop her, but instead agreed to let Melissa help. Seeing this, the prince excitedly raised his hand, saying, I want to help too. Ania couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. She nodded, Then let's do it together. Just as they were filled with energy and ready to begin, there was a sudden knock at the door. Leading the group was Colin. The three of them greeted in unison, We greet the light of the empire, the princess. Ania recognized him immediately and joyfully exclaimed, Is that you, Colin? Colin smiled, while Prince Blake, curious, asked, Colin, what brings you here? He respectfully replied, Your Highness and Princess, the Emperor wishes to invite the princess to meet him. Ania was momentarily startled by Colin's words, unable to believe it. She asked again, The Emperor is inviting me? Colin promptly handed her a letter and said, "Your Highness, this is a letter from the Emperor." Ania's eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed an invitation from the Emperor. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she wondered if she had done something wrong that might have angered him. If that were not the case, why would the Emperor want to see her? Not only did Colin bring the invitation, but he also had a gift from the Emperor for her. It was clear that His Majesty had put thought into this gesture. The gift was beautifully wrapped, but the expressions of everyone present were not those of delight at receiving a present. They all stood with their mouths agape in surprise, as if questioning the very nature of existence at such a bizarre turn of events. It turned out that the gift Colin mentioned was just one among a pile of boxes. The red box they had seen earlier was merely one of many. Ania, feeling suspicious, asked, "Could this be a mistake? Surely these gifts were meant for someone else." Colin adjusted his glasses and replied, "There is no mistake, Your Highness. They are all gifts that His Majesty has sent to you." Ania rubbed her chin thoughtfully, staring at Colin in disbelief. She couldn't fathom why the Emperor would send her so many gifts. Could it be that he's happy because I complimented his physique? After mulling it over, Ania shook her head vigorously to clear her mind. Eventually, she regained her composure as a proper princess should and responded to Colin, "I understand. I will see him this evening." Melissa carefully braided Ania's hair, and when she looked in the mirror, she saw a beautiful young lady staring back at her. Melissa admired her handiwork, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you look very beautiful." At that moment, Han entered and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, it is time to depart." Ania was not in a rush. She turned to Blake and asked, "Do I look all right, Your Highness?" The prince, blushing furiously, was so flustered that he could barely form coherent sentences, stammering, Ania is very beautiful, really, very, very beautiful." Hearing such praise from the prince made Ania even happier. She gave him a radiant smile and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." The prince seemed a bit reluctant to part, taking her hand and saying, "All right, Ania, please be careful." The warm light streamed into the royal palace garden, where a steaming cup of tea still exuded its fragrant vapor. Emperor Tenstian carefully lifted the cup to savor its flavor, while he awaited someone very important. On the surface, the emperor appeared calm, but his breath betrayed the facade. He felt a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting the person who had changed his son. In the serene atmosphere, only the sound of water trickling in the lush green fountain could be heard. Before long, Ania appeared, approaching the emperor with confident steps. He had been waiting for her and greeted her with a friendly demeanor. No longer frightened as she had been before, Ania confidently bowed and said, "I greet you, Your Majesty." The emperor did not make it difficult for her. He took another sip of tea and, in a warm voice, said, "Please, take a seat, princess." In a moment of awkwardness, he complimented her, "That dress suits you very well." Ania felt a sense of relief. She believed the emperor had let go of the incident when she had commented on his physique. She smiled sincerely and replied, "I came here to thank you for the gifts, especially the yellow dress. I truly love it." However, the emperor seemed to misinterpret her words and suddenly asked, "So, do you like gold?" The unexpected question made Ania feel a bit embarrassed, but she laughed and replied, "What I meant was that I like that dress because it looks good when I stand next to the prince. The yellow color complements his crown." Hearing her mention Prince Blake piqued the emperor's curiosity even further. He asked bluntly, "So, do you like him?" Ania, without hesitation, responded, "Of course. After all, he is my husband." Yet, in the emperor's heart remained a lingering doubt. How could someone as kind and perfect as Ania love his son, whom he viewed as unhappy and isolated? A pained expression crossed his face as he recalled the cruel rumors that had led to the prince being scorned and shunned by others. Ania gently thanked the emperor, then carefully cut a piece of cake and brought it to her mouth. The delicious flavor spread across her palate, prompting her to exclaim, "This cake is amazing." After pondering for a moment, she boldly added, "I'm sure Prince Blake would love this flavor too." Her words caused a subtle change in the Emperor's expression, his eyes narrowing as he recalled his poor son. But in an instant, he regained his composure, lifted his teacup to drink and said sternly, "Then you can send some treats to the prince's palace." Hearing this, Ania beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she sincerely thanked him. They shared a moment of silence, their gaze meeting without the need for further words. It seemed their conversation had reached a lull. Suddenly, the Emperor remembered something and asked, his tone filled with curiosity, "I've heard that you are quite knowledgeable about Eastern culture, is that true?" Upon hearing this, Ania guessed that the Emperor had thoroughly investigated her. It was quite suspicious for a 10-year-old girl to have such extensive knowledge, but she remained calm and replied, "Not exactly, Your Majesty. But I'm very interested in Eastern culture." The Emperor grew more intrigued and continued, "How did you come to learn about these things? Those books are so rare that even learned scholars may not know much about them." Ania felt a bit flustered but kept her composure. Thinking quickly, she slowly stood up from her chair and approached the Emperor. He looked at her with confusion, yet he bent down slightly to listen as she leaned in to whisper. Ania softly murmured in his ear, "Actually, I can speak 3 languages fluently." The Emperor was taken aback, hardly believing his ears, and asked, "You really can speak multiple languages?" She smiled confidently, "Yes, I can understand and use several languages from around the world, Your Majesty." Emperor Tenstian was astonished to the point where he struggled to process the information. His heart felt a mix of surprise and admiration. However, what startled him the most was how Ania addressed him. He asked, puzzled, "What did you just call me?" Ania maintained her bright smile and explained, "Since I am your daughter-in-law, you are my father." The Emperor was both surprised and uncertain whether to feel happy or sad, yet a smile crept onto his face. He tried to conceal his delight, replying, "All right, let's say it is so." Deep in his heart, he loved his son dearly, and hearing that Blake cherished the daughter of the Count, he had immediately requested the Count to arrange the marriage. However, he hesitated and cautiously inquired, "You must feel quite awkward being thrust into marriage so suddenly. Please feel free to come visit me if you need anything. You don't have to be formal with me." The heartfelt concern from Emperor Tenstian motivated Ania greatly. As the conversation came to an end, she respectfully bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will visit often." Outside, the sun began to set, giving way to a sumptuous dinner. The table was laden with various dishes, including soybean paste soup, mushroom rolled omelette, and many other delectable treats that made everyone's mouths water. It was truly deserving of Ania to be dubbed the Culinary Ambassador of Korea as she brought these dishes to the Empire of Light. Each dish sparkled and wafted delicious aromas, making it impossible for anyone to resist. As soon as Ania invited everyone to enjoy the meal, they all gasped in admiration. Crown Prince Blake couldn't stop exclaiming, "Ania, this dish is so delicious." Eden also eagerly praised her, "Your Highness, you truly are a culinary genius." Seeing everyone so happy, Ania felt even more excited and gently reminded them, "Take your time eating, it might be hot." The atmosphere inside was warm and cheerful, but little did they know that outside, a figure quietly watched. It was Han, the loyal servant of the Emperor, tasked with monitoring the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. He secretly admired the joyful atmosphere but also felt a twinge of unhappiness. The cold weather and an empty stomach, standing outside only able to watch, was a sort of misfortune, wasn't it? Han helplessly reminded himself to control his emotions. As the Emperor's right-hand man, his identity was kept secret, always appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Han owed his life to the Emperor, and in his heart, Tenstian was not just his master but also his savior. His loyalty to the Emperor was absolute. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the room suddenly enveloped him, making it impossible for him to ignore. He wondered, what on earth is that dish that smells so good it could kill? Although he had tried many delicious dishes next to the emperor, Unhan had never felt such a yearning for a meal before. Unhan stared intently at the steaming pot of soup, his heart filled with hope that just a taste would be enough. At that moment, any sense of shame seemed irrelevant as the irresistible scent drove him mad. Unable to wait any longer, Unhan leaped down from the tree, quickly approached the pot, gently lifted the lid, and prepared to taste. But just at that moment, the sound of footsteps behind him startled him. Damn it, he cursed under his breath and quickly retreated. The one who approached was Ania. Fortunately, when she came over, Unhan's figure had already disappeared. However, Ania caught a glimpse of the pot lid being slightly ajar and wondered, why is the lid open like this? How strange. Just as she was pondering, a mischievous black cat appeared, as if it had been discovered, meowing as if to explain its presence. Ania looked at the cat with delight, saying, "How cute. Did you open the pot lid?" The cat, who was actually Unhan, nodded and meowed in agreement. Noticing that the kitten might be hungry, Ania decided to pour a little broth for the cat to taste. Unhan, in cat form, happily licked up the delicious broth, eating so eagerly that he forgot to breathe, which made Ania laugh. "You must be really hungry. Who would leave such a lovely cat starving?" Ania smiled gently, lifting the cat and saying, "If you don't have an owner, then I'll take care of you." Upon hearing this, Unhan felt a rush of conflicting emotions. To get a taste of broth and be mistaken for a homeless, starving cat, to the point of being adopted as a beloved pet, made him feel a bit humiliated. In his cat form, Unhan could only sulk, thinking, a meal really is a matter of disgrace. At that moment, the prince also approached. He noticed the unusual commotion and leaned in to ask, "Ania, what are you doing?" Ania, seeing him ask, eagerly boasted, "I found a black cat. Do you think it's cute?" Contrary to Ania's cheerful demeanor, the prince appeared unfazed, looking at her with confusion. "Do you really need to hold it like that? Why do I suddenly smell vinegar around here?" In Ania's eyes, love was still overflowing as she rubbed her cheek against the cat and replied, "It's so cute, just like me. I bet Unhan has been suffering too much. He's only had a few bites of broth and is in such distress." Blake looked at her with confusion. "But it's a male cat, how can it be like you?" Ania felt a bit doubtful, intending to lift the cat higher to check if it really was a male. However, when she attempted to see if the cat was indeed a male, Unhan, noticing her action, was startled as if struck by lightning. If he didn't run quickly, his private parts would be exposed in front of a girl. So, Unhan jolted, quickly escaping from Ania's grasp and darting away without leaving a trace. Ania watched in panic as the cat ran off, clicking her tongue in disappointment. Ah, it ran away. It was so cute. How unfortunate. I hope I get to see it again. At this moment, the cat was still shaken, hiding on the rooftop in its animal form. A little while later, in the emperor's palace, the emperor was very surprised by Ania's presence. He looked up with curiosity and asked, "Is there something you need?" Ania, as if lost in a dream, looked at the emperor and replied, "Didn't you say I could come here and visit you anytime?" However, what surprised the emperor was that he hadn't expected the girl to return so soon. There must be some reason for her visit. It turned out that the real reason was the soup that someone had shamelessly sneaked to eat. Ania carefully poured the broth into a cup and said, "Today, that precious pot has arrived. It's a pot for cooking Eastern dishes. So, I made a pot of bone broth for you to try." Looking at the steaming, enticing dish being served, the emperor couldn't hide his delight. It seemed to warm his heart. He lifted the cup to take a sip. As expected, he nodded in appreciation. Indeed, it has a very unique flavor. But this response left Ania a bit confused. "Do you mean you don't like it? Is it necessary to be so blunt, my lord?" Suspecting that the emperor was being very generous in his praise, he exclaimed, "It's very delicious. You have excellent cooking skills." Hearing these compliments, Ania seized the opportunity to promise, "If you don't mind, I'll make it regularly and bring it to you." The emperor was very pleased with her promise and readily agreed. The effort to strengthen their bond through the bone broth was accomplished. Ania then bowed and bid farewell to the emperor before returning to the palace. For her, today felt like a very long day. In no time, the glow of sunset began to envelop the magnificent castle. In the vast room, someone sighed wearily. Ania flopped onto her bed, spreading her arms wide in satisfaction. "Today, I had tea with His Majesty and received so many gifts. Then, I cooked with that special pot and even met the adorable little kitten. Really, it was so cute, just thinking about it makes my face turn red. Imagine how red my face would be when I found out it wasn't a cat." Suddenly, a noise nearby caught his attention. It turned out to be Prince Blake approaching. Ania instinctively turned to him and asked, "Oh, Your Highness, what's the matter?" Before Ania could understand what was happening, Prince Blake leaped toward her in a strange manner. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at her with an incredibly innocent expression and meowed, "Meow meow meow." This behavior was completely unexpected. It seemed the prince had buried his dignity deep underground just to impress her. Indeed, Ania found herself frozen in place, astonished. Had the prince just imitated a cat's meow? Or was she simply too tired today to distinguish human sounds? To her surprise, Blake continued his antics. He hugged her, wanting to become a cat since Ania liked cats. Then, he gazed at her with a mix of eagerness and a hint of sadness, hesitantly asking, "You won't look for another pet now that you have me, will you?" He even threw away all pretense, rubbing his cheek against her hand, saying, "I can be a rabbit, a cat, or even a dog. So please don't look for any other animal, okay?" After his confession, he even managed to meow again, putting on an expression that was adorably frantic. With his goofy demeanor, anyone could tell how smitten she was. Ania immediately dove into Blake's embrace, exclaiming, "Your Highness, how can you be so cute?" Hearing her praise, the prince finally felt satisfied, breaking into a wide smile as his face turned bright red like a ripe tomato. In a corner of Richard's room, a servant carefully reported, "Here is the report from the royal family as you requested, my lord." Richard looked at the thick stack of documents filled with text, meticulously flipping through each page. He read every single word, clearly a man with ambition. After finishing, his expression darkened, and he murmured, "Why is everything like this? What the hell is going on?" The documents were merely a list of ingredients for today's Eastern dishes, but why were they all so trivial? Did the emperor really send gifts to Ania every day? It was hard to believe. In Richard's troubled mind, he kept questioning, when did Ania change? Exactly when did she manage to turn things around and win the emperor's favor? Emperor Tenstian held ultimate power in the empire. Richard had tried to attract his attention, but the emperor's heart seemed as cold as iron, never casting a glance in Richard's direction. First, it was the crown prince, now even the emperor had fallen for her. What had happened to Ania? How had a girl who was always shy and secretly in love with him changed so drastically? The more Richard thought about it, the more his head hurt. He rubbed his temples and gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a variety of helpless expressions. I will have to accept that girls love if I knew what had happened to this world. She used to follow me all day long and always said she liked me, but she has completely changed after marrying. It's truly cruel. Yet, this only fueled Richard's desire to conquer Ania even more. The longing for her grew stronger within him. Richard held his forehead in thought, his gaze increasingly reflecting a haunting determination. The more difficult something is to obtain, the more I want it. I will do anything to keep her for myself. At the castle estate, Richard faced his father with a cold expression. His tone was filled with impatience. "You were looking for me, right?" His father, the esteemed Duke Castle of the Empire, had a face twisted in anger. He clenched his fist tightly, barely able to hide his fury. This man was the emperor's younger brother, but had inherited none of his brother's calm demeanor. He furiously swung a candlestick, unable to restrain himself as he threw it hard at his son. Living with such a father, it was no surprise that Richard had developed a twisted mindset. The candlestick hit Richard's shoulder, shattering upon impact. Cassius, still seething with rage, glared at his son and began to berate him. "What the hell are you doing? Today the emperor brought gifts for the crown princess once again. That crown princess goes in and out of the palace as if it were her home. She's even going to participate in the royal ball soon." The royal ball was a grand event to celebrate the emperor's return after successfully sealing the Dark Gate. It was the most significant event in the empire, where envoys from all nations gathered. If the emperor appeared alongside the crown princess, holding hands affectionately, everyone would assume that he had chosen her, thus solidifying her position as crown princess even further. The men of this family all harbor filthy ambitions, wanting nothing more than to bring down the crown prince to seize the throne for themselves. Therefore, Castle could not allow this to happen. He believed the festival would be conducted discreetly, allowing Richard to deal with anyone involved. He even went so far as to insult his son by calling him a half-breed of slaves. Hearing such derogatory remarks, Richard's expression darkened, but he suddenly spoke coldly, cutting through Cassius's rage. "I have an idea to change the situation." Upon hearing this, Castle ceased his fury and curiously asked, "What idea? Speak." Richard confidently laid out his scheme. "I will make the crown princess our ally. She is always craving the emperor's favor, but at the same time, she longs for affection from her father, Count Valencia." Cassius, cunning and worldly, understood his son's plan. He smiled dangerously, murmuring, "Humph, this is worth a try." Suddenly, haunting memories of Ania resurfaced. Count Valencia roared furiously, "Why did you force me to come back for such a trivial matter?" At that time, the original Ania could only weakly apologize to her father. She could not resist, merely repeating her apologies. Ania felt powerless, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at her father, trying to explain. But her words did nothing to quell Count Valencia's anger. He bellowed, "While this family is losing its status, you're idly doing meaningless work for me? Is this what your mother taught you? If you feel so guilty, then just go die. If you die early, this family will have one less mouth to feed. Maybe then it will prosper." The original Ania could only huddle helplessly in a corner and cry, continuously uttering apologies as tears streamed down her face. It seemed she had reached the depths of despair. It turned out this was just a dream. Ania jolted awake, her face flushed, and her breath coming in gasps. She screamed loudly. Prince Blake, who was nearby, hurriedly looked on with concern. "Ania, are you all right? Did you just have a nightmare?" Ania wearily wiped the sweat from her forehead and weakly replied, "Yes, it was truly a nightmare." That dream had been horrifying, so vivid that Ania realized it was not just an ordinary nightmare but a memory of the original owner, a dark and terrible experience she had gone through. Seeing Ania's fatigued expression, Prince Blake grew even more worried. He feared to ask himself, "Is it because I'm with Ania that she had such a nightmare?" In the room, the atmosphere suddenly turned strangely silent. Ania's screams faded, and Prince Blake's troubled words were no longer heard. Surprisingly, Ania had embraced the prince without realizing it. Caught off guard by this unexpected action, Prince Blake's face turned red. Ania did not let him go. Instead, she closed her eyes and gently said, "Your Highness, I like being close to you like this. Please, just keep it like this for a little while." The prince was softened by her tender words. He smiled, feeling at ease in Ania's embrace, pressing his face against her chest, listening to her steady heartbeat, and a sense of peace filled his heart. The sky outside gradually changed color, the sunset casting its glow over the castle before slowly fading into the quiet night. At the estate of Count Valencia, he was enjoying a lavish dinner when suddenly a scheming voice spoke up. "I heard the emperor has ordered garments tailored from famous shops for the crown princess, hasn't he?" My daughter is throwing a fit over this." Upon hearing Ancia's name, Count Valencia merely smiled faintly, pretending to respond. "Oh really?" The other person paid no attention to his awkward expression and continued speaking with a suggestive tone. "Ah, I also heard that His Majesty has bought a valuable pink diamond for the Crown Princess." Count Valencia smiled awkwardly, responding dismissively. On the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor, but inside, it felt as if he were burning with anger. As the father-in-law of the Crown Prince, he was unaware of these matters and had to hear about them from others. He silently judged that all this was new information to him. Since marrying Ancia off to the prince instead of his beloved daughter Diana, he had lost contact with Ancia. Now, hearing that this daughter was receiving the emperor's favor, jealousy surged within him. "Ancia, my dear daughter," Count Valencia gritted his teeth, clenching his fists to suppress his emotions. Just then, a servant approached respectfully to announce, "Excuse me, my lord, you have a guest who wishes to see you." Count Valencia quickly regained his composure and asked, "What is it?" The servant replied that a guest, Duke Cassius, wanted to meet him. In the grand room dimly lit by candlelight, the living room door slowly opened. Duke Castle had been waiting, his demeanor arrogant, his eyes directed toward Valencia standing at the door. "Long time no see, Count Valencia." Count Valencia greeted him warmly with a smile. "Indeed, it's been a while, Duke Cassius." On the surface, there were friendly smiles exchanged, but Count Valencia was already analyzing the situation in his mind. Cassius, who had ignored him for so long, was now seeking him out after hearing the news about his daughter Ancia receiving the emperor's favor. Perhaps he intended to come back and take advantage of this relationship. In the conversation, which was polite yet charged with tension, Duke Castle wore a fake smile and offered compliments. "You seem to be doing much better these days, Count Valencia." This statement struck at Count Valencia's pride, prompting an immediate retort that was somewhat mocking. "With my daughter being favored by the emperor like this, how could a father like me not be pleased?" Duke Castle smirked, intentionally probing. Count Valencia is truly a model father who knows how to love his daughter. Upon hearing this, Count Valencia burst into laughter as if genuinely pleased. "She is very obedient. To the point that if I told her to die, she would do it immediately." In response, Duke Castle set down his teacup, adopting a more serious tone and inquiring, "Rarely do you find a child raised so well. And what about your second daughter? Is she as outstanding as her sister? I'm very curious." Count Valencia's expression shifted to one of pride. He boasted, his eyes gleaming with pride. "You cannot compare her to Diana. She is my pride and joy." Duke Castle smirked and continued, catching Valencia off guard. "If the girl is indeed that exceptional, I want her to be my daughter-in-law. What do you think, Count Valencia?" This unexpected proposal left Valencia almost speechless, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The thought of Diana becoming the Duke's daughter-in-law, which would mean she might have a chance to become queen, made Valencia unable to conceal his delight. Castle observed Valencia's reaction and realized he had won him over, then provocatively added, "Of course, for that to happen, I first need to see how well you have raised the girl." Having said that, Duke Castle leisurely took a sip of tea, his gaze at Valencia filled with challenge. Count Valencia, despite trying to appear calm, was constantly weighing Cassius's true intentions in his mind. In another corner of the Grand Palace, Ancia was deep in thought, recalling the dark memories of the original owner of this body. Everything felt like a shroud of night, accompanied by the harsh words of Count Valencia. "If you know you're at fault, then go and die. If you die early, this house will be better off. Get out of here, go follow your pitiful mother." Just thinking of those words left Ancia stunned. She rubbed her forehead, silently reflecting that real-life experiences were far different from what she had read in novels. How could a father utter such cruel words to his own flesh and blood? Looking at the original owner's body, Ancia felt a pang of sorrow. The memories of the pain that the original owner had endured were like a wound that had yet to heal. She recalled how the original owner had suffered countless humiliations, and ultimately, when everything had become unbearable, that little girl had chosen to end her life at the age of 10. The one who had driven the original owner to that brink was none other than her father, Count Valencia. Although he did not lay hands on her directly, his ruthless actions and words had pushed his daughter into despair. While lost in thought, Ania was jolted back to reality by Melissa's voice. She bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, Count Valencia requests an audience." Upon hearing Melissa's announcement about Count Valencia's presence, Ania couldn't help but be taken aback. She asked in disbelief, her voice still tinged with surprise. "Melissa, did you just say Count Valencia?" Ania felt flustered, unsure how to face the man she knew to be a nightmare for the original owner. After all, she couldn't avoid him forever, so she finally commanded. "Tell him to wait in the parlor. I will come shortly." Count Valencia had been sitting there long enough for his backside to go numb, his face clearly showing irritation. He was mentally preparing to berate his daughter, thinking, "That brat Ania dared to keep me waiting this long. After I see her, I will put her in her place." Time passed, and nearly an hour later, Count Valencia's frustration grew as the daughter who once feared him like a tiger dared to keep him waiting. Finally, the parlor door opened, and he immediately looked up, his expression sour, ready to unleash his reprimand. "What took you so long? Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" But as soon as he saw who stood before him, Count Valencia's vision dimmed, his face suddenly pale, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The person before him was not the timid daughter he once knew but a completely different Ania. Ania walked in with a calm demeanor, dazzling in a bright pink dress, adorned with sparkling jewels all over. From head to toe, she was covered in precious stones, exuding a cold, haughty aura. In the face of this spectacle, Count Valencia was left speechless in shock. "Is this really the Ania I once knew?" he thought to himself. Standing opposite him, Ania coldly asked, "Do you need something from me?" At that moment, all of Count Valencia's pent-up frustrations exploded. He glared at his daughter and immediately launched into a tirade. "You ungrateful wretch! Don't you know how to greet your father? Just because you have the Emperor's favor now, you think you're above everyone?" Melissa, Ania's loyal maid, immediately admonished him sternly. "Please watch your behavior in front of the Crown Princess." But her reminder only served to further infuriate Count Valencia. He shouted, spittle flying everywhere. "What? A mere maid dares to interrupt the father of the Crown Princess? Ania didn't wait for him to finish, frowning and coldly interrupting. "Do not speak to my people like that. If you continue to behave rudely, you are welcome to leave." With that, Ania casually turned away, about to walk off, her demeanor indifferent as if he were just a stranger. This attitude nearly drove Count Valencia to madness. He bellowed, as was his habit, raising a hand in threat. "Do you think I will spare you just because you are the Crown Princess? You should remember your place." But Ania did not back down. This time, she was ready to confront the one who had caused so much pain to the original owner of this body. Before Count Valencia could act, Ania's cold, sharp voice cut through the air. "Count, it seems you haven't heard about Marquis Hamel, have you?" Upon hearing that name, Count Valencia froze. His outstretched arm stopped mid-air, and his expression changed drastically. The memory of Marquis Hamel's severed arm flooded back to him, causing him to gulp and retract his hand. "Lucky I didn't act, otherwise, I might not have a hand left today." The fearfulness and longing for affection that Ania once possessed seemed to have vanished. Before him now stood a dignified crown princess, a woman of authority. Though filled with rage, Count Valencia quickly regained his composure, switching to a fake, mocking smile, trying to act like a loving father. "Ania, it's just that I got a little hot-headed, lacking thought for a moment. Why are you so cold towards your father? But Ania understood his insincerity all too well. She maintained her cold demeanor, firmly stating, "I demand that you leave this place immediately and never show your face in the Crown Prince's palace again. I will let you off this time, but if it happens again, don't expect me to hold back." Before Count Valencia could say more, a guard seized him and pulled him out of the room. He struggled and shouted, desperately pleading, "Ania, listen to your father. Give me a chance." Ania stood there, her expression darkening, her anger palpable. She knew exactly why he was here today. It was because of the rumors about her being favored by the emperor. He thought he could exploit her once more. What a scoundrel! She vowed to herself that she would never allow him back into her life again. After being shamefully dragged out of the palace, Count Valencia kept sending letters. The letters were filled with sorrowful and emotional words, sounding as if they expressed a touching father-daughter relationship, but in reality, they were just a coldly selfish farce. Ania couldn't be bothered with that nonsense. She had much more important things to focus on, especially preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony as Crown Princess. Despite still feeling frustrated about her encounter with Count Valencia, Ania poured all her energy into dance practice. As her body moved to the rhythm of the music, she reminded herself to execute every move as perfectly as possible. The formalities of the ball were merely ceremonial, but the real challenge was the dance itself. Ania knew she had to present herself flawlessly at this debut. While the ceremony was just that, the dance was what worried Ania the most. Her dance instructor continually reminded her, "Crown Princess, pay attention to your right foot." No sooner had the words left her lips than Ania tripped, and her yelp echoed throughout the room, drawing the attention of everyone present, Crown Prince Blake, Melissa, and the instructor, who rushed over, concerned for her well-being. Although she sensed their care, being surrounded in such a situation made Ania want to disappear into the ground. She swallowed her feelings and tried to appear okay, even though inside, it felt like a turbulent sea was rising. After the practice ended due to her fall, Ania suddenly spotted a familiar sight, the black cat, Unhan. When she saw the cat approaching, she opened her arms wide and cheerfully called, "Come here, little kitty." She scooped the cat into her arms, cradling it and smiling brightly. "You saw me fall, didn't you?" she joked with the cat, while Unhan could only meow in response, wanting to remind her that she should have lifted her right foot first, but could only look at her helplessly. The more Ania talked to Unhan, the more she felt a sense of loss. "Maybe I really don't have a talent for dancing." While Ania wallowed in her sadness, Unhan's helpless meows became a source of encouragement in her ears. It was as if the cat was cheering her on, and she smiled, deciding to take this old cat out for a treat. The two made their way to the kitchen, where Unhan devoured his food as if he had been starving for ages. Watching the adorable scene of the cat eating, Ania couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Crown Prince Blake walked in, sweat still glistening on his forehead from his sword training. Upon seeing the cat, he immediately grimaced, his voice dripping with jealousy. "Why is it still here?" Ania cradled the cat and explained, "Your Highness, you shouldn't talk that way to a kitten. You should love animals too." Unable to contain himself, Crown Prince Blake sulked, "Why do you spend time with other males like this? I don't like it. You only need me." He even imitated the cat by saying meow, which made Ania smile encouragingly. "As long as you're my husband, I'll love them all." Unhan, resting in Ania's arms, could only feel exasperated. "I don't need rice water anymore. Just watching these two lovebirds is enough to fill me up." Suddenly, Ania had an idea. She looked at Crown Prince Blake with a gentle smile and a teasing tone. "Your Highness, I would like to ask for your help with something. Will you agree to assist me?" Crown Prince Blake nodded eagerly. "Anything my beloved wife asks, I'm more than willing to help." His sincerity made Ania laugh. "You agreed so quickly. What if I ask you something strange?" Blake responded with a bright smile, "That's no problem at all. As long as it's something my wife wants, I will agree to anything." Unhan stood beside them, pouting in exasperation, feeling like he was getting a full dose of their lovey-dovey behavior. Ania gently held Blake's hand, her eyes filled with emotion. "Then, Your Highness, will you help me practice dancing? I want my first dance to be with you." Blake froze for a moment at her request. With such an invitation from his wife, no matter how difficult it was, he was determined to help. Ania had originally planned to invite the prince to dance together once she had improved, but after 10 days of practice with little progress, she worried about stepping on his feet. However, Blake reassured her, "It's okay, even if you step on my feet, it won't hurt. Ania is like a fairy." Ania puffed her cheeks, shyly asking, "Am I really a fairy?" The prince continued to flatter her, "Yes, indeed. Ania is a fairy." They gazed at each other, their eyes filled with innocence and deep affection. Finally, Ania raised her small hand, placing it in Blake's, her excitement bubbling over as she asked, "Can we start now, Your Highness?" Suddenly, Blake blushed and looked down, feeling shy but still affirmed, "I'm not shy at all." Their hands slowly intertwined, and their steps began to synchronize as they entered the dance. However, their joy was short-lived. Just after they had taken 3 steps, Ania misstepped and accidentally trod on Blake's foot. Mortified, she turned pale and kept apologizing, almost to the point of tears. Maybe I'll never be able to dance." The prince patiently comforted her, "Take your time, this is your first time, after all." Ania felt flustered by his words. What do you mean by first time?" To avoid the awkward atmosphere, she shyly changed the subject. "I didn't expect you to dance so well. You've never learned how to dance, but you're so good at it." Prince Blake smiled softly, "I only watched you learn. Take your time, and you'll soon dance well." With the prince's encouragement, Ania was determined to start over. She carefully moved each step, showing improvement this time. The two of them blended into the rhythm of the dance, their small figures reflecting under the gentle moonlight, creating a sweet scene. As the night enveloped the sky, they stopped, sighing with relief after completing the tiring practice. Ania felt proud that she was finally close to mastering the dance thanks to Blake's patience and encouragement. Blake leaned against the balcony, his gaze gentle as he said, "Don't stress too much. His Majesty dances even better than I do. Everyone will surely be captivated by you." Hearing this, Ania smiled happily. Blake turned to gaze at the endless night sky, mumbling, "I want to see that scene, the scene where everyone falls in love with you." Ania understood his thoughts. She placed her warm hand on his, her eyes filled with hope, "You'll be there at the party when I come of age." Blake nodded in agreement, "That's right. I'll escort you then." Ania kept her sparkling smile, "I'll wait for that day." The next morning, Ania decided to impress the emperor by cooking a steaming pot of soup for him. She brought the dish over and said, "Father, guess what I cooked today?" The emperor looked at the strange soup, his face darkening as he joked, "You're quite bold, planning to assassinate me right before my eyes?" Ania laughed, replying, "Don't worry, father, this dish isn't poisonous." The emperor continued to tease, what kind of murderer would admit to their crimes, but he quickly picked up a spoon and tasted it. He savored the dish, praising its rich flavor, which made Ania delighted. "You liked the spicy rice rolls I made last time too," she said excitedly. The emperor laughed heartily and declared, "Even if this dish were poisonous, I'd still eat it." Ania thought to herself, he really is father-in-law of the year, always supporting the meals she cooked, no matter how unusual they might be. It seemed the emperor was growing fonder of Ania like a biological child. So much so that people joked that the prince was the stepchild, while Ania was the real child. When Ania seriously reminded him that he shouldn't eat anything poisonous, he nodded in agreement, mentioning Prince Blake. He sadly admitted that he was happy Blake didn't look down on him, even though he hadn't done anything for his son. Those words brought a somber atmosphere, as Blake was always the hidden pain for him. The emperor turned to Ania, reminding her to take care of not only the prince's health but also that of the empire. But just as he was taking on a parental tone, Ania quickly asked, "I heard from Colin that you stayed up all night, right?" The emperor immediately changed the subject, avoiding the reminder, and offered to reward Ania with a gift to thank her for the meal. When Ania refused, the emperor firmly announced that he would build her a greenhouse in the prince's palace. This made her feel deeply touched, as the current palace of the prince was quite old and no flowers bloomed in the winter anymore. The construction of this greenhouse was not just a gift, but also a reflection of the emperor's deep intentions. Ania recalled that the lake the emperor intended to fill in was also the place where she had previously fallen, leading to her being transported into this world. Ania tried to stop him, saying that such a mistake would not happen again. However, the emperor was resolute, firmly putting down his teacup and stating seriously, "I cannot allow the lake that once posed a danger to you to remain there." His decision was unwavering, leaving Ania with no choice but to smile weakly and keep her objections to herself, not daring to voice them in front of him. After the meeting, Ania excitedly recounted the story to the prince. Upon hearing it, Blake was just as thrilled. "Really? That's wonderful." Ania still felt a bit reluctant, so she asked the prince once more, "Is it really okay if we fill in that lake?" Seeing the prince's attitude, which was no different from the emperor's, he casually replied, "That's the lake where Ania fell. We should fill it in." Noticing Ania's persistent questioning, Blake felt like his ears were about to wear out. He closed the book he was reading and looked at her with a determined expression, just like the emperor. "I've wanted to fill it in for a long time." Seeing the prince's grandfatherly demeanor, Ania couldn't help but chuckle. She teased, "At times like this, Prince, you're just like the emperor. What crime has that lake committed for you both to keep blaming it?" However, thinking about the upcoming greenhouse, Ania felt very excited. The two of them secretly calculated that if they filled in that lake to build the greenhouse, it would surely be quite large. The prince eagerly asked her, "So, Ania, what kind of plants do you want to grow there?" As the daughter of the leaf and branch family, someone else might have answered that they wanted to plant exotic orchids or peonies. But a cooking enthusiast like Ania immediately thought of cabbage. The prince was completely puzzled by this strange name. Ania kindly explained, "It's a type of vegetable originating from the east. We can use it to make kimchi." The prince looked like he was about to be dazed by this point. "First cabbage, and now kimchi?" He asked, "What the heck is kimchi?" Ania reluctantly took on the role of a culinary tour guide. "It's my favorite dish. It's made from chili powder, so it's quite spicy. I don't think you would be able to eat it, Your Highness." A competitive little boy like Blake could hardly stand to lose face like this. He confidently pounded his chest and declared to Ania, "I can eat it." But Ania remained firm. "Now isn't the time. Wait until the prince is older to try it." Unexpectedly, the boy protested vehemently, "I'm clearly already grown up." "How grown up are you, little old man?" With limited height but limitless imagination, Ania couldn't help but pinch the prince's chubby cheeks when she saw his expression. "Our prince is so adorable. Truly, my husband is different." Being treated like a 3-year-old and pinched until his face turned red made Blake feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Ania changed the subject. "Do you have a favorite flower you'd like to plant there?" Blake immediately thought of roses and answered without a second thought. Ania skeptically asked, "Roses?" In response to her doubt, the prince smiled brightly. "I want to plant roses to give to Ania." It turned out that even though he was only 8 years old, the prince had quite an imaginative mind. Everyone knew that roses were symbols of love, and they were often used as gifts for proposals. However, when Ania heard Blake's words, her mood grew slightly heavy. She gently placed her hand on the table, gazing thoughtfully out the window, her mind filled with a jumble of ambiguous thoughts. She wondered if it would be all right to accept roses from the young prince. Time passed quickly, and another morning arrived. Today, the sky was unusually clear, with lazy clouds drifting by. Ania had just woken up from a long sleep. She sat up groggily, leaving the comfort of her bed. It seemed she wasn't fully awake yet, partly because today was the day of the banquet. The prince, sensing movement, also woke up immediately. Still dazed, he rubbed his eyes and looked at his wife. "Ania, are you leaving now?" Hearing the prince's adorably sleepy voice made Ania turn to him with a smile and reply, "Yes, your highness. But don't worry, I'll be back soon." The prince sitting next to her smiled back, giving her strength. "Do well, Ania." Prince Blake's smile made Ania feel a pang in her heart. He always smiled at her like that. How could she possibly resist the adorable face of the prince? Even though she was the only one to receive gifts from the emperor, the only one learning royal etiquette and dancing, and even the only one permitted by the emperor to attend social gatherings, Prince Blake always reserved the brightest smile for her. He didn't even forget to remind her, "Ania, have fun." Even though he was the one left alone in this cold palace, forever unable to step outside, the prince seemed to believe that Ania's happiness was his own happiness. This made Ania love him even more. After chatting with Prince Blake, Ania moved to the emperor's palace to prepare for the banquet. She was carefully attended to by the servants, who gracefully placed a soft pink bow in her shiny golden hair. It looked neither gaudy nor overly simplistic, but rather incredibly elegant. Each of Ania's nails was also meticulously groomed. Was there really nail art in this era? It truly was magical. A flurry of servants surrounded the princess, some brushed her hair, some tied the bow, and some filed her nails. They paid attention even to the finest details. After a flurry of activity, the servants finally produced a result that was quite satisfactory. Ania appeared in a chic pastel pink dress, accompanied by matching elegant jewelry. She looked just like a true princess. If Ania weren't already married, surely a lot of suitors would be chasing after her. The refined young woman turned around, smiled, and thanked them, saying, "Thank you all. I'm sorry for bothering you so early, I really feel bad about it." The servants were enchanted by the princess's friendly demeanor, blushing shyly as they hurried to respond, "It's our honor. You look absolutely stunning, princess. You will surely be the center of attention at this banquet." Hearing such high praise made Ania unable to suppress her delight. Who wouldn't be happy to be complimented? She slowly descended the spiral staircase, carefully ensuring that she wouldn't trip. The emperor was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up at Ania, who was approaching him slowly, looking resplendent and beautiful like a flower. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You look so beautiful, Ania." Seizing the opportunity, Ania flattered her father-in-law a little, saying, "You look very dignified and handsome too, father." The two of them looked at each other, sharing a very knowing smile. An outsider might think she was the emperor's biological daughter. Ania continued to flatter her solid support, teasingly adopting a dangerous tone. "Today I feel like there's something very different about you, father." Sure enough, her tone puzzled the emperor, who burst into laughter and replied, "That's perfection, my dear. I look splendid today, don't I?" Hearing her teasing, the emperor couldn't help but chuckle. He then extended his large, sturdy hand and said, "Let's go." Ania cooperatively placed her small hand in his. She thought to herself that perhaps the author should change the story's title from "Waiting to Become the Prince's Wife" to "One Day I Became the Biological Daughter of My Father-in-Law." What a twist of fate! Blake was staying as a guest in his own palace, while the little boy sat at home sulking and biting his nails. Meanwhile, his biological father and beloved wife were off hand in hand enjoying themselves. The banquet was about to begin, with the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling decorated in a mystical manner. Just as Ania and the emperor entered, the voice of the guards announced, "The emperor is entering. The princess consort is entering." Below, the crowd immediately bowed in respect, collectively calling out, "Long live the great son of the empire, His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the hope of the empire, Her Royal Highness the Princess Consort." The crowd of nobles below all bowed their heads before the two. It was Ansia's first time experiencing such a VIP welcome, and she wasn't quite accustomed to it. She scanned the crowd below, and it seemed that a certain gaze was fixed intently on her. Sure enough, it was none other than the infuriating male lead who kept clinging to her. As soon as he noticed Ansia's gaze landing on him, he smiled smugly. Seeing this guy's expression was enough to make Ansia shudder. What was he smiling about? It was truly irritating. She suddenly thought that if Richard wanted to be the main character, he should at least reach the caliber of His Majesty the Emperor, or at the very least be as adorable as her little bunny husband. Noticing Ansia's troubled expression, Emperor Tenstian asked with concern. "What are you thinking about that makes your face look so blank?" Unexpectedly, Ansia whispered for her father. The Emperor leaned down, curiously bringing his ear closer to her. Ansia softly replied, "In this place, you are the most handsome, father." The Emperor had heard Ansia's sweet flattery many times before, to the point that it could have made his ears go numb. But every time, he always smiled happily. His smile immediately caused a stir in the hall below, with everyone murmuring and glancing at each other in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Some even feared they might be seeing things. Seeing the nobles react as if they had seen a ghost, Ansia was puzzled. She didn't understand why just one smile from the Emperor could cause such a commotion. Surely, he must be very stern most days, to the point that even a smile could shake public opinion. But as soon as that smile faded, the Emperor's face returned to its cold, stern demeanor, as serious as a mountain of ice. The atmosphere immediately fell silent again. Ansia couldn't help but marvel. He truly was the powerful emperor ruling the empire, exuding a distinctly commanding presence. Soon after, the emperor solemnly announced the beginning of the ceremony. The nobles below expertly bowed, waiting for his command. The servants presented the emperor with a glass of wine, and he raised it high, proclaiming in a loud voice, "Today, I dedicate all my respect to the God of Light as well as to our people." Ansia sat to the side, watching her father-in-law perform a series of solemn rituals. Following this, he would invite her to dance, marking the official beginning of the ball. Ansia felt a bit sad, clutching her dress tightly, as she actually wanted to reserve the first dance for Blake. But it seemed she was being too childish. After concluding the ceremony in honor of the divine, the emperor continued. "Today, I plan to open the festivities with a dance with my beloved daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, my dancing skills have faded." Ansia didn't quite understand his words at first, but then the emperor went on. "Finally, I send this respect once again to the God of Light. And now, let us all enjoy this joyful celebration." As the emperor returned to his seat, Ansia couldn't help but feel puzzled, glancing at him with questions in her eyes. The emperor understood her thoughts and smiled gently. "I heard you want your first dance to be with Blake, right?" Ansia blushed as she admitted it and suddenly realized that this was why the emperor had given up his own dance. He grinned. "I will wait for a second opportunity from you." His words touched Ansia deeply. She looked at the emperor with gratitude and whispered, "Thank you, father." The emperor gently patted her head, as if to express an intimate affection. "It is I who should be thanking you." The emperor's warm hand made Ansia feel her heart soften. This scene caused the nobles below to feel as though they were witnessing a dramatic play. They never expected that the usually dignified emperor would display such tenderness today. Some even wondered if they were seeing things. While the crowd buzzed with conversation, Ansia leisurely chatted with the emperor, then stepped down from the podium to greet the nobles. This was her first party as the crown princess, and each person continuously praised her. Marquis Season was the first to speak, and Ansia politely thanked him in return, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I heard your son is the deputy commander of the swordsman battalion. Congratulations." After Marquis Season, it was Count Maricon. Ansia smiled and conversed with each person, maintaining a calm and respectful demeanor. Besides being cautious in her words and actions, there was one more thing she needed to do, memorize the names of all the nobles. Ania thought to herself that if she had studied as diligently as she was trying to remember these names before, she would have probably become a historian by now. Knowing the names of all the nobles was basic knowledge that the crown prince and crown princess needed to have, and Ania was ready to learn and fulfill her role at the party. Ania's first debut with the nobility became a significant challenge as she had to greet everyone on her own without any assistance. Ania told herself that this was enough for people to remember the crown princess. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a man with an unpleasant expression, Count Valencia, who was staring at her with a distinctly unfriendly look. He turned away and left, accompanied by a child. Ania quietly observed and realized that the girl was likely Diana, the female protagonist of the novel she had entered. Mixed feelings washed over her, and she reminded herself to stay strong. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared, Richard, the thick-skinned boy, beaming as he greeted Ania. "Crown Princess, it's been a while," he started, but Richard's presence only made Ania's mood plummet. She responded politely but coldly, trying to maintain her composure. However, Richard seemed oblivious to the atmosphere and added a stale compliment, "You're looking more beautiful every day." He then extended his hand and politely asked, "Crown Princess, may I be your first dance partner?" Ania immediately frowned, thinking to herself that the person who should be dancing with the crown princess for the first dance was the crown prince, not this thick-skinned guy. She crossed her arms and flatly refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, Richard, but I'm afraid that won't be possible." Her blunt rejection made the surrounding noblewomen unable to contain their amusement. They were enjoying the spectacle. Richard was undeterred, still smiling as he said to her, "Crown Princess, there's no need to be shy. If you don't know how to dance, I'm more than willing to help." Richard's confident words left Ania speechless, but she maintained her calm demeanor and bitterly replied, "I don't wish to dance with anyone less handsome than the crown prince." This was truly a fatal blow, causing Richard's face to darken, his anger boiling to the point that he gritted his teeth audibly. The noblewomen standing around burst into laughter, not holding back their teasing remarks. "Crown Princess, no one can compare to the crown prince in terms of charm." Ania simply smiled, while Richard's face turned an even deeper shade of anger, as if he wished for a hole to hide in to escape the humiliation. Ania thought to herself that perhaps her words had hurt Richard's pride, but at the same time, she didn't care much. The two turned their backs and went off in opposite directions, one feeling joyful and the other seething with rage, nearly foaming at the mouth. As the sunset gradually descended, the ceremony was coming to an end. Ania felt exhausted and quietly sought a corner to breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can breathe," she thought, but the surrounding space still felt unfamiliar, causing her some anxiety. Ania wondered what Blake was doing at that moment and if he missed her too. Just a few hours apart made her miss him dearly. She also couldn't help but think of her little bunny, wondering if the crown prince was crying for her. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock at the door, and a voice came from behind the curtain, "Can I come in?" Ania was surprised, not expecting anyone to want to enter. Upon realizing it was a girl's voice, she felt a bit suspicious. However, she cheerfully replied, "Yes, please come in." A girl wearing elegant moss green shoes stepped through the curtain. When Ania saw the girl, she couldn't hide her astonishment. It turned out to be Diana, the heroine of the novel she had entered. Diana smiled brightly and cheerfully called out, "Sister." Ania hadn't expected the heroine to appear at this moment, and she smiled back, greeting Diana by name. Diana flashed a sweet smile and complimented her, "You look amazing today. You look like an angel. How can someone leave such a deep impression on me?" The admiration in Diana's eyes warmed Ania's heart. In the storyline, Diana had always cherished Ania, but the favoritism of Count Valencia had torn the two sisters apart. Whenever Diana wanted to play with her sister, the Count would intervene and beat Ania, creating wounds that could never heal. Eventually, Ania couldn't bear the pressure and distanced herself from her sister, leaving Diana to live in torment until her death. The little girl had blamed herself for Ancia's death and lived in anguish until she left Count Valencia and willingly helped Blake, who was despised by everyone. But now, everything had changed. Ancia did not die, and Diana did not have to endure feelings of guilt in this life. Diana continued to gaze at her with admiration, praising, "You look wonderful." When you greeted everyone, it felt like all the misunderstandings in your heart had been resolved. Ancia smiled and thanked her sister, and they chatted happily in the twilight. Diana was very concerned about Ancia's health and felt warm when she learned that Ancia had fallen into the water. But their cheerful conversation was suddenly interrupted when Diana turned away and glanced around as if she were inspecting the area. With only the two of them left, Diana sneakily handed Ancia a gift box. "I got this for you," she said. Ancia carefully accepted the gift, unable to contain her curiosity. "What is this?" Diana cheerfully explained, "This is a warming stone made from ManWha flint. It can keep your body warm." She scratched her head in embarrassment and added, "I didn't get the chance to give it to you sooner. Winter has already passed." Seeing Diana's concern, Ancia waved her hand dismissively and replied, "You don't need to worry about me so much. I'm fully recovered now." Unexpectedly, Diana leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, Father won't find out. I secretly bought it with my own savings." Then, without giving Ancia a chance to refuse, she pressed the stone firmly into her hand, insisting, "You have to accept it." It had been a long time since anyone had shown Ancia such care, which filled her with happiness. She responded, "Thank you, Diana. I'll definitely use it." Suddenly, the little girl, who had been laughing just moments before, was on the verge of tears. She was overwhelmed with joy that her sister had accepted her gift and no longer seemed distant. That happiness brought tears to her eyes. Ancia gently offered a handkerchief to Diana. "Wipe your tears, Diana." Taking it, Diana wiped away the lingering drops from her eyes and said, "Thank you, but I could have used my own handkerchief. Even your handkerchief is so beautiful. Did His Highness give it to you?" Thinking about it, her smile grew even brighter. "I'm so glad to see that the relationship between you and His Highness is so strong." Ancia knew that Diana's smile came straight from the heart, even more adorable and beautiful than anything she'd read in novels. As the sun began to set behind the towering castle, the two sisters said their goodbyes. The ceremony ended, and finally content, Ancia climbed into the carriage to return to the Crown Prince's palace. She stepped gracefully from the carriage and was immediately greeted by the clear voice of young Blake, who came rushing over, hugging her tightly. Ancia relaxed, enjoying the embrace of the Crown Prince, and whispered softly to Blake, "I'm back, Your Highness." The boy, too, seemed to savor this moment. Then, excitedly, Ancia asked Blake to take a good look at her. "Your Highness, how do I look today?" The prince looked her over and began to praise her, "You look wonderful." They both laughed, and someone even smiled so broadly that their eyes crinkled with delight at her husband's compliment. After a refreshing bath, Ancia let out a sigh of relief. "At last, I can finally rest. I feel completely at ease." The prince, sitting nearby, curiously asked, "Ancia, did you enjoy yourself today? Did you dance? His Majesty is quite the dancer, isn't he?" Ancia eagerly shared her experiences from the party. "I was a little nervous, but it was truly enjoyable." As for dancing, she hesitated, then replied, "No, I didn't dance." Surprised, the prince asked, "Why not?" Ancia looked him in the eyes, full of sincerity, and gently said, "Because I want my first dance to be with you." Hearing this, the prince's smile widened as he moved closer to her. Still unaware of his intent, Ancia happily continued, explaining that His Majesty understood and respected her decision. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince's mood darkened. He gripped the bedsheet tightly and questioned her, "Ancia, you should have danced with His Majesty. I can't go to places like that." Despite her repeated attempts to comfort him, the prince knew he was cursed, unable to ever leave this place. Ancia gently held his tense hand and whispered, I've told you, Your Highness, you will be cured when you grow up. In her mind, she thought, I've already met someone who can break the curse for you. She's truly a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Lifting his hand, which was marked with unsettling patterns, she continued, Your Highness, please promise me one thing. Prince Blake, a little confused, didn't understand why she wanted him to make a promise. Ania's request was simple. After the curse was lifted, he had to give her his first dance. The prince knew that day was far off, perhaps it would never come. But he still promised, of course. Who else would I dance with but you, Ania? Hearing his reassurance, Ania smiled with satisfaction. But the prince still felt uneasy. He held Ania's hand tightly, quietly voicing his innermost fears. Her words of comfort reassured him, Don't worry, the curse will surely be broken soon. Yet what truly troubled the prince wasn't the curse itself, but the fear that Ania might leave him one day. He was terrified that she would disappear without saying goodbye. The very thought brought tears to his eyes, spilling over like rain. Ania tried to comfort the distressed Prince Blake with soothing words. Your Highness, where would I even go? Why worry so much? However, her reassurance only seemed to make Blake more anxious. He stepped closer, tears streaming down his face, and pleaded, Ania, please don't leave me. You're all I have. I'll do anything you want, just please don't abandon me. Ania felt her heart clench at his pain. She held Blake, gently whispering, Please, don't cry. The prince leaned against her shoulder, but his voice remained desperate. Promise me you'll never leave me. Ania felt a pang of guilt and hesitation as she wrestled with her own thoughts. The promise was simple to say, but it felt as difficult as telling a lie. But with Blake's continued pleas, she eventually nodded, though reluctantly. All right, Your Highness, I promise. I'll never leave you. Despite her words, Ania's heart held another plan. She knew that she needed to protect him from unnecessary pain and shield him from those who sought to manipulate him. If she could encourage a bond between Blake and Diana, his curse might be broken. And if Richard, who harbored schemes around Diana, truly intended to take advantage of her, Ania was determined to disrupt his plans before her departure. In the days that followed, Ania devised ways to bring Blake and Diana together, hoping to foster their connection. She sent an invitation to Diana to visit the palace and informed Blake of her arrival. Yet Blake showed no excitement, responding coldly. Ania observed him quietly, reminding herself to put in every effort to create the right conditions for their love to bloom. Adjusting his collar, she smiled encouragingly, You'll be all right soon. Although she knew it would be challenging, Ania believed she was doing what was necessary for Blake's future. While this encounter between the two came sooner than in the original story, she hoped that this early encouragement would help them form a lasting bond. Ania and Crown Prince Blake waited at the palace entrance for Diana's carriage to arrive. When Diana stepped down, dressed in a radiant green gown, she immediately ran to Ania, embracing her tightly. Like a little bird, she chirped with excitement, expressing her happiness at seeing her sister again. Sister, I'm so happy you thought of me. I was too excited to sleep. You look so beautiful today. Ania gently nudged her and reminded, First, you should greet His Highness the Crown Prince. Diana, blushing with embarrassment for forgetting her manners, turned and greeted Blake. He responded with a courteous smile, which filled Ania with relief, happy to see them getting along. Everything seemed to be progressing as she had hoped. Excusing herself under the pretense of needing to meet the Emperor, Ania quietly slipped away, entrusting Diana to Blake's care. Blake readily agreed, promising to take good care of Ania's dear little sister. As she left, Ania reassured herself that this was a necessary step to free Blake from his curse. Later, in the palace library, Ania tried to pass the time by reading, but her mind kept drifting back to Blake and Diana. She wondered if they would truly connect as they did in the novel, or if there could be another way to break the curse. Although Diana was the only one known to have the power to lift it, the idea of Blake falling for her, leaving Ania, or even seeking a divorce stirred an unexpected wave of jealousy within her. Despite knowing that her marriage to Blake was a political alliance and could easily be dissolved, the thought of him happily finding new love made her uncomfortable. Ania bit her lip, chiding herself, "You can't be selfish, Ania. The person meant to be by Blake's side is Diana, the true heroine. That's the best you can do for him." Resting her chin on her hand, she wondered if there was anything she herself could do to help Blake. She noticed that all the books she had chosen were about light magic. A faint glimmer of hope flickered within her. Maybe, just maybe, she could learn this magic and find a way to lift Blake's curse herself. Ania quietly returned to her room, balancing a hefty stack of books. She thought to herself that if she managed to read through all of them, she could probably pass the entrance exams to Harvard. Along the way, she couldn't help but wonder how things were progressing between Blake and Diana. But as soon as she reached her room, loud bickering greeted her from the other side of the door. Standing outside, Ania was surprised to hear such heated arguing between Blake and Diana. She opened the door to find Blake looking at her with a face of innocent exasperation, lamenting, "She keeps saying all these nonsensical things." Diana, not one to back down, was red-faced and furious, snapping, "You're the unreasonable one." Ania sighed, looking from one to the other, and tried to stay calm. "What happened? Both of you, explain yourselves, one at a time." But neither wanted to yield, and they soon launched into a spirited debate about their love for Ania. Diana declared loudly, "I love her the most because she's my sister." Blake, on the other hand, proudly announced, "Ania is the one I love most in the world, she's my wife." Ania could only sigh, half wishing she could disappear with some kind of magic spell. She hadn't expected to get caught in such an adorable, if ridiculous, rivalry. But seeing both Blake and Diana, each showing their love for her in their own way, made her laugh despite herself. Later, in the kitchen, Ania busied herself making a fragrant bean soup. Suddenly, Blake appeared behind her, wrapping his arms around her gently. "Are you making soybean soup?" "It smells delicious," he said, his eyes bright with anticipation. Ania giggled, "So, you still remember this soup from the first time you tasted it?" Blake replied playfully, "Of course. My wife's soybean soup is the best there is." Ania smiled, brushing off his flattery, and reminded him, "Hurry and eat up. You still have sword training to do." Out on the grassy field behind the palace, Ania, Blake, and Diana sat chatting together, laughing like a small family. Despite the chaos that ensued whenever Blake and Diana were together, with Blake constantly grumbling that "my sister-in-law doesn't act like a sister-in-law" and Diana running up to Blake whenever she spotted him to argue about who Ania loved more, Ania felt a deep warmth. Time flew by as fast as a dog running across a field. It had already been 2 years since Ania set foot in the palace. The bickering between Blake and Diana hadn't come to an end, and they kept squabbling over who Ania loved more. Blake proudly beat his chest, declaring himself Ania's husband, but Diana never let it slide. She teased her brother-in-law, "You two haven't even kissed, so how can you call yourself her husband?" This made Blake's face flush bright red, but he couldn't argue back. Ania watched from a distance, feeling that her husband was almost on the verge of tears, so she stepped in to make peace. She gently adjusted Blake's collar and reminded him that it was time for training. Seeing her tending to him, Blake responded with a loving tone, "Of course, my dear." Diana stood by, wide-eyed, but she seemed to have grown used to this public display of affection by now. She pouted but didn't give up, challenging Blake to a race to the training grounds. The two quickly dove into a new competition, once again bickering about who would reach the goal first. Ania stood from afar, letting out a sigh of resignation. Her close maid, Melissa, chuckled quietly and remarked, "They're getting along really well today, aren't they?" Ania glanced over at Blake and Diana, wondering if the two could ever grow closer than just friends. Over the past 2 years, Ania had reflected a lot on her own feelings, and now she realized she truly wanted to be by Blake's side, to live happily together in this palace with those she held dear. Her father-in-law, her sister like Diana, and good friends like Melissa, Han, and Eden all made her life more meaningful. However, Ania also understood how fragile this happiness was. If Blake's curse couldn't be lifted, everything might fall apart. If the day came when Blake reached adulthood and she still hadn't found a way to break the curse, Ania knew she would have to quietly leave it all behind. She looked up at the vast blue sky, silently determined that before Blake came of age, she would find a way to lift the curse. With a fiery determination in her heart, Ania turned to Melissa and said, "Let's go to the Emperor's quarters." In the distance, the massive glasshouse towering over the lake had come into view. Ania's visit to the Emperor wasn't just a gesture of respect, it was also a step in presenting her plan to free Blake from his curse. Within the palace's serene halls, her resolute voice echoed. "The Crown Prince's curse will be lifted. The heir of the Bayan bloodline has the power to break this curse using light magic. When the two open their hearts to each other, the curse will vanish on its own." Yet, seeing the Emperor's skeptical expression, Ania realized that convincing him wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, she remained calm, determined to find a way to gain his trust. Later, in the prince's quarters, Ania cautiously asked Blake, "If one day you met someone with light magic, would you want to marry them?" As steadfast as ever, Prince Blake took her hand and replied, "I've already said, the only person I want is you." Before Ania could protest, he held her hand firmly, his gaze unwavering yet gentle. "If breaking the curse means losing you, then I'd rather live with the curse forever." Ania was stunned by Blake's determination and heartfelt sincerity. 2 years had passed, and in that time, the prince's residence had transformed in many ways. The lake was now filled in, replaced by a glasshouse teeming with greenery and flowers, along with a spacious training room and an expansive cabbage field. The palace was no longer just a symbol of power, it had become a place of peace, romance, and laughter. Ania herself had become a noblewoman of the empire, beloved daughter-in-law of Emperor Tenstian. She spent her days caring for both Blake and Diana, the two endearing yet stubborn children who had become her world. She was also gradually learning to manage royal affairs, a responsibility once designated to the Empress, a position Emperor Tenstian had never shown any intent to fill again. The Emperor had granted Ania her own residence, Sepia Palace, along with an office on the 3rd floor of the main palace. This floor was not only her workplace but also a treasure trove of ancient books on light magic and curses, all part of her ongoing efforts to find a way to release Blake from the curse that had haunted him for so long. Each day, she silently studied, turning page after page of ancient texts in forgotten languages, clinging to the hope that one day she would uncover the way to break the curse. This place had become her private research rose-touri, shared only with Emperor Tenstian, her secret ally in unraveling the mysteries that bound Blake. Ania continued her diligent pursuit of ancient texts, despite the complex characters that could easily make anyone dizzy. But fueled by her determination and love, she steadfastly searched for any clues that might help free Blake from the curse. Suddenly, her gaze froze, an unusual expression crossing her face as she uncovered something significant. According to an ancient record, 1,000 years ago, this land was known as the Kingdom of Zelkan, but it had been destroyed by Philip. The Asteric Empire subsequently emerged, and with it, the ancient language of Zelkan gradually faded into obscurity. Even the priests could not fully decipher this language. The ancient records revealed a horrifying truth: Richard, a scheming and powerful figure, had used ancient dark magic to deceive Emperor Tenstian. While rumors circulated about magic that could transfer from one person to another, Emperor Tenstian had fallen into Richard's trap, facing the cruel curse. With boundless love for Blake, the Emperor sacrificed himself, hoping to save his son from pain. Ania shuddered at the recollection of that tragedy. She reminded herself that she must prevent history from repeating itself and find a way to protect everyone from the tragic fate of this story. With a sigh, Ania contemplated how to deal with Duke Kazal and Richard, the formidable foes about to act. She knew that if she revealed her ability to understand the ancient language, Richard would surely change his plans. Suddenly, a faint noise from the door startled Ania, making her alert. Her gaze turned toward the source of the sound, only to see Emperor Tenstian standing behind the door. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled in welcome. The Emperor smiled gently, his warm voice calling her name, melting Ania's heart. "Today," Ania teasingly remarked, "you seem very happy today, father." The Emperor, seemingly accustomed to her playful demeanor, replied softly, "You're lying." Ania giggled in protest, "No, I'm telling the truth. Everyone says you're the first love of so many noblewomen in the empire." Hearing the flattering remark, the Emperor quickly denied it. "Those are just baseless rumors, don't believe them." He then silently raked his fingers through his hair to regain his composure, prompting Ania to burst into laughter. During her years as the Emperor's daughter-in-law, Ania had come to understand him better than anyone else. Though he appeared stern, the Emperor always concealed his bashfulness. Changing the subject, he looked at the painting on the wall and asked, "Are you admiring this painting?" Ania nodded in admission. "Are you here to admire it too?" But the Emperor denied it. "I came to see you." Ania looked up in surprise and whispered, "I heard that important guests have arrived." "Is it?" The Emperor casually replied, "There is no one more important than you." Though his expression remained unchanged, Ania could sense the sincerity in the Emperor's words. Emperor Tenstian looked at Ania with eyes full of love, as if she were his own daughter. She smiled, accepting that affection, feeling as though there was no distance between them. In fact, everyone in the palace had long believed Ania was the Emperor's daughter due to the bond they shared, resembling a father-daughter relationship. The main purpose of the Emperor's visit today was to encourage Ania to find a way to break the curse as soon as possible, but he also reminded her to know her limits. "I know you haven't slept in days. You should rest, or your body won't be able to handle it," he advised kindly. However, Ania firmly refused, her voice strong. "I enjoy doing this, so I'm not tired at all." The Emperor would not relent, his tone warm yet resolute. "No matter how much you enjoy it, you should take a little break." Unexpectedly, Ania shot back, "You're the one who needs to rest. You stayed up all night again, didn't you?" "I can tell." The Emperor was taken aback, but instead of arguing, he gently ruffled Ania's hair and said softly, "If you overwork yourself, there will be unpleasant consequences. Both Blake and I will worry about you." His words left Ania momentarily speechless, and she could only respond obediently. "I understand, father," she replied softly. Elsewhere, in the training yard of the palace, Blake and Diana were engaged in their practice. The warm sunlight bathed the clear blue sky, creating a beautiful backdrop for the intense sword-fighting match between the two. Blake, the stubborn brother-in-law, faced off against Diana, the headstrong sister-in-law. Their swords clashed, neither willing to yield, and the duel dragged on endlessly. Blake gritted his teeth, determined not to let Diana gain the upper hand, while Diana fought back just as fiercely. Suddenly, Diana lunged at Blake, forcing him to step back to evade her. Victory seemed to tilt in Diana's favor, but at that moment, Blake roared, regaining his spirit and launching a fierce counterattack. They continued to battle evenly until both were exhausted, lying sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. Once they had calmed down, Diana suddenly asked, "Your Highness, why haven't you said anything from the beginning? Is it because I'm a girl, so you're going easy on me?" Blake replied honestly, "No. The reason is that you are Ania's sister." He then countered with a question of his own, "What about you? Why did you stop when you were so close to defeating me?" Diana smiled and replied, "What does it matter? I couldn't bear to hurt my brother-in-law." This statement made Blake chuckle. Ania, who had previously been the one teasing them playfully, could now only watch as they shared a genuine bond like true siblings. Lying on the grass, Blake asked Diana a surprising question, "Why do you want to become a knight so much?" Diana gazed off into the distance, raising her small, calloused hand, which had grown rough from sword training, to the sunlight and softly said, "Only then can I become stronger." Blake patiently inquired, "So why do you want to be stronger?" Diana looked up at the high sky, where her desires for freedom and strength intertwined, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. Diana fell silent for a moment, then clenched her fists and revealed the reason behind her desire for strength. Only when I become stronger can I protect my sister from danger. Her voice was filled with determination, and her eyes sparkled with resolve. Blake couldn't help but praise her. Ania is so lucky to have a sister like you. Inside, however, a twinge of disappointment stirred within him as he often felt like a burden to Ania. He believed that Diana would be the one to protect her well. Blake gazed up at the deep blue sky, his expression somber as if contemplating a distant journey. He spoke to Diana in a grave tone, "If I die, please protect Ania in my place." Hearing these words, Diana shot up in anger, scolding him fiercely. "What nonsense are you saying? Never mention that again. Do you know how much Ania loves you? Don't talk about dying. If you die, she will be devastated." Blake remained silent, but his eyes were still resolute. "But the curse still lingers." "I can't do anything else," he replied. Diana, full of fire, exclaimed as if she wanted to shout at the prince, "The curse will eventually be broken. If you keep talking like that, I won't let you rest. We must work together to protect her." Diana's words served as a source of encouragement. Blake, though still uncertain, silently nodded in agreement. Diana stood up, sword in hand, and said earnestly, "Let's swear as knights." Blake looked at her serious demeanor, his previously distracted gaze now filled with determination. He stood, took the sword, and made a vow alongside Diana. She smiled in satisfaction, reinforcing the strength of that promise. They exchanged looks of trust, knowing they would fight for those they loved. As night fell, Ania quietly watched Blake sleeping peacefully on the bed. The curse remained, showing no signs of waning even after 2 years. She didn't understand why the curse still lingered despite their hard work. However, looking at Blake's serene face while he slept, Ania smiled to herself, thinking, "He must be so tired today." Gently, she brushed Blake's hair aside, inadvertently causing him to stir awake. Startled, Ania asked, "Did I wake you?" Blake smiled, still half asleep, and replied softly, "No, I'm very happy." He took her small hand in his, now much larger than hers, and pulled it to his cheek, his voice playful yet gentle, "Your hands are so warm. With Ania by my side, I'm sure I'll dream sweet dreams." Suddenly, he jolted awake, his face briefly showing panic. Ania worriedly inquired, but Blake couldn't recall anything except that it felt like a very sad dream. Ania gently reminded him, "Next time, if you dream of anything, please tell me." Blake smiled reassuringly, "Everything is fine now because I have you with me." Seeing the tiredness in Blake's eyes, Ania understood that he was very sleepy. She softly patted his shoulder and whispered, "Good night, baby." Suddenly, Blake's eyes widened in indignation, all traces of sleep vanished. He sat up, protesting, "I am not a baby." Ania still didn't understand why the boy had this attitude. She casually replied, but in her eyes, he was always a cute little prince with a gloomy expression. He looked at her with confusion. Seeing the prince's sulky face, Ania finally understood the issue. It seemed that kids didn't like being called little darling. And this seemed to be quite common in this world too. So she had to compromise. "All right then, let's go to sleep again, my little husband." But the prince still struggled and refused. "I'm not little at all," he protested, but Ania calmly replied, "Yes, you are still small." Although she knew perfectly well what the prince wanted, she couldn't overly praise him. The prince noticed that his wife was no longer trying to comfort him and was teasing him instead, which only made him angrier. Seeing the prince's frustrated expression made Ania even more perplexed. "Sister, don't hurt his pride anymore. Last time you didn't see your husband as a man, and now you see him as a little darling. How could he not be upset?" The next morning, in the sunny garden, a gentle breeze carried the fluttering leaves. The prince still couldn't shake off the anger from yesterday. He sulked and hid in a corner of the garden to measure his height, muttering, "Just wait and see, one day I will be much taller than you, don't you dare mock me." Just then, Ania came by and called out, "Your Highness, come on, it's time for a meal." She expected to see someone with a sulky face saying, "No, I don't want to eat anything." What's up with that? Wanting to grow tall but refusing to eat? With that kind of logic, it's no wonder his wife calls him a little kid. But Ania still hadn't noticed his sulky demeanor. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong, are you feeling sick?" The prince sighed and complained, "I've eaten so much, yet I haven't grown at all, my height hasn't changed." So what's the point of eating? Ania tried to comfort him. Everything takes time, you need to be patient. She propped her chin on her hand, thinking that he must be very concerned about what she said the night before. But as far as she remembered, the original story never mentioned that Blake was short, did it? Although Blake was a bit shorter than the main character Richard, who was about 1.8 meters tall in the original story, Blake wasn't that much shorter either. He was probably just not at the age to grow yet. She took his hand and coaxed him. Your Highness, I've finished cooking. Don't you want to eat the food I made? Indeed, with just one tactic, this little rabbit had completely forgotten about what had just happened. He perked up and asked, Ania cooked? Seeing his excited expression, Ania couldn't help but laugh as well. The two of them held hands and cheerfully made their way back to the palace. At the Valencia estate, Diana was still diligently practicing with her sword. She looked very serious as she followed each stance, but she still seemed dissatisfied with what she had just done. Diana looked at the wooden sword in her hands, thinking, I still haven't mastered it. Eden had told her that she needed to practice her left hand much more. So she encouraged herself, I have to practice again to get more used to it. Unexpectedly, at that moment, she heard some strange movement behind her. It turned out that the one who had suddenly entered the room was Count Valencia. Seeing her father suddenly enter, Diana was so startled that she broke into a sweat. Count Valencia looked at her with anger, his voice tense as he asked, What are you doing? Diana panicked and denied it. It's nothing, father, but the wooden sword she had hidden behind her back seemed to betray her. A cunning man like Count Valencia could easily see through this unusual behavior. His eyes were filled with danger, and his expression darkened. He stormed over and grabbed Diana, demanding, Then what the hell is that in your hand? Looking at the sword lying on the ground, Count Valencia began his reprimand. I've told you countless times not to touch that wooden sword again. What if you get hurt? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That girl Ania keeps ignoring me, and because of that, I've become a laughingstock in noble circles. He recalled Duke Cassius's proposal and held on to hope. If Diana could marry the Duke and become a true Duchess, he could erase all the previous mockery. Count Valencia looked at Diana with fury. Diana, is it because you don't want to become a perfect woman that you refuse to listen to your father? Tell me what happened at the prince's palace today, and you better not hide anything from me. Be honest and spill it all out. He spoke in a threatening tone, and at that moment, Count Valencia was far from the kind father image he had tried to maintain. Diana was so scared her face turned pale. She stammered, Why do you want to know about that? Unlike the tense atmosphere at the Valencia estate, the atmosphere in the prince's palace was warm. The prince was marveling at the delicious dishes on the table. The table was filled with all sorts of new and exciting foods that fascinated him. The enticing aroma wafted through the air as he picked up a piece of bean sprout to examine, though it seemed he had never seen this before. What is this? It looks like a one-eyed monster. Ania, stepping into her role as the culinary ambassador, began to explain, This is called bean sprout soup. It's made from bean sprouts. I cooked this using the bean sprouts we harvested. His Majesty brought the seeds to me from an eastern country. Those round seeds will grow long like this. If you eat them, you'll grow as fast as these bean sprouts. Blake, still innocent, asked in confusion, Really? Hearing this made the little boy instantly excited. So what if it looked like a monster? If it meant he could grow quickly, he would eat anything. With that strong determination, he slowly brought the bean sprout piece to his mouth, looking resigned. It seemed that Ania's cooking skills had been criticized by someone. Ania sat beside him, eagerly waiting. How does it taste? The prince candidly explained, Its tail feels like hair. It makes my tongue feel all ticklish. It doesn't have any sweet or salty flavor. Ania burst into laughter at this honest review. That's exactly how it tastes. That's what makes it appealing. Even though he didn't particularly like it, the prince obediently swallowed it without spitting it out. If he were to spit out food made by his wife now, it would be a story for sure, showing how foolish he looked. Ania wondered if he even understood what he was saying. Ania beamed at the prince. "You should try the soup too." Seeing this, the prince reached out to take a spoon, scooping a small ladle of soup, and with an expression of great reluctance and fear, he reluctantly brought the sip of soup to his lips to taste. Anyone who didn't know might have thought there was poison in the soup. But suddenly, the prince's expression changed completely. His face lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow! This is so good." Seeing the results of her hard cooking being praised by the little boy, Ania puffed up with pride, and the family atmosphere became much warmer. Just let him criticize it now, and they would know each other well. From inside the room, their laughter echoed out. Ania kept reminding him that bean sprout soup was very nutritious and to make sure to eat all of it, not just slurp the soup. In response, the young prince nodded eagerly, but over here, Diana was not feeling so cheerful. She walked heavily, her mood very poor. Perhaps the conversation with Count Valencia earlier had made her very sad. Diana's eyelids drooped, hiding her exhaustion, as she walked alone down the quiet corridor. She told herself that she couldn't do this. The sky had gradually turned to night, enveloping everything in darkness, which made the atmosphere around the Valencia estate even gloomier. Looking at the reflective crystal neatly placed on the table, Count Valencia shouted, "Diana, why did you bring the reflective crystal home?" Facing her father's fury, she tried to respond calmly, because it was broken. Count Valencia, still not satisfied, continued to question her. Was there anything suspicious happening at the prince's palace? Diana remained composed as she replied, "No, father." Count Valencia glared at her, asking again, "What's the progress on breaking the prince's curse?" No matter how much her father pressed, Diana kept her face determinedly silent. She persisted in saying, "I don't know." The more he heard, the angrier Count Valencia became. He slammed the table and continued to rant. Today the eldest son of the Duke announced his engagement to the daughter of the Marquis. Count Valencia, furious, stood up and stormed directly toward Diana, his face twisted with hatred. He scolded, "You're not as smart or beautiful as Ania. You can't even stand at the center of the noble class. Moreover, you don't obey your father." Diana looked deeply pained, unable to refute her father's wild accusations. Count Valencia's gaze suddenly fell upon the wooden sword, and he shot a sly look at it. Then, immediately, he picked up the wooden sword and questioned Diana, "Why haven't you thrown that away? Are you keeping it to provoke me?" Unexpectedly, the girl lunged forward to seize the wooden sword. She could endure her father's insults, but this was something she could not lose. Therefore, Diana desperately pleaded with Count Valencia, "Please, father, give it back to me." But the strength of a frail girl like her was no match for a middle-aged man like Count Valencia. He immediately grabbed Diana's arm, quickly noticing something unusual. He stared in shock at her hand, becoming even angrier. "What happened to your hand? What is wrong with your hands?" No one would think this was the hand of a noblewoman. The calluses on Diana's hands only drove Count Valencia further into a frenzy. Who would marry a girl who couldn't even take care of her own hands? Diana was now scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. She was old enough to understand that her father's words were not out of concern for her. He was furious because he feared that her value would diminish in this arranged marriage. At that moment, a thought ignited in her mind. She was not a beautiful piece of jewelry. Gathering all her courage, she said to Count Valencia, "Father, I don't want to get married anymore." But her words were like adding fuel to the fire. Count Valencia was so shocked that he stammered, "What did you say?" Diana stood tall in the face of her father's rage, resolutely declaring, "I will become a knight. I will join the Knight Academy next year." Count Valencia seethed, grinding his teeth, "A knight? How can a girl like you become a knight? Are you telling me that you will do the same thing that commoners and lowly nobles do?" Diana stood her ground even more, responding, "That's just a misconception of yours. The commander of the 3rd Night Squad, Countess Salnon, is also a woman." He dismissed this outright, sneering, "She looks more like an old woman." Do you want to become a rough woman like her? Diana confidently stated to Count Valencia, yes, I will become a royal knight to protect my sister. Therefore, I hope you will stop planning to force me into marriage. A sudden slap struck Diana's face, leaving it swollen. Diana herself couldn't believe that her once kind father had turned into someone completely different. Trembling, she looked at him, still in disbelief at what had just happened. Before Diana could say anything more, Count Valencia threatened her, if you dare say such things again, I will teach you a lesson. Diana's carriage slowly approached the prince's palace. Just a few nights had passed, and winter had already arrived. In Diana's hand was another reflective crystal ball. She looked down at it helplessly, her face filled with sorrow. The girl shivered, recalling the chaotic and haunting memories of the previous day. Her legs were marked with the welts from the recent beating. Count Valencia kept cursing, this is all for your and your family's benefit. So don't repeat that nonsense about wanting to be a knight. Saying that, he threatened her, tomorrow is your last chance. If you haven't placed the reflective crystal ball in the right spot by then, I will immediately betroth you to the family of Duke Kogal. Diana felt utterly unwilling. She didn't want to become her father's pawn and do things that went against her conscience. Clenching her dress tightly in her hands, she intended to tell Ania about this, but ultimately decided against it. Her sister couldn't even achieve her dream life and was being forced into marrying the cursed prince. She had already suffered enough, Diana couldn't trouble her any further. I will take the punishment, even if it's difficult. She has never asked me for help, and it's all my fault. So, let me bear the consequences alone. I won't drag Ania into this, she thought, carrying this tangled web of emotions as she sat in the carriage. The carriage was slowly approaching the gates of the prince's palace. Meanwhile, Ania stood by the large window, watching the first snowflakes of the season fall. She couldn't help but exclaim, the first snow is falling again. Is it already mid-October? Time flies so fast. Before you know it, Christmas will be here. Suddenly, something caught Ania's attention. She tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes focusing on Diana. Normally so lively, today the girl seemed pensive, her face somber, her gaze distant. Ania immediately grew suspicious. Diana looked lifeless today. The girl didn't even notice her sister's gaze fixed on her as she stared blankly into space, her face pale. Perhaps Diana hadn't slept well the previous night. Unable to hold back any longer, Ania walked over and asked worriedly, Diana, is something wrong? If you can, tell me. I'll help you solve it. Startled, Diana forced a smile, trying to appear fine. But deep down, she felt as if tears were close to spilling out. Nothing, sister, she replied, trying her best to act normal. Seeing this unusual behavior, Ania grew even more suspicious. She gently asked again, are you really okay? Is something so difficult that you can't share it with me? To avoid making her sister worry, Diana took a deep breath, trying to regain her spirit, doing her best to act her usual mischievous self. I'm really okay, sister. I just want to go out and play in the snow. Come play snowball fight with me and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, however, wasn't thrilled, turning away and saying, I don't want to play. But there was no escaping Diana's playful nature. She started teasing him, afraid of the cold, huh? I knew it. Blake, proud as ever, couldn't bear to be underestimated by his little sister-in-law. Fired up, he joined in for the snowball fight. But no sooner had he begun than he took a large snowball straight to the forehead. Diana laughed heartily from the sidelines. Oh, your highness. You look just like a snowman now. And with that, the two kids started their usual play, one chasing, the other running, their laughter ringing out across the grounds. Meanwhile, Ania and Melissa watched from the window. Seeing their joyful play, Ania couldn't help but feel nostalgic. She touched the snow with her bare hand, remembering the carefree days of her youth. Seeing the Crown Princess smile, Melissa suggested, you should go out and play with His Highness and Lady Diana. Ania immediately declined. I'll pass. This game isn't for me. Seeing how quickly Ania refused, Melissa gently reminded her, it's good to uphold your dignity, but today is the first snow of the season. You should set your burdens aside and just enjoy it. In truth, Ania wasn't overly concerned with appearances. She just didn't like touching snow, cleaning it up was tiresome, and it left her hands freezing. Hearing this, Melissa chuckled. Ania looked at her in confusion. Is it that funny? Melissa replied, it's just that sometimes, I feel like the crown princess is my age, a grown-up like me. Who would want to be called old? Seeing Ania's mildly offended look was enough to make Melissa's day. Finally, with Melissa's constant urging, Ania reluctantly agreed to go outside and join the two children. Under the snowy white sky, the three small figures played joyfully, their laughter echoing through the palace. When the fun finally ended, they all returned inside. Seeing Diana drenched, Ania gently reminded her, Diana, you should go take a bath. Your clothes are all wet from playing in the snow, aren't they? At this, Diana jumped and quickly refused, no need, sister. I'll bathe when I get home. I'm really strong, you know, ever since I was born. Noticing Diana's soaked shoes and her slightly trembling legs, Ania grew suspicious. Are your feet hurting? Diana, caught off guard, denied it, not at all. But there was no hiding anything from Ania. She had even noticed Diana's cheek was a little swollen, and she'd stumbled a few times during the snowball fight. Determined, Ania pressed for the truth. Be honest. Tell me what's really going on. Diana continued to insist, I'm really fine. Then, without warning, Ania stepped closer, gently wrapping her own warm hands around Diana's freezing ones, her gaze caring and direct. I'd be very sad if you kept lying to me. Seeing the resolve in Ania's eyes, Diana finally began to open up, hesitantly at first. Overwhelmed, her eyes filled with tears before she broke down completely, sobbing louder and louder as she let out all the pain and frustration she had been holding back. Ania wrapped her arms around the girl, comforting her with a gentle embrace. In her sister's warm hold, Diana finally felt the full extent of Ania's love and reassurance as she shared everything on her heart. Ania was still in shock, unable to believe it. She scolded Diana, why didn't you tell me the truth? You should have let me know from the start. The reason Diana was afraid to share her troubles was her worry that if she did, Ania might distance herself and not want to see her anymore. Ania looked at Diana with compassion in her eyes, saying gently, why would I ever want to avoid you? You've done nothing wrong. Still hesitant, Diana asked, you really don't hate me? In truth, Ania cared deeply for Diana. Her little sister's kind heart made her so lovable. In Ania's heart, there was no reason to dislike her. Ania took Diana's hand gently, her voice warm as she said, I don't hate you, Diana. Diana looked at her sister in surprise, not expecting such a direct reassurance. At this, her eyes began to well up again, and she quickly wiped away the tears, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank you, Diana whispered. Seeing Diana finally happy again, Ania felt at ease. She didn't want her little sister to carry such a load of worries alone. The atmosphere in the room grew warm and comforting. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and only the flickering candlelight illuminated the room with a soft glow. Silence filled the space as everyone seemed to have drifted off to sleep. Diana had already nestled into her warm blanket and fallen asleep without realizing it, leaving Ania the only one still awake, unable to fall asleep. She sat quietly, watching her sister. Ania truly cherished this little sister of hers and admired Diana's lively and kind nature. Though she could never forgive Count Valencia, she didn't want to let those feelings affect her view of young Diana, who, in the end, was just a victim herself. What Ania hadn't expected was the cruelty of Count Valencia. She used to think that he truly loved Diana, believing he would never treat her as harshly as he had treated Ania. But it turned out to be nothing but a facade. Count Valencia didn't love any of his children, that monster favored Diana only because he thought she might bring him benefits in the future. In truth, Count Valencia was selfish, his deepest affection was reserved for himself. Seeing the bruises on Diana's small, pale legs, Ania felt her heart ache even more. He had struck Diana with a leather whip and even forced her to perform heavy labor. Just the thought of it made Ania's face flush with anger. She thought to herself, a piece of trash like him deserves to be thrown out with the garbage. At that moment, a soft noise broke the silence. The door to the room slowly opened, and someone stepped inside. It was none other than Prince Blake. He quietly called Ania's name. Normally, the two would bicker constantly, but tonight, Blake seemed unusually concerned about his sister-in-law. He asked, "Ania, is Diana asleep?" Ania replied in a low voice, "Yes, she's sleeping soundly now." After some thought, Ania made a decision. She would stay with Diana tonight. After all, her little sister had just endured a major shock, both physically and emotionally. So she hesitantly asked the prince's opinion. Surprisingly, the prince, who usually insisted on being close to her, immediately agreed, "All right, go ahead. Don't worry about me." Ania still felt torn. Her eyes revealed her hesitation, as Diana needed her presence more than ever, yet she knew that without her, Blake might also struggle to sleep peacefully. Weighing her options, Ania wondered if there was a way to be there for both of them. She could sleep in the middle, with Diana and Blake on either side. Blake noticed her worried expression immediately. He gently took her hand, his voice soft and comforting, "This isn't your fault, Ania. Don't blame yourself." At her lowest, his reassuring words felt like a tremendous source of strength. She smiled warmly at him and promised, "You're right, I won't blame myself. Don't worry about me, Your Highness. Now, please go and get some rest." A few days passed, and today the palace was unusually chaotic. The harsh, shrill voice of Count Valencia echoed throughout the hallways, "Get out of my way, all of you." Despite his loud demands, the guards stood firm, blocking his path as they sternly replied, "You are not permitted to enter." Count Valencia's face twisted in fury, unable to mask the murderous intent in his eyes as he shouted back, "Do you have any idea who I am? I shouldn't have to introduce myself, I am the father of the crown princess." But the guards maintained their stance, firmly replying, "The prince has ordered that Count Valencia is not allowed to enter." Unable to believe what he was hearing, Count Valencia asked, shaken, "The prince you speak of, is it the crown prince?" Hearing that name, he paled. He had assumed this was solely Ania's doing and hadn't expected the order to come from the prince, a person he dared not confront. Questions swirled in his mind, especially why that monster was getting involved. Count Valencia, undeterred, continued to demand entrance. "I've come to take my daughter home. Move aside." As he grew increasingly impatient, he pushed against the guards in an attempt to force his way in. But the strength of an aging man was no match for the royal guards. He was quickly restrained. The guards warned him, "If you continue this behavior, we won't show mercy." At that moment, a commanding voice cut through the tension, "What is all this noise?" The source was none other than Prince Blake himself. With his appearance, silence fell over the scene. The guards bowed respectfully, "Your Highness." Count Valencia, however, was still fixated on entering, but now he found himself facing the prince, who was resolute and unyielding. Blake ordered, "Take Count Valencia to the conservatory." In the palace's grand conservatory, a place where many historic events had taken place, only Blake and Count Valencia remained. Blake casually lifted a steaming cup of tea and took a sip, appearing relaxed. Across from him, Count Valencia scrutinized his son-in-law. Although Blake was his own son-in-law, this was the first time they had met face-to-face since the wedding. Valencia recalled Blake as a dark, withdrawn child, but his demeanor now was utterly different. Blake's cold, merciless gaze met Valencia's, sending chills down the Count's spine. He felt as though his heart were suspended by a thread. For the first time, A man who had spent half a lifetime wielding power and cruelty felt genuine fear before the young man he had once dismissed. Blake looked up at him, his gaze cold and filled with a deadly calm. Count Valencia felt his heart pounding erratically, as if suspended by a thread. It shocked him to realize that, after all his years, he could actually feel fear toward a young man he had once dismissed as insignificant. Unable to bear Valencia's arrogance any longer, Blake set down his teacup, and Valencia got straight to the point. "Diana is waiting for me. I'm here simply to take her home." But Blake paid no mind to his words, responding indifferently, "Diana is sleeping. From now on, she will live in the Crown Prince's palace." Count Valencia was stunned to hear this and immediately assumed Diana had betrayed him. Struggling to hide his fury, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Your Highness, perhaps she's told you something absurd? I worry for her. She has a troublesome habit of lying, which has strained our relationship." He began weaving a story, claiming he had only disciplined Diana because of her desire to become the crown princess. Blake saw through the Count's excuses and coldly asked, "So, you've treated my wife the same way you treated Diana, haven't you?" Though Blake could see the Count's hypocrisy, Valencia continued his defense, insisting that everything he had done was out of love for his daughter. Blake's patience wore thin as he placed his teacup down firmly and asked, "It's just a misunderstanding?" The Count nodded in agreement, then suddenly turned and said, "Your Highness, surely you know that time isn't on your side. If you can't stay by Ancia's side, wouldn't it be wise to pass power to our family? Ancia needs status to avoid scorn." At these words, Blake couldn't contain his revulsion. He curled his lip in a bitter smile and, with loathing in his eyes, sneered, "How disgusting." The Count recoiled, his face draining of color. Blake spoke slowly, "I am not going to die." A shiver ran down Valencia's spine, and suspicions flared in his mind. Could it be that Blake had broken the curse? But Blake quickly crushed that hope, vowing he had promised Ancia he would live. "Even so," he declared with finality, "even if I were to die, Ancia would never return to that house." Count Valencia laughed smugly, believing he still had the upper hand, convinced that Ancia had no choice but to come back. But Blake only watched him with a piercing gaze, then said slowly, "Are you wondering why a monster like me might seem so confident?" The prince's words left the Count frozen in place, his face a mix of shame and fear. Blake stepped closer, his voice icily calm. "Count, it seems you're quite interested in my curse, aren't you?" Count Valencia hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, "And no, it's not like that," but before he could finish, Blake suddenly grabbed his arm, causing him to flinch. With a fiery gaze, Blake said, "Then I'm sure you've heard the rumors, that the curse the goddess cast is said to be like an infectious disease, able to spread from one person to another." The Count's face turned pale with terror. Trembling, he stammered, That's just a baseless rumor." Yet deep down, unease began gnawing at him. Blake's lips twisted in a knowing smirk, and his eyes gleamed with a strange power that seemed to pull Valencia into its depths. Suddenly, a mysterious light enveloped them, causing Valencia to cry out in pain as he staggered to the floor, intricate curse-like patterns appearing on his skin. Blake stood over him and coldly warned, "Stay away from Ancia. Don't let me see you again." With that, he turned and left, leaving Count Valencia trembling on the floor, almost collapsing in fear. At last, peace returned to the palace. As sunlight streamed into the room, Diana began to stir. Ancia sat beside her sister, gently stroking her hair, relieved that Diana had slept through the disturbing events. Thinking of Blake, Ancia allowed herself a small, soft smile before leaving her sister's side to return to her husband. When she entered their room, she saw Blake, his face tinged with fatigue. But as soon as he noticed her, he offered a warm smile, his eyes bright and gentle, so different from the look he'd given Count Valencia. "Your Highness, did you stay up all night?" she asked with concern. Blake chuckled, trying to brush it off. "No, of course not. I just couldn't sleep." Suddenly, he held out a rose, looking a bit sheepish. "Here, this is for you." I went to the conservatory yesterday and saw the roses in bloom. I thought you might like one. Ancia's face lit up in surprise, a sweet smile spreading across her lips. Thank you, Your Highness. It's beautiful. She reached out to take the rose, but just then, Blake stumbled, his vision darkening as he collapsed. Ancia rushed to catch him, alarmed. Your Highness, are you all right? He gave her a faint smile, trying to reassure her. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. But Ancia, still worried, started to get up to fetch the royal physician. Blake gently held her hand and murmured weakly, no need, just stay here with me. Seeing Blake so vulnerable, Ancia could only stay by his side, helpless. The room fell into an unusual silence, filled with a quiet, unspoken understanding between them. On the large bed, two children held hands, creating a peaceful scene. Ancia awoke with a strange pang in her heart, as if she had just emerged from a nightmare she couldn't quite remember. Just then, a familiar, innocent voice called her name. It was Blake, smiling gently at her, as though his presence alone could soothe the lingering worries from the previous day. Ancia gently stroked his cheek and asked, Did you sleep well? Blake smiled playfully, Yes, very well. Noticing that his face was still flushed, Ancia asked curiously, Your fever's gone down, so why are you still red? Blake, looking bashful, teased, It's because you keep touching my face. His sweet joke made Ancia chuckle as she thought to herself, Oh, my husband is so adorable. To her surprise, Blake moved closer, guiding her arm around his neck, and softly whispered, I never said I didn't like it when you touch me. Ancia blushed, feeling a noticeable change in Blake's newfound boldness. After the incident with Count Valencia, the Emperor had him sent to a small island in the south, near the chaotic valley. In truth, it was a disguised exile, as the place was practically a living nightmare. Rumor had it that Count Valencia had gone mad, yet even if this were true, the Emperor showed no intention of reversing his decision. Since then, Diana had moved into the Crown Prince's palace to prepare for the academy entrance exams. Seeing her sister hard at work, Ancia brought her tea, kindly checking in on her. Diana looked up, pleading, Sister, I'm so hungry. Can I study and drink the tea you made at the same time? Though her logic was a bit odd, Ancia simply smiled, finding her little sister's affectionate antics endearing. Ancia gently reminded her, Don't push yourself too hard, there's always next year. But Diana was determined, even refusing a special recommendation letter. Ancia watched her sister with pride, offering her full support. When the exam results came in, Diana ranked 9th. Ancia congratulated her enthusiastically, but Diana seemed downcast. It was only later that Ancia discovered her sister's sadness stemmed from the thought of being separated from her once she started at the academy. After promising Diana that they would always be together, Ancia was surprised when her sister seriously linked their pinkies, making her chuckle gently. Though uncertain about what the future held, Ancia had faith that they would reunite. However, putting all that aside, the New Year festival was approaching, and the palace was more vibrant than ever, adorned in brilliant shades of red. Thoughts raced through Ancia's mind. According to the story she knew, this was the year Emperor Tenstian would fall into Richard's trap and lose his life, leaving Blake to fend off dangerous enemies alone. But as the Crown Princess, Ancia would not let that happen easily. She resolved to find a way to change the plot to protect those she loved. The festival was lively, and as Ancia, the Emperor, and Blake entered the banquet hall, the audience fell silent to respectfully greet them. The party began, filled with laughter as people rose and danced. Ancia felt at ease watching the performances. Suddenly, Richard's voice broke through the festivities as he approached Ancia with a scheming smile, Aren't you going to dance today? Ancia replied coolly, wanting to avoid any entanglement, but Richard continued to provoke her, suggesting that she was declining because she couldn't dance well. Just then, Diana appeared, loudly defending her sister, My sister dances beautifully, don't speak nonsense. Richard flinched at her words but responded mockingly, deriding Diana as a rude little lady. Diana ignored his taunts, taking Ancia's hand and leading her away. The two sisters chatted happily as they walked off, leaving Richard standing in the corner with a frustrated expression. Under the sunset in the vibrant red rose garden, Ancia and Diana continued their cheerful conversation. Diana, wearing uncomfortable high heels, complained about her sore feet and vowed never to wear such shoes again. Seeing her sister so strong and spirited made Ancia laugh, although she found it strange to compare Diana now to the fragile female lead in the original story. She decided to ask about Richard, but Diana bluntly replied that she did not like him, finding him bothersome and his boastful habits quite annoying. Ancia felt relieved knowing that her sister was not attracted to him like the original plot suggested. As night fell, the palace glowed with lights. Ancia settled into a chair next to the emperor, surprised that the banquet had lasted until after midnight. Emperor Tenstian noticed her return and gently inquired about her well-being, subtly suggesting that she could go rest if she felt tired. However, with a mischievous glint in her eye, Ancia proposed that they share a drink. The emperor chuckled lightly, appearing somewhat reluctant, but ultimately agreed and led her to a high balcony where they could see the splendor of the palace below. Ancia stood in awe of the shimmering and enchanting view illuminated by the lights. Meanwhile, Emperor Tenstian quietly swirled the glass of wine in his hand, seemingly lost in old memories. He mentioned Blake, recounting how, as a child, he would often hide there while playing hide and seek. The story cast a somber mood over Ancia. Suddenly, she suggested that the emperor visit the crown prince's palace as a New Year's gift, believing that Blake would be very happy if he came. Emperor Tenstian sighed, his eyes briefly filled with sadness, declining the suggestion because he feared that even a small mistake could put Blake in danger and cause him pain. But Ancia was not ready to give up. She spoke to him with conviction, "You are being too cautious. I will definitely find a way to break the curse on His Highness. As long as I am alive, no one can harm the crown prince." The emperor remained hesitant, gazing intently at the deep red wine, his expression revealing his uncertainty. Ancia pressed on, "Moreover, father, I want to remind you that there is no dark magic in this world that can transfer a goddess's curse from one person to another. I'm not sure where you heard that, but please don't believe it. And you must be careful of the Castle family, especially Richard Cassius." Emperor Tenstian listened to Ancia's lengthy yet caring words and couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself that a small kitten like Blake could hardly do anything against him, yet Ancia couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. She knew that the emperor was not easily deceived, but the original story had shown how he fell into Richard's trap. One day, Blake's condition would suddenly worsen, and the door to darkness would swing open again. To fulfill his duty, the emperor would have to seal that door himself, but using the power of light could threaten Blake's life. Ultimately, he would have to risk using dark magic, a very dangerous choice that could cost him his life. The thought sent a shiver down Ancia's spine. She looked at the emperor with determination, affirming that he was capable and would surely break the curse. The emperor pondered for a long while before gently ruffling Ancia's hair, reassuring her that he would not act recklessly because there were two people he needed to protect. Those words warmed Ancia's heart, making her feel as if she had a wonderful father in this world, despite the original host having endured such terrible experiences. Ancia vowed to do her utmost to prevent the tragic fate that awaited the emperor. As spring gradually replaced the cold winter, it was also time for Diana to head to the academy. She looked earnestly at Blake, reminding him that he was the only one she could trust to protect her sister. The prince nodded with determination, promising to take care of Ancia. After a moment of emotional sentimentality, they began to bicker about who loved whom more, bringing a humorous atmosphere back to the moment. Ultimately, Ancia intervened, urging Diana to set off quickly before it was too late for her enrollment. When Diana was about to leave, Ancia accompanied her for a short distance. She looked back at Blake with lingering affection, and although she felt reluctant to part with her sister, she smiled and wished her a safe journey. The two sisters stepped into the carriage while the prince watched the vehicle roll away from the palace. The atmosphere in the carriage was quiet, only the sound of the wheels clattering. In that moment of separation, both held private thoughts in their hearts. Suddenly, Diana gently handed Ania a small box. "Sister, please keep this," she said. Ania asked with suspicion, "What is this?" Diana hesitated for a moment before explaining that it contained the documents and keys to the Count's estate, which their father had given her before leaving, reminding her that he would be divorcing. Ania was taken aback by this unexpected situation, firmly refusing, "I can't accept this." But Diana wouldn't give her a chance to decline. She held Ania's hand tightly, emphasizing that their family was on the brink of collapse, yet thanks to Ania's mother, they had managed to hold on until now. "This property rightfully belongs to you," Diana insisted. Reluctantly, Ania accepted the box, but her heart was still heavy as she looked at Diana. "Thank you, little sister." Diana burst into laughter at Ania's serious demeanor. "Why are you so tense?" "I'm just giving back to you what belongs to you," she said cheerfully. At that moment, the academy loomed in the distance among the dense trees. Diana excitedly peered out the window, exclaiming, "Sister, I think we're almost there." Sure enough, moments later, they arrived. Diana pretended to be gallant, helping Ania out of the carriage and acting like a true knight. Ania's face was a mixture of shock and awe at the scene before her, a long line of tall knights playing trumpets to welcome them. The enrollment ceremony was being held with great pomp, the music resounding with majesty. Diana, exuding confidence, stepped into the ranks of the new students, looking so mature and different from her childish self around Ania. Sitting in the stands, Ania couldn't help but exclaim, "Our Diana is truly the coolest." Before saying goodbye, the sisters shared a lingering look. Diana raised her hand in a knightly salute, "Sister, I'm off." Then she got sentimental again, saying, "I really can't leave you behind. If there's a fly buzzing around you, you must tell me, and I'll swat it away." Ania smiled reassuringly at her little sister, saying, "You don't have to worry. Just remember to write to me often. Go now, it's getting late." Diana turned back one last time to wave goodbye to her sister. Finally, the sisters officially parted ways, this farewell stretching on for 5 long years. Ania forced a smile as she watched Diana's strong silhouette gradually fade into the crowd of students. She glanced down at the box that Diana had entrusted to her, gripping it tightly. She would do her best to take care of it. What Ania wanted most now was to return to the palace, where someone was always waiting for her. On her way back, as night fell, Ania arrived at the prince's palace. Although he couldn't go outside, Prince Blake could watch the recordings of Diana that Ania had captured. Both he and Eden watched intently, praising Diana's impressive appearance. However, the prince lamented that he wanted to see footage of Diana from the ceremony. He turned to Ania, asking regretfully, "Why isn't there any footage of me?" Ania could only chuckle and shake her head, "It wasn't my enrollment ceremony." Just then, Han, who stood nearby, eagerly announced, "No worries. I recorded everything. Not just one, but dozens of recording stones." Han proudly declared, "I captured images of the princess and the top knights, it's worth watching over and over." Ania was perplexed as to why he had recorded such things. It turned out that the request for Han came from the emperor himself. Hearing that made Ania feel uneasy, and she chuckled nervously, "Oh father, why would you waste precious recording stones on such trivial things?" No matter how many times she thought about it, Ania couldn't understand why the emperor ordered Han to capture these moments. Melissa, standing nearby, smiled widely and remarked, "Surely that's a gift from His Majesty." Seeing her little husband so excited, Ania couldn't help but feel cheerful as well. Thankfully, her little bunny husband really loved these gifts. In 2 years, who's the bunny and who's the wolf will still be a mystery. Ania thought to herself. The Bayan family was descended from Lawanan, a great god of light who, alongside Philip, had founded the Asteric Empire. The goddess of light had grown angry when Philip betrayed her, sealing away the power of light throughout the continent. The strength of the light descendants had weakened to the point where no one could recognize who among them was truly a descendant of light. Nonetheless, this was still an ancient family of light, and Ania held on to great hope for the legacies left behind by the Bayan family, believing there might be some clues that could help her find a way to lift the curse on Prince Blake. Even if it was just a faint hope, Ania was determined to try. She gently caressed the key to the family estate that Diana had entrusted to her before heading off to school. She silently speculated that the library of the Bayan family must contain many books about curses or light magic. That was precisely why she had come here. As the carriage entered the estate, Ania gazed at the towering house, deserted and still amidst the shadows of the trees, a stark contrast to its once prosperous lineage. "Let's hurry inside," Ania urged Melissa with determination. Together, they stepped into the abandoned mansion. Ania skillfully opened the heavy wooden door, revealing the room filled with books, the former study of Count Valencia. She looked around and couldn't help but judge. Compared to the standards of a family with such a grand history, the number of books here was woefully inadequate. She noticed a few books on light magic on the shelves, but they were pristine, showing no signs of having been read. It seems they didn't gather anything from the library of the Bayan family, Ania thought to herself. Deciding to head to the main archive, she hoped to find something more useful there. Ania used the key Diana had given her to unlock the archive. With a heavy creak, Melissa pulled the door open, and Ania couldn't hide her anticipation. Surely there must be something of value in here. As the light flickered on, the dark room suddenly sparkled and shimmered, reflecting the glimmer of jewelry and gold. Ania was taken aback. The archive was nothing like she had imagined. It was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, but not a single book in sight. Even the mirrors were made of gold, accompanied by expensive jewelry boxes. Ania sighed in disappointment. Don't even mention lifting a curse. There's not even any material about the airs or light magic here. No wonder this family has fallen into ruin. Seeing that there was nothing to be gained, Melissa suggested, "Your Highness, maybe we should just head back?" The carriage rattled along the main road. Today's trip had truly not gone well at all. Ania sat in the carriage, dejected, her gaze lost in the distant scenery. She was forced to return to a place filled with nothing but terrifying memories, only to leave empty-handed. Ania closed her eyes, exhaustion overwhelming her as terrifying memories from that mansion flooded her mind. The harsh insults and curses from Count Valencia. "Both you and your mother should just die. I get furious just looking at your face." It was hard to tell if the nauseating memories were the cause of her discomfort or if it was the motion sickness from the carriage, but her face turned pale. Feeling helpless, she pressed her hand against her mouth. Noticing her distress, Melissa quickly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Ania showed no signs of improvement, Melissa hurriedly brought the carriage to a stop, and they both stepped down onto a lush green patch of grass. Ania was so weak that she had to lean on Melissa for support, looking drained of all vitality. Seeing this, Melissa grew increasingly worried and fumbled, suggesting, "Your Highness, should I call for the royal physician?" But Ania didn't want to cause any trouble. She shook her head in refusal. "I'm fine, I just have a bit of motion sickness. I just need to stand here and get some fresh air." Gazing at the vast green field before her, with the sun casting a gentle glow and the breeze rustling through the leaves, everything seemed to work to soothe Ania's troubled soul. Although she wasn't the original Ania, every time the past of the original owner resurfaced in some way, she felt an immense weight, as if someone were squeezing her heart. After regaining her composure, Ania decided to return to the prince's palace with Melissa. However, her gaze suddenly caught sight of something that made her gasp in surprise: a young man standing in front of a tree full of flowers. The figure was so familiar that she could instantly recognize him. It was Richard, the male lead from the novel. Ania curiously followed Richard's every move. Today, his expression was melancholic, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. She silently speculated, could it be that today is the day that changed Richard's life forever? His eyes were filled with so much emotion, hidden beneath a facade of nonchalance. What kind of person was he really? As a person who had crossed into this story, Ania was well aware of the plot. Richard's mother was a Roman slave. The Romans had once ruled the eastern continent thousands of years ago, and they were the aristocrats who dominated the Zelkan Empire. Yet these people were lost in luxury and indulgence, ruling over others through oppression and exploitation. The goddess of light was furious at the cruelty of the Roman Empire, so she bestowed power upon Philip to drive them away. When the Zelkan Empire fell, a new empire was founded by Philip. The Roman Empire crumbled due to its brutal policies of slavery. Even now, thousands of years later, they were still despised by the world. While his wife was pregnant, Duke Castle had an affair with a beautiful slave girl, and from that union, Richard was born. Initially, he was raised as a slave, but eventually, Duke Castle came to believe that Richard was his own child. Thanks to Richard's innate intelligence, he was ultimately recognized by Duke Castle as his illegitimate son. Richard was overjoyed by this recognition, and after trying even harder, Duke Castle promised to acknowledge his commoner mother as well. However, that happiness didn't last long. Richard's mother began to cough continuously in their dilapidated room, her condition worsening. Richard, filled with worry, asked anxiously, "Mother, are you all right? I'll go ask the Duke to call the physician." But his mother weakly stopped him, saying, "It's fine, dear. I'm okay. Don't bother him." Despite having to obey his mother's wishes, Richard felt frustrated. He clenched his fists, but ultimately, out of love for his mother, he sought out Duke Cassius. He sincerely pleaded with the Duke, "Your Grace, my mother is sick. Please let me call the physician to check on her. I promise I'll study even harder." Duke Castle showed no anger at the request. He coldly asked, "Is that woman ill? I hope she's not suffering from Tassin disease." At that time, Richard was too young to understand what that illness was. He was about to ask when the Duke turned his chair away and coldly ordered Richard to leave. Clenching his fists in frustration, Richard had no choice but to comply with the Duke's orders. Sadly, Richard's mother's fate did not improve. She passed away, not from a disease, but at the Duke's command, she was dragged out and killed. Thus, Richard's mother was buried beneath layers of earth, and Richard's fate was no better. That child lost his beloved mother in just one night. He called out for her in despair, but all that answered him was the suffocating silence of the night, just like Richard's bleak future. Until Richard was confirmed to have no connection to Tassin, the door to the warehouse remained tightly shut. Finally, it swung open. Richard was eager to uncover the truth behind his mother's death at the Duke's hands. Thus, once he was released, he immediately headed to the Duke's library to read about the Tassin disease mentioned by Duke Cassius. Tassin was a plague originating from the Romans, highly infectious and often fatal. Symptoms included bleeding in multiple areas, dark bruises, and a terrifying appearance that made the afflicted look like descendants of the curse. Thus, it was also known as the second curse, inflicted by the goddess of light. The more Richard read about it, the more he became convinced that his mother had never suffered from Tassin. Whenever any Roman contracted the illness, people would attribute it to Tassin and attempt to kill them. This was why Richard's mother had no choice but to endure her suffering in silence. He recalled his mother's frail instructions not to tell anyone about her illness, yet he had naively approached the Duke, pleading for help. Richard agonized over the realization that his momentary foolishness had cost him his mother's life. After that day, Richard changed completely. He swore before his mother's grave that he would take revenge on Duke Castle and everyone in that family. He would gradually strip them of everything they held dear and ensure they met a terrible death they could never anticipate. When that day came, the throne would belong to him. All those who had once looked down on him for his lowly status would have to kneel at Richard's feet, venerating him as the great light of this empire. Ania couldn't understand what compelled her to approach Richard. So she walked over to greet him. "Long time no see, Duke." Richard had regained his usual dignified demeanor. "I didn't expect to see you here, but I'm glad to meet you." Ania seemed indifferent to his polite words, her gaze fixed on the vibrant red flowering tree before her. She thought to herself, "So this is it, this is the tree." It was a simple, unassuming tree, yet its blossoms were extraordinarily beautiful. Noticing Ania's fixation on the tree, Richard explained in as normal a tone as possible, "This is a grave marker for a Roman woman who was buried here." Ania was taken aback by Richard's calm statement. She was surprised to hear him mention Roman so casually. As far as she remembered, Richard had never discussed this with Diana. She gently probed, was she someone you knew? To her surprise, Richard simply replied, no. I've just heard that she had treason. Despite hearing this, Ania walked over to the flowering tree and quickly stopped, taking out her handkerchief to tie it around one of the frail branches in an elegant form. Richard was taken aback by her strange action and instinctively stopped her. What are you doing? Ania didn't look at him, still trying to shape the handkerchief on the branch. I heard this is a Roman mourning ritual. Richard was even more bewildered. You're paying respects to a Roman? Ania, undeterred by his astonishment, replied, am I not allowed to? Richard remained adamant in stopping her. Rarely did he show such vulnerability. Don't you know what treason is? You're being too careless. With a racing heart and a sense of urgency, Richard's demeanor shifted, and Ania replied softly, we can't be sure if it's treason or not. I've heard that many Romans were killed merely because they were suspected of having this vile disease. If it truly were treason, then the bacteria would have been eradicated long ago. Richard appeared to lose his usual composure, looking at her with alarm. The goddess's curse can be transmitted to others. Ania was still focused on tying the handkerchief, struggling to secure it properly. She calmly responded, I don't believe that. The gentle breezes of the area seemed to loosen the tension within her. Just as she reached for the handkerchief, intending to tighten it a bit more, Richard suddenly rushed over and grasped her hand tightly. He looked at her with disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend her actions. Everyone around is saying that you see yourself as a goddess, forgiving a monster. Are you enjoying those words? Are you really that foolish? Ania was taken aback by Richard's unusual attitude. This was the first time she had seen him lose his composure. It took her 3 seconds to gather her thoughts, then she brushed his hand away and looked him straight in the eye. I've never thought of myself as someone so forgiving. I just dislike such vague fears. Richard still didn't grasp the fear she was referring to. Ania turned to adjust the handkerchief on the tree, continuing, it's indeed important to remain vigilant, but I don't want to be bound by such vague fears, only to disregard and hurt others because of them. By the time she finished her sentence, she had successfully tied the handkerchief in accordance with the ancient Roman ritual. Richard stood frozen, seemingly trying to digest her philosophy. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. You truly are an interesting and unique girl. That's a classic line from romantic leads, Ania replied, noticing his playful demeanor. She then admonished him seriously, Sir, aren't you too old to be learning basic etiquette? Richard was quick-witted. Do you want me to call you Your Highness, the Crown Princess? In the face of his teasing words, Ania maintained her serious demeanor, responding, It's not about whether I want it or not, it's about your obligation to address me properly according to common decency. Richard had reverted to his usual self, the pitiful demeanor from before was gone. He chuckled, I'll remember that. Ania wasn't finished yet. She continued her lecture, also, you must apologize for your disrespectful words about the Crown Prince. You referred to him as a monster, and I require you to remember that you are Blake Lalusilan, the Crown Prince of this empire. Richard said nothing in response, his deep red gaze remained fixed on her. If everything developed according to the original narrative, Richard's wicked actions would soon commence. In the original story, Richard had exploited many people, even sacrificing their lives to become emperor. However, the story had diverged significantly from the original plot. Somehow, Ania felt that this hopeless plan could still be altered. Returning to the present, Richard replied quietly, I know that. Who in this empire doesn't know that truth? Before departing, Ania turned back to Richard, offering a few final words. I'm glad to hear you say that, Lord Cassius. You are a talented man. If you know how to use your talents correctly, all blessings and glory will come to you soon. The Castle family is filled with greedy and useless individuals, making it easy for Richard to take over without resorting to underhanded tactics. If you are content with your title as Duke and do not harbor greed, then everyone will be happy. Ania's well-meaning words, however, were not well received by Richard. He replied with a playful smirk, blessing? Does that mean you will be by my side? Ania rolled her eyes in frustration. The title of Crown Princess was often referred to as the blessing of the empire, and Richard was clearly playing word games with her. Not wanting to argue any further, Ania turned to leave, saying, "You really should go back to studying the basics of etiquette. I've spent too much time here already, and I must be going." As she walked away, Richard called out after her, "I genuinely look forward to our next meeting." He then stood there, laughing to himself like a madman, likely concocting some dirty scheme in his mind. Ania quickly made her way back to the carriage. She instructed the servant, "Hurry back to the palace." She mentally noted that she had been out longer than she had intended. "I need to return to the palace soon to see my little husband." With that hope in her heart, it felt as if the carriage was moving faster. At that moment, Ania was unaware that at the flower tree, the wind continued to blow, carrying the petals through the air, while her handkerchief remained tied to the tree, a tribute to the bitter fate of the woman buried there. Richard's face no longer bore the sorrow from earlier. In front of this grave, he didn't need to wear a disguise. Was this the first time his mother received a gift? "I will visit you again next year." He whispered a farewell, bowing before his mother's grave. Emperor Tenstian always tried to agree with everything Ania requested, no matter how challenging it was. He could give her anything she desired, and if she wanted to learn something, he would immediately find a master in that field to teach her. Living up to Emperor Tenstian's expectations, Ania studied diligently and even passed on everything she learned to Blake in the Grand Hall. Ania's bright and clear voice filled the air as she taught him, her enthusiasm radiating throughout the room. "Your Highness, 1,000 years ago, in the Zelkan Empire, education was reserved solely for the nobility. Books at that time were extremely expensive because they were made from animal skins. The Crown Prince had 1,001 questions he wanted her to answer, and Ania didn't mind at all. She explained everything in great detail. When the Zelkan Empire fell and the Asteric Empire emerged, the Romans began a movement to revive Zelkan. This revival was led by the 5th Prince of the Old Empire, and everything became increasingly brutal afterward. They targeted Emperor Philip and even burned down the Tlos Palace." As she spoke, an odd feeling surged within Ania. It was an uncomfortable sensation that gnawed at her, as if she were falling into a deep pit. In her memories, there was only the color red of raging flames. In that fiery chaos, a woman stood at the center, screaming frantically, "Is it you? You're the one who set the fire, aren't you? How could you do something so terrible? Open the door, hurry." Strange sounds and images echoed in Ania's mind, making her feel increasingly unsettled. She clutched her head, trying to suppress the memories flooding back, but they only intensified, spiraling her into a whirlwind of confusion and fear. "What is happening to me?" she murmured, struggling to anchor herself in the present as the haunting visions threatened to consume her. The prince noticed and immediately asked with concern, "Ania, what's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ania tried to regain her composure and softly reassured him, "Prince, I'm fine, I'm just thinking about a few things." But Blake remained worried about her. "Are you really okay?" It seemed that Ania was genuinely all right, and she redirected Blake back to their studies. Although the palace had been completely burned down, Emperor Philip was still safe. Laskell had anticipated that this movement would fail, so he had burned everything written in the Zelkan language. At that time, Laskell had told his factions that all knowledge and history of this land belonged to the old Roma. If the Zelkan Empire disappeared, its knowledge in this world would vanish as well. Conversely, if the Zelkan Empire ruled the world again, that knowledge would be restored. Ania was still diligently teaching, but when she turned to look at the prince, she was alarmed. The prince seemed to be in great pain, his whole body trembling. Yet no matter how Ania asked, he forced a smile and reassured her, "It's nothing, I'm still fine." Blake always insisted that he was fine, but it was clear that he was in pain. There was no way he could be as okay as he claimed. Thus, Ania took the opportunity to end the lesson. "It's getting late, let's stop here." She even suggested that the prince take a break from their sword training the next day. However, the prince declined. "You already skipped a lesson yesterday, but at this rate, even practicing swordplay is beyond me." Ania still wanted him to rest a little. So, she gently sat on the bed and then patted the spot next to her. "Come here, prince, lie down and rest a bit. You must be very tired after studying so much." The prince hesitated, criticizing how small the bed was, but he couldn't refuse the enthusiastic invitation from his wife. Blake's fingers tightened around the hem of his pants, and he blushed as he finally mustered the courage to say the main reason, "But this is Ansia's bed." Hearing that, Ania burst out laughing. "What does that have to do with anything?" Saying this, she pulled the prince toward her bed. "If you refuse the invitation like this, your wife will get angry." Blake, though embarrassed, couldn't do anything else. On that little bed, the two of them were tangled up together like vines. Ania carefully felt around his body to check his temperature. Finally, she sighed in relief when she found that he didn't have a fever. Remembering something, Ania suddenly jumped up and jumped off the bed. "Wait a minute, I'll go get the heater." But she hadn't even taken half a step when Blake, in a teasing tone, said, "Don't go." He looked at her with sparkling eyes. "I'm not cold as long as Ania is here." Seeing the prince's weak state, Ania felt helpless. "I'm sorry. It's because I don't have that light power. If I were a descendant of light magic, you wouldn't have to go through so much pain." But Blake wouldn't let her speak such self-deprecating words. He smiled sweetly. "As long as Ania is by my side, that's enough to make me the happiest person in this empire." Seeing the prince smile so happily, Ania couldn't help but smile back at him. Then, the two of them drifted off to sleep together. Before long, the sky changed color, and it seemed they had been lounging in bed long enough. Ania appeared to have woken up, and she began to feel her husband again. His hands were warm, and it seemed like he was starting to regain his color. Now, she was quite confused about what to do if Blake's condition worsened. Her absent-minded actions roused Blake from his sleep. It seemed he had gotten much better. He could even practice swordplay right now, but Ania still stopped him. "Don't practice anymore, you decided to stay with me today." This reminder made the prince cheer up, and he nodded enthusiastically. "That's right, I will spend the whole day with Ania." Seeing his adorable expression, Ania couldn't resist pinching his cheeks a few more times. Coincidentally, today she also received a letter from Diana sent from the academy. The length of the letter was enough to show how much Diana missed her sister. The prince sat beside her, curious to know if Diana had successfully completed her training. After reading the letter for a while, Ania recounted all the events to him. "These things seem really interesting, Your Highness." Ania enthusiastically suggested to him, "I will reply to her. Would you like to send a message as well?" To her surprise, the prince declined. "I'll see her during the upcoming holiday." But what struck Ania as most unusual was that the relationship between Blake and Diana still resembled that of close siblings. How could the main character and the supporting character become like this? Ania held Diana's letter tenderly in her hands, reading it over and over again while smiling to herself. Suddenly, her gaze fell on something. There, on the table, was the vibrant red rose, the first gift that Prince Blake had given her. At that moment, he hugged her from behind and asked, "What are you doing, Ania?" Unexpectedly, she replied, "Wow, the rose is so beautiful." Relating to the question she hadn't answered, the prince wasn't one to shy away from sweet talk. He softly complimented her, "But Ania is even more beautiful." Hearing that, Ania couldn't hold back any longer. She burst out laughing. "You even know how to talk like that? My husband has truly grown up." The prince patted his chest confidently and declared, "I'm 11 years old now, I've matured. We're only 2 years apart, so what difference does it make? I don't look like a malnourished child to be that confident." That reminder certainly put things into perspective. 2 years is not insignificant. Then the prince puffed up, becoming stiff, his expression falling as if he were sulking. Seeing this, Ania felt a pang of worry. Was he upset? She should stop teasing him right away. Ania reached up to feel the prince's forehead again to make sure he wasn't running a fever. He had no more symptoms, but she still felt anxious. Recently, his condition had been deteriorating, so she had to keep a close watch on him. The prince also enjoyed this attention. He pressed Ania's warm hand against his cheek and happily praised, "Your hands are so warm." Seeing such a cute expression, Ania couldn't resist. She immediately jumped into his embrace, exclaiming, "My husband is truly the cutest in the world." The prince continued to tease and was even cool about it, right? So, in that dimly lit room, the two of them lingered in their affectionate banter, unable to let go of each other. One early morning in the palace, the sky was blue, the clouds white, and the sun was golden. The weather today was beautiful. Ania, the chef, had prepared a new dish for the prince. "Let's try hot tofu along with soy milk." A group of people gathered around the enticing meal, all of them eager to praise, "It's so delicious. Really, it's amazing. The crown princess is truly a genius." Ania blushed and explained, "These are Eastern dishes. I just followed the recipe." She was already sweating with nervousness. If this continued, she would be overwhelmed by compliments every day. Ania also didn't forget to bring some for her father-in-law. She turned back to remind everyone, "Enjoy your meal. I will bring some to His Majesty before it gets cold." Just at the right time, whenever there was delicious food, the cat Unhan would appear. A meal is a humble thing, they say, but why does this spy always chase after such humble bites? Hearing a cat meow, Ania knew the black cat was paying her another visit. She bent down and cheerfully said, "Long time no see. Where have you been?" This scene, however, was once again caught by her jealous husband. Just looking at Blake's face, it was clear he was getting envious of the cat. The cunning young man took the cat from Ania's arms, saying, "I'll play with it. You should go eat before your food gets cold, that'll put your mind at ease." He even forced a grin, baring all his teeth to ensure he'd take good care of the cat. Ania, reassured, left, her silhouette growing more distant, leaving both man and cat lost in their own thoughts. Unhan was in a complete panic, lamenting, "This is really bad. I have to escape, but I can't even move." Sensing a bad omen, he waited for Ania to disappear before Blake's cold voice questioned him, "Unhan, who are you?" Unhan was so terrified that he seemed to turn from a black cat into a white one. Clearly, he was in big trouble. A spy exposed like this was done for. The prince's voice grew threatening, "Don't even think of running. I know full well that you're no ordinary cat." Now, no matter how innocently Unhan looked at the prince, it was too late. Was this struggle for food worth all this suffering? He was likely screaming internally by now. Of course, the prince had no intention of letting this suspicious black cat go. Whenever there was good food, it would come begging, and even compete with him for his wife's affection. Blake began interrogating, "You've been watching Ania and me, haven't you? I really want to know who you really are." Unlike the gentle way he acted with Ania, the prince used a firm tone, recalling memories of his childhood. Every time he fell ill, there would always be someone who appeared and healed him. After I was sent to a separate palace, because traces of the curse began to show, the nights there were no longer lonely. I could sleep peacefully each night. I had to struggle with nightmares and unbearable pain. Sometimes, I even called out my father's name, but he never helped me, not even once. Then, a man in a black cloak appeared. When he approached, I felt so much better. He healed me. I couldn't see his face clearly because every time he appeared, he was shrouded in mystery, always surrounded by darkness. But I could sense a faint, dark smell around him, like black water or, more precisely, like a thin mist. And now, I can feel that power coming from you, and that scent is the very smell of black water. Listening to the logical and well-founded deductions, Unhan could only look up at him, bewildered. He thought silently, "Since the prince now knows my identity, there's no point in hiding it any longer." With that decision, white smoke like a whirlwind began to form around him. In a flash, he returned to his human form, kneeling with respect. "I am honored to meet your highness, the future of the empire." Then, he gently removed the hood of his sealing cloak, revealing jet black hair and an East Asian face. "My name is Han," he said, likely feeling deep inside that he wanted to bow even lower to beg forgiveness from His Majesty. "I apologize, Your Majesty, for the sake of food, I betrayed you." Blake was stunned to realize that, just as he had suspected, this person was indeed the one. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Han confessed everything to the Crown Prince. "I am under His Majesty's command. He sent me here to secretly protect you." Upon hearing this, Blake felt a hint of doubt. Incredible. You would never have guessed that the Emperor, who is also your biological father, would send someone to protect you. Blake gave a weak smile. Deep inside, he thought, "I thought I had been completely abandoned after the goddess's curse. Yet he didn't forsake me." Noticing Han's distinct appearance, different from the locals, Blake curiously asked, "Are you from the East?" Han quickly nodded, confirming the Crown Prince's assumption. Blake looked at Han, unable to hold back his admiration. "You look so pure. Though a bit dark, your power remains clean and pure." As he was praising Han, the Crown Prince suddenly recalled recent events. His face turned serious as he asked sternly, "But you said this was a secret mission, so why did you reveal it to me?" Remembering this, Han looked downcast. He sighed and admitted, "Forgive me. I just really missed the taste of my homeland's food." He told Blake every detail. "Ever since I saw the cooking of the Crown Princess, old memories came flooding back. I couldn't bear it any longer and had to reveal my identity." Han helplessly admitted, "I disobeyed His Majesty's orders purely for personal reasons. I will report everything to him and accept any punishment. I also hope Your Highness can forgive me for my disobedience." Blake, not one to make things difficult for others, quickly replied, "You've been protecting me all this time, so I don't want you to be punished for this." Seeing that Han wanted to say more, Blake swiftly interrupted. "Don't speak of this to anyone, not even to His Majesty. I'll keep this a secret as well." At that moment, Han felt a twinge of disappointment in himself. He sighed and sincerely said to Blake, "Thank you, Your Highness." Blake said no more and suddenly stepped closer to Han, his tone affectionate yet admonishing. "Stay away from Ania." Han turned pale with fear, thinking to himself, "Am I being seen as a homewrecker? Do I really come across that way?" The Crown Prince wasn't done yet. He gave Han a warning look, coldly adding, "If I catch you flirting with my wife again, I won't let you off so easily next time." Blake then stared at Han with an intensity that could swallow him whole. So young, and already such a fierce jealousy. Han was rooted to the spot, unable to move. The Crown Prince stood by, assessing him from head to toe before nodding to himself. "Yeah, he has that Eastern charm that Ania really likes. And he's handsome, too." Blake thought to himself that he couldn't allow this good-looking Easterner to be near Ania. He could lose his wife in no time, it would be best to keep him away from her. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's palace, Ania was probably on her way there, unaware of the fiery clash unfolding at home between Han and the Crown Prince. She lightly knocked on the heavy door, knock knock, and then opened it skillfully. Seeing the person inside, she smiled brightly and greeted, "Father, I'm here." Coincidentally, Colin was also present. Though still busy with the stack of documents in his hands, he didn't forget to greet her. "The Crown Princess is here for a visit?" Ania wasn't surprised to see him there and asked politely, "Are you waiting for me?" Colin smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm always waiting for you to arrive." Ania wasn't naive enough to fall for such sweet talk and bluntly pointed out, "It seems like you're waiting for everyone in the palace, not just me." Caught off guard, Colin laughed and explained, "To me, you're the goddess of the palace, the only one who can save me from this endless workload." Ania nodded, feeling somewhat flattered. Though he sounded playful, what Colin said wasn't entirely untrue. He rarely had a chance to rest on time. Tired of listening to their banter, the Emperor interrupted. Enough of this nonsense. Go outside, both of you. Colin, like a student granted early dismissal, eagerly took his leave. Yes, Your Majesty. I obey, he called out cheerfully. He thought to himself, if the Crown Princess hadn't shown up, I'd probably be stuck here all night. Seeing the young man hesitate to leave, Emperor Tenstian spoke with a hint of menace in his voice. Do you wish to stay in this palace forever? If so, I'll arrange it for you. Colin got the hint, quickly bowed, and dashed out, leaving the Crown Princess standing there, having witnessed the entire scene. Ania turned to the Emperor, who was buried in paperwork, and sighed, repeating a familiar refrain. Your Majesty, are you overworking yourself again? It seems you're dedicating more and more time to your duties. Without lifting his head from the documents, the Emperor teased, so, you came here just to nag me? The Emperor, as always, was adept at redirecting conversations with Ania. He glanced at her and then scolded, it's so cold, yet you're dressed so lightly. I think I'll need to get you a new cloak. And thus, the conversation spun in a full circle, with Ania now the one being lectured. Smiling wryly, she changed the subject, holding up a warm box. Your Majesty, please try this dish I brought for you. Seeing the food, Emperor Tenstian's expression softened, and he smiled as he said gently, come, sit beside me and let's eat together. Ania's face lit up as she agreed. Inside the box were soft, steaming tofu cubes with a delicate, white dipping sauce. Unable to hold back his praise, Emperor Tenstian remarked, this tastes wonderful. What is this dish? Ania eagerly explained, it's tofu I made from the soybeans you gifted me the other day. The Emperor was surprised by her creativity, and Ania, noticing his interest, continued excitedly, yes, even His Highness helped shell the beans. Hearing about his son, the Emperor's surprise deepened. Ania, seizing the opportunity to bridge the gap between Tenstian and the Crown Prince, added, you'd be amazed by his skill. If you visited the Crown Prince's palace, you might even find him sitting there, shelling beans one by one. Mention of Blake brought a familiar silence from the Emperor, who looked hesitant. Ania, noticing his reaction, asked sadly, you still don't want to visit the Crown Prince's palace, do you? Ever since Blake and I visited your chambers 3 years ago, you two haven't seen each other. The Emperor asked with a touch of concern, how is the boy today? Is he well? The moment Blake was mentioned, Ania's face brightened, and she replied happily, yes, he's well, no longer feverish, and even seemed cheerful. She knew that, even if he didn't visit directly, the Emperor still cared deeply for Blake. That, to her, was enough. Hearing her words, the Emperor felt relieved. Then we must thank God's grace for that. And how about you? Ania, delighted by his concern, smiled and replied, I feel so happy knowing that both you and Blake enjoy the dishes I make. The Emperor, a bit embarrassed, muttered, this girl, talking nonsense. But in his heart, he couldn't hide his deep, overwhelming joy. Ania spoke earnestly, Father, I'm not joking. Please try this dish as well. I prepared it to your taste, you love spicy food. The Emperor, showing his care for her, wanted her to join him in eating. With such a well-prepared soup here, it would be a waste not to enjoy it together. Ania nodded in agreement. The spoonful of soup was bright red, and just by looking at it, one could tell how spicy it was. But the spiciness suited Ania perfectly. She ate with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, ah, it's so spicy. This dish is delicious, isn't it, Father? The Emperor chuckled, clearing his throat, when my daughter-in-law sings, I must praise her song, how could I say otherwise? Of course this dish is delicious, it was made by you, after all. Beaming at his praise, Ania smiled widely. The Emperor suddenly thought of something and asked, is there anything you need? I should reward you for bringing such wonderful food. Ania rested her chin on her hand, thinking deeply. Usually, she would decline, but today was different. She wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the Crown Prince's curse. So, she told the Emperor, there's a place I'd like to visit. Seeing her sincerity, the Emperor readily agreed, where? Just tell me the place. She hesitated for a moment, clutching and releasing her dress as if what she was about to say would make him uncomfortable. Finally, after a moment of inner struggle, Ania looked at Emperor Tun with determination and clearly said a name. That place is Tenon Palace, father. The emperor froze upon hearing the name. He asked in disbelief, Tenon Palace? Tenon Palace was the last palace of the Zelkan Empire and, at the same time, the first palace of the Asteric Empire. Once a grand, majestic structure with ancient architecture, the palace was renamed and repurposed after the Asteric Empire was established. To avoid burdening the national treasury and to gain public support, Emperor Philip renamed Zelkan Palace as Tenon Palace and continued its use. However, this noble intention turned into tragedy. The last prince of Zelkan, John, launched an attack on the royal palace through a hidden passage in the castle and set everything. The flames had burned non-stop for an entire month, and Tenon Palace was almost entirely consumed, left as little more than ruins. Since then, the palace and the surrounding area had become forbidden ground, where no one was allowed to set foot. That was why, when Ania mentioned the name, the emperor was stunned. With a perplexed look, he asked, "Why would you want to go to Tenon Palace?" Ania no longer concealed her intentions and answered honestly, "If I can get into Tenon Palace, there's a chance I may find evidence of the stone we've been searching for." But in truth, that was only an excuse. The real reason was due to the strange dreams that Ania often experienced, haunting scenes so terrifying that just remembering them made her shiver. In these dreams, a woman screamed amidst blazing flames in a lavishly decorated room filled with gemstones. There was also a stone tablet within that room. Ania was convinced that only Tenon Palace matched these details, and she was sure that stone must still be there. The emperor sighed, shaking his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but that place is far too dangerous. The area has been corrupted by dark magic, and everything was wiped out by the Great Fire. I can't let you go there." Ania, however, remained firm in her plea. "I only want to go to Tenon Palace to search for clues. Please don't worry, I won't stay long." Even with her reassurances, the emperor still refused. That is forbidden territory, by the will and decree of the first emperor. No member of the royal family is permitted to take even one step onto that ground. Anyone who dares to trespass risks invoking the wrath of God and will face terrible misfortune. If a member of the royal family steps foot where even commoners are forbidden, it would bring a catastrophe upon the empire. If royalty dares to set foot on such a place, there is sure to be a great battle. The emperor repeated this ancient decree, a stern warning left to those who survived the palace's tragic fire. But now, Ania felt more desperate than ever. She couldn't hide the truth any longer and finally confessed, "The crown prince's condition has only worsened. He may be stable today, but I don't know when the pain will return. If we can reach Tenon Palace, I believe we can find a way to break his curse." Ania emphasized, "No, it's no longer just a possibility, I am certain of it. We will succeed, so please." Before Ania could finish, the emperor interrupted her, letting out a reluctant sigh. "You're my daughter, too. I can't allow you to risk your life in such a dangerous place just for Blake's sake." The sincerity in the emperor's words left Ania choked up, unable to say anything further. She was deeply moved. Though he wasn't her biological father, he was 1,000 times better than her real one. Still, she couldn't abandon her plan. "I'll protect myself by cloaking myself in a thin layer of magic stone. Blake is a precious family member to me, too. Maybe I won't be able to break the curse, but I can't just sit by and watch him suffer or give up so easily." Neither of them was willing to back down. The emperor spoke firmly, trying to end her dangerous ambitions. But in the end, he couldn't resist the sincerity in her eyes. "Please, father, let me go there just once. If you refuse even after I've begged this much, then I'll have to end our bond as father and daughter." The emperor sighed in helpless resignation and reluctantly agreed, though he reminded her firmly, only once, Ania. Ania was stunned, freezing in surprise for 15 seconds. She thought she would have to plead much harder than this. She hadn't expected the emperor to agree so quickly. Once she gathered herself, she quickly began thanking him profusely. Night had fallen over the royal palace. and lights still shone brightly from a corner balcony. By this time, the black cat, lured by food, had returned to his true form. He hid alone in the shadows, sulking. For someone reputed as an elite spy, his appetite had given away his identity. He sighed deeply, still astonished at being caught while approaching Ania in cat form. And to top it off, the crown prince had been openly jealous. Besides feeling regretful for betraying his master, he felt concern, knowing his master was likely still awake. Staying up this late night after night would eventually take a toll on his health. The emperor, noticing an unusual movement outside the window, glanced over and recognized it immediately. With a calm look, he turned away to glance at another window. This former eligible bachelor, who now carried himself with the same grave demeanor as always, wore only a thin cloak that exposed his well-toned physique. In a low voice, he asked, "Is that you, Unhan?" At that moment, Unhan entered from behind. "Forgive me, your majesty. Did I wake you?" he asked politely. But the emperor hadn't been sleeping, he was deep in thought, gazing at the moon. He looked at Unhan with unwavering eyes and said, "I was waiting for you." Unhan was used to this and immediately knelt down. "Please give me your orders." The emperor, however, gently reminded him, "Tonight, I'm asking for your assistance, not ordering it." What the emperor wanted was for Unhan to accompany and protect the crown princess. He needed Unhan to stay by Ania's side and ensure her safety. But unlike other missions, this one made Unhan hesitate. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he'd just been mistaken for a romantic rival by the crown prince? In reality, Unhan felt his lowly status made him unworthy of being by Ania's side. The emperor paid no attention to such thoughts. "Unhan, I know your background, but you are the only one I can trust, and the only one strong enough to keep Ania safe." This was also the first time Emperor Tenstian had entrusted Unhan with such an important task, so he resolved to be especially vigilant. With great seriousness, he accepted the mission. "Understood, your majesty." Seeing Unhan agree, the emperor smiled with relief, as though a weight had been lifted from him. But Unhan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he declared with determination, "But please, do not consider this as mere assistance. Protecting the crown princess is my duty, and I'm honored to do it. I will follow all your commands." The emperor, pleased with Unhan's attitude, nodded, permitting him to withdraw. A new day arrived. Ania stood quietly by the window, looking out at the sky, thinking to herself, "Finally, the day has come for me to go to Tenon Palace. I need to leave Blake without him finding out. If I tell him that I'm going to the Forbidden Grounds to break the curse, he'll never let me go, even if it's a matter of life and death." Thus, someone shamelessly fabricated an excuse. "Your Highness, there's a grand ball coming up at the Royal Palace, and I'll be busy preparing, so I might be home a bit late today." Blake, naturally, had no reason to stop her. He smiled and reminded her, "Take your time, but don't overwork yourself, all right?" Before she left, Ania made sure to advise him, "Don't worry about me, Your Highness. And please be careful during your sword practice." After a heartfelt farewell, she smiled and said, "I'll be on my way, then." But just as she was about to leave, the crown prince gently took her hand, looking into her eyes with warmth. "Be careful," he said softly. Ania thought their goodbye was over, but the two lingered, waving to each other enthusiastically as though they were parting for a much longer time. Seeing Blake so happy only strengthened her resolve. "This time, I have to find a way to break that curse," she thought with determination. Soon, her carriage began the journey to the royal palace, a place that always stood grandly against the sky, the proud symbol of the empire. Following the emperor's instructions, Ania made her way directly to a hidden chamber on the third floor. Opening the door, she poked her head inside and called, "Father," hoping to surprise him. To her astonishment, the emperor wasn't alone. There was also a stranger present, a man she'd never seen before. Stepping into the room, Ania greeted, "Sorry I'm late, father," before turning her gaze to the unfamiliar man and asking, "Who is he?" The emperor looked at the man and calmly introduced him. This is Unhan. He will be your escort on the journey to Tenan Palace. As the emperor introduced him, Ania couldn't help but size him up. Why does he seem so familiar? Even though I've never seen his face or heard his name before. Unhan then respectfully bowed to her and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Crown Princess, the blessing of our empire. I am Unhan." Seeing Unhan's distinctly Eastern features, Ania suddenly remembered something, and she gasped, covering her mouth. I remember now. He's Unhan, the Prince of the Moon. Unhan was indeed the Prince of the Moon, a vast kingdom in the east. He had nearly been executed for being chosen by an unusual black dragon and had to flee to the Asteric Empire to survive. When Unhan was at his most desperate, on the brink of death in a foreign land, Emperor Tenstian had appeared. He rescued Unhan, who was covered in festering wounds, and took him in, partly because he saw a reflection of his own suffering son, Blake, in him. From that moment on, Unhan was fiercely loyal to the emperor. He was tasked with protecting and closely following Blake, even caring for him when he fell ill, becoming the emperor's trusted aide in safeguarding the crown prince. That was the full extent of Unhan's story as Ania recalled it. Lost in her thoughts, Ania barely noticed Unhan's confused gaze on her. He couldn't help but ask, "Crown Princess?" Hearing him brought her back to the moment, and she awkwardly explained, "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I feel like I've seen you before." Her casual comment made Unhan feel uneasy. Could it be that the Crown Princess knows I transformed into a cat? It wasn't until Ania mentioned, "It must be because you look like someone from the east," that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the emperor didn't want to hide the truth from her any longer. He revealed, "Actually, I entrusted Unhan with your protection. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner." As a loyal subordinate, Unhan quickly stepped forward to take responsibility. "It's not the emperor's fault, Crown Princess. I begged him not to disclose it, that was my error." Unhan's sincere apology only flustered Ania further. She shook her head, saying, "It's all right. I should be thanking you for protecting me and the Crown Prince." Unhan bowed politely, "Thank you, that is very kind of you." The emperor then turned to Ania with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you for understanding, Ania." He handed her a small box, requesting that she take it. Ania looked at the strange box in surprise, raising her curious gaze to her father. "What is this, father?" The emperor didn't provide much explanation. Instead, he looked at her fondly and said, "This is a gift, and it will protect you." Inside the box was a necklace created by the priests at the sacred temple, which could help its wearer resist dark magic. Ania carefully accepted the gift from him. "Thank you, father, it's beautiful. I'll make sure to take good care of it." Once that was settled, the emperor instructed her, "Now, Unhan will use magic to take you to Tenan Palace. If anything dangerous happens, you must return immediately." As he spoke, worry was increasingly evident on his face. Ania cheerfully reassured him, "It's just a ruin, father. Even without your warning, I would return if I felt in danger. So please stop looking so glum, those frown lines will ruin your handsome face sooner or later." Hearing her playful remarks, Emperor Tenstian could only shake his head in exasperation. "You're starting to ramble again." Unexpectedly, both Ania and Unhan, two people who had just met, managed to collaborate effortlessly, exchanging compliments that made the emperor feel like he was on cloud nine. They threw around phrases like, "Father's face is the national treasure of the empire," and "Your Majesty is the most handsome man in the country." The emperor, although pleased by the flattery, tried to maintain an air of annoyance and cleared his throat, saying, "Enough with the nonsense, you two." Seeing his adorable demeanor made Ania think of her bunny husband back home. It was evident they were father and daughter, even their shyness was strikingly similar. Eventually, the two of them had to part with a sense of longing. Ania turned to Unhan with excitement, saying, "Let's hurry and go." However, Unhan suddenly froze in place, looking at Ania with a somewhat reluctant expression, as if grappling with what to say. Finally, after a moment of inner turmoil, he hesitantly spoke, "I need to tell the Crown Princess something. We need to hold hands to use the teleportation spell." Inside, Ania couldn't help but laugh at his naivety. Was he really so innocent? How could someone like him survive in a 19+ novel? She gave him a friendly smile, the kind that set standards, and replied, then I'll rely on you to protect me." With that, they grasped each other's hands. Eunhan gently instructed, "Please close your eyes and reduce your energy." Ania focused intently on following Eunhan's guidance. Soon, a glowing light began to materialize around them, spreading and enveloping the space. The wind whipped around them, making their garments flutter. In an instant, they found themselves in the Forbidden Land. Eunhan softly reminded her, "Crown Princess, you can open your eyes now." As she opened her eyes, Ania was met with a mystical and ruined landscape, including the castle before her. She couldn't help but ask, "Is this really Tenon?" Eunhan nodded in confirmation. What surprised Ania was the desolation of this place. Despite having mentally prepared herself for the dark atmosphere, she didn't expect it to be in such ruins. The ground seemed polluted by the power of dark magic, with fierce red smoke billowing up from the dry earth, creating a truly frightening sight. Eunhan couldn't help but remind her, "Crown Princess, do you want to go back?" But Ania remained steadfast in her response to his skepticism. "Having come this far, we can't return empty-handed. Let's take a little tour of this palace." All around them was nothing but desolation and decay. There was no sign of life in this land, not even a blade of grass could grow. Before them lay a heap of bones belonging to unfortunate souls. Eunhan hurriedly warned, "Crown Princess, please be careful where you step." He was genuinely worried about the current situation, doing his utmost to persuade her. "The closer we get, the more I sense the intensity of the dark magic. We should really consider going back." However, driven by a strong desire, Ania could not easily turn back. The dream still urged her on hour by hour, so she resolutely refused. "I want to see a little more clearly." The two continued to wander around the outside of the castle. Suddenly, a gigantic stone appeared before them. Ania perked up, saying, "Eunhan, look. There's a stone here." Though they vary in size, they seem to have been created by the same person at the same time. There are also countless tiny inscriptions carved into it. With her superior language skills, Ania quickly realized that this was an ancient language and the content was a letter from the Looms tribe. Eunhan asked her skeptically, "What does it say?" Standing before the massive stone from 1,000 years ago, Ania felt no fear. She read each word clearly. "The great emperor of the Looms, Claude, declares that chosen by the heavens, Looms established the Zelkan Empire and turned it into a grand empire by divine will. Many covet the power of Looms without any gratitude. One among them is Philip, who was bestowed with the power of the goddess of light. He destroyed the Zelkan Empire and founded a new empire. On the royal calendar, the 1st of September, 678, to rectify the laws that have been broken, I, Claude, will destroy this palace to punish Philip and those ruthless ones who wish to seize the throne. You fools will all submit to Looms. If you wish to defy my command, I will reclaim all that Looms has given to you. The barren lands will be ruled by darkness and will suffer in torment forever." And that was all that was inscribed on the stone, the chilling words revealing the extent of the hatred the author had for Philip. Eunhan witnessed the scene and couldn't help but admire Ania. "Oh, you're amazing. The Crown Princess is truly a genius," said Eunhan. Yet, the contents of the stone tablet still lingered in Ania's mind. She looked doubtful and asked Eunhan, "What do you think about the words on the stone tablet?" Eunhan replied, "They're all filled with resentment." He not only blamed the people until the very end, but also didn't mention the destruction of the nation through tyranny. It's pathetic and disturbing. But Ania had a different thought. She felt there was something strange about these words. She rested her chin in her hand, half believing, and said, "Don't these words sound like a command for everyone to swear allegiance to Claude and Looms?" Ania muttered the words repeatedly. "If you dare to disobey, everyone will be burned alive and killed. But it's your fault for not obeying." These words seemed to be written by someone who despised intellectuals. At the same time, the biggest enemy of Looms was Philip, yet there wasn't a single line accusing him. Philip was merely mentioned as a weak adversary. After hearing Ania's analysis, Eunhan was finally stunned with realization. He asked in surprise. You think this tablet was erected by Emperor Philip himself? Ania rubbed her chin and nodded. That's right. If you want to stir up people's anxiety and draw their obedience, wouldn't it make sense not to mention that Philip was chosen by the goddess? Perhaps it was Emperor Philip himself who set up this stone tablet, not Claude or the people of Lomes. At this moment, an unknown, mysterious force seemed to pull Ania toward the stone tablet. She reached out, lightly touching its surface, and unexpectedly, the necklace Emperor Tenstian had just gifted her began to glow. Ania was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, new images appeared in her mind. A girl with white hair, her face obscured, stood before the stone, shouting at Philip. What on earth is this? How could you do this? Are you even human? The image of a man appeared in Ania's mind. It was Philip. Angrily, he responded to the girl's accusations. Stop speaking so crudely. I am the head of the empire. No matter what you say, I will no longer forgive you. These memories played in Ania's mind like a looping film, leaving her dizzy. She only snapped back to reality when Unhan called her name. Not daring to share what she had seen with Unhan, she simply told him she felt lightheaded. Sensing something was wrong, Unhan became worried. Your Highness, this could be the effect of dark magic. We should return to the palace. Ania, though visibly pale, tried to reassure him. I want to take a look just a bit longer. But this time, Unhan was determined to follow his own instincts. He couldn't let the crown princess fall into danger. Looking at her with concern, Unhan said softly. His Majesty has ordered that we return immediately at the first sign of danger. Your safety is the top priority. Before he could finish his sentence, Unhan sensed a looming danger. Quickly lifting Ania into his arms, he apologized. Forgive me, Your Highness. Ania had barely understood what was happening when terrifying monsters began to surround them. Carrying her, Unhan fled at a speed as swift as the wind. But the monsters were powerful. One with sharp fangs roared directly in front of them. Ania, terrified, pleaded with Unhan to put her down, fearing they couldn't escape together. However, Unhan didn't respond, only urging Ania to hold tightly onto him as they evaded the creatures. They delved deeper into the pitch-dark palace, yet the monsters relentlessly pursued. Their escape route was soon blocked by crumbling ruins. Unhan set Ania down, drawing his sword with unwavering determination to protect her. As the monsters charged, Unhan prepared to fight to the death. But strangely, the creatures did not attack them. Instead, they rushed at the wall, destroying it. The wall collapsed, revealing an empty space beyond. Ania stood frozen, clearly shaken by the recent events. She noticed something unusual, a mysterious space beyond the broken wall. The creatures, rather than harming them, simply hovered in front, seeming almost gentle. They looked back at the two, gesturing forward with nods, as if trying to lead them. Ania felt an instinctive pull, sensing that the monsters meant to guide her, not harm her. Recognizing her intent, Unhan stepped forward, holding out his hand to stop her. You mustn't go in. These creatures could change their minds at any moment. We need to return to the palace immediately. But Ania stubbornly resisted his warning. No, I want to go inside. Think about it, Unhan. The monsters didn't attack us. It's almost as if they were here all along just to guide us. The creatures, though a bit frightening, seemed almost inviting. Ania hesitated, wondering if her instincts were right. What if it was just a trap? Suddenly, her necklace began to glow, filling her with newfound courage. She asked Unhan to follow the creatures with her a bit further. Reluctant but resigned, Unhan had no choice but to comply. Together, they followed the monsters down the dark corridor until they reached a staircase descending into a pitch-black basement. There was no sign of life below. Unhan moved in front of Ania, his arm outstretched to block her path. It's dangerous down there. I suspect this could be the monster's trap. Please, be cautious, Your Highness. Ania clenched her fists, determined. Unhan, I want to break the Crown Prince's curse. I'm willing to face any danger to lift it. Besides, we can't be certain there's any real threat down there. I can't just give up so easily. If I do, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. She looked at Unhan with pleading eyes. He hesitated. As her guardian, his duty was to ensure her safety. But seeing Ania's unwavering resolve, he finally agreed. Please reconsider, Your Highness. Very well, but if we detect any sign of danger, we'll return to the palace immediately. Ania nodded gratefully, smiling. I understand. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Together, they cautiously descended the dark staircase, testing each step to avoid slipping. To their surprise, the basement opened up into a much larger space than they had expected. The monsters, once seemingly threatening, now proved helpful as they took turns emitting light, illuminating the path forward. Ania's gaze was soon drawn to a massive golden gate ahead. Understanding her intentions, Unhan quickly spoke up. Allow me to check it first. Unhan cautiously stepped forward and touched the solid gold door. After inspecting it closely for a while, he finally concluded. It seems to be locked. Someone sealed it with magic. Ania, curious, asked, so how do we break the seal? Unhan hesitated, uncertain of the solution, and offered his best guess. We'd need to find a password set long ago or somehow break the seal. But with our current resources, it would be very difficult to open it from the outside. The situation felt like a dead end, and Ania looked disheartened. She and Unhan had worked so hard to reach this place, and she was now so close to finding a clue to break Blake's curse. Memories of Blake suffering under the curse's torment but still smiling to reassure her filled her mind. She couldn't give up so easily. Determined, she stepped forward, lightly touching the door, and said to Unhan. Let's search around. Maybe we can find a clue hidden in the decorations. As soon as Ania's hand made contact with the door, the space around them suddenly lit up. Unhan was too stunned to speak. With just a gentle touch, Ania had somehow broken the seal. What kind of power did she possess? How was she connected to this place? Ania herself couldn't understand why the door had opened so easily. She guessed that perhaps the seal had weakened over time, but Unhan shook his head. No, Your Highness. The power of this seal is immense. It should have blocked all my attempts. Yet the door opened just because of you. Ania was taken aback by Unhan's words. Why did the door open so easily for her, without any effort at all? However, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The most important thing was discovering what lay beyond the door. They slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The scene within was completely different from the dark, cold exterior. Everything gleamed, sparkling with gold and jewels. Ania was awestruck by the dazzling beauty of the room, which was decorated with precious treasures that filled it with light. Unhan, equally impressed, murmured, "This is truly a great fortune." Suddenly, something startled Unhan, and he cried out in alarm, "Your Highness, look over there." Following Unhan's gaze, Ania looked ahead, where large stone slabs were stacked. From a distance, they deduced that these were inscriptions. Drawn to the writing, Ania decided to approach and read them. The first stone read, "In October of the year 505, the 11th queen gave birth to the 17th crown prince." Ania carefully translated the text for Unhan, who muttered, "Then there must be many concubines and children of this emperor." He continued, "It must have been a tyrant who led this country to ruin." The next stone slab recorded, "In June of the year 508, Prince Lakshul was appointed crown prince." Unhan recognized the name. Prince Claude was known as the last surviving prince of the kingdom of Zelkan and the leader of the movement to restore it. Ania read another stone. In July of the year 508, Crown Prince Claude was engaged to Lontel Belasian, daughter of the Belasian family. Ania was shocked to realize that belonged to her own lineage. She never expected to encounter a connection to the Belasian family in a place like this. Belasian was a light mage who had destroyed Zelkin and founded the European Empire with Emperor Philip. Ania couldn't stop wondering if she truly played a vital role in the founding of a new nation. She continued reading the inscriptions on the stone tablets, feeling an overwhelming sense of curiosity. A series of tragic events appeared. August, year 508, the 8th princess passed away. September, year 508, the empress began coughing blood, her skin turning a deathly shade, mirroring the princess's symptoms. The emperor ordered the empress to be confined. In 508, the 8th crown prince died, as did the 4th empress and princess of Italian. The entire royal family was devastated by the plague. Ania shivered as she read the final lines. February, year 510, Crown Prince Lakshul passed away. Unhan, equally stunned, asked, "What? Did Crown Prince Lakshul die before the fall of the Zelkin Empire? Then who led the movement to restore Zelkin?" The following lines left them even more shocked. April, year 510, the emperor passed away. Ania was struck by the realization, both the crown prince and the emperor died in 510. This completely contradicted the recorded history, where Philip and Belasian were said to have overthrown a crumbling empire to establish a new one. But according to these stone inscriptions, the empire wasn't toppled by a revolution, it simply fell apart due to these tragic deaths. May, year 510, Philip, a distant relative, emerged and ascended the throne. The signs of the plague vanished, and the people hailed him as a savior. Ania vaguely sensed that this discovery was entirely different from the history she'd learned. She shared her thoughts with Unhan, saying, "This is so different from what history records. It's not just a fabrication. Philip used the circumstances to inherit the throne, and the Zelkin Empire wasn't overthrown, it was simply renamed. The Renaissance movement we know about is all a lie." Unhan nodded in agreement, murmuring, "When a new nation is established, it often cloaks itself in justifications. But it seems like it was all deception from start to finish." Ania was feeling disheartened. The final stone tablet merely recorded the history of that time and didn't mention the curse of the goddess of light, the very thing she desperately wanted to understand to save Blake. She scanned the room for more clues, but there was only emptiness. With a sigh of resignation, Ania felt that all her efforts had been in vain. She'd come here to find a way to break Blake's curse, but instead unearthed a dark truth about history. While she was lost in these swirling thoughts, the gemstone on her necklace shattered, an ominous sign that something dreadful was on the horizon. Ania clutched the broken necklace, recalling her father's words, "The stone of light has broken. This was the necklace my father gave me." Seeing the situation worsening, Unhan quickly urged, "Your Highness, we must leave at once. Close your eyes, and I'll take you back to the palace." Once again, light enveloped them, transporting them through space. Ania opened her eyes, though her vision was still blurry. When she finally regained clarity, she found herself standing before the emperor. The emperor asked worriedly, "Are you awake?" Ania, exhausted, held her head and apologized to the emperor. Seeing her lifeless appearance, the emperor grew even more concerned and asked, "What happened to you?" Ania sadly clutched the necklace in her hand and hesitantly replied, "I accidentally broke the necklace you gave me." Saying that, she extended her hand to show the emperor the necklace, shattered into many pieces. The emperor's eyes grew sorrowful. He wanted to say something but then held back. Finally, he stepped forward and embraced Ania, taking her by surprise. He gently reassured her, "What are you saying? Are you hurt?" When Ania confirmed that she wasn't injured, the emperor's body relaxed, releasing the tension from his worry. But Ania still felt deeply guilty. She leaned her head on the emperor's shoulder, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes began to blur with tears. Unable to hold back any longer, she broke into sobs, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, father. I couldn't do anything. I'm truly sorry. The emperor sighed helplessly. It's all right, my child. You don't need to apologize to me. Even though the emperor said this, Ania continued to cry like a child. She felt useless, having been unable to achieve anything despite her efforts. The emperor held her even tighter, comforting her. I'm sorry. Perhaps I've placed too much pressure on you. The two leaned into each other, serving as support in a moment when they were both torn by their own sorrows. The emperor tried to console Ania, while she held him tightly, her tears still flowing. She knew that both the emperor and Blake were facing difficulties, but she felt powerless to help them. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside the door. Colin, usually calm and composed, now looked disheveled as he rushed over and opened the door. His urgency made the emperor frown, and he asked, "What is going on, Colin?" Colin panted heavily, finally managing to speak. "The crown prince, he has fallen unconscious." This news hit Ania like a shock, plunging her into despair. She had only left Blake for a little while, and yet. At the crown prince's palace, the sky was darker than usual, and the room was frighteningly silent. Blake, the crown prince, was enduring excruciating pain from the curse. He suffered intensely but made no sound. Witnessing this, Ania felt even more heartbroken. She took Blake's hand, gently saying, "Your Highness, you have a high fever and have been unconscious for 3 days. It's my fault." For the past few days, Ania hadn't left Blake's bedside, continuously blaming herself. She whispered, "It's all my fault. Blake shouldn't have to suffer this much. I'm truly sorry." Ania lowered her head, her voice filled with regret, her heart choking. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was too greedy. I will leave as soon as you wake up. Please, wake up." She held Blake's hand tightly, pressing it against her cheek. But as soon as she mentioned leaving, Blake, even in his unconscious state, struggled to open his eyes, his gaze pleading with her not to go. Ania felt a surge of joy at seeing Blake stir, the worry in her heart dissipating. Blake, weakly, tried to remind her, "Ania, don't go. Please don't go." Ania quickly replied, "I won't go anywhere. You can rest easy." Hearing this, Blake managed a faint smile, despite his pain. But the agony soon overwhelmed him again, causing him to sweat, his face paling without a hint of color. The somber atmosphere still enveloped the palace. In the hallway outside, there were whispers among the servants. Han anxiously asked Melissa, "Has the crown prince been unconscious for 4 days?" Melissa quickly gestured for him to speak quietly. "Keep it down. The crown prince will hear you." The sky was brightening, the morning sunlight gently illuminating the room, but it could not dispel the cold atmosphere that pervaded the place. In the silent room, Crown Prince Blake lay unconscious on the bed, while Ania vigilantly held his hand, having not slept for days. Her face was filled with worry and self-blame. She continuously apologized to him, but all that answered her was the stillness of the air. At that moment, the door opened. From outside, Emperor Tenstian, after 3 long years, had finally come to meet his son. His appearance was hurried and frantic. When Ania saw the emperor appear, she was utterly stunned. She hadn't expected him to show up here. Noticing her shock, the emperor moved towards her and gently patted her back, as though trying to offer her some strength and reassurance. Afterward, his gaze shifted to the young man lying on the bed, weak and unconscious, and he looked at him with a mixture of concern and urgency. For the first time in so many years of not daring to meet, the Emperor Tenstian sat down beside his son. Gently, he placed his large hand on the boy's face and softly murmured, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Your father has come too late." But Ania didn't think so. She earnestly reminded him, "You're not late at all. This is just the beginning." The emperor turned to her, his weary demeanor evident as he looked at Ania. "The crown prince will be fine. So don't overthink it, and don't put too much faith in those magical remedies. Ania didn't understand what the emperor meant and asked curiously. "Why do you say that, Your Majesty?" The emperor gently held Ania's small hand in his. "I have 2 children to protect. Don't worry, I won't pay attention to those rumors about magic, because I don't want to be criticized either." Ania didn't expect the emperor to confide in her so openly. But thanks to his reassurance, she felt somewhat at ease. After several tense days, from being in the Forbidden Land to returning home, and hearing about the Crown Prince's coma, she hadn't had a single moment of peace in her heart. Thanks to the Emperor's assurance, she was finally able to smile with a bit of relief. "Yes, I trust you, Father." Seeing her finally smile, the Emperor felt his own tense mood relax somewhat. Elsewhere, at the Duke's mansion, the dimly lit study was filled with books. Richard was reviewing a report from his subordinate about the situation at the palace. "The Emperor has recently been visiting the Crown Prince's palace, hasn't he?" he asked coldly. The mysterious subordinate respectfully replied. "Yes, that's correct. The Crown Prince has been in a coma for 4 days now, with no signs of waking up. His condition has never been this severe. At this point, the position of the next Crown Prince must be reconsidered." Richard silently speculated. Would Emperor Tenstian choose the greedy Duke Castle or the foolish Frank as the next Crown Prince? If another member of the royal family were to assume the title, the Castle family's privileges would be indefinitely diminished. But that was a minor concern. Richard was confident he could gradually reclaim power. What truly mattered was that if such a change occurred, the throne would drift further out of his reach, perhaps forever. Suddenly, his face twisted with malevolence, and a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Richard had devised a perfect plan: eliminate everyone standing in his way, install Duke Castle as a puppet emperor, and eventually have the Duke hand over power to him. A dark aura seemed to envelop him, shrouding the room in a suffocating gloom. His thoughts turned to a heinous crime, and his cold eyes radiated a terrifying chill. "I will make Emperor Tenstian disappear. I will kill Tenstian and place Duke Castle on the throne. If Castle becomes emperor now, I can easily seize the throne from him later." In his mind, he began sketching out a flawless murder plot. Richard let out a sinister chuckle and called for his subordinate. "Zomi." The loyal subordinate instantly responded, ready to execute Richard's every command. Staring into the distance, Richard spoke coldly. "Spread the word of what I am about to tell you, and make sure it reaches Emperor Tenstian's ears. In Loms, there's a dark sorcerer capable of wielding ancient magic. He can break the curse of the goddess of light." Richard was confident this rumor would lure the Emperor. The Emperor would believe he could lift the curse on the Crown Prince, and in that moment, Richard would strike and kill him. The subordinate, astute as ever, understood Richard's scheme immediately upon hearing it. But life rarely goes as planned. It seemed Richard's carefully crafted plan yielded no results. Furious, he questioned his subordinate. "What did you say? Even after hearing the rumors, the Emperor hasn't done anything?" Despite his meticulous calculations, the bait had failed to entice the target. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Richard was livid. Exhausted, he buried his face in his hands and decided to temporarily halt his plan to assassinate the Emperor. He recalled that Emperor Tenstian cared deeply for Ania. If the Crown Prince were to die, Ania would become a princess, and her husband would naturally ascend to the throne. Now, a new plan began forming in Richard's mind. "Emperor Tenstian and Ania, I will join your family. Then, step by step, I will climb my way to the throne." Nothing could be more perfect. His smug expression was so punchable that anyone would feel the urge to knock his teeth out. Confidently, Richard declared to his subordinate. "More importantly, I need to find a gift for Ania, a gift so valuable she cannot refuse." At this moment, in the Crown Prince's palace, dawn had begun to break. The doctor was still tirelessly examining the Crown Prince. Putting away his stethoscope, he spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Today marks the 10th day. I am sorry to inform you, but if he does not wake up today, he likely won't survive much longer. This news seemed to paralyze Ania in place. She never expected this day to come so soon. Her hands dropped weakly by her sides. All her previous efforts now felt in vain. Ania was overwhelmed by a crushing sense of guilt, as though it was suffocating her and squeezing the life out of her heart. Ania blamed herself for everything. She believed she had meddled too much, causing the novel's plot to change and triggering a butterfly effect that led to Blake's suffering. Grasping the boy's hand tightly, Ania prayed to the goddess of light, begging her to take away Blake's pain. He has done nothing wrong. He's just an innocent child. Why must he endure this torment? She thought. It's not his fault that he was born a descendant of Philip. Please, I beg you, take away his suffering. Seeing Ania's shoulders trembling, the emperor approached her and gently patted her back. His hand was as warm as always. He gazed at Ania with a look full of fatherly affection. Ania, this is not your fault. So please, stop blaming yourself, he said. In front of the emperor, Ania tried her best to appear composed, knowing full well how much more agonizing it must be for a father to watch his child suffer. Surely, the emperor's pain surpassed hers many times over. His deep, gentle voice was like warm water flowing into Ania's heart. If I had known you would feel this way, I wouldn't have allowed you to come to the palace. Blake's curse was caused by Philip's wicked actions and partly by my own inadequacies. You have done nothing wrong, Ania. Ania stubbornly insisted on taking all the blame. She couldn't let go of her guilt, but before she could express her determination to find a way to break the curse, the emperor interrupted her. You are the greatest gift that the heavens have given to Blake and me. Your existence alone is more than enough. So please, don't ever entertain such self-destructive thoughts again. As he spoke, he clasped Ania's small hand. Then, looking at her with unwavering determination, he added, if Blake leaves this world, I will bestow upon you the title of princess. Ania's face was filled with disbelief. Her round eyes widened as she stared at the emperor. What did you say? What do you mean by that? The emperor confided in Ania, sharing secrets he had long kept buried. He admitted that he had once resolved not to have children, hoping to end the goddess's curse in his generation. But he had fallen into the vortex of love and grown greedy, longing for a child of his own. That desire led to Blake's birth. Consequently, he tormented himself with guilt, believing his greed had brought this curse upon his son. Why do both of you insist on taking all the blame? Ania interjected indignantly. This is not your fault, your majesty. Yet the emperor remained steadfast in his belief that he was to blame. He didn't want any more children to suffer the curse as Blake had. Ania watched the emperor's lonely figure, realizing that any words of comfort would be meaningless in the face of Blake's worsening condition. The goddess of light had cursed Philip, who had ascended the throne, and the emperor could not be certain if her wrath had been appeased. If one of Philip's descendants were to renounce the throne, the curse might be lifted. That was why, if Blake were to pass, the emperor wanted to name Ania as a princess and intended to abdicate in her favor. How could anyone possibly be happy being forced into such a position at such a young age? Ania thought bitterly. Her hands fell limply to her sides as she pleaded with the emperor, please don't say things like that. His Highness will recover and break free from this curse. Her voice was firm and resolute. Seeing Ania's tear-streaked face, the emperor realized he had let his emotions overwhelm him and burdened a child like Ania with his worries. He hurriedly reassured her, of course, the boy will be fine. But what if he doesn't make it? Before the emperor could finish, Ania covered her face and began to sob. There will be no what if. Please don't even entertain such thoughts, she cried. Hugging Blake tightly as he lay on the bed, she repeated to the emperor and herself over and over, Blake will wake up. He will overcome this. He will overcome this. The room returned to its usual silence, broken only by Ansia's muffled sobs. Suddenly, a familiar, soft voice called her name, and Ansia's heart leaped with joy. Blake's weak eyes opened, and the first thing he saw was her tear-streaked face by his side. Seeing signs of Blake waking up, Ansia immediately threw herself into his arms. After 10 days, Blake greeted her with a bright smile. Though still weak, he forced a smile to ease her worries. Ansia felt a little embarrassed. This girl had somehow transmigrated into a novel and ended up falling for a younger man 2 years her junior. But as luck would have it, her bunny-like prince was cursed, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. Worse, the curse tormented him on a regular basis, leaving him unconscious for 10 long days this time. So, when he finally woke up, Ansia felt like she had been revived. She hastily asked, "Am I hugging you too tightly?" Just as she was about to let go, worried she might hurt the crown prince, he reached out and held on to her. Despite his fatigue, he mustered the strength to sit up and pull her close, murmuring, "Don't go." Seeing her tear-streaked face, the prince felt a pang of sorrow. With trembling hands, he gently touched her face, wiping away her tears. "Ansia, why are you crying?" Blake asked softly. Ansia couldn't stop the tears, and they soaked his hand. She pressed his hand to her cheek, crying and laughing at the same time. "It's just... I'm so happy to see you. Are you feeling all right? I'll call the royal doctor right away." But Blake clung to her, refusing to let her leave. "Don't go. Stay here with me." And so, the pair of lovebirds began their affectionate display, spreading their sweetness far and wide. The emperor, watching from the side, turned red with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he interrupted the intimate moment, causing the two to separate. He walked over to Blake's bedside, his demeanor gentle like a loving father. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Unable to stop himself, he sat down beside the bed and placed a hand on Blake's forehead to check his temperature. Seeing that the fever had subsided, he finally felt at ease. Blake, while maintaining a calm expression in front of his father, was undoubtedly overjoyed inside. It had been too long since they had been this close. Meanwhile, Ansia, a staunch shipper of their father-son bond, stood off to the side, beaming with delight. Finally, after 3 years, they were reunited. Maybe I should leave so they can talk more openly. With that thought, Ansia made an excuse to call the doctor and stepped toward the door. However, Blake clung to her tightly, refusing to let her go. In the end, the emperor stood up and offered, "I'll go call him. If I stay here any longer, I might choke on all the dog food you two are serving." Seizing the opportunity, the emperor hurried out, closing the door firmly behind him. Ansia waited for the door to close. Now, it was just her and Blake in the room. Blake clung to her like glue, wrapping his arms tightly around her and refusing to let go. "Ansia, I missed you so much. It's been so long since I've seen my wife," he said, leaning his head on her shoulder. Letting him rest against her, Ansia gently whispered, "I missed you too. I've been waiting for this moment when your highness would hold me like this." The mischievous prince slid his hand down to intertwine his fingers with hers. "Ansia called for me and found me, so I woke up," he said, flashing her a radiant smile. Seeing his smile, Ansia froze in place, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Then, tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face. Despite her tears, Ansia couldn't remain sorrowful for long because of Blake. She had to gather herself. Wiping the tears streaking down her cheeks, she forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, thank you for waking up. Truly, thank you." Seeing her like this, the prince felt even more awkward. He stopped muttering her name and remained quiet. For 10 long days, the room had been filled only with sighs and sorrow, but now it finally held a touch of warmth and happiness. After Blake's sudden coma and miraculous awakening, many things had changed in the Crown Prince's palace. Emperor Tenstian's visits to the palace had become frequent, occurring every 3 to 4 days. He even stayed for dinner on occasion, as he did today. Now, the entire royal family was gathered at a lavish dining table, the atmosphere cozy and warm. Looking at them, they truly seemed like a family. Ania had created a new dish and eagerly introduced it. "Father, you must try this. It's mushroom omelette rolls. I guarantee you'll love it, or your money back." The golden, appetizing dish caught the emperor's attention, and he took a bite. Unable to hold back, he praised her. "Thank you, Ania. It's truly delicious." Ania happily explained that the crown prince disliked mushrooms, so she made the dish this way to see if he would eat it. The prince, busy munching away, was startled when his wife called out to him. Without much thought, he nodded perfunctorily. The awkward dynamic between father and son, conducted through Ania, left her exasperated. Determined to mend the chilly relationship between the two, Ania began her mission. She pointed at the prince and asked the emperor, "Father, isn't our crown prince so adorable?" Faced with such a question, the emperor had no choice but to nod. "Well, yes, he's cute, I suppose." Then she turned to point at the emperor, cheerfully saying, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, look here. Isn't our emperor so cool?" Blake seemed uninterested in participating in her antics, offering only a faint But Ania pressed on, "Look closely. He's really cool, isn't he?" The prince, clearly unimpressed, placed his teacup on the table and coldly remarked, "Is it necessary to use the word cool twice?" His response left Ania wanting to freeze in place with embarrassment. If she could find a pair of pants to put over her head at that moment, she probably would have. The dining table fell into an awkward, suffocating silence that no one could break. As for the emperor, it was clear that his frequent visits to the crown prince's palace had elevated his stealth skills to a legendary level. Whenever these two, Ania and Blake, started holding hands or getting cozy, the emperor might as well have become invisible. When the meal finally ended, leaving only the two of them in the room, Ania subtly asked Blake, "Isn't it nice that your father comes to visit, Your Highness?" But Blake coldly dismissed the sentiment. "No, I'd rather spend more time with my wife." "Oh, you brat." If the emperor overheard this, he'd surely regret everything. Might as well have eaten that egg instead of raising this spare child, he'd think. Despite Blake's bluntness, Ania sighed in relief that he wasn't outright hostile toward Emperor Tenstian. If Blake treated the emperor with the same aggressive disdain he showed that Black Cat, the father-son relationship might have already spiraled into ruin. Still, Blake was clearly dissatisfied. He often grumbled about Ania's behavior around the emperor, accusing her of paying too much attention to him and showering him with compliments. "You even said I was cute," Blake pointed out indignantly. Today, he finally unloaded his grievances, listing everything from how she only cared about the emperor to how she always asked if the emperor enjoyed his meal and even called him cool. But Ania wasn't one to back down. "I said you were adorable too." Yet the prince immediately pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice soft as he retorted, "I won't do anything adorable at my age." "Excuse me?" Ania thought. What exactly are you planning to do at your age, if not sweet, innocent things? She could practically smell the jealousy radiating from her husband. And Blake didn't deny it, he laughed sheepishly and confessed. "Yes, I'm jealous. I only want to see Ania." Taking her hand in his, he started complaining again. "Why do you keep calling me Your Highness? Everyone else calls me by my name. Even you call the Emperor father. Are you treating me differently? Do you even see me as your husband? When will you truly stay by my side?" Ania had been behaving properly toward Blake as a matter of etiquette. It was all to maintain a certain distance from him because she feared that if she were to leave in the future, if she couldn't break the curse, she would have to give up this position to Diana. That was why she tried her best not to cross the final boundary between respect and reverence. She knew these were her own private calculations and a promise she had made to herself. But it seemed that Blake had figured out all her thoughts. He looked at her with a pleading gaze. Ania, please call me Blake." Even with him putting on that expression, Ania hesitated for a long time. In the end, she still called him Your Highness. Unexpectedly, Blake reached out, placed his hand gently on her cheek, and made her look directly into his eyes. He said, "All right, Ania. You called me Blake when I was still lying in bed. That's how you woke me up." He looked at her as if urging her on. "Ania, come on." Her heart waged an internal battle. Half of her wanted to say his name, but the other half feared that the closer they became, the more painful it would be for him when she eventually left. Yet, in the end, she couldn't resist that mixture of imploring and assertiveness in his expression. Softly, she uttered, "Blake." Seeing Blake's satisfied smile, Ania felt an inexplicable unease rising within her. She had finally called him by his name. This was the last fortress she had built, the barrier between herself and Blake. But in the end, she had been the one to bring it crashing down. And then, she realized that she could never truly leave Blake, as though she had become utterly captivated by him. In the royal palace, stones from the ancient forbidden grounds were brought in for study. Ania was still struggling with the inscriptions on the ancient stone tablets. Philip had betrayed the goddess of light by marrying Lontel Balasian as his empress, causing the goddess of light to become enraged and curse the descendants of Philip. She had the power to break the curse for the Balasian family, who had wed Philip. Who was the one who betrayed her? These thousand-year-old questions kept swirling in Ania's mind, but no one could answer them for her. She gently touched the stone tablet, probing it. As she began piecing together the sequence of events, she sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that another truth was being hidden behind the incomprehensible inscriptions, to the point that Ania wanted to shout, "What the heck is this?" It read, "Women. Ellipsis, the main character. Ellipsis, the sixth day. Ellipsis, position. Ellipsis, sentence." After reading it, Ania could only think, this is just ridiculous. The more she investigated, the more mysterious things seemed. What had happened after Philip left the capital? At that moment, a sound was heard from outside. It was Han, who entered cheerfully, greeting, "Princess Consort, there you are." Upon seeing him, Ania sighed, "I've been looking at these stone tablets and rereading Zek's history book. There's nothing in any of these books about the Typhon plague or Philip spreading news within the royal family. How could they fool everyone like that and easily resort to all kinds of tricks?" Han glanced at the pile of books, still disorganized, and asked suspiciously, "Have you read all these?" Goodness, after reading all of this, your brain must be fried and your eyes must be about to fall out. Han honestly admired her determination. Han candidly admired her. "You are truly amazing." With such a compliment, Ania smiled joyfully. "I just reviewed what I had read earlier in the Tenon Palace. You're very brave and talented." So the two of them kept exchanging compliments, praising each other without missing a beat. Suddenly, Ania eagerly praised Han's outfit, causing him to feel embarrassed. Han awkwardly explained, "This is the attire that His Majesty gave me, and I'm very happy to hear the Crown Princess say that." In that moment, Han felt a warm sensation inside him. Suddenly, Ania propped her chin up and looked at him, asking, Han, may I ask you something? I heard you gave up the life of being in His Majesty's shadow and were granted a title. Why did you decide to step into the light when you had previously declined the Emperor's invitations?" Han paused for a moment and then shared his thoughts with Ania. He said that he made this decision after seeing her. When he saw her repeatedly ignore danger, despite being a weak girl, and still persist, clinging to even the smallest hope that could save Blake, he began to feel useless. He had told the Emperor he would be loyal, but in the end, he had only relied on him, staying behind as a shadow. Thanks to Ania's courage, Han had realized many things. Standing before her, he confidently declared, "From now on, I will stand with His Majesty and protect him in the open. I will also be someone who fully supports the Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Hearing these heartfelt words from Unhan, Ania felt warmed. She sincerely complimented him, "You are still very reliable." As the mood between them remained light and cheerful, Unhan suddenly sensed danger approaching. He quickly pulled Ania behind him to protect her. "Crown Princess, it's dangerous." At that moment, Ania still didn't understand what was happening. A bright white light appeared in front of them, accompanied by a fierce wind. The sudden turn of events caught Ania off guard. She skeptically asked him, "What is that?" Unhan seemed very familiar with this power. He explained, "I can feel the power of the dragon. It's likely Beck has been sent to get rid of me. The situation is critical, Crown Princess, you must run." But how could Ania leave Unhan behind? She stayed behind him, while Unhan swiftly drew his sword, ready to face whatever came. Suddenly, they saw an increasingly blinding light, with the wind swirling around them. From the light, a mysterious figure slowly emerged. This person was dressed in a very strange manner and proudly said, "Finally, I've found you." Ania assessed the stranger from head to toe. She hadn't expected someone with such overwhelming power to be a frail-looking child. This person had white hair like a Taoist priest and wore clothing similar to Eastern monks. Additionally, they had skin as white as Snow White. According to Unhan, this person was likely Beck, a small, childlike figure who slowly approached Unhan with a clearly joyful expression on their face. Contrary to the stranger's cheerful demeanor, Unhan remained extremely cautious. He sternly looked at the person, gripping his sword tightly in defense. "Are you here to take me away? Or are you here to kill me?" Unhan's confrontational attitude startled the stranger. She explained, "I'm not here to take you. I'm the one chosen by the White Dragon." Indeed, the revelation of this information threw Unhan into confusion, making it hard for him to believe. His vision blurred, sweat pouring down his face, and he asked in disbelief, "What?" The stranger obediently knelt before him and loudly explained that Beck had chosen Unhan as her master. "So please, come back with me." Despite the sincere plea, Unhan coldly rejected, "No, I decline. Your words are lies." It seemed that there was a huge unresolved issue between them that couldn't be solved with mere words. However, Beck continued to explain, "It's not a lie. I came here on my own. Do you know how many hardships I endured to get here? I will explain everything later, but please don't turn your back on me." Even after she had humbled herself to plead, Unhan remained aloof. "I don't want to hear you, go away." Seeing how desperate the stranger was and how cold Unhan's rejection was, Ania spoke up, "Unhan, why don't you listen to him? I don't know what's going on, but I don't think he's as dangerous as you think." But even with Ania's interjection, Unhan remained firm in his stance, "No, Crown Princess, you can't trust him." By now, Beck had witnessed the friendly exchange between Ania and Unhan. His face darkened with anger, and he demanded, "Wait. Are you going to choose to follow this woman instead of me?" Unable to swallow his frustration, he gathered a glowing energy in his hand. Beck had risen and was now furiously questioning Unhan. "I'm the only one who can help you, yet you choose to protect this woman. This is unacceptable." He then glared at Ania with a look of hatred, his hands preparing to unleash the energy that would tear her apart. As the saying goes, when bulls fight, the fly gets killed. Ania, confused and caught in the middle, wondered what exactly they wanted from her. "What do you want me to do to make you happy? Hurry up, or we might end up in a disaster." At this moment, Beck's energy was growing stronger by the second, and Ania knew that even just one of his attacks could send her to meet her ancestors. The light from his power was so blinding that she could barely keep her eyes open. She even raised her hand to shield herself, but the strength behind it made it almost impossible to resist. She wanted to explain the situation to this stranger, but things were far from simple. The person before her now seemed like a wounded beast in a rage. Naturally, Unhan couldn't just stand by and let Beck harm anyone, especially Ania. Furious, he questioned, How dare you be so rude to the crown princess? The atmosphere was intense and chaotic for a moment before it suddenly quieted. Ania thought she might have already ascended to heaven, but after waiting with her eyes closed, nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw the young man in Eastern robes collapsed on the floor. Eunhan carefully approached the figure and explained to Ania, he just fainted. It's only temporary. After checking Beck's condition, Eunhan rushed over to Ania, asking anxiously, Are you alright, Your Highness? Do you feel any pain? Ania smiled reassuringly, I'm fine, but what about him? She looked up at the young man lying unconscious on the ground. His features were quite striking. After confirming that Ania was unharmed, Eunhan quickly picked up the unconscious youth and said, He will wake up soon. Please, don't worry about this. He carried the young man in his arms, turning to Ania to announce, I'll take him back to where he belongs for a while. A few days later, the palace returned to its peaceful atmosphere, the sky still as clear as ever. Blake appeared suddenly, calling out Ania's name with excitement. Before she could even react, he wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug. Your Highness, I'm here, Ania replied with a smile, enjoying the moment. But Blake wasn't satisfied, continuing to cling to her like a living pillow. Ania chuckled, You've missed me after just an hour? Blake pouted, looking up at her with a sulky expression, his cheeks flushed. I've been waiting for you for a whole hour, he whined. Then, in his usual teasing way, he added, By the way, do you remember what you forgot, my dear wife? Seeing Blake's adorable, pouty face, Ania couldn't help but laugh. How could I forget? Feeling a bit shy, she finally said his name, causing Blake to beam with happiness. Observing their playful interaction, people around them could only shake their heads and sigh, here comes another round of fluff. Blake laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Ania's reaction. He grabbed her hand firmly, let's go together. Despite trying to act nonchalant, the red tint on his ears betrayed his feelings. Ania noticed it and smiled inwardly, thinking to herself, his ears are so red, it's so cute. As they were holding hands, Eunhan appeared in the hallway. He approached and greeted them. Your Highness, I've been waiting for you both for a while. Blake immediately put on the cold demeanor of a prince and replied. I didn't think it took that long. Then, he shot Eunhan a hostile glance. Eunhan, with a serious expression, said, I have something to discuss with the princess. Ania, sensing that this was likely about Beck, agreed immediately, I understand. Let's go to the sitting room. However, at that moment, Blake tightened his grip on her hand, as if not wanting her to leave. Eventually, he reluctantly let Ania go, but not before reminding her, come back soon. Ania smiled reassuringly, I know, I'll be back soon. In his private chamber, Eunhan sincerely expressed his remorse. I apologize for what happened that day. Because of me, you ended up in a dangerous situation. Ania, not bothered by this, waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Besides, I was worried about you. Though Eunhan insisted he was fine, Ania could see he still seemed unsettled. She looked at him with concern, also curious about why that strange person had come to cause trouble. She asked. May I ask what happened? A hint of anguish appeared on Eunhan's face, and he closed his eyes to avoid answering. Seeing this, Ania didn't want to press him, and she gently said, If it's too hard to talk about, just keep it in your heart. Unexpectedly, Eunhan interrupted her with determination. I will speak. Eunhan slowly began recounting his life. As you already know, Your Highness, I am a prince of the Moon Empire. If the Asteric Empire was built on the power of the goddess of light, then the moon was built on the power of dragons. In the royal family, some people are chosen by dragons, they are called dragon kin. My mother was a servant in the palace. Although she was a commoner, the emperor noticed her beauty, and that's how I was born. He continued, his voice choked with emotion. As a child, I was happy and close to Beak. But then tragedy struck when I was chosen by the Black Dragon, a sign that I would bring calamity to the country. The emperor, my father, was furious and ordered the deaths of both me and my mother. My mother, unfortunately, passed away, leaving me alone. My father, that very father of mine, could kill his own wife and child just for the throne. I could never understand or forgive him. Ania looked at him with deep sympathy. So that was your situation? Eunhan continued his story. After I left, the White Dragon chose Beak. The one chosen by the White Dragon becomes the High Priest, with the authority to choose the Emperor. Beak has probably come here because the Moon Empire is in turmoil. Before he could finish, a piercing scream from outside startled them both. Ania recognized Blake's voice. Eunhan, equally alarmed, guessed this was Beak's doing. They ran outside to find Blake lying weakly under Beak's control. Blake gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Beak responded mockingly, even pinching Blake's cheek, which angered him further. At that moment, Ania and Eunhan arrived to intervene. Furious, Eunhan scolded. "Why are you doing this?" Ania was even angrier seeing her husband being mistreated. She silently cursed Beak for daring to hurt Blake. Eunhan quickly pulled Beak away, while Ania anxiously checked on Blake to see if he was injured. Thankfully, he was unharmed. In the corner of the room, Eunhan and Beak were caught up in a loud argument. Eunhan demanded that Beak apologize to Blake, but Beak arrogantly refused. "I am the High Priest of the Moon Empire. I will bow to no one but the Emperor." Eunhan could only sigh in frustration, helplessly watching his defiant younger brother roar in defiance, "Beak!" In the corner of the room, Eunhan and Beak continued their loud argument. Eunhan demanded that Beak apologize to Blake, but Beak arrogantly refused. "I am the High Priest of the Moon Empire. I will bow to no one but the Emperor." Eunhan could only sigh in frustration, helplessly watching his rebellious younger brother roar, "Beak!" Beak's feet slowly touched the ground as he mocked Eunhan. "By the way, you're quite something. Every time I try to find you, some mysterious force stops me." His earlier brash demeanor faded, and Beak looked seriously toward the Crown Prince, asking, "Is it because of him?" Mentioning the Crown Prince made Beak's gaze grow distant. He spoke just one cryptic word, "blending." Ania, hearing this, was completely puzzled and asked Beak skeptically, "Huh? What do you mean by blending?" She silently tried to piece things together. The White Dragon was a sacred entity in the Moon Empire, much like the Goddess of Light in the East. She had studied all the texts about curses for the past 3 years, but she had never come across the term blending. The more she thought about it, the more certain Ania became that this strange young man knew something about Blake's curse. Noticing Ania's curious expression, Beak grinned and asked, "Do you want to know? How could you pass up such a golden opportunity?" Ania nodded seriously, clearly eager to know. At this, Beak suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. "Crown Princess of Asteric, would you be interested in making a deal with me?" The entire palace was now enveloped in the soft hues of twilight. Ania and Beak met in a private room, with Ania clearly affected by Beak's powerful presence. She responded straightforwardly. "Please, state the terms of the deal." Beak's condition was simple, he wanted to stay here with Eunhan. Thinking it an easy request, Ania quickly agreed. "Understood. I'll prepare a room for you." But Beak wasn't finished with his conditions. He also wanted her to persuade Eunhan to return to the Moon Empire, believing she could sway him. This, however, was not something Ania was confident she could accomplish. She believed that returning to the moon or staying here was Eunhan's own decision. She couldn't change his mind if he didn't want to go. Nonetheless, Beak's proposal was tempting. In a soft, enticing tone, he added, "If you help me, I will reveal to you what you're searching for and decode that stone tablet." The mere mention of this showed just how formidable Beak's abilities were. Ania looked at him in surprise. "You can decode it? How did you know I wanted to decipher it?" Beak maintained his mysterious demeanor and replied, "How do I know? I know because I've seen it. If someone is chosen by the White Dragon to take its place, they gain the ability to see new things. Anyway, please try to persuade my brother to help me. If he returns to the moon, I'll tell you about the Crown Prince and translate that stone tablet." Such an enticing offer was impossible for Ania to refuse. She stood there, deep in thought, unable to respond. As she walked down the hall back to the Crown Prince's quarters, she was lost in a daze, feeling utterly confused. Despite knowing the core of the story, The events unfolding around her made her question if that storyline was even reliable anymore. According to the story's original timeline, the Moon Empire would be destroyed in 10 years in a brutal civil war, with no survivors left among the factions. She couldn't bear the thought of sending Eun-han back to that fate just for Blake's sake. Finally, she realized the best option for now was to keep that troublemaker Beak around. As much as she disliked him, she had to stay calm and patient. If she fought him, who else would translate the tablet? So, over the next few days, Ania began trying to bribe him with lavish meals, but Beak seemed uninterested in food. Her first plan quickly failed. Try again. Ania thought as she continued her attempts to win Beak over, this time with tea. Beak, this is jasmine tea. Ania was confident in her renowned cooking skills, well regarded throughout the palace. But this stubborn cat was proving difficult, refusing to even try it. Let the Crown Prince have it, Your Highness. I won't try it. I can't eat or drink anything you make. Refusing to give up, Ania was determined to get Beak to take at least a sip. She put on a hurt expression and complained. Do you dislike me that much? But Beak didn't mean it that way. He calmly reminded her. No, it's not that I dislike you, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I simply cannot partake, for reasons you'll understand when the time comes. Seeing Beak's unwavering resolve, Ania finally gave in, sighing in disappointment. All right, I understand. That evening in the Crown Prince's quarters, Beak was still comfortably lingering there. Prince Blake, surprisingly generous, even lent him some of his own clothes. Beak looked unusual in the Empire's attire. He wasn't used to it, frequently adjusting his collar, clearly feeling awkward in the unfamiliar outfit. Curious, Beak asked Blake what it all was. Blake, who seemed to have found a good friend, patiently explained each detail to him. Seeing them enjoy each other's company, Ania felt a warm happiness as well. She noticed that while Beak was wary of adults, he was quite comfortable with peers his age, like Blake. Remarkably, Beak was already speaking the Empire's language fluently, a true sign that those chosen by the White Dragon were anything but ordinary. It was rare for the Crown Prince to be so friendly with another boy. He even asked Beak how old he was. A hint of sadness flashed in Beak's eyes. To him, age no longer seemed to matter. Just then, there was a sound at the door. The one who entered was none other than Eun-han. Bowing respectfully, he greeted them. Your Highness, Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Seeing his older brother, Beak immediately bounded over like an excited child, eager to show off. Brother. Today, I learned the royal language. I worked really hard. And I even tried on Asterix's clothes. But instead of reciprocating Beak's cheerful greeting, Eun-han appeared irritated. In a cold tone, he rebuked him, You're being too loud. I was greeting their highnesses, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Where is your respect? Beak could only bow his head apologetically, looking defeated under his brother's reproach. Ania and Blake watched from the side, feeling indignant on Beak's behalf. Ania spoke up, Eun-han, you don't need to be so harsh. That was a bit much. Do you know how long Beak has been waiting to see you these past few days? Surprisingly, Beak quickly rushed over to Blake, as if to cover his mouth, hastily explaining, Blake, please don't be upset, it was my fault. It was strange, these two had only just met, yet they already seemed to treat each other like old friends, even though they had started as if they were rivals. It was baffling. Eun-han then shifted the topic, asking about the Crown Prince's health. Hearing Blake confirm he was well, Eun-han seemed somewhat relieved and took the opportunity to excuse himself. But throughout the conversation, he didn't mention Beak at all, as if he were invisible. In a moment, the heavy door closed with a thud, and Eun-han's figure disappeared behind it. Left alone, Beak stood there, his back turned, a lonely bitterness evident in his stance as he stared at the now closed door, his heart weighed down with unspoken emotions. Remembering this scene, Blake's anger flared up. He spoke indignantly on Beak's behalf, that was too much. How dare he act that way? I didn't realize he could be so cold-hearted. Ania tried to calm Blake down, gently defending Eunhan. He probably has his reasons. But Blake remained firm, loyal to his friend. Whatever happened in the past, it's not Beek's fault. He cares about his brother so much. This was the first time Ania had seen Blake take a stand for someone else's struggles. In the past, he was always composed and wise beyond his years. Thinking of this, Ania couldn't help but laugh softly. Are you actually angry, Blake? Blake avoided her gaze, explaining that Beek had been waiting all day, and he couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. If it were me, I would be so upset I wouldn't be able to bear it, Blake said, his voice faltering as tears welled up in his eyes. Ania was taken aback, so startled that she almost wanted to laugh. Your Highness, you're crying, she exclaimed. Blake looked at her with shimmering eyes and replied, his voice trembling, I'm so loud, I can't help it. Don't call me loud, understand? Oh, how can this strong young man be so vulnerable? Our little bunny, crying again, she said, quickly wiping his tears away and comforting him. It's okay, let's sleep. You're amazing, Blake, so handsome and adorable. In the dark of the night, the room was filled with the steady sound of their breathing. The next morning, in the palace greenhouse, Blake was carefully weaving flowers into a crown. He kindly asked Beek, can you help me make the flower crown? Beek stood beside him, perplexed, wondering why the crown prince insisted on doing this himself when the servants could easily handle it. But Blake was adamant. This gift was for his wife, and if someone else made it, it wouldn't be meaningful. It had to be done by him. Seeing Blake so happy and determined, Beek couldn't help but ask, do you often give gifts to the crown princess? Blake quietly replied, not at first, but I won't live much longer. I want to give her as many things as I can. You've heard from Eunhan, right? I won't survive to adulthood. Upon hearing this, Beek sadly apologized to Blake. Blake continued, that's why I don't want to leave without leaving something behind. Ania will be so sad. Last year, when I suddenly got sick, I thought I was going to die. I regretted it so much. Blake's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tenderly held the flower crown, saying, I picked a rose from the greenhouse for Ania. The flowers withered so quickly, just like me. But she still happily accepted it, even enchanted it to preserve it and looked at it every day. I once told Ania to throw it away when it wilted, but seeing her cherish it, I regretted it deeply. I should have given it to her earlier. From now on, I'm determined to give her as many gifts as I can. Blake spoke to Beek, his face filled with joy, truly a person lost in the madness of love. Seeing Blake's joy, Beek fell silent, not saying anything. Even the way he looked at Blake seemed odd, as though he knew something, wanted to speak, but then decided against it. Before long, the morning passed, and another afternoon came. Blake was engrossed in sword training with Eden, while Ania and Beek stood on the balcony, watching the Crown Prince practice. Beek couldn't help but ask Ania, does the Crown Prince train like this every day? He looks so young, yet he has the energy of someone much older. Hearing Beek's old man remark, Ania couldn't resist teasing him. You seem to look older than you are. In contrast to his usual mischievous self, Beek simply replied, just like you. This response caught Ania off guard. Beek explained that he could see things others couldn't, even the soul and power of Ania. Despite all the hardships she had gone through, Ania still held on to purity and nobility, qualities that would never be broken in the future. With her kind nature, she would help many people, but she would never be able to save herself. Beek's gaze grew more focused on her as he continued, people may call you foolish, but you will burn brightly in joy. Ania was stunned by Beek's words. She was surprised that he could see through her essence so clearly. But even more surprising was when Beek, with a focused gaze, said, I can see you burning in a pure white flame. Hearing the mention of the white flame, Ania suddenly panicked. Does that mean I can break Blake's curse? Contrary to Ania's worried expression, Beak calmly sneered and asked, "Are you willing to die for Blake?" Without hesitation, Ania answered, "Yes, I'm ready. You can take these eyes of mine, even my life. Please, break the curse for Blake so he doesn't have to leave." Beak said nothing more, silently asking Ania to take him to the stone tablet. Together, they made their way to Ania's study in the palace. Beak studied the stone tablet for a long while Ania anxiously asked, "Beak, can you read the contents on the stone tablet?" Beak explained that he could only restore the hidden inscriptions, and translating them was Ania's task. After saying this, he instructed Ania to step back as he would use magic. A brilliant light emanated from Beak's small hand, shining onto the stone tablet. The light spread throughout the room, and a gust of wind rose, leaving Ania awestruck by the power of the magic. At that moment, the mysterious symbols on the stone tablet began to reveal themselves. It was written that in the 5th year of the empire, Philip ascended the throne. The text also mentioned the 3rd and 6th princes, which surprised Ania because she had always thought that Philip had only 3 children. She continued reading. In November of the 5th year, the markings of the curse on the 6th prince changed, and he died shortly thereafter. The curse of the goddess then transferred to the 7th prince. This information was completely different from what Ania had known, leaving her confused. Suddenly, a black mist surrounded her, pulling her into the stone tablet. In the darkness, Ania relived the fateful night when the original owner of her body had thrown herself into the cold lake. Her father had tried to stop her, shouting, "Ania, what are you doing? How can you run away before meeting the crown prince? What am I supposed to do now?" No matter how harsh his words were, she only bowed her head in silence, having lost all hope in her heart. She had been abandoned by her family and driven to the brink of despair. Suddenly, a flicker of light in the middle of the lake caught Ania's attention. She looked toward the light, and it suddenly exploded, emitting a blinding flash that made it impossible for her to open her eyes and see clearly. At that moment, the black mist appeared again, pulling Ania into the cold, bone-chilling water. Ania could not struggle or resist, she couldn't even breathe. In her despair, she wondered if this was how she would die. Just then, a strange voice echoed in her mind. "Heir of the light, to whom do you wish to transfer your power?" In that life-or-death moment, Ania couldn't think clearly. The only thing she knew was that if she died, Diana would be very sad. The voice in her mind seemed to assume that Diana would be the one to inherit her light power. Ania suddenly woke from her horrifying experience, gasping in fear. Beak, very concerned, rushed over to check on her and asked, "You're awake now?" Ania explained that she had briefly lost consciousness. At the same time, based on her memories of the icy lake, she suddenly realized that she possessed the power of light and might be the heir to the light power of the Belasian family. Upon hearing this, Beak showed no surprise, coldly asking, "Did you just find out?" Ania was stunned to learn that Beak had known from the very first time they met. Beck gently explained to her, "The one who shines so beautifully, how could I not recognize you? Your power is immense. Thanks to you, the Crown Prince's curse hasn't spread further. Your light created a boundary that stopped the curse from expanding. That strength even overcame the darkness." At that moment, Ania was startled to realize that she had been helping Blake all along. Beck coughed and continued to remind her, "You have a tremendous power trapped within the prince's body after the battle. If you awaken your strength, you can untangle it and break the curse." Ania still couldn't believe the truth. She stared at her hands in shock, thinking to herself, "I am the heir of the light. I can break Blake's curse. If that's true, Blake has a chance to be saved, and I won't have to leave him anymore." But before she could feel joy, a loud crash startled her. When she turned around, she saw Beck collapsed on the ground. Eventually, she brought Beck back to the palace and laid him on the bed, but his condition only worsened. It might have been a consequence of using magic power. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Unhan rushed in, flinging the door open. He called out his brother's name in panic and quickly approached the bed to check on him. Beck, weak and barely audible, whispered, "Brother." At that moment, Eunhan no longer cared about Ania and Blake's presence. His focus was entirely on Beck. In a raised voice, he scolded, "Don't you know that if someone chosen by the White Dragon leaves their homeland and loses their power, they'll die? Why did you do this? Go back and live a comfortable life as the High Priest. Why did you do something so foolish?" Facing Eunhan's accusations, Beck weakly shed tears and murmured, "I wanted to break the Crown Prince's curse. If I can't return with you, it has no meaning at all. You are everything to me. I became the High Priest and was surrounded by many people, but only you genuinely cared for me. I'll never forget those who looked down on me before I became the High Priest. I really don't want to go back." As he spoke, Beck's tears began to flow even more. His voice trembled as he continued, "I'd rather disappear in front of you than return to that hell alone. I hate the place without you. I can't bear to be there by myself, so I helped the Crown Princess." At this point, Beck broke down, crying like a child. Eunhan looked at him with deep sorrow and asked, "Why would you say such things now?" Beck, fearing that Eunhan might despise him for appearing so weak, used his remaining strength to say, "Even so, I'm happy that I finally got to see you." With those words, Beck passed out. Eunhan screamed his brother's name until his voice was hoarse, but there was no response. It seemed he couldn't accept the reality. In the end, he knelt beside Beck's bed, sobbing uncontrollably. A strong man like Eunhan had finally shed tears. Eunhan wasn't the only one grieving. Ania was equally worried for Beck. She couldn't understand what had happened to him. At this moment, Eunhan cradled his brother in his arms and softly informed Ania, "He's still alive. As long as he's breathing, there's a chance. If we return to Chaong immediately, he might survive." Eunhan regretfully said goodbye to Ania. "Your Highness, I must return to Chaong. In an urgent situation like this, Beck Khan's life is the top priority." Ania urged him, "Go quickly." Shortly after, Eunhan departed for Chaong and did not return for a long time. At this time, the Crown Prince was still staring intently at Ania. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Ansia's face, the Crown Prince guessed that it was likely due to the situation with Eunhan and Beek. Ania smiled at him, not feeling sad at all because Eunhan and Beek were now together. Why should she be sad? She was even more worried that the Crown Prince might be upset because Beek had left. However, the Crown Prince believed that Beek was now happily with his brother, and he wasn't upset. In fact, he felt happy for them. Remarkably, the young prince then began to hold her hand, pressing it to his cheek and acting adorably. Ania couldn't help but shiver at the Crown Prince's cuteness. Right now, Ania felt a little more at ease because she knew that she was the one who held the power of light and knew how to break the curse. But the main male character in her life still wasn't ready. He was still just a child. Suddenly, she looked at the Crown Prince very seriously and asked, "Blake, when will you grow up?" Sure enough, bringing up such a sensitive topic made someone want to spit out their frustration. He still didn't understand why Ania suddenly asked that, and before he could ask her, Ania happily announced to him, "Blake, I have some good news for you. I've figured out how to break the curse. So, you need to grow up a little more." Blake pouted, his lips curling in a sulk, "I'm already grown up." But no matter how much he insisted, who would believe him? Even the prince's wife had compared him to a peach. The pain of this comparison was something no one could truly understand. Knowing how much Blake hated being treated like a child, Ania couldn't resist teasing him, "Blake, would you like some peaches?" As expected, Blake immediately turned and walked away. "I need to go practice sword fighting." Before leaving, he looked back and added, "She'll be leaving soon. So, wait for me." Ania continued to watch him leave, her gaze lingering on his disappearing figure. The two of them walked together toward the training grounds. Ania kindly asked, "So, would you like anything to eat after you practice?" The Crown Prince wasn't hard to please. He cheerfully replied, "I like everything." Suddenly, Ania's eyes landed on something that startled her. It was none other than Emperor Tenstian's appearance. With his tall, imposing figure, he stood silently like a quiet mountain. Upon seeing the Emperor suddenly appear, Ania felt a rush of joy. He gently patted her head, asking where the two of them were going. Blake, no longer keeping his distance from his father, calmly replied, "I'm on my way to the training grounds." The Emperor seemed quite surprised and asked again, "You're going to practice sword fighting?" After receiving Blake's response, he looked at his two children and said, "Let's go together." The Emperor's desk was piled high with petitions, many of which opposed the Crown Prince entering the palace, and there were even debates about Ania. Some petitions even called for the Crown Prince to be exiled to the southern island. Looking at the stack of petitions, the Emperor fell into deep thought. He murmured to himself, "At this point, I must stay clear-headed." Outside, the Duke Cassius's army still exists. It's only a matter of time before it spreads. The key point is that if Blake is the heir to the curse, those people will finally get the position they've long desired. As the Emperor pondered, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. It was Han. He emerged from the shadows and respectfully knelt before the Emperor. His eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. Emperor Tenstian quickly called for him to rise. Han sincerely apologized for leaving without informing the Emperor, but Emperor Tenstian, being understanding, had already heard some details from Ania and understood Han's situation. "I've heard from Ania," the Emperor began. "Is your brother doing better now?" Han smiled softly, grateful for the Emperor's concern. "Thank you for asking. He's doing well." Hearing this, Emperor Tenstian smiled contentedly. "I'm glad to hear that." Everyone was very worried. It's a relief to know he's better now. At this point, Han slowly approached Emperor Tenstian. His hand was tightly clenched in tension. Seeing his resigned expression, Emperor Tenstian understood the situation. He spoke first. "Did you come here today to say goodbye?" Han hesitated before admitting, "Yes, that's right. I wish to return to protect my family. He has no one else but me now. I once had a home, but I've neglected it for too long. So today, I've come to bid you farewell and request your permission to leave the Empire. I'm sorry that I can no longer protect you, but I will never forget your kindness." As he spoke, Han bowed his head as a gesture of gratitude to the Emperor. Emperor Tenstian wasn't particularly surprised by Han's decision to leave. In fact, he had already prepared a gift for him. "You've protected me enough. Raise your head and take this. It's a certificate to manage the gold mines near your homeland." Han hurriedly refused, saying, "No, Your Majesty, I don't deserve such an honor. Leaving suddenly like this, I can't accept something so valuable." But Emperor Tenstian didn't give him a chance to decline. "Take it. Don't you need to protect your brother? You'll need strength to do that." Han remained firm in his refusal. He was about to speak again, but the Emperor spoke before him. "This is just a small allowance for your departure. You don't need to feel burdened by it." With the Emperor's insistence, Han reluctantly bowed his head and accepted the gift. The Emperor regarded him as a friend, and he placed a hand on Han's shoulder. "I'm sorry for making things so difficult for you. If you ever want to return here and need help, just let me know." Touched by the Emperor's words, Han sincerely promised, "I will surely repay the kindness you've shown me." The Emperor smiled in satisfaction. "All right, now I have another ally, don't I?" At last, Han left. Watching the figure of the Emperor, Tenstian, fade into the distance, he stood still for a long time. He glanced at the pile of memorials on the table from the nobles, which were full of conspiracies and tricks aimed at undermining Ania and Blake. He then remembered Han, the young man who was returning home alone to protect his younger brother. As for him, for Tenstian, Ania and Blake were everything. He told himself that if he didn't do everything in his power to save Blake, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even if it meant making mistakes or going against the entire nobility, Tenstian was determined to try once more to save Blake. Suddenly, in a fit of anger, he grabbed the stack of memorials and threw them forcefully. In his mind, he kept questioning himself, what am I still afraid of? I am the emperor, the strongest in this empire. Tenstian thought to himself, I don't want to show my love in a weak way anymore. No one can lay a hand on my family. That subconscious strength urged him to throw the pile of disorganized memorials into the blazing fire. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. Perhaps this was the very reason why the emperor was here at this moment, even going so far as to spar with his son. Indeed, his actions surprised Blake, who let out a gasp. Not only Blake, but even Ania was equally astonished. In her mind, she kept asking herself, what? Even though the emperor came here, he was only supposed to join us for dinner. Blake intended to refuse, but Ania quickly intervened. She pushed his shoulder forward. Blake, don't be like that. Let's go together. The atmosphere now felt very comfortable. They were no different from a happy family. Emperor Tenstian was also quite pleased with his display. The three of them walked together towards the training grounds. And the happiest one there was Ania. Because, in the end, Blake and his father had agreed to go together. Just watching them was enough to make her heart feel unusually warm. But there was one thing, the height of the two of them was limited. No matter how fast they tried to walk, they could never catch up with someone who had legs as long as a supermodel's. The emperor turned around and realized that his two children were like little mushrooms, walking at a snail's pace. He scoffed. You two are walking too slowly. Taking advantage of the moment, the old father picked up his son, much to Blake's surprise. Seeing the emperor's face trying to portray the image of a kind father, Blake shivered down his spine. Could this be called a late fatherly love? Watching such a scene, Ania couldn't help but widen her eyes, eagerly following every detail. This was a beautiful picture of paternal love. Unlike Ania's excitement, Blake was now wriggling like a fish stranded on dry land. What are you doing? Put me down. This is dangerous. If I were him, I would probably wriggle along with Blake. In the emperor's arms, the crown prince was so embarrassed that his face turned bright red. He covered his face and reminded the emperor. Ania is watching. At this moment, the emperor remembered and turned to look at Ania, asking, did she pick you up like this too? Indeed, it was poetic justice. Just now, Ania had been watching the spectacle, and now she was caught in the emperor's trap. She immediately waved her hands in refusal, but there was no way she could resist the emperor. He easily lifted Ania as well. Now it was Ania's turn to squirm. Put me down. I'm not a child anymore. But the emperor stubbornly kept holding both of them. To him, both Ania and Blake would always be children. Ania blushed so deeply she was nearly burning with embarrassment. It was strange to be carried like a 3-year-old at this age. The image of a father holding his two children was so beautiful. It would seem that with those muscles, the emperor must have been lifting weights all day. Lifting these two undernourished children was nothing for him. Blake still felt shy, hiding in his father's chest, his arms instinctively tightening around his back. In truth, he was enjoying this feeling a little. It had been so long since he had been this close to his father in such a way. The emperor smiled at Blake. Let me see your skills with the sword. In a moment, they arrived at the training ground. The emperor took Blake's wooden sword and examined it for a moment. You practice with this? Upon hearing his father's question, Blake eagerly replied. I use a real sword too, I just stopped for a while. Before Blake could finish, the emperor tossed the sword to him and instructed him to start the practice. Ania, standing on the side, couldn't stop worrying about Blake's unfortunate fate. It seemed that Emperor Tenstian really intended to duel. It was rumored that his swordsmanship was even better than the royal knights. Blake's chances in this life were doomed. Seeing that his father had issued a challenge, Blake was determined to face the battle. But unfortunately, he was still just a kid. As soon as the fight started, Blake was knocked to the ground by the Emperor. Ania thought that the Emperor would gently guide Blake step by step. But to her surprise, he showed no mercy and attacked without hesitation. The Emperor picked up the sword and handed it to Blake, reminding him, "Step in longer. If you just rush in headfirst, your weaknesses will definitely be exposed." Blake didn't feel hurt or upset by his father's strictness. Instead, he seriously acknowledged his mistake. "Yes, let me try again." Blake's sword was knocked far away, and once again, he was sprawled out on the ground. The Emperor remained unmoved. If you can't hold the sword firmly, how can you expect it not to slip out of your hands? If you're not fit to hold a sword, your training partner could get hurt. Even though he was scolded like this, Blake remained determined. "I will practice more." Ania couldn't help but admire the Emperor's strict training. Thanks to this, Blake realized how much he still needed to improve. On the other hand, she was glad that the father and son had found a way to care for each other. It seemed like the sun had already set, yet the Emperor and his son were still practicing diligently. Blake was straining his utmost, sweat pouring from him, while the Emperor appeared to exert no effort at all in defeating him. Suddenly, the Emperor pushed the sword away, signaling the end of the practice. "That's enough for today." But Blake felt disappointed, and he hurriedly stopped his father. "Wait, I can keep going." The Emperor disagreed, speaking gently. "Tomorrow, let's leave it for tomorrow." Blake hesitated and asked, "Will you still come tomorrow, father?" The Emperor gently patted his head and said yes. He probably didn't know how happy that made Blake. The Emperor smiled at him and promised that he would come every day. His warm hand still rested on Blake's head, and Blake felt a warmth he had never known. Emperor Tenstian was also generous in praising his son. "You've always been very diligent in your practice. Well done." But Blake was embarrassed, thinking his father was teasing him. The Emperor revealed that when he was Blake's age, he didn't even know how to properly hold a sword. He also praised Eden for teaching Blake well and promised to reward him. Blake was overjoyed. This felt like a dream to him. He asked his father again, "Will you reward Eden?" The Emperor smiled kindly at him and nodded. At first, Blake had been embarrassed, and when they headed back, he felt just as shy. He continued to squirm, asking to be put down, but the Emperor refused to listen. Meanwhile, Ania had already taken the lead and rushed ahead, not wanting to get caught up in the awkward situation again. The three of them chatted happily, their conversation blending with the glow of the setting sun. That evening, the three of them gathered around the dinner table, enjoying a warm, intimate dinner that felt more relaxed than usual. The Emperor and Blake eagerly talked about their sword practice, and it seemed that the bond between father and son had grown much closer. Ania, in her role as a quiet matchmaker, couldn't help but feel happy to see this growing connection. Blake suddenly called out, "Ania, try this dish." Ania instinctively replied, "Thank you," which caused the Emperor to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He chuckled and said, "So the boy lets you call him by name now? He's starting to look like a proper husband." Blake quickly responded, "I've always been a proper husband from the beginning." The Emperor laughed, apologizing, "My mistake, I misspoke." Blake replied proudly, "Father, you should be careful with every word you say." Days passed peacefully like this. During the Festival of Light, held to honor the goddess of light, Blake planned to participate, following Richard's arrangements. However, his mask was suddenly pulled off, revealing the markings of the curse on his face. People nearby began to whisper and criticize, wounding Blake deeply. This incident became a painful scar in his lonely childhood. Seeing this, Ania silently promised herself to thwart Jot's schemes and shield Blake from similar hurt. During the festival night, she eagerly asked Blake, "Do you want to join the Festival of Light?" Blake shook his head and declined. I only want to be by your side. Ania smiled gently, saying, if your curse is lifted and you've grown up, let's attend the Festival of Light together. Blake held her hand and nodded. Yes, it's a promise. Throughout the festival, Ania spent most of her time by Blake's side. Toward the end, she couldn't miss the grand finale, the royal ball, where she was certain to be present. At this moment, the entire audience fell silent to welcome Emperor Tenstian and the crown princess. One pair of intense eyes was fixed on Ania, none other than the protagonist, Richard. He was entranced by Ania's smile, already forming a perfect plan in his mind, muttering to himself, tonight, I'll make sure she falls into my arms. This girl, who knows what karma she had in a past life to end up reincarnated into a turbulent novel, only to become a minor character fated to support others and face an early exit. But Ania was determined to change her destiny. She had promised herself she would rescue the supporting male character and let him be her first dance partner at the ball. But life, of course, rarely goes as planned. There were always those lurking, eager to dance with her. Richard, the main character, would normally be a prime example, but tonight, he had yet to appear. Instead, another foolish man had shown up in his place. Bowing respectfully, he asked, Your Highness, would you honor me with your first dance? Ania, of course, refused. She didn't even pay attention to Richard, let alone this unfamiliar man. She politely declined, saying, I'm afraid I'm not feeling well tonight. Yet, the man wouldn't give up and insisted on just one dance with the beautiful crown princess. Behind him, a few noblewomen began whispering. Doesn't he know the crown princess doesn't enjoy dancing? How rude. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Ania quickly turned and left, leaving him bewildered. She sighed, wondering, where is Richard tonight anyway? Everyone wants to ask me to dance. I should find a quiet corner to rest. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path and called out loudly, Hold on. The man had red eyes, a mark of the imperial bloodline. Ania had never met anyone as brash as he was. The moment he saw her, he brazenly demanded a dance without a trace of respect. He said bluntly, just one dance. Ania was stunned by his disrespectful behavior. How could a member of the royal family act so rudely? His eyes looked hollow, as if dulled by alcohol and other vices over a long period. He was unmistakably an addict. Few dared to comment on his behavior due to his royal status. He was Frank, Emperor Tenstian's nephew, the son of Duke Cassius, and Richard's half-brother. As such, he was a formidable contender for the throne. Ania had no patience for these entitled types, so she declined firmly, without an ounce of hesitation. But Frank, spoiled and used to getting his way, was furious at being refused by the crown princess. His face turned red, his jaw clenched, and he shouted angrily. You dare defy me? A mere daughter of a deposed count, with no sense of propriety. Ania found herself in an uncomfortable position as the surrounding nobles turned to stare, whispering among themselves. Frank continued to vent his rage. I am the future emperor. Do you think that becoming a princess makes you grand? Once I ascend, you'll belong to me. Even his fiancée, unable to bear it, rushed over and tried to pull him back, pleading, please, stop. But he ignored her entirely, shoving her to the ground and sneering. You dare lay a hand on me? You're pathetic. Don't expect to be my fiancé. If it weren't for your Quinton family name, no one would bother with you. I don't need your family anymore. Hand over your wealth and disappear from my sight. Ania couldn't bear Frank's disgraceful words any longer. She spoke firmly, Lord Frank, you are clearly intoxicated. It would be best if you returned home. We can discuss your inappropriate behavior later. But Ania's reprimand only seemed to inflame Frank's madness. His eyes blazed as he lunged forward, grabbing her arm in a vice-like grip. Who do you think you are to order me around? He spat, his face twisted with hatred. I will become emperor, and that monster will die soon enough. And you will be mine. Suddenly, a powerful force struck Frank, sending him flying backward with a cry of pain. Frank looked up, dazed, searching for his assailant. His face turned pale as he recognized Emperor Tenstian standing there, his gaze fierce and intimidating. Frank could only tremble, lying on the floor, his once arrogant face now ashen with fear. Tenstian stepped to Ania's side, gently patting her back to reassure her. Ania, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Fortunately, Ania was unharmed, though her wrist bore the marks of Frank's grip. She shook her head softly, feeling comforted by the Emperor's presence. Frank, who had been so arrogant moments before, now lay trembling, trying to stammer an excuse. "Your Majesty, it's not what it seems. The Crown Princess, she seduced me first," but before he could finish, Tenstian delivered another swift kick, accompanied by an icy threat. "Try saying that again." As Frank regained his senses, he felt the cold edge of a sword at his throat, and sweat poured from him like a river. At that moment, a voice broke through the tense silence from the crowd. "Your Majesty, please, hold your hand." It was Frank's father, Duke Cassius. Clutching his chest, he tried to defend his son. "Frank is your nephew. How could you raise a sword against your own blood for a minor indiscretion? How could you be so merciless?" Emperor Tenstian fixed his gaze on Duke Cassius, his voice cold and unforgiving. "A minor indiscretion? Daring to touch my crown princess, and you call that minor? A man who disregards decorum and behaves like a beast is unworthy of royal blood." Duke Cassius, indignant, defended his son, claiming that it was understandable to make mistakes under the influence and that Frank was merely expressing his opinion, which was not wrong. He even boldly declared that the entire kingdom knew Frank was the most deserving heir. Hearing this, Emperor Tenstian remained calm, saying only, "I see." Seeing the emperor appear unbothered, Duke Cassius felt triumphant and laughed loudly. "I'm glad you understand, Your Majesty. However, you should apologize to my son." This statement left everyone around them shocked. Tenstian, sheathing his sword, looked at the Duke and Frank with a cold sneer. Like father, like son, both equally foolish. Outraged, Duke Cassius retorted, "Foolish? I am not foolish." But Tenstian didn't bother arguing. He immediately ordered the arrest of both the Duke and Frank for treason. Duke Cassius, too stunned to speak, could only gape as guards came to bind him and his son. Hauled away like common criminals, he had no idea what had just happened. He could only weakly call out the emperor's name, but it was too late. Ania, watching nearby, felt a sense of confusion about the charge of treason leveled against the Duke and his son. Emperor Tenstian suddenly approached her, embracing her and gently comforting her. "Ania, this must be a shock to you." "I'm sorry." Ania rested her head on his sturdy chest, feeling her heart gradually calm. "No, it's all right," she replied, her hands unconsciously gripping the fabric of his robe, holding on to the warmth of a fatherly presence. Although the incident with Frank had caused a stir, it also deepened the bond between Ania and the emperor. When the banquet ended early, Ania returned to the Crown Prince's palace as the evening glow spread across the sky. Crown Prince Blake greeted her with a joyous hug, surprised by her early return, thinking she'd be away much longer. But in truth, Ania had returned earlier than expected so they could watch the fireworks together. As night fell, Blake eagerly led Ania to a hidden spot in the palace, a secret place where he often snuck away to watch the fireworks. It was at the very top, offering a clear view of the square and the vast palace grounds, glowing softly under the lantern lights. Ania gasped in amazement, marveling at the stunning sight before her. The mood grew reflective. Blake looked out toward the square, his voice a soft whisper. "Do you think one day we'll be able to watch the fireworks together out in the square?" Ania gently took his hand, tracing the intricate patterns of the curse that marked his skin, and replied with certainty, "Of course we will. We'll watch the fireworks together in the square." Just then, fireworks burst across the sky, casting vibrant colors that illuminated half of Blake's face. He turned to her with a joyful smile, whispering, "It's beautiful." Ania smiled back, their eyes meeting, brimming with warmth. In this moment, it felt as if the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. The entire palace lit up under the brilliant display of fireworks. Ania couldn't help but look up, entranced by the beauty of the scene before her. "This view, it's truly beautiful," she murmured softly. Under the dazzling sky filled with fireworks, Blake turned to Ania, looking at her with deep affection. In his eyes, Ania was a gentle, kind-hearted, and beautiful wife. He moved closer and softly placed a kiss on her cheek. Although his gesture seemed calm, his face flushed red, revealing his shyness. Even while trying to stay composed, he had clearly summoned a great deal of courage to do so. Ania was taken by surprise and couldn't help but feel delighted by Blake's rare boldness. Until now, holding hands or hugging was the extent of their intimacy, but today, he had kissed her. When she looked back, Blake was covering his face, his cheeks burning red, unable to utter a word. Seeing his adorable expression, Ania teased, "What were you trying to say?" After a pause, Blake, still blushing but with a loving gaze, whispered, "I love you, Ania." Ania was both surprised and happy. She laughed, her eyes shining as she replied, "I love you too. I feel so lucky that we met." Gathering all his courage, Blake leaned in again and kissed her lightly on the lips, a sweet and gentle kiss. Beneath the glow of the fireworks, they embraced warmly. Blake confessed that being with her was the greatest joy of his life, and Ania, too, felt boundless happiness, grateful to have met Blake in this world. After their sweet moment, they drifted into sleep, their hands still holding each other tightly. That night, Ania dreamed a romantic dream in which she and Blake walked together through a dark forest. Around them, fireflies glowed, lighting their path. In the dream, Blake looked different, his black hair glistened under the moonlight, his face was sharply defined, his high nose, and his red eyes shone with a gentle light. He looked at her warmly, as if she were the only person in his heart, and it seemed as though Blake was no longer tormented by any curse. Blake gently lifted her face, softly saying, "Look at me." Ania gazed deeply into his eyes, feeling the profound love he held for her. They remained silent, simply watching each other in the middle of the forest. When she woke up, Ania realized that tears had somehow fallen. She didn't understand why she had cried, but they were tears of happiness and emotion. Sensing something unusual, Blake asked her, "Ania, are you crying?" She quickly smiled and shook her head in denial. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over her, causing Ania to sit up, calling Blake's name. She cupped his face, gazing intently, and noticed something incredible. "Blake, your curse, it's gone." Blake's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked down at his hands, and miraculously, the dark patterns of the curse had vanished. His hands were now completely smooth and clear, without a trace of the curse remaining. Blake was still in shock, muttering as he checked himself all over, feeling as though this miracle was just a dream. "They're all gone," he murmured. Ania, sitting beside him, smiled and confirmed, "Yes, there's no trace left. You've been freed from the curse." She was about to stand up to find a mirror so Blake could see the change for himself, but as soon as she moved, a strong force held her back. Blake hugged her tightly, resting his head on her shoulder, and burst into tears. Joy flooded over him as he realized the terrible curse had been lifted. There had been moments when he felt so hopeless that he considered death, but now, a miracle had happened. He continued sobbing, whispering to Ania, "The curse has been broken." Ania gently patted his back, her heart filled with happiness. She couldn't hold back her own tears either, for this was the first time she'd seen Blake cry like a child, no longer hiding the fears buried deep inside. The weight had been lifted, and Blake, trembling, told her, "Now I can stay with you forever. We'll be together for life, never parting." Outside, the sky began to brighten, heralding a beautiful future. In Emperor Tenstian's office, amid piles of disorganized documents, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. The Emperor granted permission, and a soldier entered with an urgent expression, "Your Majesty, the curse on the Crown Prince has been lifted." The Emperor rushed to Blake's quarters, his joy evident in every gesture. He couldn't stop touching Blake, inspecting him, turning his head from side to side, and reassuring himself, "Everything is all right now, the curse has been broken." Though Blake was happy, he was also a bit exasperated at his father's intense inspection. He looked at him pleadingly, "Father, the curse is gone, Ania helped me, so, could you ease up a bit?" The emperor laughed heartily but didn't let go. Instead, he held Blake's cheeks and head tightly, as if he couldn't believe this miracle. In his father's loving embrace, Blake protested, "Father, I can't breathe." Only then did the emperor release him, his face unable to hide his joy. Witnessing the heartfelt embrace between father and son, the happiest person of all was Ania. The emperor turned to her with deep gratitude, took her hand, and said, "You've lifted the curse from Blake. Thank you so much." At this moment, it would be impossible to fully describe the emotions of all three of them, especially Emperor Tenstian. He kept thanking Ania, and for the first time, Ania saw him act like a normal father. He had completely shed the dignified aura of an emperor. Ania blushed and smiled, "It's nothing, father. I didn't do anything for him at all." But Blake quickly took her hand. "What father said is true. Ania helped me break the curse, didn't she?" he said, holding her hand tightly and expressing his sincere gratitude. Now, Ania's heart felt like a warm stream was flowing through it. She hoped this feeling would last forever, and Blake's hand was so warm. This warmth made Ania realize that it wasn't just a dream. So, father and son held Ania's hands together, repeatedly saying their thanks. None of them had ever dared to dream of such a happy moment. Ania secretly wished that this happiness would last forever, praying with all her heart. In contrast to the bright and joyful atmosphere of the Crown Prince's palace, the prison was dark and damp, surrounded by only blackness, the same darkness that reflected the future of Frank and Duke Cassius. At this moment, Richard was secretly coming to the prison. He handed the guard a large bag of money, and with a slight shake, the sound of coins clinking together could be heard. The guard quickly accepted it and instructed, "You have only 10 minutes. You need to come and go quietly." Richard agreed and instinctively pulled his black hood over his face. However, even though he tried to hide, anyone who looked could easily recognize him as the son of Duke Cassius. At that moment, Richard's movements woke Duke Cassius, who sat silently in the darkness behind the bars, his sharp, cunning eyes looking out into the hallway. To his surprise, it was his son Richard, the one he always looked down upon, the one who bore half the blood of a slave. As soon as he saw Richard, he rushed to the bars and shouted, "It's all on you. If Frank drank that much, you should have stopped him." If it weren't for the iron bars, Duke Castle might have lunged to strike Richard. He was like a wounded beast, roaring with rage. In contrast, Richard looked at him with contempt and sneered, "How pathetic. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive." In fact, all the chaos at the royal banquet was part of Ania's plan. Frank has always been addicted to gambling, women, and alcohol. Your task that night was to rely on his addiction symptoms and, if he lost control, to get him out of the banquet. But that night, I deliberately approached him and made sure he drank excessively. If Frank caused a scene and harmed himself, I would step in to rescue Ania and win her trust. Everything was going according to plan. Frank acted like an uncontrollable fool, making himself appear as a terrible man. Richard had been waiting for this moment, ready to be the hero when Ania was most desperate. But the unexpected happened when Emperor Tenstian directly witnessed Richard's heroic act and taught him and his father a lesson. Frank's foolishness and Duke Cassius's recklessness made Richard lose control of the situation. The emperor even ordered both father and son to be imprisoned and investigated for treason. Richard shook his head in dismay, realizing his grave mistake, but both Frank and Duke Castle were still not fully aware of the situation. Trying to stay calm, Richard turned the threat back on his father. "This is not the time for worry. You are currently under suspicion of treason. Do you understand what that means? The emperor has officially declared war on us, and from now on, he will show no mercy but will expose the crimes of House Cassius." Indeed, Frank and Duke Castle had once conspired to assassinate the emperor. Castle had intended to rally forces to kill the emperor and seize the throne, but the emperor had quickly uncovered the plot, utterly crushing his plans. Even so, Duke Castle remained defiant, In the end, we didn't leave any traces. Why should I worry? Richard answered his father's every doubt calmly. I destroyed them, yes, but isn't there still one crucial witness left? Your beloved son, Frank. Hearing this, Duke Castle grew even more enraged, his eyes full of fury. Are you suggesting Frank will betray us? For Richard, whether Frank would betray them didn't matter, as he had a better strategy. It doesn't look like he intends to betray us. Right now, we need to distance ourselves from him and shift all the blame onto Frank. That way, you can get out of here, otherwise, your Castle family will be destroyed sooner or later. But in response, Richard received a slap that echoed throughout the prison. Richard said nothing, merely rubbing the spot where he had been struck. The Duke gritted his teeth, glaring at Richard. You're the real traitor. If Frank were truly in danger, wouldn't you trade your own life to save him? Have you forgotten that I kept you around to support Frank? Richard's hand clenched tightly, veins standing out, as if he were struggling to contain his anger. Across from him, Duke Castle seemed to be in a hysterical rage, shouting incessantly, find a way to get me and Frank out by the end of today, or I'll cast you out of the Castle family. If you don't want to see your mother's bones cast aside, then you must protect Frank at all costs. Richard's breathing grew erratic. He was so furious he bit his lip, trying to keep his composure before turning and walking away into the endless darkness. In that moment, he questioned himself, should I kill them all? If I killed them, could I become the Count of Cassius? But if the Castle family falls, would the title of Count even mean anything? How can I gain both power and status without sacrificing too much? Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's palace, someone was nervously glancing up and down. Finally, unable to contain herself, Ania asked, why do you keep looking at me like that? Ania's eyes sparkled as she looked intently at the Crown Prince. Blushing, she explained, I know it's sudden, but you're just so handsome. Seeing Blake's dumbfounded expression, Ania couldn't resist teasing him further. My husband. Don't you like it? To her surprise, he stammered back, I'm just embarrassed. The prince laughed heartily, then nonchalantly pulled her hand to his cheek. This action made Ania think, he says he's embarrassed, but his behavior says otherwise. The next day, a grand ball was held to celebrate the breaking of the Crown Prince's curse. The palace was bustling with activity. A female viscount, adorned in extravagant jewelry, arrived to pay her respects to the Crown Prince. She bowed, lavishing praises upon the prince and the princess consort. Ania paid little attention to the woman, focusing instead on the young girl accompanying her. The Viscountess quickly introduced her, this is my daughter, Saison. She then nudged her daughter gently, saying, Saison, greet His Highness the Crown Prince, pointedly ignoring Ania, the princess consort, in the process. The Viscountess continued her introduction, crafting a story with impeccable logic. The moment Saison heard that the curse had been lifted, she was eager to congratulate the prince, which is why the Viscountess had brought her along. Ania listened to the noble's sudden change of attitude with a polite smile. These people had previously paid no attention to the prince, yet now their swift shift in allegiance was as blatant as flipping a coin. She recalled seeing the Viscountess before, but she had never met her daughter. Before the prince could respond, the Viscountess eagerly nudged Saison toward him, adding playfully, my daughter is a year younger than you, Your Highness. This must be your first time meeting her, yes? You probably didn't have many younger friends growing up. Her words held an unmistakable jab at Ania, who couldn't help but feel the sting of the remark. The Viscountess went on, extolling her daughter's virtues and urging Saison to wish the prince her best. Cursed, they shunned him, freed, they flatter him, and now she brings her daughter to seduce the prince. Ania thought with growing irritation. At that moment, Saison reached for the prince's hand, and then went a step further, clinging to his arm and beaming. Congratulations, Your Highness. They told me you were a monster, and I was so scared, but you're so handsome. Ania was caught off guard and furious, thinking, where did she learn this innocent act? His wife is standing right here, and she still dares to touch him like that. Normally, Ania wasn't the jealous type, but Cezanne's blatant behavior was too much. Frowning, she reminded her, "Excuse me, young lady. Even if you're young, you should learn to behave appropriately. Calling the Crown Prince a monster and then flattering him isn't very polite." Blake quickly brushed Cezanne's hand off him, his face stern. "Who do you think you are, daring to touch me without permission?" The Viscountess realized her plan had backfired and hurriedly held her daughter back, bowing in apology. "Your Highness, I apologize. She's just a naive child." Beside her mother, Cezanne began to cry, pleading, "I only did it because I like you, Your Highness, you're so handsome." Her words only made the situation more awkward. Blake seized the moment to give the mother and daughter a lesson. "How dare you make such a confession to a married man? Is this what your parents taught you? I don't want to see you here any longer, leave at once." "Good job, Blake." His decisive response left no room for Cezanne's act, forcing the two to leave in embarrassment before the prince's wrath grew any louder. Ania quietly observed the whole thing, and even she felt a bit of unease. She had never seen Blake this angry before and approached him to calm him down. "Are you upset?" Blake hadn't quite cooled off yet. "They disrespected you too much. I don't want to see them for even another second." Hearing this, Ania felt warmth in her heart. She took Blake's hand and said gently, "Thank you for being upset on my behalf." Blake was still visibly upset, his face filled with enough frustration for Ania to understand just how deeply this had affected him. She gently squeezed his hand, feeling comforted by his unwavering support. Although Blake had never reacted so strongly to being called a monster himself, he was more than willing to stand up in her defense. Ania hugged him, smiling to soothe him. "It's a minor issue, really. No need to get so worked up. Now that the curse is broken, there'll be plenty of girls interested in you," she teased lightly. Blake scoffed, "I don't need that. Having one wife is enough for me. To me, Ania is the most beautiful, no one else could ever take her place." Ania laughed, "But you'll have many girls flocking around you now. Maybe you shouldn't be saying things like that." No matter what she said, Blake held firmly to his belief in one love, one marriage. Suddenly, a strange, desperate voice echoed in Ania's mind, a cry for help. "Help me. Save me." The voice reverberated in her mind, filling her with panic. She looked around, seeking the source of the cry. But the room remained eerily silent, and Blake, beside her, seemed to hear nothing. Clutching her head, Ania wondered, what was that? Was it just a hallucination? Seeing her distressed face, Blake asked, concerned, "Ania, are you okay?" Ania quickly steadied herself, smiling as she held his arm. "I must have misheard. I'm fine." They embraced again, comforted in each other's presence under the gentle morning light. While the palace was bright and full of life, the Duke Castle estate was shrouded in gloom. In his dimly lit study, Richard was plotting against Emperor Tenstian, determined to use the recent upheaval to eliminate his rival. "The only way to make the Emperor hesitate," Richard said coldly to his followers, "is to spread rumors that there's someone capable of lifting Blake's curse. I want this rumor to spread far and wide throughout the kingdom." The subordinate felt worried. "But what if the plan is discovered?" Richard interrupted, his eyes flashing with malice. "It's fine, I will kill the Emperor before that happens." Richard was confident in what he believed to be a perfect plan. But just as he finished speaking, a servant ran in, panting. "Master, we have a big problem. The Crown Prince's curse has been broken." Indeed, after hearing this news, Richard stood frozen in shock. The servant reported that he had received a letter from a spy in the capital city. The curse on the Crown Prince had been broken, and now the entire palace was filled with an atmosphere of celebration. At the same time, through the glass window, the royal cavalry was advancing. Richard's heart sank, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn that stupid Frank." His face darkened with fear. He knew that within a day, something big was bound to happen. All day long, Richard's mood never improved. It felt as though darkness was closing in around him, making it impossible to see what the Emperor was truly planning. Richard clenched his fists and silently speculated. Even the Emperor himself wouldn't dare to search the Duke's mansion just because of a few words from Frank. I will destroy all remaining evidence. The Duke Cassius mansion was steeped in panic, and the sky above was covered with dark clouds. Faced with the royal knights, Richard bowed cautiously. Why are busy people like you taking the time to visit my mansion? Colin didn't waste any words with this sly man, his gaze cold, as if looking at a fish ready for the chopping block. He raised his voice and ordered the knights, arrest Richard Cassius. Even as two knights restrained him, Richard still couldn't believe the truth. In a panic, he demanded, What? What is going on? What the hell is happening? It was impossible to let Richard be arrested without understanding why, so Colin coldly adjusted his glasses and looked at him. I received news this morning that young Master Richard bribed the jailer and conspired with a traitor. Upon hearing this, Richard was startled, his face filled with rage and hatred. It was only now that he realized he was nothing more than a small fish in the Emperor's eyes. The jailer at the place where Duke Castle and Frank were imprisoned had apparently been lenient with him because they had set a trap, anticipating that Richard would bribe the jailer. The mastermind behind all of this was undoubtedly Emperor Tenstian. At this point, any attempt at an explanation was pointless. Richard seemed to have lost his former hero's aura. All he could do was surrender. The problems at the Duke Cassius mansion were resolved, and Frank Castle proved to be a rebellious son. He had confessed all his wrongdoings within a day of being thrown into prison. After Blake was born, the Castle family had invited a sorcerer to perform dark magic daily, attempting to cast a curse from the goddess of light upon him. Moreover, this group had conspired to curse Emperor Tenstian to death. Only then could Duke Castle take the throne he had always dreamed of. All the spies planted within the royal palace were exposed thanks to Frank's honest confession. One could only imagine how furious Duke Castle would be if he heard the news. When the Castle family was completely wiped out, even those who had collaborated with them revealed that the Castle family had committed many vile and wicked acts. Yet, while the entire Castle family was in turmoil, Richard remained inexplicably innocent. This was enough to show how thoroughly he had covered his tracks, erasing every trace of his actions in a way no ordinary person could conceive. The more Ania thought about it, the more she shuddered. If it weren't for Emperor Tenstian's careful planning, creating the opportunity for Richard to bribe the jailer, it would have been nearly impossible to catch them. At that moment, the Emperor and Ania were calmly enjoying tea in the midst of the chaos surrounding the Castle family. Suddenly, Ania asked, "Father, have you caught Doma yet?" Unfortunately, the whereabouts of that person remained unknown. Ania then expressed her thoughts seriously, suggesting that if they could capture the sorcerer, they might learn more about Richard's recent actions. When Blake fell ill, rumors about dark magic had spread secretly. It was said that the curse could be broken by transferring it to another body. This made Ania wonder why such rumors had spread so widely beyond the palace. It was clear that Richard was behind this. He was still attempting to assassinate Emperor Tenstian using dark magic, as per the original plan. Just thinking about it made Ania's heart feel like it was suspended in midair. He's trying to kill His Highness, and I won't forgive him. Seeing her worry, the Emperor reassured her, "Don't worry, the soldiers from the inner clan are doing their best to track down the sorcerer." Ania smiled brightly at the Emperor, as if to convey her trust. "I'm not worried about that, I trust you, Father." The Emperor gently placed his warm hand on her head and patted it softly, a silent promise of reassurance. The Emperor spoke quietly to Ania, "I have something I want to give you." The Emperor's gift was contained in an exquisitely luxurious box. Ania carefully accepted it, inspecting the box before curiously asking, "What is this, Father?" The Emperor's gift was a gemstone meant for the successor of the light, known as the Tears of Light. Ania handled the necklace with great care, lifting it to examine. The necklace was uniquely crafted and seemed to glow when she held it. Perhaps it was because Ania was the heir of light that the necklace shone like that. Suddenly, Ania felt a familiar dizziness, a sensation that left her utterly disoriented. Within her mind, a voice cried out for help. "Help me. I'm here, please save me." The cry grew louder, and the necklace in her hand began to glow even brighter. Ania's face now bore an expression of utter shock. It wasn't until the Emperor called her name that she snapped out of her trance, breathing heavily in fear. When the Emperor asked what was wrong, she forced a smile and tried to hide her distress. "It's nothing, father." She didn't understand what she had just experienced. Was it real, or just a dream? How could she tell anyone about it? Ania raised her hand and stared intently at the glowing gem on the necklace. She wondered, was this some kind of greeting that only she could feel? Thousands of years ago, in the palace of An, the mysterious golden rooms, the stone tablets with indecipherable language, the first emperor of the Philip dynasty, and the heir to the power of light, lay until Belasian. Then the scream of the woman burning in the flames. Could all these things be connected? The question swirled in Ania's mind. Despite the curse being broken, she couldn't shake the sense of unease, as though she had missed something crucial. At that moment, Colin rushed in, clearly with urgent news. The Emperor merely glanced at him and asked indifferently, "What's happened?" It turned out that the gate of darkness had opened, wider than ever before. As the Emperor, it was his responsibility to close it. Hearing this, Emperor Tenstian stood up and said to Ania, "I must go." Ania couldn't help but feel anxious, giving him countless pieces of advice. His gentle hand rested on her shoulder, and then he pulled her into an embrace, reassuring her. The Emperor promised, "I will return soon." In the midst of the chaos, there was a door to the darkness connecting to the boundary of the underworld. If the gate of darkness were fully opened, the entire world would be plunged into death. This was why Colin was so frantic. The Emperor, as the ruler of the Empire, was responsible for keeping the gate sealed, guarding the door to the darkness. He needed the power of light, and the Emperor of Asteric was required to use the light power inherited from the curse's heir to seal the gate. The more the Emperor used his strength, the more the one bearing the curse would suffer. But since Blake's curse had been lifted, he was no longer the heir of the curse. Ania wondered what would happen to the gate of darkness now, fearing she would fall into a state of silence again. She shook her head, telling herself, "No, nothing will happen. Everything will be fine. After the storm, the sky will clear." Noticing Ania's uneasy mood, the prince couldn't help but ask, "Is Ania worried?" He kept reassuring her, "Don't worry, the prince will finish his task and return safely soon." Then suddenly, he looked at her with a deep, intense gaze, gently took Ania's hand, and placed a wet kiss on it. "Shall we dance for a while?" Looking into his eyes, Ania noticed the prince's growing intensity. Although a bit surprised by Blake's action, Ania could never refuse such a sweet gesture. They began to move together in the dance, their hands intertwined, stepping in rhythm with the music, flowing gracefully. Blake unexpectedly complimented her, "Ania dances really well." Flattered, Ania blushed, unable to believe it. "Really? My steps aren't awkward anymore?" The prince continued to dance with great finesse, praising her, "You did very well." Ania, feeling playful, responded, "It was you, Sir Blake, who taught me. If I were dancing with someone else, I'd be so nervous I might make a mistake." As soon as the phrase "someone else" was mentioned, someone's face immediately fell, as if they had just drunk a whole jar of sour vinegar. Blake's voice turned dangerously low, "You're going to dance with other men?" Ania, still unaware of the danger, continued talking about her thoughts. "After dancing with you, Your Highness, if it goes well, next time I'll dance with Father, and I should dance with other people too, since that's part of the ball's tradition." Despite knowing this, it seemed someone still couldn't accept it, feeling so sad that it was as if all their vitality had been drained away. Ania laughed and teased him, "Could it be that you're jealous now?" Blake admitted it without a second's hesitation. He looked directly into Ansia's eyes and said, "I don't like you dancing with other people. I want you to dance only with me." Ansia awkwardly tried to explain, "But won't you also have to dance with other young ladies in the future? Isn't that so?" Immediately, Blake bluntly responded, "I don't like it. If it weren't for you, Ansia, I wouldn't even dance. Even if I am the crown prince of the empire, I wouldn't care. Didn't people not like me before either?" He then pouted and said, "From now on, can you not dance with other men?" He even used his special move to gently pat Ansia's hair, looking pitiful as he said, "I only have you. I want to stay here with you forever. I also hate leaving here." Ansia was at a loss, not sure how to process all of the crown prince's feelings. She knew that when the curse was lifted, Blake would become the high-ranking crown prince, admired by everyone, and would move to a new palace. She had thought he would be happy, but it turned out that he still hadn't healed from the pain he had endured. So, she began to gently shift his mindset. Even if you move to a new palace, this place won't disappear, right? We'll come here together later. This will be our world. Blake eagerly asked again, "Just the two of us?" Ansia nodded in agreement. "Yes, no one else will be able to enter. We will make this our secret place, just for the two of us." The crown prince's eyes shimmered, a layer of water glistening over them. He looked at her as if about to cry, but then suddenly smiled brightly, delighted. "I agree. Let's do that, Ansia." Indeed, Ansia's efforts were successful. The crown prince smiled again. The two of them held hands tightly, and Ansia quietly promised herself that she would continue to make the crown prince laugh as much as possible. The flames raged, burning so hot it felt as if they would consume everything. Amid the flames, the figure of a woman appeared, calling out someone's name. Slowly, she was swallowed by the fire. Her agonizing screams echoed. Ansia jolted awake from the chaotic dream, her breath coming in ragged gasps as if she had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. The burning, painful sensation still lingered. Exhausted, she sat up, pressing her forehead to clear her mind. Once again, she had dreamt of those horrific images. Occasionally, she still heard the strange, pleading screams echoing in her mind. Ansia silently thought to herself that since her arrival, everything had changed drastically from the original story. The present and the original plot now seemed like two parallel lines. According to the original, before the Dark Gate opened, Blake would fall gravely ill, Emperor Tenstian would immediately form a pact with Richard and then die, and finally, Duke Castle would take the throne. But those events hadn't happened. Despite everything unfolding as Ansia had hoped, she still felt an overwhelming sense of unease and restlessness. Memories from thousands of years ago surged into her mind like a flood, and the woman in the fire, who was she? Why did she keep pleading for Ansia's help? At that moment, Blake, who was by her side, suddenly groaned in pain, his whole body trembling. Ansia panicked, looking at him. Red patterns began to appear on his body, even more terrifying than the old ones. He was in so much pain that tears flowed continuously, his body shaking uncontrollably. In her panic, Ansia felt helpless, not knowing what to do. Then she realized that these patterns were slowly growing on the crown prince's body. With her language skills, Ansia understood that this was an ancient language, the patterns spelling out, "Save me, please save me, I am still alive." Blake struggled to endure the pain. Ansia quickly realized that the inscription on the stone tablet had this meaning. The tablet read, "The sixth prince has altered the mark left by the curse." Ansia trembled as she touched the changing patterns on Blake's body, realizing that this was not a curse but a message. The patterns continued to change. "Philip betrayed me, now only you are by my side." This was the message from the goddess of light. The goddess did not curse Philip's descendants, she had merely borrowed their bodies to send a distress signal. The cries continued to echo, save me, please, someone help me." The voice reverberated in Ansia's ears, causing such pain that she clutched her head tightly. Now, she knew who the source of the scream was. it was the goddess of light, still trapped in the darkness, pleading for the help of her descendants. Ania told herself that she had to save the goddess of light, only then could this terrible curse, which had lasted for thousands of years, finally come to an end. At that moment, the tear of the goddess of light pendant around her neck suddenly began to glow. Ania picked it up and thought to herself, so it was you who brought me closer to the goddess. She turned to look at the crown prince. Blake's hand had somehow found hers. Despite the pain, he was doing his best to hold on to Ania, whispering weakly, "Don't go, Ania." Ania looked at him, conflicted. "Blake, I'm going to break the curse for you. This time, I will definitely break the curse." But Blake refused to let her go, weakly pleading, "Don't go, Ania, please." In a tense moment, Ania could not give in to his request. She reassured him, "Don't worry. As soon as the curse is broken, I'll come back right away." With that, she decisively pulled her hand away from the crown prince. Blake struggled, sobbing as he tried to hold on. "No. Ania, don't." But he couldn't stop her. Now, Ania was holding the pendant, and her body was surrounded by brilliant light that vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint glow before Blake's eyes. Ania slowly opened her eyes, feeling the power of the pendant still enveloping her. It had taken her to the place she needed to be. She quietly surveyed her surroundings. It was a barren plain, surrounded by rugged and desolate mountains. She wondered to herself, is this the Chaos Cave? At that moment, she spotted the Emperor and the Knights. They were trying to close the dark gate. The Emperor looked surprised to see Ania. "Ania? How did you get here?" She was about to explain when a high-ranking official stepped forward and reminded, "Your Majesty, we need to close the dark gate first." In front of them, the dark gate was still wide open, emitting a suffocating black mist, like something straight out of hell. Ania could sense that the goddess of light was imprisoned within it. Panicking, she asked the Emperor, "The dark gate is in the process of closing, isn't it?" Seeing her worry, the Emperor reassured her, "It's all right, it will close soon. Just wait a moment." Unexpectedly, Ania, with great concern on her face, stopped the Emperor, saying, "You can't close it yet. That isn't a gate to the demons." The high-ranking official, impatient and eager, scolded her bluntly, "Your Highness, what are you talking about? If we don't close the dark gate, the demons will escape, and the world will be turned upside down, tainted in darkness. You're still young, but even you don't know this?" The Emperor, who was an overly protective father, couldn't stand seeing his daughter scolded like that. He turned to the official with a stern look and threatened, "Are you criticizing my daughter now?" Realizing his mistake, the official fell silent and stepped back. After handling the situation, the Emperor turned to Ania with a gentle expression and said, "Ania, tell me everything." Ania then recounted what had happened after deciphering the markings on Blake. Among the messages was one that said, "Save me." She explained that gate isn't the entrance to demons. It's where the goddess of light is imprisoned. Only by saving the goddess can Blake's curse be completely broken. The Emperor didn't question her words, nodding thoughtfully, "I understand. I will go and rescue the goddess. But first, you need to leave here." However, Ania refused to leave. She held up the glowing pendant and said, "No, I can't. The goddess is calling for me. Only the descendants of the Light Clan, the Belasian family, can break this curse. I must do it myself." The Emperor, unwilling to let a child like Ania take such a dangerous task, immediately tried to stop her. "It's too dangerous. What if something happens during the rescue of the goddess?" Despite the Emperor's objections, Ania persisted, trying to reassure him, "It's all right. I can do it. I promised Blake that I would break the curse for him." 1,000 years ago, in a vivid memory, a girl with long, flowing white hair called out loudly, "Leontel, you've been waiting for me for so long, haven't you?" The girl named Leontel happily responded, "Goddess, you've finally come." At the heartfelt greeting from Leontel, the goddess of light smiled brightly. Leontel, astonished, asked, "Are you really here to see me?" The girl in front of her was Ania, but this was a memory from 1,000 years ago. The goddess of light and Leontel seemed very close, and they immediately became joyful, spending time together, laughing and chatting. Leontel even wanted to perform her light swordsmanship for the goddess. While they were happily talking, the goddess suddenly pouted in a playful manner, reminding Leontel, "How long are you going to call me goddess? We're friends, aren't we?" Leontel, feeling awkward, couldn't get used to calling the goddess by her true name. But after some pleading from the goddess, Ania finally agreed to call her by her real name, Serpina. Upon hearing her friend say her name, the goddess was overjoyed, embracing Leontel and whispering, "Finally, we're best friends now." Leontel laughed and corrected her, "Not at all, we've been friends since we first met." Just as the two were in a warm embrace, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Leontel, alert, turned around to investigate and called out, "Who's there?" It turned out to be a young man, Philip. Ania, witnessing the scene, was shocked to realize that Philip was Richard in this life. Now she understood why she had felt such an impenetrable distance when first meeting Richard. Philip looked at Leontel with great concern, saying, "You suddenly disappeared, so I came here to find you. The Count is really worried about you, we should return soon." The memory of him, which Ania had tried to erase, flooded back piece by piece. Leontel turned around and bluntly refused, "No, I have to stay here and play with my friend today." Philip pretended to be startled, as if he had just noticed someone next to Leontel. Then, he politely greeted her, "It is an honor to meet you like this. I am Philip." He gently extended his hand like a gentleman and took the hand of the goddess of light as a formal greeting. Indeed, his elegance made the goddess feel slightly moved, and her face turned red. Philip also flashed a typical smile of a man who often flirts, clearly having an agenda with her. Ania dug through her memories, recalling her past life and realizing that Philip had actually known she was going to meet the goddess, which is why he intentionally approached her. Even in her wildest dreams, she could never have imagined that soon after, these two would fall in love. Time passed, and several years later, all three had grown, but the scenery around them remained unchanged. Leontel and the goddess of light still met in their familiar garden. At that moment, Leontel was carefully brushing the goddess's hair. As she brushed, she complimented, "Serpina, your hair is so beautiful, like white silk." Serpina laughed delightedly and teased, "Leontel, you're quite beautiful too. Laskel likes you as well." This made Leontel blush in embarrassment. She puffed her cheeks and pretended to be angry. Why are you suddenly talking about Laskel here?" With the goddess's keen perception, Serpina could tell that the two of them had feelings for each other. Hearing this, Leontel became even more embarrassed. She blushed and explained, "It's not like that, it's just one-sided on my part." Leontel had fallen for Prince Laskel. Wanting to see him, even just a little, she had joined the Royal Sorcerers Guild. Therefore, Leontel always explained that it was a one-sided love, and that Prince Laskel only saw her as a friend. Ania sighed, "Unrequited love must be exhausting, huh?" Hearing this, Leontel chuckled and teased the goddess back, "Are you joking with me? How can someone who's in a passionate love say such a thing?" Leontel's playful remark didn't carry much weight, but it seemed to make Serpina a bit sad. She only hummed in response, then gazed off into the distance. Now, reflecting on it, Ania could vaguely guess that Serpina had known the truth about Philip's heart. Prince Laskel was the #1 knight of the Zelkan Empire. When the Maw beasts caused havoc in the northern mountains, Prince Laskel defeated them all. He and the 5th Knight Order successfully swept through and eradicated the Maw beasts. Throughout the capital, rumors spread that Prince Laskel would soon become the crown prince. Everyone believed that it was just a matter of time. There was no doubt about the prince's strength, and people everywhere praised his extraordinary talents. Leontel always heard praise for Prince Laskel. Her mood grew somewhat melancholic, like the dim exorcising light in her heart. She slowly walked along the empty path, constantly urging herself, Laskell is drifting further away from me now. I need to resolve these feelings quickly. At this moment, she had decided to give up on this one-sided love with newfound confidence. Her eyes had unknowingly filled with tears. Suddenly, in her line of sight, a pair of men's shoes appeared. When she looked up, she saw the bright smile of Prince Laskell, as refreshing as the spring breeze. She had no idea when he had arrived, and Leontel was utterly surprised by his sudden appearance. She stammered, "Why are you here?" In contrast to Leontel's nervousness, Laskell calmly replied, "Because I have something to say, I came here to find you." Not wanting him to see her in this state, she quickly said, "You must be the crown prince now, right? Congratulations. You must be very busy, you didn't have to come here yourself." To her surprise, Laskell took the initiative to grab her hand, asking her to look directly into his eyes. Leontel felt embarrassed and didn't quite understand what was happening. When she finally looked up at him, Laskell gently asked, "Will you marry me? From the first time I met you, I liked you. I'm sorry I hid my feelings, so I pretended we were just friends." Leontel still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked, You like me?" Laskell gazed at her with affection, giving her a sincere smile, and responded, "Yes, I love you." Leontel was overcome with emotion and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Tears began to fall, though she couldn't tell whether they were tears of joy or sorrow. Under the evening light that day, the two of them shared their first passionate kiss of youth. She had loved this strong man 1,000 years ago. When she met Blake, who was believed to be Leontel's reincarnation, she loved him again. She had once hoped that this happiness would last forever, but things did not go as she wished. Before long, the painful memories of their separation, which she had tried to forget for 1,000 years, came flooding back. Ania, the protagonist, thought she was merely stepping into a 19-plus novel, assuming the role of a supporting character with little significance who would quickly meet her end. However, she soon realized this was one of her own past lives. To break the curse on the crown prince, Ania had agreed to step into the door of darkness. There, she discovered another life of hers, where she had loved Blake, who was once Laskell. According to the gossip of the people and the royal family's plans, Laskell was finally appointed as the crown prince and had become engaged to Leontel. Their perfect pairing made them the envy of everyone. One person who was just as delighted was Serpina, who gave Leontel a beautiful bouquet of bright yellow flowers to congratulate her on her engagement. After all the effort, what seemed like Leontel's unrequited love had finally reached a happy ending. Leontel happily shared with her best friend, "Thank you, Serpina. Laskell told me that he's liked me for a long time." Hearing this touching story, Serpina wasn't at all surprised. She simply hummed an acknowledgement, which confused Leontel even more. "Aren't you surprised?" she asked. Serpina just smiled and teasingly looked at Leontel. "I knew about it already, Leontel. You're such a fool." Leontel, embarrassed by Serpina's gaze, blushed, "So I'm the only one who didn't know about this? No wonder, before we kissed, I didn't notice anything." At that moment, Serpina's face suddenly lit up, her whole demeanor brightened. "Leontel, I have something I want to tell you. I plan to become human." The news was enough to leave Leontel speechless, her eyes widening in shock. She stammered, "What, Serpina?" Serpina excitedly painted a happy future for Leontel. "I'm going to marry Philip. Before I become human, I'll transfer all my powers to him." Hearing this, Leontel became confused and worried. "Serpina, is that what Philip wants?" Serpina firmly responded, "No, this is entirely my decision." However, the way she gripped the hem of her dress suggested that she still had some attachment to her powers. Leontel didn't want to watch her friend act blindly because of love. She carefully analyzed the situation. "Serpina, once you give up your powers, they won't come back. I think you should be more careful." Leontel easily sensed that something was off and didn't want her friend to become blind to the consequences of her emotions. At that moment, Serpina's face suddenly darkened, as if troubled by something. Then, unexpectedly, she rushed over to grab Leontel's hand, her expression filled with guilt. She said, "I'm sorry, Leontel. I should have shared some of my powers with you." After a moment of surprise, Leontel smiled at Serpina. "It's okay, I've already received your blessing. Thanks to you, I can now read ManWha and understand all the languages and writings in the world. That's enough for me. Thank you, I'm just worried about you." This is where Ania's ability to read languages in her next life came from. Before Leontel could finish speaking, Serpina handed her a necklace and said, "I have a gift for you. It's a token of our friendship, so when you marry, you won't forget me." The necklace contained a special magic that would allow Leontel to meet Serpina whenever she wished. Leontel was taken aback by this precious gift from her dear friend. She embraced Serpina tightly and thanked her emotionally. "Thank you, I will never forget you." Serpina's face showed a bit of a solemn expression, as if she could sense that their future together would face many challenges. At Philip's estate, the sun had begun to set behind the trees. Leontel and Philip were still strolling along the empty corridor, as though the place belonged only to the two of them. Leontel cheerfully congratulated Philip. "Philip, I heard the news. Congratulations on your marriage." She expected him to thank her, but instead, Philip looked displeased and responded with disdain, "You're engaged now too, aren't you?" Leontel blushed, embarrassed by his words. She didn't pay much attention to his attitude, but it seemed that her happiness only made Philip more uncomfortable. His expression turned tense, his gaze cold and mocking. "So, you've finally become the Crown Prince's consort, huh?" His sarcastic remark made Leontel uneasy. She felt as though Philip was implying that she chose Lascaux only because she wanted to become the Crown Prince's consort. Leontel looked at Philip seriously. "You know I've liked the Crown Prince for a long time. He's a kind and outstanding person." Philip suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Leontel continued, "We've been friends since childhood. Will you and Serpina attend my wedding?" Philip's silence as Leontel brought up their old friendship only deepened the awkward atmosphere between them. Leontel, feeling the tension, realized that Philip had never truly liked her. To break the uncomfortable silence, she tried to change the subject. "I'll attend your wedding. When are you two getting married?" However, her attempt was swiftly dismissed. Philip, looking more irritated, snapped, "That's none of your business." At that moment, Leontel's patience wore thin. She couldn't just let it slide and, without hesitation, confronted him. "Do you really think it's appropriate to treat a friend like this, especially when I'm here congratulating you?" Philip didn't back down. His harsh words came without hesitation. "I don't owe you anything," he retorted, his tone as cruel as ever. While Leontel couldn't deny that he was always this unpleasant, what really bothered her was how he treated Serpina so well. That was the only reason she forced herself to remain calm. After all, Philip was going to be Serpina's husband. She had to endure it. But something was off. Philip's attitude the day before had been strange, almost like he was unsettled by something. As a close friend, Leontel couldn't just ignore it. Determined to protect her friend, she directly addressed Philip. "I heard Serpina is going to become human, and before that, she'll transfer all of her powers to you. Is that true?" At the mention of Serpina, Philip's expression darkened, and he glared at Leontel as though she had struck a nerve. "So what?" he replied curtly. Leontel didn't give up. She persisted, trying to make him see reason. "You can't stop her? If she loses all her power suddenly, it could seriously harm her. Please, leave her at least some of it, even just a little." But it seemed like Philip was incapable of listening. Despite her attempts to explain, it was as if her words went unheard. Instead, he coldly asked, "Are you afraid?" Leontel was taken aback by his response. She looked up at him, confused and suspicious. "What do you mean by that?" Philip, clearly upset, seemed to be harboring some deeper resentment, as if he had been holding something in. Leontel couldn't quite figure out what was going on with him. Was it jealousy or something else? Leontel was extremely confused by his response, looking up at him with suspicion. What do you mean? This guy was starting to sound like he was jealous. I'm asking, are you afraid that I'll be stronger than Laskel? Philip's words caught Leontel completely off guard. What? Why would you say that? He didn't answer her question and instead turned to walk away. Before leaving, he shouted back angrily, of course, I have to go. If that wedding happens. Was this guy deaf, or was he just out of his mind? Every word he said left Leontel more confused than the last. All she could do was look after his retreating figure, still puzzled. That evening, after Philip left, Serpina came to find her. But instead of the joy Leontel had expected, Serpina angrily confronted her. What did you say to Philip? Leontel didn't even understand what Serpina was referring to at first, but before she could ask, Serpina stood in front of her, speaking rapidly. Do you hate seeing me happy, Leontel? I've considered you my friend, but I'm really disappointed in you. Leontel still couldn't grasp why her friend was acting so strangely. What? What are you talking about? But before she could clarify, Serpina turned and quickly ran off, ignoring Leontel's desperate calls. Serpina looked extremely agitated, and that was the last time Leontel saw Serpina or Philip. She had hoped all the misunderstandings would be cleared up at the wedding, but they disappeared without a trace, as if they had vanished from the world altogether. And then, Leontel herself couldn't step into the wedding hall because a terrible plague began to spread throughout the palace. The skin of those infected slowly turned black, cracked open, and blood flowed endlessly, ultimately leading to a swift death. Both she and Laskel did their best to find a cure, but nothing worked. They had no hope left in the light goddess Serpina or the one who had inherited her powers, Philip. Even when news of the plague spread throughout the palace, there was no trace of them. It seemed like they had completely vanished from the world. Inside the Crown Prince's palace, it was late at night, yet the lights were still burning brightly. Looking at the towering piles of books, the Crown Prince couldn't help but urge his fiancée, Leontel, to rest. You should rest for a bit. But Leontel wouldn't listen. She was still immersed in the massive bookshelves, trying to reassure the Crown Prince, I'm fine. I'm a light mage. Laskel, you need to rest more than I do. Lately, you haven't been sleeping at all. Seeing how much she cared for him, Laskel felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, trying to dismiss her concerns. I'm fine, I'm the Crown Prince. Even though he tried to joke to put her at ease, Leontel remained deeply worried and firmly reminded him, then you should pay more attention. Everyone's abandoning His Majesty, and now you're taking on everything. If you fall ill, what should I do? At that point, her hand trembled with fear. Laskel maintained his sweet smile and stepped forward to embrace her fragile, trembling body. Don't worry, Leontel, I'm still fine. Yet, how could she not worry? Her vision blurred with tears she didn't even notice falling. But fate was cruel, for the very next day, dark patches began to appear on Laskel's body, signaling that he had contracted the disease. The news struck Leontel like a thunderbolt, leaving her unable to accept it. Her worst fear had come true. His condition worsened rapidly, and his body began to turn black with the same symptoms as those who had fallen ill before him. He even had a high fever, drifting in and out of consciousness. Even though his mind was no longer clear, Laskel still tried to lovingly call her name. He hid the pain caused by the illness tormenting him and said to Leontel, "Thank you for everything. If I had confessed to you a little earlier, I could have been with you for just a little longer." As he spoke, he tried to lift his hand, now blackened by the disease, and gently caressed Leontel's cheek. It seemed as though he sensed that his time was running out. He smiled calmly and confessed, "If there is a next life, I will meet you again, and I will tell you that every day." "I'm sorry, Leontel." And in the end, Laskel passed away. Despite Leontel being by his side, taking care of him day and night, and doing everything she could to cling to his life, she was helpless, only able to watch him wither away each day, eventually passing right before her eyes. Her tears flowed endlessly, her throat so tired she couldn't even utter a sound. Leontel kept praying to the gods, begging for a miracle over and over, but in the end, he never opened his eyes to look at her again. Although the crown prince of the empire had passed away, no official funeral was held. After Lascelles' death, the plague spread throughout the capital, and the death toll rose uncontrollably. The plague spread beyond the palace, and the emperor also passed away. Members of the royal family gradually left this world. The heir to the throne was still undecided, and with the country leaderless, chaos and disease ravaged the land. It was during this time that Philip appeared like a light in the midst of the dark night. Taking advantage of the situation, he used the power of light to save the capital from turmoil. As expected, the people began to praise him, and both the common folk and his subordinates treated him entirely differently than before. Eventually, Philip was naturally proclaimed emperor. Like a sharp blade, Philip handled everything with precision. Now, everyone was immersed in the glory of the new emperor, Philip, and the name of Crown Prince Lascelles, once exceptional, seemed to have never existed in this world. Perhaps only Leontel still remembered him, alone in her sorrow. Her grief was so deep that she did not attend Philip's coronation ceremony. But the very next day, he came to find her. The two met in an awkward atmosphere, each with their own feelings. Looking at Philip's smug expression, Leontel understood exactly how pleased he was with himself. He smiled as if nothing had happened and greeted her, "Long time no see. I thought I would see you at the coronation ceremony, but you didn't come." Leontel didn't respond, only bowing her head with sadness. Seeing her respectful attitude, Philip grew even more pleased. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Ah, thank you, but you don't need to be so respectful. After all, our relationship is quite different now, isn't it?" Hearing these words, Leontel shuddered even more. A special relationship? She and Lascelles had been searching for him for half a year, and now, after all the chaos, he had returned. She clenched her trembling hands, constantly reassuring herself, "No, they don't fully understand the situation. This is just an unfortunate accident." Despite her doubts about Philip's perfectly timed reappearance, Leontel kept telling herself that it must have been a coincidence. Yet, he still had the audacity to express pity for Lascelles' death. "After leaving here, I went to the Western Valley, so I didn't hear any news. Had I known, I would have come here earlier." Hearing these explanations, the weight on Leontel's heart seemed to ease somewhat. But Philip continued to press her. "Are you holding a grudge against me? Because I could have saved Lascelles, but I didn't?" Leontel, still in a daze, denied Philip's question. "No, at that time, I was only angry at myself." She blamed herself for not stopping him when he became the crown prince, because if she had, he wouldn't have had to stay alone in the palace. Her heart ached even more knowing that she had stayed up all night taking care of him, but wasn't there when he took his last breath. Leontel couldn't stop torturing herself, asking, "Why wasn't I strong enough to save him?" At that moment, she was deeply disappointed in herself. Serpina suddenly ran over, embraced her, and comforted her non-stop. "It's not your fault, Leontel." Then Serpina burst into tears, apologizing to her friend, "Leontel, I never imagined things would turn out like this." She cried and took the blame, but Leontel only responded with a sorrowful, emotionless look. Not hearing Leontel say anything, the goddess grew even more desperate. "I'm sorry, you hate me, don't you? I'm really sorry." Finally, Leontel gently raised her hand and returned Serpina's hug. "You really didn't know. I don't hate you. I'm just glad you're back." Though the misunderstanding was cleared up, both of them continued to hold each other and cry, deeply saddened. It felt as if an invisible wall now stood between them. After Serpina and Philip returned, the plague completely disappeared, and the capital gradually began to stabilize. However, peace didn't last long. The Zelkan Empire was renamed the Asteric Empire, and the Anta Palace was also renamed the Tenon Palace to erase the traces of the past. Philip relentlessly built new palaces, sculpted stone and bronze statues to commemorate his achievements. Each time, the national treasury dwindled, and the common people were burdened with higher taxes. Many were forced into labor. Not only that, but Philip also indulged in a life of luxury, holding endless banquets and balls. Leontel could no longer stand by and watch him continue his reckless behavior. She decided to confront Philip and speak her mind. As soon as she opened the door, she bluntly criticized him. "How long are you going to keep holding these parties?" Philip remained calm, folding his arms, and smirked. "I thought you came to discuss something more serious." "Even you, don't you think you're being impolite to the emperor of this empire?" Leontel, frustrated, pressed on. "When are you going to crown the empress? How long are you going to leave Serpina alone in her palace? Her complexion has been getting worse lately." At the mention of that woman, Philip began to rub his forehead, showing his annoyance. He sneered, "Here we go again." But Leontel didn't back down, determined to confront him. "How can you say that? Because of you, Serpina gave up everything." Philip adopted a mocking tone. "Yes, Serpina gave me everything, and now she has nothing left." His eyes grew cold, his face as sharp as a beast's. He growled, "She lost her power, her wealth, and her family. Do you think that woman can become the empress? No matter how smart she is, love can turn anyone foolish, even the gods aren't exempt." Leontel was horrified, her face paling as she couldn't believe how despicable Philip had become. She could no longer hold back her anger and sharply reminded him, "Why did Serpina lose her power? Who turned her into an ordinary person? It was all because of you." Contrary to her fury, Philip responded calmly, "What good is the past? Right now, she is no longer fit to be empress." Leontel's eyes were filled with rage, and she could not remain silent any longer. "Did you forget how you ascended to the throne? It was because of Serpina's power that you managed to cure the plague and become king. And now you're planning to abandon her?" Her words struck Philip's pride, and he glared at her menacingly. "Watch your words. I became king through my own strength, and I've already chosen a new empress, someone like you." With that, he suddenly pulled Leontel into his arms. Leontel's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the absurdity of the situation. Even though she didn't want to accept it, she had to face the truth. Philip yelled, "I like you, Leontel. I liked you before I even knew that man." Leontel sighed, struggling to keep her composure. "What about Serpina?" Without hesitation, Philip answered, "I needed power to rule, so I did whatever it took to get it." He snarled like a wild beast, shouting into her face, "I did all of this for you, Leontel. I truly love you." Disgusted, Leontel shoved his hands away. "Love? How ridiculous. What you mean is that you used Serpina to get what you wanted, right?" Philip's rejection only fueled his anger. "What makes that rascal so much better than me? I am the emperor, with the power of light in my hands, yet that still isn't enough?" Leontel trembled, unable to bear it any longer. She looked him straight in the eyes, her gaze dripping with contempt. "Lascal wasn't as vile as you. Stop talking nonsense." She immediately turned away, slammed the door, and ran down the palace corridor. Only one thought occupied her mind: she had to get Serpina out of here. When she entered Serpina's private quarters, she called out loudly for her friend. Serpina rubbed her eyes and sat up, appearing as if she'd just woken up. Leontel hurriedly urged her. "Get up quickly, let's go home. You have to understand, Philip is not a good person." Before she could finish, Serpina interrupted, smiling faintly, "I know. Philip likes you, doesn't he? I noticed from the first time I met him." Leontel was stunned. "Is that so? Even knowing this, you still chose to stay by his side? Why on earth would you?" Serpina trembled, gripping the hem of her dress tightly to steady herself. Her voice quivered as she spoke, "Because I like him. I thought that if I were always sincere and kind to him, someday Philip would be genuine with me too." She tried to stifle a sob, but the pain in her voice was unmistakable. Leontel was taken aback, looking at Serpina in bewilderment. "Why? What are you talking about?" Serpina could no longer hold back, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, staining her pure white dress crimson. The sight terrified Leontel, who panicked and asked frantically, "What's happening to your body? When did you get sick?" Serpina only lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the stark red stains on her dress. She sighed softly and admitted everything. "This is the price I have to pay. Philip reversed the light power I gave him, and it caused this illness. I used the power that was meant to heal the world for the wrong purpose, and because of my foolishness, so many lives were lost. Even Lascelles' death was due to my foolishness." Hearing this, Leontel was left speechless. Her friend's confession, from someone she had always trusted, left her shocked and confused, unsure of how to react. But seeing Serpina breaking down, sobbing in anguish, Leontel realized she couldn't abandon her last remaining friend, the one who had shared so many memories and hardships with her. Determined not to lose Serpina, she firmly grasped her friend's hand and said, "Take back the blessing you gave me. Use that power to reclaim what was lost." Serpina hesitated, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head. "I can't. I just can't." But Leontel continued to insist, "Do it. Take back your power and help me protect this world." Leontel's words seemed to stir something within Serpina. But just as they were on the brink of making a decision, a loud noise shattered the silence, startling both of them as they looked toward the door. Leontel's eyes filled with dread as she recognized the figure she despised most, Philip. He sneered, his eyes glinting mischievously as he looked at them both. "Leontel, I've been looking for you." Leontel panicked, uncertain of what further schemes he might have in store. Philip had planned everything in advance and now took action, ordering his men to escort Leontel to the Empress's palace. Along the way, Leontel kept questioning him angrily. "The Empress's palace? What are you trying to do? Why do I have to go there?" But despite her resistance, Philip simply urged the soldiers to act quickly, ignoring all her protests. Once dragged inside, Leontel was overwhelmed by the palace's stifling opulence. Everything glittered, crafted from solid gold, shining brightly under the sunlight. This could be a place many would envy, but to her, it felt like nothing more than a prison. Days turned into months, and Leontel remained confined there for 100 days. Though Philip promised not to force her physically, he continued to indulge in power and luxury, even taking 3 concubines and having children. One day, the heavy doors to the palace swung open, and without looking, Leontel knew who had entered, the man she despised the most. She questioned him coldly, "How long do you intend to keep me here?" Philip replied calmly, his tone filled with smug satisfaction, "Until you become mine." Hearing this heartless answer, Leontel could no longer hold back. She stood up, her eyes blazing with fury. "You killed Lascelles, sacrificed countless innocent lives to become emperor. Do you think I'll just turn a blind eye to all that?" Philip merely sneered, his face full of arrogance. "Then you should have chosen me from the start. You know too much, yet I've still allowed you to live. Isn't that enough to make you feel grateful?" His words filled Leontel with disgust. She couldn't bear his twisted logic and delusions of power. When Philip saw her contemptuous expression, he suddenly grew aggressive, stepping forward and wrapping an arm tightly around her waist, pulling her close. He whispered mockingly, "You're putting on quite a show, but it's still very alluring. I'll keep you locked up here until you realize what's in your best interest." Revulsion filled Leontel as his breath brushed against her skin. All she felt was contempt, and the mere thought of him made her feel sick, as if she could barely breathe. Taking advantage of Philip's moment of distraction, Leontel gathered all her strength to shove him away, her eyes burning with fury. "Get out! Just leave this place. Facing Philip now, she felt only disgust. The gentle young man she once knew was gone, or perhaps he had never existed at all. The person standing before her now was his true self, a crazed demon willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Contrary to her hatred, Philip merely smirked coldly. "I'll wait and see how long you can hold out," he replied, before turning his back and leaving Leontel alone in the lavish yet chillingly empty room. Even after he left, Leontel couldn't calm herself. Alone, she cursed Philip under her breath, her hand aching from pushing him so forcefully. She sat, clutching her hand, her heart brimming with hatred. Suddenly, a light knock sounded on the window. Leontel looked up, surprised to see her dear friend, Serpina. She had climbed the wall to get here. Seeing Serpina, Leontel felt a rush of joy, asking repeatedly, "Where were you locked up? How did you find me here?" Serpina sighed apologetically, "I'm sorry I'm late. I was confined in a private palace under heavy guard." Leontel waved it off, reassuring her, "Just seeing you here is enough." She quickly asked about Serpina's health, to which Serpina laughed, "Only you would be worried about me right now." They fell into silence, holding each other's hands tightly. Finally, Serpina broke the quiet. "Leontel, Philip has announced he intends to make you empress." This news left Leontel stunned, unable to comprehend why Philip would suddenly make such a decision. Serpina's gaze grew resolute. "I've decided. I'm going to take back the power of light that I granted to Philip. Do you want to reclaim the blessing I gave you as well?" Leontel nodded firmly, "Of course. I wanted to return it to the goddess of light from the start." Serpina instructed Leontel to close her eyes so she could perform the ritual to reclaim their powers. This was their last hope to escape from Philip. When the ritual was complete, Serpina's complexion appeared brighter, and she looked at Leontel with deep gratitude. "Thank you. After I recover my strength, I'll return, and I swear I'll rescue you." Leontel looked at her friend with hopeful eyes and softly replied, "Yes, I'll wait for you." As Serpina left, the room was left with only the open window, a cool breeze flowing in and easing the tension. Leontel thought that after returning Serpina's blessing, this nightmare would finally end, but she never imagined that it would be the beginning of an even more terrifying tragedy. Not long after Serpina's departure, the entire palace was engulfed in flames. Frantic screams filled the air, and people fled in terror. Leontel wanted to escape too, but she was trapped in the cage Philip had prepared. She banged on the door, pleading for help, but only the silence of despair answered her. She began to think that perhaps ending her life would be a release, a way out of this hellish existence with Philip. The fire raged on, but even it couldn't burn hotter than her longing for freedom. She would rather die than live as Philip's wife. Just as she thought she might finally be freed, Philip suddenly kicked the door open, calling her name in panic as he reached out his hand. "It's dangerous, come quickly." Looking at him, Leontel felt only revulsion. Her voice shook with hatred as she questioned, "It was you set the fire, didn't you?" But Philip ignored her, pulling her hand firmly, determined to take her with him. His behavior only confirmed her suspicion that he was behind the fire. Through gritted teeth, she demanded, "Where's Serpina? Where is she?" Philip gave a cold smile, making no attempt to hide anything. "Don't ask. Everything could have been so much better." Before she could resist further, he lifted her, carrying her over his shoulder, unfazed by her struggles and curses. Once they reached a safer corner of the palace, he set her down in a chair, instructing, "It's dangerous outside, stay here." Leontel, unwilling to stay put, continued to demand answers about Serpina, but he only cast her a cold glance before closing the door, leaving her alone. Leontel ran to the door, but it was too late. She broke down, tears streaming down her face as she realized she was imprisoned yet again. Looking around, she was horrified to find the room filled with gravestones of the deceased, the most recent bearing the name of Laskell, the one she loved. Heartbroken, she knelt before his grave, resting her head against it, sobbing, "I miss you." Suddenly, a strange light glowed from her hands, illuminating the entire room. Startled, Leontel stared at this new power within her, trembling as she whispered to herself, "The power of light. Did Serpina pass it on to me?" Ansia's gaze fixed intensely on the light in her palm, the radiant glow pulsing with life. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. It was Serpina, crying out for help, "Leontel, save me, please come and save me." The frail, desperate tone in Serpina's voice sent a jolt through her, and Ansia knew there was no time to hesitate. She thrust her hand forward, activating the light's power to break free from her confinement. The sight that greeted her outside was one of horror. The grand castle lay in ruins, reduced to ashes, with the thick stench of death and smoke permeating the air. Blood soaked the ground, and lifeless bodies lay scattered. The wrath unleashed by Philip had devastated everything, and Ansia couldn't help but question, how did it come to this? Before her stood a large stone monument bearing the inscription, Lascaux, Great Emperor of Looms. Her heart twisted as she realized that Philip had used Lascaux's name to build a false, bloody empire. The remaining lines carved on the stone declared that the palace would face divine retribution by fire and that all who refused to submit would be cast into eternal darkness. Ansia clenched her fists, realizing that this was yet another of Philip's vile schemes, pinning every atrocity on her beloved Lascaux. Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Philip, and he was seething with anger. "I told you to stay in the room. Why did you come out here?" But Leontel barely registered his words. Her mind was consumed with fury and disgust. She glared at him, her voice trembling with rage. "Philip, what does this monument mean? Are you even sane? How could you do something like this? Are you even human?" His face twisted with irritation, and his patience snapped. "Don't spout nonsense. I am the emperor of this empire. If you dare show disrespect to me again, even you will not be spared." His threats, however, meant nothing to her. She met his gaze, unwavering, demanding, "Yes, you're the emperor. Then take responsibility for what you've done. Stop tarnishing the name of Looms." Her words seemed to have no effect on him. Philip stubbornly stuck to his defense, raising his chin in defiance. "You're thinking of that lie on the tombstone, aren't you? Lascaux has left this world, everyone knows that. People are always foolish and easily deceived." He began to laugh mockingly, recounting a logical story he'd crafted himself. In truth, the Crown Prince Lascaux is still alive, fighting to reclaim the country and throne that were taken from him. He set fire to the Tenon Palace and even slaughtered all the innocent people there. Tell me, if rumors like that spread, wouldn't everyone believe it completely? Leontel still couldn't believe it, and she dared not. Could Philip really be the one who killed everyone in the capital city? By this point, he didn't even bother hiding it. Though he didn't outright admit it, his next words indirectly revealed that he was indeed the culprit. Philip spoke to her in a low, menacing voice. "It's all because of you, isn't it? Everything I did to gain power from that woman. She was almost dead, just a little more, but you had to mess everything up." His face twisted into a grotesque expression, no different from a demon. Leontel couldn't bear to listen to another word from him. She looked at him, her eyes filled with helplessness. "So, this is who you are. Now, where is Serpina? Just answer that." He didn't hesitate for a moment, coldly uttering two words. "Dead. The goddess is already dead. Whether I stabbed her or set fire to her, she was useless, so I ended up using a sacrificial offering." Leontel asked, her voice trembling with fear. "A sacrifice?" Like a crazed beast, Philip thumped his chest with a loud bang and replied. "Exactly. To kill that woman, I had to sacrifice the people. In the end, I won. Now, this power is completely mine, so you should accept the reality. Now, Lascaux will be the nation's sin, and they'll only remember the great emperor who saved the people, me." Leontel couldn't accept this outcome. Her hand clenched into a fist, slowly radiating a powerful light. She looked at Philip with determination. This won't end like this. With that, she swung her hand, unleashing her power to strike Philip, but his face showed no fear whatsoever. He looked at her with a defiant smirk. What are you going to do now? Is that all the power you have? Suddenly, his vision darkened. Something unsettled him deeply. Before him stood a large gravestone, and Leontel's figure had completely disappeared. Philip seemed oddly entertained. If she liked running, then he could chase her down. On the other side, Leontel was still running for her life. She turned back to the room with the gravestones, using all her strength to open the door. Though exhausted, she kept telling herself that she had to protect the gravestone that recorded Lascelles' death. Only by doing so could the truth be known in the future. At that moment, Philip had caught up. He slowly approached her, his voice cold. What do you think you're doing? Do you prefer being locked up instead? Leontel looked at him icily. Stop spouting nonsense. Philip seemed to have realized her intentions. He raised his hand, intending to use his own light power. You're clever. Even if you hadn't messed things up, I was planning to deal with these worthless gravestones anyway. But Leontel was quicker. She used her light power to protect the gravestone. You won't be able to do what you want, Philip. Philip wasn't afraid. He extended his hand, unleashing the light power that once belonged to the goddess Serpina, aiming directly at the gravestone. He wanted to destroy the last evidence of Lascelles' death and the royal family. But his power was reflected back, causing Philip to be thrown back violently. Leontel's heart was filled with rage and hatred, but she remained calm as she responded. I don't want to waste my energy on you. I'll use this power to protect this gravestone. Without my permission, no one can touch it, because only I can undo the protective magic. She continued, her voice resolute. You used the most despicable methods to become emperor, so I'll never allow the record of Lascelles' death to disappear. Hearing this, Philip's face contorted with anger. He's already dead, why do you need to protect him so much, Leontel? Do you like him that much? Leontel looked at him as if he were nothing but trash. After everything that's happened, do you still not understand? That one act alone makes Lascelles so much better than you. No matter what you do, I don't feel a shred of sincerity from you. The contempt in Leontel's eyes only made Philip more agitated. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, speaking in a low voice. Are you testing me? Seeing how far I'll go? Leontel was confused by his words. What on earth are you talking about? He placed his hand on the ground and looked at her defiantly. From this moment on, no one will be able to step foot on this land. Philip had completely destroyed this place, ensuring that no one could approach the land any longer. His Zelkan Empire had abandoned this site, and the capital was relocated elsewhere because the goddess of light had grown enraged at Lascelles' cruelty and cursed the land of Lascelles. Previously, Philip had used the goddess's curse as an excuse to spread disease, even eliminating all those who opposed him, in order to seize control of the new capital. Leontel was imprisoned in the tower at the Western Palace. But no matter what Philip did, he could never have her. He always threatened her with the weakness he knew about. This barrier is weakening. Are you planning to escape again? Can you really let your grandchildren die at my hands? Hearing Philip's threats against her family, Leontel was horrified, fearful. She begged him to stop, not to harm her family. Seeing her begin to obey, Philip pressed further, his voice filled with smug satisfaction. How about you just become mine, then? Leontel could only bitterly smile and look at him in despair. She responded, her tone filled with defiance. Anyway, you're going to kill me. That's what you do best. Just kill me. Philip lifted her chin with an arrogant look in his eyes, his voice teasing. You know I can't kill you. Because I love you so much. Leontel immediately reacted, pushing his hand away from her. Love? I'd rather die than listen to anything from you. Philip laughed loudly, as if unaffected by the contempt in her words. He continued to coax her. The position of Empress is still open, you know? If you want to escape here, then become my wife. Leontel glared at him, her eyes burning with unmasked hatred. She pushed him away with all her strength. I told you to let me go. You already have a whole harem, don't you? Do you think I'll just accept being your tool? Philip wasn't swayed by her words. In fact, he seemed to enjoy her aggression, leaving her with a final threat before he left. On the day you die, your family will be destroyed with you. The door slammed shut, leaving Leontel alone in the room. She collapsed, burying her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably in despair. The following days were spent locked in the tower, living as a mere shadow, unable to escape from a life full of pain. One day, a maid brushed her hair and casually said, "Today, the Emperor treated the orphan children sick with treason, miss. He saved the children that no medicine could cure. I feel so proud of him." Leontel sat silently, listening without responding, too tired to care about what was happening around her. But suddenly, Philip burst in. The door flew open with a loud bang. He couldn't hold back his anger, and he marched straight toward her, grabbing her shoulder tightly, growling. "What's the method, Leontel?" Leontel looked at him, confused and unable to comprehend his words. "What are you talking about?" Philip, his anger escalating, demanded. "You know, don't you? You colluded with that woman to make things difficult for me, didn't you?" Leontel stared at Philip, her mind unable to grasp the vague accusations. She asked, her voice cautious. "What exactly are you trying to say? If you want to talk, let go of me and speak properly." Philip refused to release her, his eyes flashing with madness when she mentioned Serpina's name. He dismissed it angrily. "She's dead. I told you, she's dead." But as soon as he spoke those words, his smugness faded. For the first time, Philip curled up, trembling, his hands clutching his face as if he had completely lost control. Leontel stood calmly, watching him, before slowly speaking. "You've truly lost your mind." The rumors about the curse of the goddess of light had caused chaos for a long time, leading to the deaths of Philip's 8 sons and daughters. His children were dying one by one, consumed by fear, but Leontel could not believe that Serpina had caused such a tragedy to these innocent children. She murmured to herself, as if speaking to her own thoughts. "Serpina, did you really do this? You're still alive, right? Where are you? Please answer me." Suddenly, the door to the room flew open, and a concubine rushed in, frantic and pleading. "Miss Leontel, please help me. Please save our children." Leontel remained calm on the outside, but her heart stirred with the woman's words. She responded, trying to maintain composure. "If it's the curse, I can't help." The concubine nearly collapsed to the floor, her voice choking with emotion. "No, it's not the curse. Please," she won't stop pleading. "Please stop Philip, he's hurting his own children." Hearing this, Leontel was struck with shock, but she quickly masked her emotions, focusing intently on the woman. She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. "You mean Philip is harming his own children?" Leontel could hardly believe what she had just heard. The man had sunk so low that he was willing to hurt his own flesh and blood just to hide his fear. Since the curse began, the palace had been shrouded in gloom, and the wrath of the goddess had left terrifying marks on the bodies of those children. Philip had hidden everything, only to then decide to kill them, as if he could bury his own fear. Leontel shuddered, her heart filled with hatred and disgust at Philip's actions. She knew she couldn't stand by and watch him continue this madness. Holding the lantern in her hand, she slowly made her way to the room where Philip was keeping the innocent children captive. As she drew closer, the necklace around her neck began to glow, a blinding light accompanying the sounds of tortured screams that echoed in her ears. Leontel, help me. It's so scary. Please, help me. Leontel froze, her heart heavy with pain, knowing she had to do something to end this tragedy. She recognized Serpina's voice from the necklace, and terror flooded her heart. She shouted loudly, desperately trying to locate her friend. Serpina. Where are you now? I'm coming. In that moment, the agonizing screams of the children echoed from all directions. Leontel, frantic and desperate, decided that her first priority was to save the sixth prince, who was barely clinging to life. She ran toward him, shouting to stop Philip. Stop it. What the hell are you doing? Philip was about to cast a spell to end his own flesh and blood. The weak prince lay motionless on the ground, unable to resist any longer. Seeing Leontel, Philip turned around, his eyes burning with fury. Leontel. I told you not to leave the tower. Leontel ignored his threats and rushed forward, pulling the trembling child into her arms. The strange markings covering his body seemed like the signs of a curse. Leontel suddenly realized that these symbols were a message from the goddess of light. I am the goddess of light. Philip deceived and stole my power, imprisoning me in the Valley of Chaos. He has committed countless atrocities, spreading disease and blaming the crown prince for it. Leontel clenched the prince tightly, her heart filled with fury and suspicion. She glared at Philip with intense hatred. Where have you imprisoned the goddess? What have you done to her? Philip seemed to snap, clutching his head and screaming. Shut up. Don't mention that woman again. In a burst of uncontrollable rage, he unleashed his power, sending a blast toward Leontel that threw her across the room. His fury had reached its peak. Leontel struggled to rise, but her body was paralyzed from the blow, and all she could do was look at Philip with a hopeless expression. He turned back to his son, his gaze cold and merciless, as if the child before him were no more than an enemy. The prince trembled in fear, seemingly resigned to his grim fate. In a voice full of icy resolve, Philip said, This time, I'll make sure you vanish completely. He then unleashed his power, ending his son's life. The child's screams filled the air, before his small hand fell limp. The innocent child could not escape his cruel fate. Leontel, desperate to save the boy, tried to move, but her body betrayed her. She collapsed, overwhelmed not just by the physical pain of the blow, but by the heartbreaking scene unfolding before her eyes. She felt powerless, knowing that she could no longer protect herself, let alone save these innocent children. As she watched the prince's lifeless hand fall, Leontel cried out in anguish. No. Philip, in his madness, still had no intention of stopping. He slowly advanced toward his princes and princesses, his voice booming. I ask, who is next? Even if I kill this one, another will follow. Which one will it be? His children trembled, clinging to each other in fear. They were just innocent children, yet Philip showed no mercy. He looked toward the next child, a boy marked by the curse. Quickly, he seized the child, who trembled in terror. The boy's face soon bore words of desperation from the goddess. Philip lifted his child's small body, not out of love, but to seek any sign of the curse that would seal his fate. So, it's you, he sneered. All right, now it's done. Victory is mine. He laughed manically, while Leontel lay on the ground, watching everything unfold. Her eyes were empty, devoid of emotion. She kept telling herself, if I let this continue, can I live with myself? Of course not. If I give up now, this cycle of pain will never end. Leontel reminded herself that she had to survive, no matter what. After that incident, Philip had moved Leontel's confinement to the southern palace. But it no longer mattered. After the attacks from him, her body was completely weakened. Philip feigned pity, leaning over her. Leontel, I told you, if you want to go out, just call for me. He repeatedly apologized, his words hollow. I'm sorry, I wasn't in my right mind back then. Leontel wanted to scoff at his meaningless apologies. After that day, Serpina's message vanished completely, leaving only curses directed at Philip. The rumors about Philip betraying the goddess spread like wildfire, that he had stolen her power and left a curse to conceal the truth. Philip had used every dirty trick to cover his crimes, showing no remorse. Leontel's vitality slowly faded. Philip, now desperate, whispered in her ear. I will heal you, I swear, I will heal you. Fearing that the truth would be exposed, he cursed the entire old capital and used all his remaining strength to conceal the message that Serpina had left behind. If this had been the old Philip, perhaps he could have healed her, but the current Philip lacked the power to do so. He continued to murmur in her ear. If you want anything, just tell me. Leontel, exhausted to the point where her life force seemed almost drained, her eyes darkened with fatigue, weakly responded. Then find me a stone. Suddenly, I want to go up the mountain, but I can't go now. Before she could finish, Philip gritted his teeth and interrupted her. I told you I would heal you. After that, we can go up the mountain together. Leontel tiredly hugged herself, sighing. Where do you think I can go with this body? You understand, right? Consider this a favor. For the first time in many years, the one he loved was asking him for help, and Philip immediately agreed without hesitation. So, as promised, the stone was brought to her. Leontel left a letter and a ring for the count, then approached the rough, unfinished stone. She poured all the little remaining strength she had into it. Under the influence of her magic, the stone shattered. It turned out, she wanted to carve the truth onto it, something that no one could erase. The sky was turning to dusk, and the last leaves fell, as Leontel's life seemed to be reaching its end. She sat quietly, gazing at the world, calmly awaiting death. Philip appeared, gently asking. What are you doing outside, Leontel? She looked up and calmly answered. I'm waiting for you. Philip was somewhat surprised, frowning. She softly asked. Do you love me? Philip seemed to be struck at his weak point and began to confess. Yes, I love you. You're the only one I love. Upon hearing this, Leontel coldly replied. If that's the case, then leave this in front of the Emperor's palace for me. Philip looked at the stone. On it, Leontel had carved the entire truth that Philip had intentionally hidden about the curse, and about the princes who had died because of it. Furious, Philip growled and demanded. Leontel. What is this? Leontel responded with disdain. What? The content is correct, isn't it? Philip screamed like a wounded beast. How could you say that? Leontel's criticism was like a sharp blade, making him even more enraged. Philip raised his hand to destroy the stone, but Leontel calmly informed him. You can't destroy it because I used my last strength to create it. Unable to verbally lash out at her, Philip simply said. You're truly humiliating me. He tried to attack the stone, but couldn't break it. Philip threatened to kill anyone who dared to approach it, then used his magic to push the stone into a deep lake, hoping it would be buried forever. Leontel looked at him with contempt. In the end, you haven't changed at all. The black magic has consumed you, and you've forgotten how to fix your mistakes. She couldn't hold back, coughing violently, blood pouring from her mouth. Leontel collapsed before Philip. Panicking, he rushed over and held her, pleading desperately. Don't try to endure, just a little more, I'll save you. I'll definitely find a way to save you. Leontel weakly called his name, causing him to burst into tears. He hurriedly responded. I'm here, Leontel, I'm listening. Tell me. Leontel's face was covered in blood. She mustered all her strength to say what she had always wanted to say. Philip. I hate you. And then, Philip didn't hear another word. Leontel had left this world, full of suffering. Philip's tears fell incessantly. The person he thought he loved the most was gone, but in truth, the only one he truly loved was himself. To Leontel, that was nothing but his unbridled possession. Thus, the story of Leontel, also Ania in that life, came to an end. 1,000 years later, a miracle occurred. She was reincarnated into a novel as a secondary character with little screen time. But the unexpected twist was that the original character she reincarnated into was, in fact, another life of hers. From then on, she continued to uncover a life full of dramatic twists and turns, deeply tied to the love, hatred, and revenge of her previous incarnation as Leontel. It was like a film. As Ania opened her eyes and awoke, she could clearly confirm that those memories were not just a film but her past life when she was the heir to the power of light. Leontel had passionately loved the handsome crown prince, Lascaux, but that love was shattered by the jealousy of a madman. Ania stumbled through an endless dark space, slowly piecing together the events. It seemed she had entered the door of darkness, where she could witness her past life from 1,000 years ago. If she had watched until now, all she needed was to move a little further. Perhaps she would find the way out. In the distance, a door emitted light amidst the dark night. But inside, it glowed a brilliant red. At the same time, she heard a familiar cry for help, a sound she had heard since her time as Leontel, continuing into her life as Ania. She instantly recognized it as Serpina's voice. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the door. Before her stood the city from that time, still burning with flames that covered everything. The red flames seemed to want to consume everything in their path. Then, she saw Serpina trapped in an enchanted orb, floating amidst the searing fire. Inside, Serpina saw Ania and burst into tears, crying out, "It's too hot, help me, Leontel." Serpina's face was now full of despair, tears streaming down her face, her features blurred by smoke and dust. Ania hurried toward the enchanted orb, but the fire tried to block her path. Despite the flames surrounding her, she pressed on with determination. Serpina, moved to silence by the emotion, called out Leontel's name. Though she was no longer Leontel but Ania, she responded, "Yes, it's me. I'll get you out now." Ania poured all her light magic into the orb, but it seemed unaffected. The fire around it burned fiercely, but she didn't give up, continuing to channel all her strength to break the seal. Finally, the orb began to crack, the fissures spreading like a butterfly effect, the sound of shattering like breaking glass. Eventually, the dark orb shattered completely, its magical shards flying in all directions, slowly dissolving into black smoke and disappearing. Serpina was freed after thousands of years of torment. Ania was overjoyed that she could finally do something for Serpina. Once freed from the orb's control, Serpina immediately embraced Ania, calling her name for the first time after thousands of years of waiting. After all the pain and despair, Serpina cried out, "Why did you take so long? I called for you so many times, thinking you would always be by my side." Ania didn't know what to say other than apologize. She felt the pain that Serpina had endured, knowing that Serpina had given her the power of light over 1,000 years, only to suffer in hellish torment. All she could do was lower her head and offer a sincere apology, hoping it would ease Serpina's pain. Serpina tried to wipe the smudged tears from her face. "No, it's not your fault," she said. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed with hatred. Serpina growled with fury, accusing, "It's all Philip's fault. I'll kill him." She marched forward angrily, but Ania quickly stopped her. "Wait, Serpina. Philip is dead. It's been thousands of years. He had children, and those children had children. Those children grew up and continued to have generations after them. He reincarnated long ago." But it seemed that this did not hinder Ser's mad plan. She spoke with a voice filled with intense hatred. I will kill them all. Philip's child and the country he built. Everything, I will not let this matter rest." The more Ser spoke, the more twisted and cruel her face became. Hatred had corrupted her very being. Ania could not let this happen. She tried to reason with Ser. No. You can't do this. You can't kill innocent people for revenge. But Ser did not see it that way. The flames that burned her for 1,000 years also forged within her an unyielding will for revenge. Why would they be innocent? He sealed me away, imprisoned me, and then celebrated for 1,000 years. Philip, his descendants, and even the common folk, all of them are the same. While the two were still arguing, Ania's vision suddenly darkened. Then, as she opened her eyes once more, the scene before her was completely different. She still couldn't adjust to the newness of it all. At first, Ania only felt the blinding light, and then she wondered, where is this place? Her blurry vision began to make out the face of a young boy. Feeling the warmth of life surrounding her, Ania sighed in relief. So, I haven't died. It turns out. I'm still alive. Ania's eyes were still struggling to adjust to the brightness. She faintly made out the muscular chest of the stranger before her. The man seemed to be a noble, draped in a cloak adorned with the royal emblem. Then, deep in her heart, Ania began to tell herself. Even though I don't know where this place is, I can instinctively feel that the man before me is Blake. I never expected the two of us to meet again under such circumstances. Blake politely inquired. Are you awake now? Ania was still in a dazed state. She took a moment to assess Blake. He had grown taller and now carried the air of a sharp, refined man. Though undeniably handsome, he exuded an aura of aloofness and detachment, a far cry from the little bunny husband Blake she once knew. Ania couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. At that moment, Eden approached, breaking her spiraling thoughts. He respectfully asked, Your Highness, shall we leave? It's getting quite late. Ania was suddenly struck by a sense of panic. She realized that something was wrong with her body, specifically that she couldn't make any sound. She tried to lift her hand and took a closer look, noticing it was covered in ugly black scars. Her once golden hair had turned silver. Recognizing these differences, Ania was horrified to realize she was in the body of the goddess of light, Serpina. She couldn't make sense of what was happening. After hearing Eden's urging, the prince turned, visibly irritated. Stop talking. But Eden persisted, trying to convince him, haven't we been in the Valley of Chaos for 3 months? It's the 1000th anniversary of the Empire. An event this important cannot be without the presence of the Crown Prince. Following Eden's words, Ania realized that it was now the 1000th year of the Asteric Empire. By this timeline, Blake was 18, and she had aged quite a bit. 7 years had passed since she stepped through the door into the Dark Realm. Blake remained firm, ignoring Eden's pleas. He answered coldly, the Emperor's presence is enough. I don't need to be there. What I need to find is more important. At this point, everyone understood who Blake was looking for. But Eden, with his straightforward personality, continued to counsel, Your Highness, it's time to let go. I'm sure that's what the Crown Princess would want too. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Blake drew his sword and pointed it directly at Eden. His face was icy, making those around him freeze. Blake warned Eden, even if that's true, it's not something you should be saying. Seeing Blake's anger, Ania instinctively reached out to stop him, unaware of her sensitive position. She placed a hand on him. No, you shouldn't do this, no matter how angry you are. Blake noticed her strange action but didn't stop her. He simply stood there, his amber-red eyes fixed on her. Before he could react, Eden rushed forward, gripping Ania's hand tightly and pulling her away. How dare you? How dare you touch His Highness? Eden bowed deeply to the Crown Prince, saying, Please forgive me, Your Highness. I will discipline her. Ania couldn't help but feel the contrast in Blake's demeanor now compared to before. The man who once showed patience and understanding toward minor mistakes was now quick to draw his sword at others. Perhaps, in the 7 years that had passed, Blake had been through much. Suddenly, a force tugged at Ania, pulling her forward. Her white hair swirled around her, and she realized it was Blake who had pulled her. Ignoring Eden's protest, he simply said, "I know. I just want to talk to her for a moment. You can leave now." Eden, unable to change Blake's mind, reluctantly bowed and left. Ania still hadn't recovered from the shock of being pulled. Once they were alone, Blake fixed his gaze on her, his face a mixture of hope and worry. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" His voice hinted at a suspicion that she might be Ania. But Ania couldn't speak. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She desperately wanted to shout, "I am Ania," but no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Blake, seeing her silence, seemed to come to a conclusion. "You can't speak, can you?" he asked, and Ania nodded in acknowledgement. Blake, undeterred, extended his long, delicate hand, urging her to write her name. Ania hesitated, studying his hand. It was no longer soft, as it had been when she knew him, but rough and calloused, hardened over time. When she reached for the writing tool, she was struck with horror. She couldn't remember any letters. No characters from the Asteric Empire's script, the ancient language, or even Garen came to mind. Everything felt alien, as though she had never learned it. Seeing her standing still in confusion, Blake's suspicion deepened. He studied her closely, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Blake seemed to understand her distress without needing further explanation. His voice softened as he asked, "You don't remember, do you?" Ania could only tighten her grip on his hand in response, a mixture of confusion and fear clouding her heart. Not only had she lost the power she once received from the goddess's blessing, but even the ability to read or write was gone. Everything that had once been familiar to her now felt like a distant, ungraspable memory. Seeing her anxiety and fear, Blake gently patted her shoulder, his large hand engulfing her small frame with an unexpected warmth and comfort. His eyes spoke a silent reassurance as he murmured, "It's okay. You just woke up, that's all. You'll remember soon." His words, paired with his soothing touch, triggered a deep sense of longing within Ania. It was the warmth she had missed so dearly over the years, a memory of someone who had once been a great part of her life. A smile tugged at her lips, even as tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. She tried her best to hold them back, not wanting to show the vulnerability she felt. Soon after, Blake led her to a tent he had set up in the Chaos Valley. He handed her a cup of steaming tea, the fragrance filling the air and bringing a sense of calm. As she held the cup, Ania looked up at Blake, who gazed at her with gentle concern. "Are you feeling better now? I'll find something to protect you. Just rest for now," he said before walking out of the tent, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Sitting in the tent, Ania was overwhelmed by uncertainty. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on her mind as questions circled relentlessly. What is happening to me? Why can't I remember anything? How did I end up in this strange place? She couldn't understand the bizarre series of events that had brought her here. It was as though she had been thrust into a world she didn't recognize, where time had blurred her memories and identity. Sighing in exhaustion, Ania couldn't help but feel a deep, gnawing sense of loss. She had finally encountered Blake again, but it was clear that their reunion wasn't going to unfold the way she had hoped. The circumstances were far from what she had imagined, and it was hard to know what her next steps would be. Ania silently gazed into the reflection in her teacup, platinum hair, emerald eyes, and half of her left face covered with ugly, scarred indentations. This was Serpina's body. She looked at her unfamiliar hands, wondering why her soul was trapped in Serpina's form. Even her light powers and magic had completely disappeared. Suddenly, someone called her name, but it wasn't Ania, it was Leontel. Ania widened her eyes in astonishment. The voice belonged to a tiny fairy with delicate wings, like those of a butterfly, who flew towards her with a smile. Ania followed the fairy's movements, recognized the familiar gesture, and then hastily covered her mouth in shock. Could it be Mikkel? Seeing that Ania recognized her, Mikkel was surprised. "Oh, how did you know? I thought you wouldn't recognize me. I'm much more beautiful than before. How did you still know it was me? You're really smart." It turned out that Mikkel was a fairy born from a shard of light from the goddess. Because Ania had broken the seal on the goddess, Mikkel was able to regain her original form. She had come to express her gratitude to Ania and deliver a message from the goddess of light. With that, she waved her magic wand, and a stream of wondrous light poured forth. Within the stream of light, Ania heard Serpina's mocking voice. How does it feel to be abandoned? You gave your all, but the prince you love still doesn't recognize you. Ania's face showed a look of shock as she demanded, Serpina, why are you doing this? You took my voice, even my ability to speak. From the light that Mikkel created, Serpina's voice continued with disdain. Are you disappointed in the prince? Just a change in your face, unable to speak or write, and yet he still doesn't recognize you. Is the love you trusted so fragile? Ania couldn't believe that the friend she had once cherished more than family could change so much. Serpina, why are you doing this? She asked, her voice filled with pain and disbelief. But Serpina only sneered, are you angry? I'm just helping you see the truth. Your face is covered in scars, your light powers are gone, how could he still love you the way he once did? Serpina's biting words left Ania in silence. Her heart wavered, a growing fear creeping in, that Blake wouldn't recognize her, and that they would be lost to each other forever. Serpina's voice continued to echo in her mind, as though trying to invade every thought. If he knew you were Ania, would he cast you aside? In the end, he would forget you ever existed. Ania desperately wanted to refute those words, but her throat was dry, and she couldn't speak. Slowly, doubt began to creep into her mind. If Blake knew this body was hers, would he be happy, or would he distance himself from her like Serpina had said? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Amidst the magical light that Mikkel had conjured, Serpina spoke with a tempting tone, as a friend, I'll give you one last chance to get everything back. With those words, a sharp silver sword appeared from the light. Ania shakily took hold of it, still unsure why Serpina was handing her the weapon. Serpina's voice took on an eerie tone as she said, use this sword and stab Blake in the chest. The words hit Ania like a blow, and she froze in shock. How could she harm the one person she would have gladly sacrificed her life to save? But Serpina's voice rang out again, as long as this sword is stained with the prince's blood, everything will return to the way it was, the beauty, the voice, the ability to speak, and your light powers, all will be restored to you. Ania's eyes flickered, her gaze fixed on the sword in her hands. Ania slowly bent down and picked up the sword. Hearing this, Serpina's voice urged her on, that's right, kill him. Then you and I can be friends again. But Serpina could never have imagined that Ania was merely picking up the sword to throw it back into the stream of light, returning it to her. Ania stared at Serpina with a serious expression and said, I don't need it. Take it back. Serpina was furious. Are you going to live your whole life in this body? But all Ania said in response was a calm, yes. Serpina thought she was being foolish. Just then, Ania began coughing violently, blood spilling from her hand, dripping brightly onto her palm. Serpina had once told her that this body could only survive for another 100 days. Don't regret this, listen to me, Serpina urged. Ania looked at the blood, muttering, only 100 days? In her memory, she recalled a day 7 years ago when the priest of the Moon tribe, Unhan's younger brother, had predicted that if Ania had the heart to help others, she would never be able to save herself. She would be consumed by the flames of fate. Ania suddenly realized that this was the moment of choice Blake had once spoken of. Whether in the past, present, or future, her fate would remain unchanged. But Ania told herself that she wouldn't regret her decision. If it was for Blake, the one she had loved through many lifetimes, she would sacrifice everything without fear. Ania resolutely rejected Serpina's proposal. I told you, I don't need it. Take the sword and leave. Serpina's angry voice continued to echo, taunting her. Are you really willing to sacrifice for the prince? Do you think he will remember you? If he knew who you were, he would be afraid and leave you. How foolish to give your life for someone like him. Ania didn't want to argue with Serpina, whose hatred had blinded her. She responded firmly, you should leave now. The light from Mikkel faded, and Serpina's voice became a distant echo, full of defiance. You'll regret this one day. When the space finally grew quiet again, Ania slumped down on the bed, exhausted. The time Serpina had given her to think had ended, and she could no longer turn back. But Ania had no regrets about her decision. Perhaps she would be the one to put an end to the 1,000-year-long feud between herself, Serpina, and Philip. The battle would end here, and there would be no more tragedies like that in the future. Outside, the sky remained clear, but inside Ania's heart, only darkness lingered. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside, and Blake stepped in. He greeted her with a bright smile. "You're awake so early? Everyone is preparing to return to the palace, so it might be a bit noisy. Try to bear with it." He walked over and sat beside her like a close friend, even though they had only met yesterday. Blake asked kindly, "Do you remember any letters yet? What's your name?" Try to mouth the words. He looked at her intently, but he had no idea that Ania was struggling with her thoughts. She reminded herself that with the little time left, she couldn't be a burden to him. Over the past 7 years, Blake had already suffered so much. Ania decided to remain silent, hiding her true identity. When she stayed quiet, Blake took the initiative to ask, "You don't want to talk?" He lowered his head to look directly into her face, teasing, "You don't seem like someone who's lost their memory. You still remember who I am, don't you?" Ania felt uncomfortable, unable to look directly at Blake. His amber eyes stared at her, waiting for an answer, as if he sensed something familiar in her. Seeing that she remained silent, Blake decided to lighten the mood with a joke. "If you're not going to say anything, I guess I'll have to name you, right?" He smiled and continued, "I'll call you Rose." The name stunned Ania, as roses were the first gift Blake had ever given her. Her heart raced, worried that perhaps he had recognized her true identity. But then, she reassured herself, perhaps it was just a coincidence. Blake's bright smile shattered any remaining pride, and he spoke gently, "Rose, I want you to come back with me to the palace. Will you come with me?" She felt a slight unease, because even though she was now just a stranger to him, he easily wanted to take her back to the palace. But despite that, she couldn't resist the pull of his smile. Just then, Eden, Blake's trusted aide, entered to announce, "Your Highness, the Grand Minister is here." Blake turned to Ania and said, "Wait for me," before heading out. Eden couldn't hide his discomfort and immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you really bringing this woman back to the palace? We don't even know her name." Blake was resolute, taking Ania's hand in front of Eden and declaring, "I will take Rose to the palace. Do not make me repeat myself." Faced with the prince's firmness, Eden had no more objections, lowering his head in compliance. Before leaving to meet the Grand Minister, Blake looked into Ania's eyes and gently reassured her, "Rose, I will be back soon." The warmth in his words slowly melted her heart. Finally, she dared to raise her head and meet his gaze, silently promising that she would wait for him to return. Ania couldn't stay in the tent forever, so she decided to step outside and breathe in the fresh air. The sky was still blue, and the sunlight was soft, but her heart was in turmoil. She reached her hand up to the sky, trying to grasp the warm rays, feeling that every moment had suddenly become precious. As she stood outside, Ania overheard a conversation among some nearby knights. They were talking about preparing to leave the area and even complaining about the pointless task of searching for someone who had been dead for a long time. One of the knights, upon seeing Ania, mistook her for a ghost and screamed in fear. When they saw the black scars covering her body, they began to whisper, calling her a monster. Hearing these direct insults, Ania froze, her heart heavy with sadness. Deep down, she wondered if she truly looked like a demon. The scars covering her body made her realize that to Blake, these scars meant nothing, but to others, she was a monster. Her hands, marked with ugly traces, made her understand better the pain Blake must have felt when he was called the Monster Prince, a pain that was both heartbreaking and helpless. Around her, the knights began to discuss avoiding Ania, as if she were a criminal to be shunned. Just then, a firm voice broke the awkward silence, "That's not happening. Rose will sit with me." It was Blake. Upon seeing him, the knights trembled in fear, their voices stammering, "Your Highness, you're here." Blake cast a cold glare at the two knights who had insulted Ania. "How and Matthew, from today, you are stripped of your knighthood and will leave the squad," he declared. The two knights, frightened, confused, asked, "Why us?" Blake didn't answer, merely throwing them a frigid look. "Don't tell me you don't know why." Afterward, Blake turned to Ania, offering her a warm smile as he took her hand and gently pulled her along. "Let's go, Rose." Ania simply allowed him to lead her, her heart fluttering endlessly. She couldn't help but wonder if Blake was also a knight, because his actions and the way he protected her made her feel safer and stronger than ever before. Ania looked down at her hand, now enveloped in Blake's warm and strong grip. Though it felt a little unfamiliar, his gaze as he looked at her and the way he held her hand was still as gentle as it had always been. The sun was high above, but Blake continued to speak softly to her, even though he knew she wouldn't respond. Polite and considerate, Blake helped Ania onto the horse, smiling reassuringly. "Just stay still, you don't need to worry if you don't know how to ride." He then carefully adjusted her posture. Blake, without hesitation, lifted her onto the horse with kindness, making Ania feel embarrassed and blush deeply. She couldn't deny it, maybe Blake had really grown up. Once Ania was settled, Blake also mounted his horse, the distance between them so close that with just a little shift, he could pull her into his embrace. He gently showed her how to hold the reins, telling her that the horse was very gentle and there was nothing to fear. Seeing that Ania was still awkward, Blake took her hand, guiding her step by step, making her heart flutter with each beat. Blake smiled, complimenting her, "Well done, Rose. Forget about the rude comments from earlier, they're just obsessed with their own appearance." His words made Ania's heart ache. She hadn't expected that Blake still cared about her feelings so much. Blake had grown, but his heart remained as warm as it had always been, unchanged. The group quietly made their way through the mountain ranges, the only sound being the hooves of the horses on the dry ground. Blake continued to escort Ania on horseback, constantly reminding everyone to be careful on the rugged path ahead. Even as she leaned against him, Ania's mind was restless. Why was he being so kind to her? She reassured herself, thinking that perhaps Blake pitied her and was just helping out of kindness. The closeness made Ania acutely aware of the firm muscles in Blake's back, right behind her. In her heart, she reflected on Blake as a child, the charming young boy, as beautiful as a little rabbit. That young boy had now become a strong, steady man, no longer the fragile child he once was. The features on Blake's face had matured and become more refined, resembling Emperor Tenstian, making him even more attractive. Ania couldn't help but wonder how much effort he had put into achieving the strong physique he had now over the past 7 years. She silently regretted not being by his side during that time, missing the chance to cook delicious meals for him and greet him after his grueling training. Suddenly, the horse began to slow down, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Cracks appeared in the rocky ground at the mountain's peak, slowly crumbling. From small stones, large rocks quickly tumbled down, causing a landslide that caught the group off guard. The horse, startled, threw Ania and Blake off, and just as Ania thought she was about to lose her life, a warm embrace wrapped around her, protecting her from the falling rocks. Blake shielded Ania with his body, ensuring that she remained unharmed, while he himself was injured by the rocks. As the dust settled, Blake frantically called her name, "Rose, are you all right?" Held tightly in his arms, Ania was unharmed, but Blake's hands were covered in blood. Seeing the terrible wound, Ania couldn't suppress her worry, tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her panicked expression, Blake tried to reassure her, "It's nothing, it's not a big deal." Ania trembled, clearly seeing the severity of the injury, yet Blake still tried to calm her down. She blamed herself, thinking that if she hadn't been there, Blake might have been able to protect himself more easily. She regretted not having the healing power to help him. Tears streamed down her face, while Blake, the one who was injured, remained calm as if nothing had happened. Blake gently comforted her. Don't cry, I'm the one at fault, why are you blaming yourself? He then covered the wound with his hand and used his own power to heal it, the injury slowly disappearing. Ania stared at him in amazement, as though she had just discovered something new. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Blake chuckled, so, you finally opened up, huh? He gently wiped away the tears on her cheek, smiling playfully, or is it because I'm the one who's hurt that you're so worried about me? Ania was at a loss for words at his wit, even in such a dangerous situation. Just then, the knights rushed over, their concern evident upon seeing their condition. Blake calmly reassured them, it's nothing, everything is fine. But Eden, one of the knights, lost his composure and shouted, what do you mean? You're hurt. Blake merely smiled and replied, I've already healed myself, it's nothing. I'm the safest person here. Now, let's move on, we still have a long way to go. Blake ignored the worried looks from the knights, carefully lifting Ania onto the horse, leaving Eden with no choice but to fall silent and watch them. They had traveled the entire day and still hadn't reached the next area. When the sky was bathed in golden sunset, Eden stepped forward and suggested, Your Highness, if we travel a little further, we'll reach the Bin Territory's divine temple. We should rest here tonight and continue tomorrow. You're injured, and after using the goddess's power, you need time to recover. But Blake, full of energy and determined to return Ania safely, immediately refused, I'm fine now. Seeing this, Eden didn't back down, reluctantly using Ania as a shield. Miss Rose is probably tired as well. Besides, if we continue, the rest of the group might complain. He glanced at Ania with pleading eyes, right, Miss Rose? Ania did feel a bit tired, but more than that, she wanted Blake to rest. Even though Blake didn't show it, she knew he was still hurting from the injury. With just a nod from Ania, Blake changed his mind, all right. We'll stop here for the night at Bin Territory, and leave tomorrow morning. The Divine Temple in Bin Territory, located in the barren desert filled with rocks and stones, stood out with its grand and solemn architecture. The monks were lined up, welcoming Blake with deep respect. Blake, taking on the role of the prince, bowed slightly to them, we seek permission to stay here for the night. The monk quickly responded, we will serve you diligently. In a corner of the room, the sound of water flowing gently echoed. Blake had finished his bath and donned a fresh white robe, unbuttoned, revealing his well-toned muscles. He thought to himself happily, now Rose won't have to worry, since my clothes are clean and free of the blood from earlier. At that moment, Eden entered and announced, Your Highness, they say dinner is ready. Do you wish to rest a little longer? But Blake wasn't concerned, answering casually, I'm fine. Where's Rose? I want to have dinner with her. Hearing Blake's words, Eden quickly understood and went to invite Ania to dine with the prince. At that moment, Ania was sitting absent-mindedly in her room, the sunlight streaming through the large window, casting beautiful golden rays. As she looked around the room at the end of the hallway, Ania felt a little disappointed, thinking that her room must be far from Blake's. She thought of him and couldn't help but worry, wondering if his injury had healed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A soft voice asked, Rose, may I come in? From just the sound of his voice, Ania immediately recognized it was Blake. It was as if he had heard her thoughts and arrived just when she mentioned him, making Ania a bit surprised. She quickly agreed. As soon as he entered, Blake greeted her with a warm smile, asking gently, Is there anywhere you hurt? You've had a tiring day. Ania smiled and shook her head, wanting to show that she was fine. However, her biggest worry remained Blake's injury. Earlier, he had shielded her from the falling rocks, an act she could never forget. Seeing the anxious look in her eyes, Blake seemed to read her thoughts. He raised his injured arm and reassured her, My arm is fine, see? The wound has healed. Though Ania could see that the wound had healed, she still couldn't shake her concern. She gently touched the hem of his robe, as if to make sure everything was truly fine. Seeing this, Blake chuckled, his gaze softening, So you're really worried about me? Do you want to take a closer look? Hearing this, Ania nodded without hesitation. After inspecting the healed wound, she felt more at ease. Blake smiled. You must be hungry now. Let's go eat. They entered the dining room, where a table full of delicious food awaited them, leaving Ania pleasantly surprised. Blake spoke up. Since I just recovered, I told them to prepare something simple. Do you think it suits your taste? Ania tasted the food, savoring the wonderful flavors of the fresh ingredients. Seeing her smile in satisfaction, Blake let out a relieved sigh. While Ania enjoyed each dish, Blake sat with his chin resting in his hand, watching her eat. He noticed that she particularly enjoyed sesame leaves. He chuckled and said, "You really like sesame leaves, don't you? I never noticed that about you." Ania felt a bit flustered as he suddenly brought it up, unsure of how to respond. Blake continued, talking as if he were making an observation about her uniqueness. Normally, I don't think to eat sesame leaves because of their strong scent, but you seem to enjoy them. As the memory fragments surfaced in her mind, Ania couldn't help but think back to 7 years ago. She remembered vividly that it was she who had planted the sesame leaves in the palace greenhouse. Even back then, when Blake was still there, he didn't eat them, but she and he were the only ones who could enjoy those special leaves. However, she knew that if she continued eating them, she might inadvertently reveal too much, so she decided to set her fork down and quickly end the meal. She gently stirred her tea, took a sip, and savored its warm flavor. It had been a long time since she had been able to relax like this. But her unintentional actions didn't escape Blake's attention. He kept watching her, which made Ania feel a little self-conscious. Blake finally spoke. No matter how I look at it, you remind me of someone I know. My wife. Ania froze, her face tensing. She had tried to hide it, but Blake seemed to always notice even the smallest details. Blake continued, when she drinks tea, she always pairs it with a spoonful of jam and sugar. Is that what you do, too? These words made Ania's heart tighten. She never expected that, after all these years, Blake would still remember such small details. Blake leaned closer, placing a hand on the chair and leaning down, his voice warm and seductive as if to mesmerize her. Rose, I'll ask you one more time, do you know me? When you saw me, you called me Blake, didn't you? You also know Eden, and the way you cried when I was injured, it wasn't just out of fear. You really cared about me, didn't you? Ania was speechless, unable to respond. Blake noticed her silence and gently cupped her face, urging her to look directly into his eyes. His voice was calm, but his eyes betrayed his deep worry. Look me in the eye. Who are you? Ania met his gaze, but her heart felt empty, unsure of how to explain. She realized that Blake's concern and kindness toward her weren't out of sympathy or pity. He had probably known who she was all along. However, her soul now resided in a different body, one that was no longer perfect. She couldn't live more than 100 days, and on top of that, she had lost her ability to speak, her voice, and the light power she once had. Blake waited for an answer, his voice full of desperation. Just say something, even if you don't speak it aloud. Just let me know the answer. At that moment, Ania felt overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of how to begin. She felt lost, wondering whether Blake would believe her if she revealed her true identity now. She was trying to speak, but suddenly, a sharp pain hit her, blurring her vision. Her strength drained, and she collapsed uncontrollably. Blake immediately caught her in his arms, a strange pain gripping his heart, as if something was terribly wrong. He called her name in panic, but all that responded was silence. That night, in the temple, Ania was placed on the bed after the doctor had examined her. He confirmed she was simply exhausted, with no serious symptoms. However, for Blake, his heart remained heavy, restless until the doctor left. Now, only the two of them were left in the room. Ania lay unconscious, her face pale and fragile, like paper. Blake stared at her for a long while, muttering to himself, wondering why she was so weak. He gently transferred warmth from his hands to hers, and slowly, the warmth seemed to help her regain consciousness. When she opened her eyes, Blake asked with joy, though she couldn't speak. Her eyes seemed to reassure him that she was all right. Relieved, Blake smiled softly and gently touched her scarred face. Ania couldn't hide her comfort at feeling his warm hand on her, knowing that Blake had held her hand until she woke up. The outside of the temple was peaceful and solemn, with the atmosphere heavy with reverence. Azone, the high-ranking official who had come to visit the prince, had heard news that Blake would return to the palace earlier than expected and had come to meet him. Blake, sensing an opportunity, unexpectedly asked Azone for a favor, which piqued the official's curiosity. After Azone agreed, Blake finally spoke candidly, asking whether there was a way to heal the old scars and the inability of Ania to speak. Azone immediately understood that Blake was referring to the woman with the white hair, and with a sigh, he responded that even with the power of the Mana Stone, he could not heal the scars left by the Goddess of Light. However, he felt that the scars were caused by someone else's power, not natural injury. Azone warned Blake that if he wished to be with this woman, he would face many trials and hardships ahead. Despite this, he believed that Blake had already overcome the curse of the goddess, so he would certainly be able to face these challenges. Azone genuinely wished the best for Blake and Ania, offering his heartfelt blessing. His words gave Blake a strong sense of resolve to overcome any obstacle to be with her. Meanwhile, Ania sat quietly under the shade of a tree, overhearing the conversation of the soldiers nearby. She was recovering, likely due to Blake's tender care each night. Yet, her mind couldn't escape the thoughts about Blake and the conversation she had just heard. The soldiers' conversation started with complaints about the upcoming journey and the fatigue of their nomadic lifestyle. One soldier mentioned an incident the day before when a rockslide had caused Eden to panic. But what truly unsettled Ania was when they began talking about Blake's royal marriage. A wave of fear washed over her at the thought of the man she loved marrying someone else. Her mind began to spiral, wondering if Blake truly intended to go through with a wedding. She tried to reassure herself that if Blake married, he would find peace and might eventually forget her. But the more she thought about it, the more conflicted her heart became. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued their conversation, one of them mentioning Diana, the girl who had been highly anticipated when she joined the academy but had taken a 2-year leave to search for her sister. This only added to Ania's growing unease, as she realized that Diana, the very person who had paused her education for Ania's sake, was now part of Blake's life. Ania couldn't shake the feeling of fear that had taken root in her chest. The realization that someone else could potentially take her place in Blake's life only deepened her uncertainty and sorrow. The laughter of the soldiers still echoed, but each word seemed to plunge Ania deeper into unease. One of the group even joked that on Blake's wedding day, when Diana held the prince's hand, the princess would arrive, but was immediately cut off by another, who argued that the chances of someone missing returning were very slim. Ania understood that, even though she didn't want to accept the truth, she had been missing for 7 years, and in that time, there were undoubtedly many things that had happened that she could never know. Ania curled up, feeling discouraged and powerless. The conversations, the bits of information she overheard, felt like a crushing blow to her already aching heart. In the end, he would marry Diana, just as it was supposed to be. Why hadn't she realized that someone else would come into the picture? He had grown up so much, and then suddenly. At that moment, the prince suddenly approached and called her name. Ania jolted, looking up at him. The prince quickly knelt in front of her and asked gently, "What are you thinking so intently about? Let's go, I've prepared the carriage." As he spoke, his hand gently touched hers, marked with scars. Ania instinctively allowed him to take her hand and stood up to walk, but her mind was filled with questions. Why was he being so kind to her? If this continued, she would misunderstand and end up hurt. So, Ania consciously withdrew her hand from his. The prince was taken aback, looking at her with a confused expression. But in response, she met his gaze with a determined look. Ania silently reminded herself to stay calm before preparing to distance herself from him. This girl, who had rushed into the flames without fear to save her best friend. But perhaps she didn't realize that, once you were a best friend, each one is responsible for their own body. She didn't understand why, when she woke up, she was in a ruined body that could only survive for 100 days of her friend's life. Therefore, she decided to reject the prince's feelings. But no matter what, Blake wouldn't let go of her hand. He looked at her gently and said, "Let's hurry. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Will Blake's loyal affection be enough to soften Ania's heart?" His gentle gestures and words make it hard for her to resist. Just a little, everything hasn't changed. If there was one wish, Ania would hope that time would slow down, so she could immerse herself in this deadly sweetness. Every gesture and the attention he gives her is no different from 7 years ago. No matter how harsh or indifferent he may seem with the knight's group, in front of her, he always shows the warmth of the boy he was 7 years ago. This makes it even harder for Ania to refuse him. She doesn't want to let go of his hand again, for fear of encountering danger on the road, just like during the rockslide incident. That's why the prince had specially prepared a carriage to ensure her safety. She couldn't help but appreciate him for this, as it showed great thoughtfulness. The carriage rolled along a road filled with flowers and greenery. At this moment, Blake was sitting in the carriage with her. He gently inquired, "How are you feeling after everything that happened?" Perhaps Ania had decided to open up to him more. She no longer stayed silent or just looked at him quietly. This time, she smiled brightly and signaled that she was fine, but her pale face couldn't hide the exhaustion. Ania held her trembling hand, which ached with pain. She thought, even though her hand still throbbed painfully, she couldn't let him worry anymore. But Blake could see right through her. Without calling her out, he softly reminded her, "If you're not feeling well, just say so. You don't need to hide it from me, do you understand?" His voice had a slight tone of reproach, but it was actually filled with deep care and concern for her. Upon hearing this, Ania felt a sudden pang of guilt. Was her face so pale that he could tell she was lying at a glance? But still, Blake was so perceptive. He was still sensing every little movement of hers, his eyes looking at her with utmost seriousness. He told her that there would be many tiring moments ahead, so no matter what others say or how they gossip, she shouldn't pay attention to it and let it go, because she was more beautiful than anyone else. It's shocking, just 7 years ago, and look at you now, your flirting skills have reached this level. Saying this, he gently took her small, frail hand and slowly pulled it toward him. Then, he bent down and placed a kiss on her hand. His gaze toward her was filled with longing. Blake kissed her while calling her name. Sure enough, this left Ania stunned. She seemed unable to believe her ears. Could it be that her body had lost all sensation after 1,000 years without sleep, causing some hearing issues? Did Blake just call her name, Ania? What exactly was he trying to say? Questions swirled in her mind. Blake's amber eyes, burning with intensity, remained fixed on her. They were filled with both expectation and scrutiny. His red pupils seemed to pierce through her expression. Ania vaguely realized that Blake might have already figured out her true identity. However, it seemed he wasn't entirely sure of his assumption, especially since she had always pushed away his care. That's why Blake was intentionally probing, trying to uncover the truth. By calling her name, he wanted to gauge her reaction. At that moment, Ania was torn. She didn't know how to respond to his attitude. Contrary to what Serpina had predicted, Blake hadn't abandoned her just because of her unattractive appearance. Even though others might avoid or despise her, the prince hadn't changed at all. Being with him, she didn't feel inferior or different. But so much time had passed. She remembered the gossip of the nights. It seemed like he and Diana were about to get married, and her place had already been filled. If she returned, determined to start anew with him, it would only bring pain to all three of them, her, Blake, and Diana. And considering that this weak, exhausted body could only survive for less than 100 more days, how could she love Blake and offer him a happy love? She feared that he would suffer again, just like 7 years ago. Therefore, Ania believed it would be better for her not to appear in his life. She chose to give up her identity as Ania so that he could live happily. Even though that life would not have her presence, perhaps someday she would no longer even be a memory to him. That, in itself, was enough for her. She decided that the Princess Ania had died 7 years ago. In fact, Ania even thought that if she were to die, it would be the best outcome for everyone. So, she quietly resolved to bury this secret forever, with no one ever knowing about it, except her and Serpina. Her hand gripped her dress tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, she tried to look at him in the calmest and most indifferent way she could. Ania pretended to speak and asked, "Ania? Who is that person?" Sure enough, her feigned curiosity made Blake deeply disappointed. He sat in a daze for a long time before speaking in a low, sorrowful tone. "You don't know who Ania is?" Ania fought to suppress the nameless emotions swelling inside her, shaking her head to indicate that she had no knowledge of the name. Blake seemed unable to accept the truth. In his heart, he still held on to a faint hope. Panicked, he asked once more, "You really don't know who Ania is?" But in response, all he received was her innocent, puzzled shake of the head. "I don't know. Who is that person?" Blake held his head in his hands, feeling defeated. Perhaps he had summoned all his courage to ask her this question, but the result was not what he had hoped for. The prince's face briefly showed signs of distress. He remained silent, not speaking at all. But then Blake regained his composure, adopting his usual dignified demeanor. He looked straight into her eyes and replied, "That person is my wife." His gaze remained full of hope as he looked at her. Ania felt uncomfortable meeting his fiery eyes, as if he was urging her to speak the truth. But Ania had made up her mind. She could not become an obstacle in his life. The plan to become a mere passerby in Blake's life was already in motion. Yet Blake continued to stare at her without breaking eye contact, as if his gaze wanted to strip her down from head to toe. Ania felt flustered and uneasy. She had to turn away to avoid his burning gaze. She feared that if she looked at him for even one more second, she would be unable to hold back and would reveal the truth. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. They were so close, yet unable to express what was deep in their hearts. Neither could see through the other. The sunlight outside the window poured into the carriage, but it didn't make them feel any happier. Ania felt suffocated. If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have chosen to live in seclusion, far from Blake, and spent the remaining days of her life in peace, avoiding the chaos of this situation. She had unknowingly relied on him like a lifeline, but the consequences were something she could never have predicted. Back then, she had vomited blood, and just yesterday, she had lost consciousness without even realizing it. She feared that her body wouldn't last another 100 days. And she didn't want Blake to see her in such pain and exhaustion before her inevitable departure. She didn't want to reopen the wounds in his heart that had yet to heal. But now, where could she go to escape from the boy she loved? Where could she run to escape this sinking ship? She could feel the changing expressions on Blake's pale face. He couldn't help but glance at her again, as though he believed she was about to leave him forever. "Before, my wife had the same expression," he said softly. "She said she would definitely return, but in the end, she never came back." His gaze seemed to burn through her. "Don't even think about leaving," he said firmly. "I won't let you slip away from me again." Ania struggled to escape the trap he had set for her, waving her hand in refusal. "I'm not her," she said. But Blake would not let go. He seemed to lose all control. "I won't let you go again," he declared. Then, he seized her trembling hands and forced her to look him in the eyes. His gaze was unwavering as he stated firmly, "This time, I will not let you leave." Ania hesitated, staring into his eyes once again. Standing before those fiery red pupils, Ania couldn't lie or act in any way. She could only sit there, motionless. After enduring the suffocating atmosphere in the carriage, they finally arrived at the palace to greet the crown prince. Banners and flowers were already prepared, and the knights stood in line, ready to welcome the esteemed prince of the empire. The atmosphere was filled with grandeur. Looking out of the window, Ania couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This palace had an aura no different from the emperor's palace. It was clear now that her dear bunny husband had grown up. He was no longer a cute young boy, but the sole crown prince of the empire. So this was the real Blake. Blake carefully held her fragile hand in his palm and looked at her with an excited expression. "Let's get down." With his enthusiasm, how could Ania refuse? She slowly stepped down from the carriage. The two of them walked side by side, looking so perfectly matched. They stood tall between two rows of knights who were bowing, which made Ania feel even more self-conscious. In this place, the very place she had longed to return to, what choice should she make? As Blake stepped out, the people below began to bow respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness, the light of the empire." In front of him stood the group of palace maids. Blake approached them with a friendly attitude and asked Melissa, "Did anything happen while I was away?" Melissa, with the utmost respect, replied to his question. After the greetings were over, Blake introduced Ania to everyone. "This is Rose, a special guest of mine, so please take her to the second floor." Melissa, now the head maid, was as kind as ever. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Rose. I'm Melissa, the head maid of the Crown Prince's palace." Ania smiled and nodded in response to her greeting. Inside, she quietly recalled Melissa. So, she had become the head maid now. It had been a long time since they last met, and Ania felt genuinely happy to see her again. Soon, Blake had led her to a room that felt incredibly familiar. Everything in the room was sparkling, as if it had been carefully and meticulously maintained. Ania kept looking around, taking in the room. She paused, astonished. How could it be that everything she had once used was still preserved after 7 years? It turned out this was the very room she had once stayed in. Everywhere she looked, traces of her past remained. At that moment, the butler Han appeared. He bowed his head and greeted them with a smile. "Greetings, Your Highness, the light of the empire. His Majesty is waiting for you." Unlike his distant and cold demeanor with the knights, Blake treated Han and Melissa like family. He smiled at Han. "You don't need to be so formal with me, it's fine." But no matter how many times Blake said it, Han remained as stiff as ever. It was the palace's rule, and they couldn't break it. Blake sighed at Han's stubbornness. Suddenly, he remembered Rose's presence and reminded Han. "Make sure to treat my special guest well." As the Crown Prince's orders, Han naturally obeyed without question. After instructing Han, Blake turned to Ania and carefully reminded her. "Rose, I'm going to greet His Majesty now, I'll be back soon." Ania smiled to reassure Blake before he left. Once everyone had gone, she was left alone in the room. She carefully sat down on the familiar bed. Blake seemed to be leading her from one surprise to another. The room seemed unchanged in the 7 years since, not even a single detail was different. The items she had once used were still intact, just as they had been. This made Ania feel like she was in a dream. She looked at her unfamiliar body and couldn't help but feel strange. Even though she had lost her voice, appearance, strength, and even the language of light, being with Blake made it feel like nothing had really changed. Just then, Nicole appeared, breaking the silence. The fairy cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, Leontel." Ania was surprised by Nicole's appearance. Since they had met in Blake's tent in the Chaos Valley, they hadn't crossed paths again. Moreover, their last meeting hadn't been pleasant, partly due to the wrath of the goddess of light. Nicole had come here to deliver a message from the goddess. With a flick of her wand, Micole's voice carried Serpina's words. Leontel, how do you feel living in that form? Don't you want to shed that ugly appearance that everyone looks down upon? Ania firmly rejected Serpina's words. I don't think it's ugly. These are just scars. But Serpina grew even angrier at her response. You're lying. Don't you want to go back to the beautiful form that everyone praised before? You're regretting turning down my offer, aren't you? But Ania still firmly used her tone to dismantle the goddess's manipulative scheme. She asserted, I've never regretted it, not even a little. Serpina continued with her attempts to attack her. Do you feel moved when the prince shows you sympathy? I'm sorry, but how far do you think this will go? In the end, he will throw you away and marry another woman. And then, he will reject you when he knows that someone as disgusting as you is his partner. Ania, of course, wouldn't sit idly by and let Serpina tarnish her beloved husband's name. Blake wasn't the same as Philip. Hearing this, Serpina only laughed maniacally, as if mad. Haha, don't make me laugh. Human feelings will always change in the end. Even Philip, when my body was full of scars, he eventually abandoned me. Ania was left speechless by Serpina's bitter tone. She knew full well that from the start, Philip had approached Serpina only to exploit her for the power of light. Therefore, the scars, whether they existed or not, didn't matter. Once he achieved his goal, Serpina would have no more value to him. He would abandon her without a second thought. Ania felt her suspicions growing. Had Serpina forgotten that truth? At that moment, the goddess's voice rang out again. Leontel, as your friend, I will give you one last chance. Kill the crown prince and make this detestable empire disappear, leaving only the two of us alive. Hearing Serpina's crazy suggestion, Ania panicked and quickly waved it off. That's not possible. There are so many important people here to me. I can't kill them. Serpina became even more enraged, unafraid to criticize Ania with harsh words. Pathetic and foolish. In the end, you'll be discarded in a pitiful way. Let's see how long that will take. The prince will soon die, and you'll have to kneel and beg me to make everything go back to the way it was. Upon hearing this, Ania panicked and questioned. Serpina, what are you planning to do? But by the time Ania had spoken, Serpina had already disappeared, and so had Micole. Just then, the crown prince entered. It seemed he had already finished greeting the emperor. Rose, have you been waiting long? Let's go have a meal together. Ania obediently placed her hand in his, though she was feeling uneasy inside. She didn't know what Serpina would do next, but she also didn't want to let go of the warmth of his hand. She didn't want to lose that smile of his. She wanted to protect Blake from Serpina's danger, even if she only had a little time left. For that reason, Ania made up her mind to stay in the palace for a while. Despite how busy Blake was after becoming crown prince, he still made time for her. He even sacrificed some of his precious time to teach Ania how to read and write. He patiently taught her to write her own name. With Blake's persistence and Ania's efforts, she was finally able to write her name neatly. Blake was extremely excited, encouraging her. Well done. But the person beside her blushed in embarrassment. Indeed, the situation had reversed in an unexpected way. 7 years ago, it was she who had taught Blake how to read, but now, she was the one being taught. Her heart skipped a beat. Being with Blake, laughing together and spending time with him, everything was incredibly precious to her. If she had one wish, it would be for this moment to last forever. She wished that every day, they could be as happy as they were now. Time passed, and with only a few days left until the national anniversary celebration, Blake had prepared a carriage to take Ania out. Politely, he requested that she hold his hand. In front of the maids, he showed no hesitation in expressing his affection for her. Before they left, he wanted to take her somewhere special. Seeing the mysterious look on his face, Ania felt excited. Together, they climbed into the carriage, which quickly set off down a familiar road, one that Ania recognized instantly. Sure enough, she was not wrong. At that moment, her gaze turned to the window, and she realized just how familiar this road was. The Crown Prince looked at her with excitement and introduced. "We're going to the ManWha Palace. It's been a while, but today I suddenly wanted to visit it." Ania didn't say anything, she simply silently watched his expressions. The ManWha Palace was the place where she and Blake had spent their childhood together. It was where they had experienced so many emotions, joy, anger, love, and sorrow, a place where a jealous crown prince always had his wife trailing behind him, comforting him, and where they had shared their first kisses when they were just children. Ania clenched her hand, feeling awkward inside. She didn't understand why the crown prince had brought her here, or if he wanted to test her once again. She should have said something to stop this, but when faced with him, she couldn't bring herself to say a word. She could only nod silently. Before her stood the place that marked so many of their smiles and tears. The scenery remained unchanged, but the people, of course, had to change. They stood together under the shade of the tree, looking toward the distant palace. Time seemed to stop here, and though 7 years had passed, nothing had changed. In truth, she missed this place dearly. Noticing her silence, the Crown Prince spoke in a serious tone. "This is a world of our own, mine and Ansia's. But do you know why I brought you here?" As he spoke, he turned to face her, gently cupping her small face under the glow of the setting sun. Blake continued to confess, "This is the first time I have been able to read someone else's gestures. Not anyone else, but my Rose. I can read your lips, and every time you speak, the way your mouth moves and your habits are exactly like my wife's, so I can easily understand." With that, he lightly touched her delicate lips with his slender finger. Blake looked at Ania with eyes full of affection and urgency. "Ania, it's you, isn't it? Please, tell me the truth." At that moment, Ania wanted to scream at him, "Yes, it's me. Yes, I am Ania." But before she could speak, a familiar voice came from behind, breaking the romantic atmosphere between them. "Wait, you can't just leave like this." Under the blinding light, Ania's vision struggled to make out who the two figures standing there were, but the voice was unmistakably familiar. The girl with the long, lustrous golden hair made Ania feel as if she had seen her somewhere before. Upon closer inspection, the man with thick eyebrows and sharp, sly eyes could only be Richard. Aside from his irredeemable personality, his appearance had, over 7 years, become somewhat tolerable. And the beautiful young woman standing next to him was none other than herself, Ania, in her true physical form. The woman called out, "Your Majesty." What could be more shocking than seeing her own self standing before her? Moreover, this body was laughing and speaking animatedly. To Ania, it felt like a thunderclap striking her out of nowhere. She couldn't quite process it. The body, the voice, the hair, it all confirmed one thing: this was her own body. Seeing that both of them were standing frozen in place, the imposter Ania called out, "Blake." Blake still couldn't process all of this information. His face was a mix of confusion and bewilderment, as though he had just encountered a ghost. What could be more shocking than realizing that his wife, Rose, was actually Ania, and now, the real body of Ania was right in front of him. At that moment, Eden came forward, breaking the awkward silence. "Your Highness, the Emperor requests your immediate presence." At the Emperor's palace, everything remained just as it had 7 years ago. The heavy, gold-plated door was opened from the outside, and in walked Blake. A little impatient, he asked his father, "Your Majesty, did you call for me?" Unlike his usual stern demeanor, today Emperor Tenstian was unusually cheerful. He quickly urged Blake. "Hurry up, have you seen Ania? I heard she's been looking for you." No sooner had he spoken, the imposter Ania and Richard entered, the former flashing a warm but insincere smile as she greeted Blake. Blake still couldn't quite believe it. He looked at the fake Ania with suspicion. There was something about this Ania that made him uncomfortable. It wasn't the same feeling he had from Ania 7 years ago. Could it be that Ania had grown up and, as a result, she gave him a different feeling than she did in the past? Since Ania had gone missing, many imposters had appeared. These people only shared the same blonde hair and green eyes, but everything else was different. Emperor Tenstian, not wanting Blake to be hurt, had taken steps to eliminate and punish all of them as best as he could. Blake scanned the room and immediately noticed Richard's presence. He coldly asked, "Your Majesty, why is he here?" Seeing the prince's gaze on him, Richard lowered his head and bowed respectfully. "I am Richard, from the Khazal-Duke family. I come to meet His Highness the Crown Prince as per the Emperor's request." Blake knew that Richard was the one who had found Ania and brought her back. According to the story Richard wove, Ania had been found unconscious near an orphanage he managed. Richard was the last surviving member of the Khazal family, a family that had been imprisoned for life due to treason and numerous other crimes. The Duke of Khazal had planned to kill Richard after learning of his secrets, but tragically, his beloved eldest son died in a fire. Meanwhile, Richard, the despised illegitimate son, survived. During the investigation of the Khazal family, the truth came to light. Richard had been tortured and abused by the Duke since he was a child, which garnered sympathy from the public. He constructed a pitiful image of himself, which allowed him to survive while the rest of the Khazal family fell. In the end, the Emperor stripped the Khazal family of their title, confiscated their assets, and concluded the family's punishment. Richard, by building a genuinely pitiable image of himself, had managed to survive while every other member of his family perished. So, when someone with such a past appears here, alongside someone claiming to be Ania who had vanished 7 years ago, is it really normal? While Blake was still trying to piece everything together, the imposter Ania casually ran up to him and hugged his arm, as if they were very close. "Your Highness, why don't you come closer and talk to me?" But Blake was almost repelled by this intimate gesture. He jerked his arm away from the fake Ania's embrace, causing her to freeze. Then, with polite formality, he replied, "I have matters to discuss with His Majesty. Everyone else, please step back." Seeing his attitude, Emperor Tenstian couldn't help but scold. "Hasn't your behavior become a bit too cold?" Blake still didn't believe the imposter was truly Ania. He felt there wasn't enough evidence to prove that this person was his wife. The Emperor explained that the fake Ania claimed to have amnesia, which made him more inclined to believe her. She spoke in the same manner as Ania did 7 years ago. This revelation only surprised Blake even more. The tea was lifted between his hands, much like his current mood, floating, yet unclear about what that feeling was, whether it was joy or discomfort. The fact that Ania possessed language skills was a secret known only to a very few people. This was the reason why the Emperor accepted the truth that the girl earlier was indeed Ania. Not only that, but she also had the power of light. This made the Emperor's assumptions even more certain than ever before. Faced with the clear evidence the Emperor had presented, Blake had to nod in agreement, recognizing that this reasoning made sense, and the girl earlier could very well be the wife he had been searching for all these years. Yet, the image of Rose kept appearing in his mind, and with her by his side, he felt an oddly familiar sensation. Every action and gesture she made reminded him of Ania, and as he walked down the corridor, all he could think about was her figure. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the imposter Ania ran up and hugged his arm. She naturally became intimate with him. "Your Highness, is the conversation over?" Blake still strongly rejected these excessive gestures from his wife. He pulled his arm away and looked at her with suspicion. "I heard you lost your memory, is that true?" The imposter Ania pretended to be pitiful and nodded. Blake remained composed, coldly asking if she was injured anywhere, then instructed Eden to escort her back to her room. As he watched the figure of the imposter Ania fade into the distance, the Crown Prince still couldn't shake the doubt in his heart. Even though all the evidence pointed to that girl being Ania, why did he feel so unfamiliar with her? It was still the same face, the same smile, but why did it feel so completely different from what he had imagined? He had spent countless nights imagining the scene of his reunion with Ania, but never had he thought his emotions would be so dull. Although he should have addressed that girl as the crown princess, his heart simply couldn't bring himself to speak those words. Every time he tried to say it, the words would be swallowed back. Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's palace, news of the Crown Princess's return had spread everywhere. People were gossiping excitedly, and the maids were no exception. Is that really the Crown Princess? Did the Crown Princess really return? There have been so many imposters before, but this time it seems like the real deal. Should we all go? At that moment, Melissa ordered everyone to maintain order and line up properly to prepare to welcome the Crown Princess. The most confused person at this moment was Ania. She herself was the Crown Princess, but had to conceal her identity, and now another person appeared claiming to be the Crown Princess. It was strange not to feel confused. She really wanted to know the true identity of that person. How could they appear with the exact same appearance as hers? Then, the door opened. Ania looked up at the girl walking in from behind the door. The girl looked exactly like her, not just similar, this was truly Ania's real body, with the familiar green eyes. The imposter was acting flawlessly, greeting everyone gently. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Ania. Seeing the expression, behavior, and even the face, everyone was completely convinced that this was the real Crown Princess. She even smiled softly and slowly walked toward Ania. Everyone may have believed that this was Ania, but just one glance was enough for Ania to be certain that the girl was Serpina, the friend she had once trusted so much. And now, things had turned out like this. The servants were still whispering among themselves, some unable to believe that the Crown Princess had truly returned. Many were admiring the Crown Princess's beauty. The most emotional person at that moment was Melissa. Her eyes were reddened, and her hands trembled as she raised them to cover her mouth, exclaiming in surprise, "Crown Princess, is it really you? You've come back." However, in response to Melissa's emotions, the imposter Ania pretended to hesitate, as if she didn't recognize her. This left Melissa stunned and speechless, almost on the verge of tears, feeling completely taken aback by the shock. Seeing Melissa's bewilderment, Eden quickly understood what was happening, and he explained that the Crown Princess had lost her memory, and her memories would gradually return. Once Eden finished speaking, the imposter Ania demanded to tour the palace, explaining that it had been a long time since she had been able to talk to anyone. Melissa volunteered to guide her, but unexpectedly, the imposter Ania refused her directly. Then, she pointed toward Ania and demanded, "I want that girl to guide me, the one with the white hair." She didn't even bow when she saw me. Recognizing the disdain in her voice, Ania stood frozen, unable to calm herself. The sister she had once been willing to risk her life to help was now turning against her. Melissa awkwardly explained, "Crown Princess, please forgive me, but Miss Rose is not a maid." However, the imposter Ania remained calm and replied, "But I like that girl." Just as Melissa was about to say something further, the imposter Ania suddenly scowled, seemingly about to lose her temper. "Are you all disrespecting someone like me? You can't even follow such a small request, so what will you do when it comes to something more important?" Despite the uncomfortable situation, Melissa still could not agree to this demand. Miss Rose was a guest of the Crown Prince and had only just arrived at the palace. However, the imposter Ania remained stubborn and said, "After all, she knows more than I do, doesn't she?" At this moment, Ania suddenly raised her hand to signal, slowly took out a notebook, and wrote something in it. Afterward, she handed it to a maid to read aloud. In the note, she agreed to guide the imposter Ania. Perhaps she didn't want to make things difficult for Melissa and the other maids, and she knew that Serpina would still find a way to meet her privately, so it seemed better to agree right away. In the palace corridor, the shimmering lights illuminated the surroundings, creating a magical atmosphere. The imposter Ania was walking alongside Melissa, curiously exploring the area. When they approached the largest room, she pointed at it and asked, "This is the Crown Prince's bedroom, right? I'll go in and take a look." As she spoke, the imposter Ania looked toward the room with a mischievous expression. But Melissa had to stop her, reluctantly saying, "If you wish to enter, you must first have the Crown Prince's permission." As expected, this made the imposter Ania angry. She muttered, "This is not allowed, that is not allowed." Not giving up, the imposter Ania turned her attention to the room next door. When she learned that it was the special room for Rose, her face immediately showed disdain, which she didn't try to hide. Without asking anyone's permission, she arrogantly swung open the door. Melissa couldn't help but worry, and as the head maid, she had to remind her, "Crown Princess, if you open the door so forcefully." Before she could finish, the imposter Ania interrupted her, challenging Ania with a defiant look, "Let me take a look around. You said you'd guide me." Ania had no choice but to reluctantly agree. She also wanted a private space to talk things over with Serpina. After receiving Ania's reluctant consent, the imposter Ania pulled her into the room, slammed the door shut, ensuring no one else could enter, and said, "I have something I want to discuss with this young lady." Now the room was unusually silent, devoid of the commanding voice of the fake Ania. Gazing at the luxurious room and the rows of fashionable dresses neatly arranged, the fake Ania couldn't help but envy and provoke. "Just you alone enjoying such a beautiful room? Do you even deserve these things? And right next to His Highness the Crown Prince's chambers, no less?" Ania didn't want to waste words with her, but Rose interjected, questioning sharply. "What are you thinking? How did you manage to switch our bodies?" Seeing that Lontel had recognized her, Serani's surprise was fleeting as she calmly but mockingly replied, "You realized already? How petty of you." As she spoke, Serani stormed toward Ania with eyes brimming with hatred, screaming, "I want you to know the pain I endured when you abandoned me. Now, you'll be the one cast aside." Ania couldn't believe that someone like Serani could utter such words. Serani's eyes now held nothing but cruelty. "Ania has returned, hasn't she? Do you think they'll still care about you? I gave you a chance, but you ignored it. Now, no matter what you do, it's useless. This body is mine now. You'll be abandoned by the Crown Prince and die tragically in this state, and the Crown Prince will meet the same fate." Seeing Serani about to harm Blake, Ania panicked and demanded, "What are you planning to do to him?" Ania's concern only enraged Serani further. Her face contorted with fury as she snarled, "Even now, you still care about the Crown Prince?" Ania clutched her chest and pleaded, "But you promised me that if I died, Blake would be safe." Serani, like a woman possessed, raged with fiery anger, her face twisted grotesquely. "Does anyone else still matter to you? You're going to die now. It's over. Beg me. Beg me for mercy. Forget about the Crown Prince or anyone else and worry about yourself." As she spoke, Serani lunged forward, violently shaking Ania's shoulders as if trying to make her see reason. But the one truly out of control was Serani herself. Perhaps the resentment, loneliness, and suffering endured for thousands of years had driven her to the brink of madness, consumed by hatred. Just as their confrontation reached a boiling point, Serani's sharp ears caught the sound of someone entering. She immediately stopped. The person who entered was Blake. The moment she saw him, someone's demeanor flipped faster than a pancake. Serani ran to him with a sickeningly sweet voice. "Your Highness, you're back?" She clung to Blake's arm, but he showed no emotion, just coldly asked, "Why are you here?" "This is Rose's room." The imposter Ania quickly played along, claiming she had been invited in and even complained about how the maid wouldn't let her see the Crown Prince's room. She hoped Blake would comfort her, but he was indifferent. The Crown Prince's room isn't somewhere anyone can just walk into. Of course, they wouldn't let you in. Not giving up, Serpina began to act pitiful again, implying that she wanted to be closer to him, and that her own room wouldn't be as comfortable as this one. But what Blake said next completely caught the imposter Ania off guard. Blake even suggested she stay in Sepia Palace rather than the Crown Prince's palace. Of course, Serpina protested, insisting on staying in the Crown Prince's palace to be closer to him. But Blake had a reason that she couldn't refuse. Ania often stays at that palace. If you've really lost your memory, staying at Sepia Palace would be much more beneficial for you. With no way out, Serpina reluctantly put on a pitiful expression and whimpered to Blake, "Then please take me to Sepia Palace. I'm so scared, Your Highness, if it's not you, I don't want anyone else." She moved closer, grabbing Blake's sleeve, her eyes full of vulnerability. She continued in a choked voice, "Ever since I fell through the door into the darkness, everything has become so bleak. I'm scared, and the whole world feels like nothing but loneliness." Blake looked at her, clearly uneasy. The memories of darkness that Ania had truly experienced were Blake's weakness, and Serpina knew that well. She cleverly brought up Ania's suffering in the darkness, hoping it would move the Crown Prince. The hesitation in Blake's eyes was exactly what she was waiting for. Meanwhile, Ania was shocked to realize that the memories of darkness Serpina was referring to were her own. However, Blake gradually regained his composure and coldly pulled Serpina's hand off his arm. Feeling like her plan was about to fail, Serpina continued to whine, calling the Crown Prince's name in a last-ditch attempt to keep his attention. But unexpectedly, Blake answered the imposter Ania's plea. "All right, I'll take you there," he said. Hearing Blake's response, the imposter Ania immediately flashed a charming smile, her confidence radiating. She purposely kept up her sweet demeanor in front of Blake, replying with warmth, "Thank you, Your Highness." She then turned to look at Ania, her gaze filled with mockery, as if to tell her victory. "I'm leaving now, Rose." Ania could only stand silently, unable to comprehend why Serpina would go this far, turning herself into a fake character in a play that she herself had written. As Blake walked away with the imposter Ania's heart tightened. Before leaving, Blake turned back, gently placing his hand on her cheek to reassure her, "I'll return soon. I'm sorry for making you wait." His words gave her strength. She looked up at him, her lips moving slightly, though no sound escaped. Just by reading her lips, Blake could tell she was saying, "I'll wait for you." In that moment, Blake's heart warmed. His gaze was filled with nothing but the image of the real Ania. The presence of the imposter became irrelevant. Once Blake escorted the imposter Ania to Sepia Palace, Ania was left alone in her room, reflecting on what had happened. She had heard that the one who brought the imposter Ania was Richard, the reborn Philip, the one who had sealed Serpina and caused the terrible destruction. Furthermore, Richard's role in bringing Serpina back to the palace only heightened Ania's unease. She began to doubt the motives of these individuals. Ania recalled Serpina's threat, both she and the Crown Prince would meet tragic deaths. A new resolve sparked within her, she could not allow that to happen. She swore to protect those she loved, Emperor Tenstian and Blake. She couldn't let Serpina continue her reign of terror. Ania knew she had to expose the truth and defend her honor, because the imposter Ania was nothing more than a fake. As the sky darkened, Ania suddenly thought of the consequences if she left. Blake would endure pain and guilt. In this urgent moment, she realized she could no longer keep her identity hidden. She was determined to reveal the truth about Serpina and Richard, and claim that she was the real Ania. Blake suddenly appeared, noticing Ania dressed too lightly for the cold. He gently reminded her, "It's very cold outside, why are you out here like this?" Seeing her hair slightly disheveled, he moved closer and carefully smoothed each strand. "Seems like you hurried to follow me. Is there something you want to say?" Ania's gaze was firm as she took his hand, placing it on her face, and opened her mouth to speak. "I am." She started, her lips forming the words. Blake focused on her, his eyes filled with surprise and expectation. But just as she was about to utter Ania, her body suddenly rebelled. A black veil clouded her vision, and she couldn't speak. Her mouth and body were paralyzed, frozen in place as if she were turned to stone. Helplessly, she slumped forward, all efforts to speak the truth falling futile. Blake quickly caught Ania as she collapsed, his face filled with concern. He pulled her into his arms, frantic and constantly asking, "Are you okay?" When she didn't answer, he lifted her gently and hurriedly carried her to her room. Laying her on the bed, he whispered, "You must be exhausted from being outside, rest now to regain your strength." As Ania slowly regained feeling in her body, she tried to speak again, but her body refused to obey. She realized that Serpina must have placed a curse on her to prevent her from revealing her true identity. Though unable to speak, Ania remained determined to find a way to communicate. She asked Blake to bring her a pen and paper to write the truth. Blake quickly understood and fetched a pen and notebook for her. But as soon as Ania took the pen, a horrifying realization struck her: she couldn't remember any of the letters. It was as if the ability to read and write had been erased from her mind. Serpina had not only stolen her voice and strength, but also her ability to write. Ania was stunned, unable to fathom how cruel Serpina could be. Blake noticed her frustration as she repeatedly picked up the pen only to set it down again. Gently, he reassured her, "It's all right, maybe it's just that I didn't teach you well enough. You can take your time and learn again." Though his words were light-hearted, Ania understood that the curse would not be easy to break. If she couldn't reveal the truth, Blake would be in danger. Seeing the tears well up in Ania's eyes, Blake chuckled softly, teasing her, "Don't cry, you're acting like a little child. Our little one is such a crybaby." His teasing made Ania blush, but his hand was gentle as he wiped away her tears, offering her comfort in his own way. Ania raised an eyebrow and mouthed, "I'm 2 years older than you, Your Highness." Surprisingly, the curse didn't stop her from revealing her age. Blake looked at her with gentle, warm eyes and softly replied, "So you're 2 years older than me? Don't cry anymore, everything will be all right." Despite the unease swirling in her heart, Blake's sincere reassurance calmed Ania's soul. The two of them exchanged a look full of affection, forgetting the darkness that lingered outside. In that moment, they silently vowed to sacrifice everything to protect the ones they loved. As the soft morning light filled the room, it roused Ania from a long night of reflection. Standing before the mirror, she reminded herself that she needed to stay sharp from now on. She had regained her ancient memories and saved Serpina once, but now her body had been swapped, and time was no longer on her side. At first, she had considered leaving quietly to avoid causing Blake any more pain, but everything had changed. Enemies kept appearing, threatening both her and her loved ones. Ania made up her mind. She would reveal the truth. She was the true princess consort, and Serpina was nothing but an imposter. She would no longer be the gentle Ania waiting for her fate to unfold. It was time for her to rise up and act. She was Ania, the rightful princess consort of this empire, and she would fight to protect that truth. Ania began her counterattack with full determination. She spent time carefully applying her makeup, transforming her appearance into something truly stunning. Draped in a dazzling gown and adorned with sparkling jewelry, she was the epitome of grace and power. For the past few days, she had worn dull, modest clothes, wanting to avoid Blake's gaze, but now she was ready to stand tall and face the world as the true princess consort. In the hallway, the maidservants were gossiping excitedly about the return of the princess consort. One of them mentioned that she had seen head maid Melissa crying tears of joy upon hearing the news. Another maid expressed concern for a maid who secretly had feelings for Blake, but was reminded by her friend to stay quiet, as the princess consort was not only incredibly beautiful but also full of power, and would surely expel Serpina, the ugly impostor, from the palace soon. Unbeknownst to them, Ania overheard their conversation and smiled faintly as she passed by. Her beauty and regal bearing left the two maids in awe. They could only bow respectfully as she walked by. Meanwhile, in the Sepia Palace, where Serpina was impersonating Ania, she had already arranged to meet Blake. He arrived reluctantly, offering only brief pleasantries. However, instead of responding, Serpina threw herself at him, embracing him passionately. Blake, showing his discomfort, immediately pushed her away, maintaining a distance of at least 3 meters. Serpina continued to feign vulnerability, complaining about how afraid she was to be alone without Blake by her side. She even emphasized how they had once slept together, holding hands, trying to create an impression of intimacy. But her words only deepened Blake's suspicions. If she truly had lost her memory, why did she remember such personal details from the past? When Blake wasn't looking, Serpina smirked, trying to use Ania's memories to win his favor. Despite her efforts, Blake remained unmoved. After Serpina grabbed his hand, he immediately rubbed it as if trying to rid himself of any unpleasant feeling. Calmly, he informed her that in a few weeks, Diana, Ania's younger sister, would arrive, so Serpina wouldn't have to be afraid of being alone anymore. When Serpina heard Diana's name, she pretended to forget, attributing it to her memory loss. But when Blake explained that Diana was Ania's sister, Serpina showed no sign of longing or interest. Instead, she complained that Diana didn't seem to care much about her older sister. Blake had to speak on Diana's behalf, explaining that Diana had to postpone their meeting due to her academy exams. In contrast, Serpina crossed her arms and casually criticized Diana for prioritizing her position as the top student over meeting her sister. The more Blake listened, the more uncomfortable he felt with the stark difference between Serpina and the real Ania. Instead of being understanding, Serpina poured fuel on the fire, suggesting that Diana might be jealous because Ania had captured the prince's attention. Every action and word from Serpina only made Blake more aware of the difference between the true Ania and the imposter before him. No matter how hard she tried to imitate her, Serpina's arrogant, cold, and tactless attitude made it clear to everyone that she was fake. In Blake's heart, the real Ania had always been full of warmth and grace, not the calculating, artificial version of Serpina. Blake, exhausted by her baseless assumptions, responded firmly, "No, Diana is not like that." However, the imposter Ania stubbornly insisted that Blake had feelings for Diana, which was why he defended her. Blake truly didn't know what to do with this woman anymore. Feeling frustrated, he turned and walked away without another word. "If you're fine, then I'm leaving," he said, quickly making his exit, ignoring Serpina's attempts to scream and grab at him. Meanwhile, in the library, Ania continued to diligently practice writing. Thanks to her persistent effort, she was finally able to write simple words. She tried to write some hints for Blake on the paper. "I am 2 years older than the prince. I like roses." Though she couldn't reveal her true identity explicitly, she had managed to write these basic details. She then added, "What I like most is drinking black tea with a bit of honey." Suddenly, as if guided by her heart, Ania wanted to write, "I love the prince," but she couldn't do it. Her mind went blank, and she found herself unable to write. Suddenly, a steaming cup of tea was placed in front of her, catching Ania completely off guard. Who else could it be but her husband? Blake had thoughtfully brought her the hot tea, and he didn't forget to compliment her. "Rose, studying so early in the morning? Don't overwork yourself. Even if you can't write, I can still read your lips." The crown prince happened to glance at the notes she had written in her book, but he didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Instead, he playfully teased her. "So, you really like sesame leaves and lemon marmalade, huh?" Suddenly, his hand gently caressed her hair as he smiled warmly and praised her. "Why do you look so beautiful today? Not that you don't always look lovely, but today, you're even more stunning." Ania looked up at Blake with joy-filled eyes. To her, her husband was always handsome, especially when he smiled. His amber eyes were truly captivating. Out of nowhere, the crown prince suggested, "Why don't we visit the Amoria pavilion together? Last time, you didn't get a proper tour. The greenhouse there has plenty of fresh vegetables." Ania hesitated for a moment. Can I go? She hadn't expected that, even with Sarah appearing as Ania, Blake would still invite her. Seeing her hesitation, the Crown Prince immediately replied. Of course, you can. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward her. This kind of sweet gesture was impossible for Ania to refuse, no matter how many lifetimes she lived. She kept gazing at him, thinking, how can someone be so warm and full of affection? When she was with Blake, even without saying it aloud, Ania felt as if she had returned to her own body as Ania. It felt so natural. She gently placed her hand in his large, warm one and replied softly. Yes. Let's go. In no time, they arrived at the greenhouse of the Amoria Pavilion. This place had once been a lake where Ania had fallen in, and it was from there that the Emperor had the greenhouse built as a reward for her. The greenhouse was home to a variety of vegetables. Though its original owner was no longer there, it was clear that the greenhouse had been meticulously cared for. Ania saw the plants she had planted being carefully tended to, which made her smile without realizing it. Seeing her so at ease, the prince was even happier. Do you like it? Feel free to pick as much as you want, I'll have the chef prepare it for you. He playfully picked a red chili pepper and held it up in front of her, teasing, try it, see if it's spicy. Ania recognized it was a red chili, a type so hot that even outsiders would never eat it raw. However, having become accustomed to eating 7-level spicy noodles, she decided to try it. I'll eat it with pleasure, she thought to herself, opening her mouth for Blake to feed her the pepper. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was the voice of the fake Ania. She stood with her arms crossed in front of them, like a jealous wife confronting an affair. She had caught them in the act, which made Blake visibly uncomfortable, but Serpina showed no remorse. Serpina claimed that this place was where she and the prince had once lived, and she wanted to return to retrieve her memories. However, her words became increasingly off, making Blake look at her as though she were an alien. How unreasonable of you, Your Majesty, to lock the prince away in this secluded palace just because he was cursed. Blake stared at her, dumbfounded, but Serpina remained oblivious, still acting out a role she had clearly miscast. She continued, after the curse is lifted, I only wanted to return here to search for my memories. Yet her words only made Blake more convinced that she didn't understand a thing. This old woman, Blake thought bitterly. The more she talks, the more irritating she gets. Serpina only resembled the real Ania when she was silent, and if she kept this up, she would lose all respect. To call her a goddess would be an insult to other goddesses. Blake couldn't help but think, unable to tolerate her any longer. Furious, he remembered that he had specifically said no one was allowed to enter this place without his permission. Get her out of here, he commanded. Seeing this, Eden immediately obeyed the command and dragged the fake Ania outside, but she still didn't know when to stop. She pretended to be the victim, pointing directly at Ania and questioning, what about that girl? Why are you only telling me to leave? Serpina, seizing the opportunity, began to throw a tantrum. Does the prince hate me? I am Ania, the one who broke the curse for the prince. You should treat me better. It seemed that Blake had completely run out of patience with this woman. He spoke each word coldly, do not casually utter the name of my wife. Sure enough, his words shocked Serpina to the point of disbelief. You have memories of Ania, yet you're speaking such nonsense. Truly, it's unfathomable. After 1,000 years, you still haven't learned anything. Seeing that she still didn't understand, Ania decided to offer a kind explanation, his voice so cold it made the other woman shiver. How can you be so certain that you're Ania when you don't even have her memories? Go back to the Sepia Palace and think it over. See if you are truly Ania. Serpina wanted to say something more, but Eden, realizing the situation was on the brink of escalating, quickly pulled her away. Your Highness, please return, he urged. Blake silently recalled the harsh words spoken by the fake Ania earlier. She had said, the Emperor is too much. Just because the prince was cursed, you locked him in this isolated palace. The more Blake thought about it, the more it felt wrong. If this were the real Ania, she would never speak such venomous words. He thought back to the past, a long time ago. Ania had once told him, the Amoya Palace means love. The Emperor loves the prince, which is why he chose this palace. At that time, he was just a young boy, but her words had stayed etched in his mind. Back then, he didn't believe her, but Ania had smiled warmly and reassured him, of course, that's why the Emperor treats even a daughter-in-law like me so well. He truly loves the Crown Prince. Blake told himself that no matter how much his memories might fade, a person's true nature cannot change. Someone who had once whispered to him about his father's love, who had tried so hard to mend the relationship between him and the Emperor, couldn't possibly become someone so different. So, he ordered Eden, it's still uncertain. Until everything is clear, be cautious with how you address the Crown Prince. The sunset bathed the sepia palace in a deep red, like the color of blood, matching Serpina's mood. At this moment, Richard was also present. He placed his teacup down, looking confused. What's going on? Unexpectedly, Serpina began to cry in front of him. Lord Richard, what if the Crown Prince doesn't like me? Richard calmly reassured her, the fake Ania isn't it? Ania, you are more beautiful than anyone in this world. It's absurd to think that the Crown Prince could hate you, isn't it? Serpina continued to mourn, but he's been so cold toward me. Doesn't he know what I like, Richard? Richard kept manipulating her emotions, the fake Ania. No, that's not possible, unless you say it yourself. Seeing this, she immediately panicked and denied it, I never said that. Her sincere attitude satisfied Richard immensely. His gaze was filled with ambition. He had spent 7 years since being ousted from his position, and it had been a struggle just to keep his life. He was now ready to reclaim everything he had lost, and to survive, he had no other choice. He had made a mistake when he sought out the dark sorcerer Dom Mayam to brainwash him, forcing him to fully confess his crimes. Dom Mayam had even taken his own life after completing the task. However, Emperor Tenstian continued to search for those behind Dom Mayam. So, no matter how useful Richard had been, he had now become a pawn that could no longer be used. Richard had to hold his breath to avoid the Emperor's scrutiny and successfully became a son-in-law in the Queston Marquis family. This family was no longer as powerful as before, but through the operation of an orphanage, they had received funding from the nobility and were now quite well off. One day, a panicked servant rushed in to inform him, Lord Richard, a woman has collapsed in front of the orphanage. At that moment, the amnesiac Ania appeared before him. It felt like destiny, as if the goddess of light had chosen his side. But by now, he was unsure whether Ania's amnesia had turned her completely dull and uninteresting. However, she was someone whom the Emperor greatly valued, and so Richard was certain he would need her, even if she was a bit of a hassle. But thanks to her, he was able to move freely within the imperial palace. This made Richard feel that Ania was a valuable tool to exploit. At this moment, the fake Ania continued to play her role of adoring him, saying that she only wanted to be with Richard. Hearing this, he laughed cunningly. All right, Ania. I too want to be with you, but for that to happen, the Crown Prince must disappear. He spoke in an incredibly seductive tone, causing the fake Ania to appear as if she were hypnotized. As he spoke, he moved closer and grabbed her chin. The fake Ania, in perfect cooperation, gazed back at him, her eyes briefly showing a cruel glint. I understand, she replied. At this point, Richard revealed his true face. He asked with amusement, fake Ania, have you put the poison in yet? I mean, the one I asked you to add little by little when you have meals with the Crown Prince. You've been doing that regularly, right? Upon hearing this, the fake Ania gave a nervous laugh. Well, I haven't had the chance to dine with His Highness yet, so I haven't had the opportunity. Richard was furious, unable to believe what he had just heard. Fake Ania is still making excuses. The crown prince is always with a woman named Rose. Richard repeated the name in his mind. He had heard that the crown prince cared a lot for the woman with a frightening face he had brought back from the Hodon Valley. However, Ania had returned but had not had a meal with the crown prince even once. This was something Richard hadn't anticipated. However, Richard reassured himself that he could not stop now. He began probing the fake Ania once again. She was nothing more than trash. After disappearing, she had lusted after her sister. Now, she was attracted to another woman, and he hadn't even spared her a glance as she fell into the darkness, fighting for her life. Meanwhile, the crown prince continued to indulge in feasts every day. Richard was intoxicated with the joy that the curse had been lifted, and he had completely forgotten about her. Whether it was an act or real, Serpina pretended to believe him completely. "I know your family, Lord Richard, also suffered and died unjustly because of the crown prince, right?" Truly, turning black to white, she said. Richard even fabricated a story of his family's grievance, telling it to the fake Ania. His voice turned cold as he justified, "That's why I must take revenge. If the crown prince won't meet with you, go to the emperor." Finally, after finishing his plan, Richard prepared to leave the palace. He stormed off, grumbling, "This is so frustrating. Ania must handle the crown prince quickly." Richard couldn't help but glance up at the crown prince's imposing palace, standing tall and magnificent. He couldn't help but murmur in admiration. The palace always looked just as grand each time he looked at it. If only he were the emperor's son, that palace would surely be his by now. The more he looked, the more his gaze grew arrogant, his ambition burning brightly without concealment. His hand clenched into a fist as he thought to himself, as long as the crown prince disappeared, the position of heir would return to him, and his destiny would finally open up. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the figure of Ania within Serpina's body. What was it about that woman that allowed her to enter the crown prince's palace? His eyes remained fixed on Ania's graceful figure, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Richard stood quietly off to the side, making judgments as he noticed the burn mark on her face, realizing she was the one the crown prince had taken in. He truly couldn't understand it. He had a beautiful wife yet didn't appreciate her, always gravitating toward these strange tastes. Was it because he had once been a monster himself that he had a penchant for collecting such monsters? Regardless, she was a woman the crown prince valued, so she would surely have some use. Without hesitation, he switched his demeanor and smiled warmly, walking toward her. "Wait, are you a maid in the palace?" Ania turned around and immediately recognized this fake fox. Her eyes filled with disdain as she thought to herself that with his information-gathering skills, he must already know who she was. Richard, assuming he had encountered a naive fool, pretended to be polite and asked her name. Ania, already knowing the answer, was annoyed that he was still asking. Clearly, he was trying to approach her because he knew she was close to the crown prince. He still didn't seem to notice her open contempt, continuing to chat away. "I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? If you want, we can meet outside the palace." With each word, Ania's heart grew colder. The arrogance, as if he could easily charm anyone. This had been the case before, and it was the same now. It was despicable. Just thinking about him made her feel disgusted. Without wasting another moment, she turned and walked away, leaving Richard standing there, furious and embarrassed. He tried calling out after her, but all he received in return was her silence, which only made him more infuriated. At this moment, Ania was walking down the corridor of the palace, her mood shattered, all because of that despicable man. On top of that, her lost ability to understand languages prevented her from reading the ancient book to find a way to deal with Serpina. However, Ania remained strong and determined. She believed there must be a way, whether it be with Blake's help or by finding a sorcerer within the palace. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly ran into Eden. Actually, since her return, he had initially been very resistant to this body. But over time, Eden had come to accept it and had grown closer to her. Eden greeted her cheerfully, and Ania returned his greeting with a smile, shaping her lips to form the words. She then took out some paper and wrote, "Are you heading to the training grounds? I heard the night squad was given a break because the National Day is coming up." Eden smiled happily and nodded. "Yes, as the captain of the Royal Palace's Knights, I have to keep my body in shape." Seeing this, Ania couldn't help but admire him and compliment, "You all are amazing." The two of them were chatting happily when the prince appeared. He gently asked, "What are you two talking about so cheerfully? I smell a hint of vinegar in the air, what's going on?" The prince had just arrived, sweetly calling Rose's name, and looking at her with a sparkling gaze that made Ania feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, she decided to tell him what had happened. She explained that Eden mentioned he was still training today, even though it was a holiday. "Isn't that amazing?" The prince smiled brightly at that, but whether it was genuine happiness or not, only those involved would know. Suddenly, the prince, acting friendly, challenged Eden, "Actually, I was feeling sore all over and was planning to train. How about we have a match, a friendly competition to show off in front of Rose?" Ania stood to the side, confused. "Why are you suddenly challenging the captain of the Royal Palace Knights, Eden? Is Blake going to be okay?" In no time, all three of them were at the training grounds. Both Eden and Blake were preparing for the match, exchanging sweet words with each other in a display of friendly rivalry. Blake grabbed his sword, ready to battle Captain Eden. He certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. Ania, sitting in the stands, was filled with nervous excitement as she watched the upcoming fight. Her prince, down below, stood with a sword in hand, exuding a level of confidence that was completely different from the young boy who had once only dared to use a wooden sword. The sky was starting to turn a golden hue as the sun set. At the emperor's palace, the door to his chambers was suddenly knocked on. Hearing the unusual sound, the emperor, out of habit, called out, "What is it?" "I still have official matters to deal with, so unless it's urgent." Before he could finish, Serpina, pretending to be Ania, rushed in, her face full of unmasked distress. Seeing his daughter-in-law on the verge of tears, the emperor immediately asked, "What's wrong? Take your time and tell me." Serpina began her performance, tears flowing as she spoke, "I'm suffering, Your Majesty. The crown prince despises me, it seems like everyone hates me." She ran towards him as though about to collapse into his arms, startling him. "Sister, we were once gods, shouldn't we be a bit kinder?" The emperor looked at her, confused. "What do you mean? Please, explain yourself." After hearing her complaints, the emperor kept reassuring her, "Everyone cares for you. Even your head maid, Melissa, and the chief steward, they all care for you, just like everyone else." But Serpina couldn't swallow her anger. She began to accuse him. "Yesterday, I tried to meet with the crown prince, but they stopped me." But the emperor still trusted Melissa and Han, believing they were not the type of people to act in such a manner. There must have been some misunderstanding between the fake Ania and the others. Serpina, however, pushed the situation even further. She dragged Diana into the matter, complaining that the girl hadn't come to visit her. The emperor, however, wasn't foolish enough to be easily deceived. "Diana is currently preparing for an important competition. She will contact you as soon as it's over." Seeing the emperor continue to defend Melissa and the others, Serpina realized she wasn't getting anywhere. She quickly changed tactics, beginning to cry and ask, "Why are you taking their side, Your Majesty?" The emperor remained serious, his gaze unwavering as he responded, "I'm not taking anyone's side. Everyone at Fin Palace cares for you." Before he could finish, Serpina stomped her foot, standing up dramatically as if enraged. "I came here for nothing. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come back at all. Maybe I should just disappear again." Sure enough, this tactic worked. The emperor was swayed. He rushed over to her, embracing her shoulders and soothing, "I'm sorry, don't cry." Serpina, still wiping her eyes, had no real tears, only feigned ones. "I still haven't had a meal with the crown prince. It's been 7 years since I returned, and yet it's like this. I'm so sad, he always despises me. The emperor continued to comfort her, saying, it's not like that. It must be a misunderstanding because so much time has passed. Don't worry, I will talk to Blake. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, Serpina immediately stopped crying. She looked up at the emperor, a gleam of excitement in her eyes, and thanked him. The emperor, still smiling at her, but inwardly, he had already seen through this fake Ancia's schemes. There was something off about this situation. Did Ancia, in order to create a favorable situation for herself, actually go so far as to criticize Melissa and Han? She didn't seem the least bit remorseful. What had happened to Ancia over these 5 years? He gently patted the head of the fake Ancia, feeling a pang of pity for the fate of his daughter-in-law. Perhaps the reason the emperor still had enough patience to speak to her kindly was because of the regret he felt for not being able to protect the real Ancia back then. He had always blamed himself for her disappearance, and so he longed to make up for it. At that moment, the duel between Blake and Eden was still raging on at the training ground. The two fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. Blake held his sword with precision, his movements flowing skillfully. In the blink of an eye, he aimed his sword directly at Eden. Ancia, seated in the stands, was on the edge of her seat, her heart racing. Before long, Blake had successfully defeated Eden, sending him crashing to the ground. The knights watching below cheered, shouting, as expected, no one can match the swordsmanship of the Crown Prince. Eden, defeated so easily? This was the first time anyone had seen him fall. However, some others chimed in, suggesting that the Crown Prince was naturally gifted with quick reflexes and had trained harder than anyone else. Moreover, now that he had the power of the Goddess of Light, no one could challenge him. Witnessing this, Ancia couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She had not expected Blake to have grown so much in such a short time. The husband she once knew, who had been as adorable as a little bunny, had now become a full-grown man. The Crown Prince seemed to still be full of energy. He asked Eden with enthusiasm, Eden, shall we continue? Eden, equally cheerful, responded, yes, Your Highness, of course. Blake nodded in approval, saying, he's doing well. And so, another round began. This time, the Crown Prince still dominated the fight, quickly pinning Eden under his sword. Yet, there was something strange in the Crown Prince's eyes, a warning look that sent a chill down Eden's spine. From the stands, the crowd started to cheer, wow, I don't know how many rounds this is, but just the fact that the captain can hold out this long is impressive. As for Ancia, she couldn't believe how strong Blake had become, but she thought it was time for the battle to end. Meanwhile, on the field, Blake was still full of fiery spirit, wielding his sword with precision, landing blow after blow without fail. How could Eden withstand such force? He could only fall to the ground time and time again. Unable to watch any longer, Ancia rushed down to check on Eden, asking if he was all right. She urged him to stop, warning him that it would be dangerous if a knight were injured. But Eden smiled and refused, I'm fine. I have to endure this level if I'm to train. It's rare to have the chance to spar with the Crown Prince. Sure enough, someone had clearly eaten their fill of vinegar. The Crown Prince, playing along, suddenly collapsed to the ground without anyone even touching him. How could anyone just fall like that? Ancia was shocked and quickly rushed to his side, asking, Your Highness, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Blake, seizing the opportunity, exaggeratedly extended his wrist and pretended to be in great pain. Seeing this, the knights around them panicked, but the one supposedly injured remained calm. He pulled Ancia into his arms, comforting her and saying, I'm fine, I'm perfectly okay. Everyone, go on, leave us alone. Ancia's face turned as red as a tomato. The knights, slowly catching on to the Crown Prince's plan, blushed in embarrassment and quickly left, giving the couple some privacy. Ancia, lying in Blake's strong arms, was confused. Suddenly, she remembered his wrist was still supposed to be hurting, so she quickly sat up and gently took his wrist in her hands, asking with concern. "Your Highness, is your wrist okay now?" To her surprise, Blake nonchalantly replied, "I don't know. You're so worried about everyone else, but you don't even care about me." The Crown Prince pouted, clearly displeased. Ania couldn't help but find his jealousy endearing. It was enough to make her face heat up even more. Blake, still not satisfied, seemed to be sulking, reminding her, "Pay attention to me a little, will you?" Seeing that the Crown Prince misunderstood her, Ania earnestly tried to explain. "It's because your Highness is already so strong." "Are you really hurt?" Someone still pretended. "Yes, it hurts." Ania became even more panicked. She grabbed his hand and examined it thoroughly. Could it be that you held your sword in the wrong posture during the duel? Even with exceptional swordsmanship, physical differences can't be ignored. "I should have stopped you earlier." Her worried expression seemed to greatly please the Crown Prince. He smiled in satisfaction and teased her. "Rose, if you blow on my wound, it might feel better." Hearing that, Ania was suddenly struck by realization. This guy had been deceiving her all along. He even faked being in pain. She huffed and demanded, "Don't joke around like that. I was seriously worried." Seeing her so agitated, the Crown Prince could only chuckle awkwardly and apologize. Even so, he was delighted that she cared so much about him. Ania looked up at him with her clear, bright eyes and said, "Please don't scare me like that again, Your Highness." The Crown Prince played along, gently touching her cheek with his hand as he vowed, "I understand, I was wrong. So, don't make that face anymore." Hearing his sincere words, Ania finally smiled in satisfaction. Just then, Hans barged in, announcing that the Emperor wanted to see him. The romantic atmosphere between the two was completely shattered. Blake turned to Hans with a cold look and refused. "Tell His Majesty that I can't come now. It's almost time for my lesson." But Ania panicked and urged him. "His Majesty is calling for you? You must go." The Crown Prince, however, didn't seem worried at all. What mattered to him was his lesson with her. Ania quickly came up with an excuse. "I already went to the library this morning, so it's fine. We can study at night instead." Hearing this, the Crown Prince burst out laughing with delight. "All right, then we'll study at night. What's this? A lady who loves walking into traps herself, huh? I've never seen anyone who actually studies well at night. It always ends up being something else entirely." Eventually, Blake reluctantly made his way to the Emperor's palace. He had barely sat down when he asked directly, "Father, is there something you wanted to speak with me about?" It turned out that the Emperor had called him in because of Ania's situation. However, Blake still wasn't convinced that the person in question was truly Ania. At this point, the Emperor asked him directly, "Do you really think that girl isn't Ania?" Blake immediately nodded in agreement. "I believe this is something that not only I feel, but even you might sense it too." The Emperor sighed helplessly. "I know Ania is different from before, but people change. Even a small injury can completely alter someone. The time she spent in the darkness must have been very hard on her. Blake, you need to take better care of her and pay more attention to her." Despite his father's words, Blake was still determined to expose the fake Ania. He carefully analyzed every detail for the Emperor. It wasn't just her personality, but her eyes, her gestures, her walk, even her smile, everything seemed strange and suspicious. And moreover, her association with Richard only made things even more suspicious. Despite Blake's suspicions, the Emperor remained firm in his belief that this was Ania. "As for Richard, I'm still investigating him, but no matter what he's planning, he can't replicate the language ability or the power of light. You know that well yourself." Blake was indeed deeply troubled by this uncertainty. He wasn't sure how to respond to his father. As the conversation seemed to hit a dead end, the Emperor proposed something to him. "Let's have a meal together. What do you think? We can talk casually, and perhaps Ansia's memories will return. Once she recalls everything and regains her composure, she might gradually return to her old self." Seeing his father's earnestness, Blake reluctantly agreed, but he had his own plan in mind. "All right, I will do as you suggest, but in exchange, I would like you to meet someone, my wife, the one I found in the Chaos Valley." The Emperor repeatedly muttered the name to himself. After Ansia's departure, Blake hadn't allowed anyone else to enter with him, and his daughter-in-law was someone he cared about. Even if Blake hadn't brought it up, the Emperor still wanted to meet her, so this seemed like a win-win situation. He agreed without hesitation. Blake, seeing his father's approval, smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Ansia was walking down the palace corridor when she suddenly overheard some of the maids murmuring anxiously. "What should we do now?" one of the maids sighed. "What else can we do? We just have to do it," another responded. The tense atmosphere piqued Ansia's curiosity. "What's going on?" she thought to herself. It was nearly time for dinner in the palace. She approached the group and, taking out some paper and a pen, asked the maid, "What's going on in the kitchen?" The maid responded truthfully, "Well, we need to prepare dinner for His Highness, but the deputy chef got injured." The head chef and the other cooks went out to check the ingredients for the National Day feast, so were stuck, not knowing what to do. Seeing their dilemma, Ansia immediately decided to take action. "I'll do it. I know how to cook." The maid looked at her in surprise and asked again, "You, miss?" But another maid interrupted with a dismissive tone, "What are you doing? Outsiders aren't allowed in the kitchen." Faced with the harsh words, the kind maid still defended her. "Miss Rose is not an outsider, she is a guest of His Highness the Crown Prince." In the end, the maid reluctantly agreed to let Ansia help, as there was no other choice. Before agreeing, she pretended to be stern and advised Ansia, "If anything happens, miss, you will take full responsibility." Ansia quietly made up her mind to see a delicious meal for Blake. She wasn't sure if she could still cook as well as before, but she would do her best. By now, the sky had darkened. The sound of Serpina's footsteps echoed through the corridor, while Blake sat quietly drinking tea, waiting for her. After all, he had already agreed to the Emperor's request, so he had no choice but to reluctantly have dinner. The door was respectfully opened by the maid, and as expected, the imposter Ansia entered, looking radiant. She had chosen a glamorous dress for the occasion. As soon as she entered, Ansia greeted with a smile, "Your Highness, I'm so glad you invited me for dinner." Unlike her enthusiastic demeanor, Blake merely glanced at her indifferently and coldly said, "Sit down." Ansia then placed a book in front of him, which only added to Blake's confusion. His mind was filled with big question marks. Ansia cheerfully introduced, "This is a book from the kingdom. The content is a bit difficult, but very interesting. Would you like to look at it with me?" Ansia's mischievous hand dragged the book closer to Blake, and her body moved closer to him as well. Her voice slowly turned seductive. "Since it's not yet time for dinner, let me read it to you." Ansia stepped forward and touched the book on the table. Blake looked puzzled as she picked up the book and said, "This is a book from the kingdom. The content is a bit difficult, but it's very interesting. Would you like to read it with me?" She placed the book back on the table. Ansia then approached Blake and said, "Since it's not yet dinner time, I'll read it for you." He raised his hand to refuse. "No need. Go back to your place." Asia's demeanor turned slightly subdued as she replied, "Yes, sir." Blake muttered to himself, vaguely understanding her intention in suddenly mentioning reading the book. He tapped his fingers on the table, producing a soft tock-tock sound. She's probably trying to prove her linguistic abilities. Exhausting. Blake remained motionless, thinking that he wanted to see Rose. In the kitchen, the sound of chopping ingredients echoed. Rose stood at the stove, cooking mushrooms along with some greens. Chelsea noticed and spoke up. "Miss Rose, His Highness dislikes mushrooms." A brown-haired maid standing behind her, with a sharp tone, added. "What even is that?" The mushroom omelette, once cooked, was plated and placed on the table. Another maid commented. "Are you really planning to serve such a strange dish to His Highness?" Chelsea retorted indignantly. "Watch your words. This is an Eastern dish." Another maid chimed in. "I heard that when His Highness was a child, he often ate Eastern food." The brown-haired maid grumbled. "That was when he was a kid, he didn't know better back then. But now, he doesn't eat it. In all the time I've served as a maid, I've never seen His Highness eat Eastern food. Don't bother serving it. What if it spreads some kind of disease?" Chelsea, furious, raised her voice. "How can you say something like that?" San, standing nearby, quickly grabbed Chelsea's arm to stop her. "It's okay, Chelsea," she said calmly. Chelsea turned to Rose, protesting. "But Miss Rose, you've already finished making it." San gently lifted a piece of paper and replied. "I'm really fine. I wouldn't want to see you in a difficult position, Chelsea." Turning away, Rose added. "I'll be leaving now." From behind, Chelsea called out. "Miss Rose." Rose walked along the palace corridor, deep in thought. "I acted as if everything was fine and walked away, but the truth is, I'm not okay. Still, I was so happy to be able to cook for Blake after such a long time." She gazed out of the window, where the Ania Palace came into view. "Let's go back to Ania Palace. I want to see the flowers Blake gave me." Suddenly, Eden appeared, bowing respectfully. "Miss Rose, where are you headed?" Rose held up a piece of paper for Eden to read. "Eden, hello. I'm on my way to Ania Palace. His Highness has granted me permission." Eden smiled and responded. "I see. I will escort you to Ania Palace. His Highness has ordered me to accompany you." She lowered her head slightly, a bit shy. "Oh. Thank you." Eden bowed and said. "It's I who should be thanking you." She raised her head, puzzled. "Thanking me? For what?" As they walked, Eden explained. "Actually, since the Crown Princess left, His Highness has been deeply exhausted. But after meeting you, Miss Rose, he's become more cheerful." He continued. "I can't remember the last time I saw His Highness smile. It's all thanks to you, Miss Rose. I'm truly grateful." Rose smiled to herself, thinking. Even after all these years, Eden still respects and remains loyal to Blake. How fortunate. The palace glimmered under the open sky. Rose felt at ease, knowing that Blake was surrounded by so many good people. On the table lay the dishes Rose had prepared. A voice spoke up. "I will serve exactly the dishes Miss Rose made." The speaker was Chelsea, who calmly added. "I've contacted the head chef of Sophia Palace and received permission." The brown-haired maid exclaimed in alarm. "Chelsea, are you serious? That could spread bacteria to His Highness." Chelsea retorted sharply. "The only thing spreading like bacteria is your words." The brown-haired maid, now furious, shouted. "What did you just say?" Chelsea replied coolly. "Don't you even know what bacteria are?" Outside the kitchen, the sound of their argument echoed. A voice reminisced about the past. Back then, some people even claimed that those with burns carried bacteria, calling them lowly and stupid. The tone of the story was filled with indignation. "What?" The blonde-haired maid, growing anxious, tried to intervene. "The food's going to get cold. Whatever the case, just serve it quickly. His Highness and the Crown Princess are waiting." Another voice, sounding exasperated, muttered. "Do whatever you want." Inside the dining room, Blake and Ania sat across from each other. Chelsea pushed the food cart in and carefully placed the mushroom omelette that Rose had made onto the table. She bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, Crown Princess, we humbly present the meal." Blake noticed the dish and was momentarily surprised. He stared intently at the plate of mushroom omelette in front of him and asked, "Who made this?" Chelsea, slightly nervous, quickly responded, "Miss Saran prepared it, Your Highness." Blake's demeanor shifted noticeably. He continued, "Rose? Where is Rose right now?" At that moment, Rose had already arrived at Amoria Palace. Eden reported, "The lady has reached Amoria Palace, Your Highness." After hearing Chelsea's report, Blake abruptly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. He spoke quickly. "Excuse me, I'll be leaving now." Ania was startled by Blake's sudden action. She called out, "Your Highness! You haven't eaten yet." Blake didn't respond and walked out directly. Ania hurriedly followed, calling loudly, "Your Highness!" At Amoria Palace, Rose stood gazing at the flower vase on the table. Her expression was contemplative, her gentle eyes resting on a single rose placed in a small vase. She thought to herself, "A rose, the first flower Blake ever gave me. I wanted to see it again. Perhaps if I look at this flower, full of his emotions, everything will feel much better." Rose reached out, lightly touching the vase, her eyes tinged with both sorrow and hope. Blake approached from behind, calling out, "Asia." Rose glanced slightly behind her. Blake appeared, his face covered in sweat, clearly showing he had run as fast as he could to get there. Surprised, Blake quickly asked, "Where is Rose?" The wide-open window let the golden rays of the setting sun pour into the room, with a soft breeze gently rustling the curtains. A maid responded, "The young lady has gone to Amoria Palace, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Blake didn't hesitate to stand up and quickly said, "I must take my leave." Ania, seated across from him, was stunned and questioned, "Your Highness, aren't you going to eat?" However, Blake turned his back, pushed the doors open wide, and rushed out without another word, leaving Asia's panicked calls echoing behind him. "Your Highness!" Blake ran as fast as he could, sprinting through the long hallways in search of the path to Amoria Palace. As he ran, he murmured the name, "Ania." Sweat drenched Blake's face as memories of her, the one who disappeared 7 years ago, filled his mind. "Every day, I dream of her," he thought to himself, his feet tirelessly carrying him toward Amoria Palace. In the past, when night fell and the stars glittered in the sky, Blake would sit by the window, his gaze fixed on the heavens, as if searching for something far away. The memory of the night Ania fell into the chaotic valley remained etched in his heart. That night, he had lain on his bed, his body drenched in sweat, his face flushed from a high fever. Fortunately, the fever subsided, and at the same time, the mark of the curse vanished. Blake extended his hand, gazing at his palms in disbelief. He realized the goddess's curse had been lifted. Yet, he did not feel happiness. Sitting listlessly on the sickbed, he became aware of the emptiness in his heart. Time passed, and 3 months later, on a dark night, the gates of the castle suddenly swung wide open. A large number of people arrived, searching the place thoroughly. Bad news spread rapidly, neither his father nor Ania could return. Blake decided to search for Ania, who had vanished without a trace. Despite organizing numerous large-scale searches, not a single clue was found. After months of relentless searching, Blake's father finally returned, looking gaunt and visibly exhausted. He sought out Blake in the palace, and for the first time, the father bowed his head and apologized. "Blake, I failed to protect Ania," he said with a trembling voice, his tone filled with sorrow. Blake froze at those words, overwhelmed with emotion. In a panic, he replied quickly, "No, it's not your fault, Your Majesty." He watched the towering yet frail figure of his father cast a shadow on the carpet and thought silently to himself, it's my fault. It's because I was cursed, because I couldn't stop Ania that this happened. Tenstian, his father, stood in despair, his head hanging low. Meanwhile, Blake was consumed with guilt. He thought bitterly, I should have let her go when she decided to leave me. But I clung to Ania out of selfishness, even though I couldn't protect her. Blake blamed himself for everything that had gone wrong. Lost in thought, he stood in a garden filled with blooming flowers, his distant gaze fixed on the grand palace. In his heart, he harbored a bitter realization, back then, if not for a Moria palace, I wouldn't have even spoken their names. My life stopped on the night I lost Ania. I had resolved to live alone, confined to my own world. Yet time in the outside world did not wait for him, and it passed swiftly. After the 1,000-year curse of the goddess was completely lifted, a grand ball was held at the royal palace to bless the crown prince's future. The palace was adorned with rich crimson silks, and sunlight streaming through the windows created a dazzling golden glow, symbolizing the royal family's nobility. As the ball commenced, Blake's arrival instantly drew every gaze and hushed murmurs filled the hall. This is the crown prince's first appearance since the curse was broken, isn't it? I heard he hasn't stepped out of the crown prince's palace all this time. The noblewomen and young ladies blushed shyly at the sight of him, unable to hold back their admiration. My goodness, how can someone be so breathtakingly beautiful? It's unbelievable. Blake, composed and regal, took his seat beside the emperor. His presence captivated all who looked upon him. Those closer to him couldn't help but exclaim, "The crown prince, he's perfection." His face, his bearing, it's as though a god from legend has come to life. From the crowd below, murmurs continued unabated. Look at the way the crown prince carries himself, it's just like his majesty in his younger days. I heard he was confined to the secluded palace since he was 5. But even so, every gesture, every glance radiates unparalleled nobility. Amid the murmuring admiration, a few sharp-eyed guests noticed something unusual. But why does His Majesty the Emperor look so grim? One guest quickly explained to those nearby. Isn't it obvious? His Majesty is distressed because the crown princess, whom he cherished, is still missing. Tenstian remained silent, his gaze heavy with contemplation, ignoring the chatter that surrounded him. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the grand hall. Flames erupted violently, spreading rapidly. The esteemed guests at the ball panicked, shielding their heads with their hands as they scrambled to escape. Someone shouted, "An attack! We're under assault!" Guards immediately surrounded the emperor and crown prince. Orders were issued. Protect His Majesty and the crown prince. Suppress the rebels. While soldiers fought against the attackers, a concerned guard approached Tenstian and asked, "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Tenstian calmly drew the sword at his side and responded firmly, "All is well here." Announce the capture of every last one of them. Leave no one behind. "Yes, Your Majesty," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder through the grand hall. After a tense battle, the rebel forces were subdued. A group of them knelt on the ground, their bodies covered in bleeding wounds. The captain of the guards stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, we have captured all the rebels alive. They confessed to being subordinates of Duke Cassil." Tenstian's gaze turned icy as he commanded, "Imprison them all. They will await trial." "As you command, Your Majesty." The captain immediately ordered the soldiers to carry out the directive. However, the attack left significant casualties. Several soldiers and nobles were severely injured, groaning in pain amidst the chaos of the grand hall. The head guard lowered his head and reported, "Your Majesty, many are gravely wounded due to the explosives. I will contact the capital immediately to summon royal physicians." Blake stepped forward at this moment, raising a hand to stop him. "There's no need. I will handle this myself." He knelt beside a soldier who was collapsing, blood gushing from a deep wound in his abdomen. Placing his hand over the injury, Blake focused his energy. A blinding light radiated from his palm, leaving everyone around stunned. As the light dimmed, it revealed smooth, unblemished skin where the wound had been. The onlookers exclaimed in unison. Unbelievable. The wound has completely vanished. They gazed at the prince, who was diligently healing the injured, and realized with astonishment that this was the power of light, the power of the goddess. The members of the royal court joyfully whispered among themselves about this extraordinary event. They all shared a single thought. The great crown prince will save us with the power of light. Though he was showered with praise and adoration, Blake soon realized that from the moment his connection to the goddess's power was revealed, everyone began to revere him. They did so because of his noble ability to save them. Thus, they busied themselves extolling him, seeing him as fully worthy to be the next emperor. He isolated himself within the room, consumed by a single thought: I feel disgusted by how suddenly their attitudes have shifted. Blake buried his face in his hands, tears streaming uncontrollably. The reason? That fateful day, he lost Ania yet gained everything. Standing against the tightly shut door, his heart shattered, he felt as though losing Ania meant losing everything. Blake likened himself to a lake perpetually frozen each year, cold and unyielding, serving as a path for others to tread upon, yet fragile enough to crack at any moment. He remembered leading a search party through the harsh winter to find Ania. Every time someone said, "It's time to let her go," his determination to search for her grew stronger. He revisited the chaotic valley where Ania had disappeared, a gate sealed tight amidst the relentless winter cold. Staring at the gate, Blake exhaled heavy breaths, praying fervently that one day the towering doors would open. Over and over, he repeated this ritual. A year passed. Then 3. By now, Blake had grown into a tall, sturdy man. Riding his horse with reins in hand, he still clung to hope. Though 7 years had slipped by, and everyone insisted Ania was gone, he refused to give up. If I never lose hope, he believed, then one day, Ania will return. Then one day, Blake's gaze fell upon something, his eyes wide with panic as his body trembled uncontrollably. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. A massive crack had appeared in the once immovable gate. Overwhelmed, Blake cried out, "Asia." Tears streamed down his face as he shouted her name until his voice turned hoarse. Asia. Every night, as he drifted into sleep, Blake realized he dreamed of Ania daily. In his dreams, she smiled at him, radiant and happy. In those dreams, Ania banished his nightmares and stayed by his side, like a fleeting illusion. She would gently touch his cheek and whisper softly, "Don't worry, I'll return soon." But as she began to fade from his sight, he reached out desperately, calling, "No, don't go." His cries filled with anguish, "Ania, don't leave." Yet she walked away resolutely, never looking back, ignoring his pleas. Blake had longed for Asia, the one he couldn't even embrace in his dreams. But now, that longing had become a reality. On his journey to find her, he received word, "She has come back for me." Blake grasped the delicate shoulders of the girl, unable to control his emotions, and rushed forward to embrace her tightly, calling out, "Ania." Rose smiled warmly, her eyes welling up with a few tears. Blake's voice echoed in her ear as he repeatedly called her name, "Ania." Inside the room, a crimson rose bloomed, its petals glowing with light that pierced through the flower, casting shimmering golden beams. Blake, uncertain, asked, "Ania, is it really you?" He looked intently at Rose, expressing, "From the very first moment, I was drawn to you." Blake hurriedly spoke the thoughts weighing on his heart. "My heart reacts only to you. When you smile, I'm happy. When you cry, I'm sad. The only person who can make me feel this way is you, Ania, my wife." Blake lifted Rose's face, staring at her with urgency, then urged, "Answer me, Ania. It's really you, my lady, isn't it?" Rose, deeply moved, hesitated, unable to find the right words. I too. Blake gently cupped her cheek, and Rose looked at him, eagerly awaiting, her thoughts a whirlpool of emotion. I also want to say, Blake. Blake's eyes were full of longing as he waited for her response. Before Rose could speak, he bent down and pressed his lips to hers. Rose's fingers tightened around his shirt. She closed her eyes, lost in the kiss, a heartfelt conclusion after so many days apart. The two of them gazed at each other, their faces flushed. Blake held Rose tightly in his arms, breaking the awkward silence. Ania. He expressed the frustration building inside him. I've missed you so much. I've missed you so much, it's driving me crazy. Rose wanted to share her feelings as well. Blake, I miss you too. My feelings for you are the same as yours. But before she could finish, she collapsed in Blake's arms. Ania. Blake called out in panic, his eyes filled with fear. Rose's consciousness began to fade, and she struggled to regain her senses, whispering to herself. I can't do this. I need to say that I'm fine, before Blake gets too worried. The blurry image before her was of Blake, desperately shaking her to bring her back. Wake up, Ania. Elsewhere. The impersonator of Ania sat in the room, her face clearly showing frustration. She questioned her spirit. How could he suddenly get up and leave like that, right, Sel? The spirit agreed, responding. Of course. But, oh goddess, I chased him all the way to the Amoria Palace and saw the two of them. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. The spirit jumped in surprise, calling out. Your Highness. Blake entered with a cold gaze. The impersonator of Ania was astonished. Your Highness? She asked angrily. You suddenly left, what was I supposed to do? I've been waiting here alone for so long. Blake didn't let her speak further, directly questioning. Stop pretending. What have you done to Ania? She stepped back in fear at his angry demeanor, trying to explain. What are you talking about? Blake swung his hand, drawing his sharp sword, and shouted. Don't pretend to be innocent. I know this is your trick. Under Blake's sharp gaze, she nervously took a step back. Blake pointed the sword directly at her spirit, exposing the truth. Because the light surrounding Ania is really right next to you. The impersonator stopped pretending, letting out a cold laugh, her voice full of provocation. You noticed, even though she's so ugly and frightening, huh? Blake remained unshaken, responding firmly. Because she is Ania. Nothing else matters. She fell silent, not saying anything more, calmly as Blake placed the sword at her neck. Blake asked in a low voice. Who are you? What have you done to Ania? The impersonator showed no fear, using her hand to brush the sword away. She blocked it with her wrist and threatened. You better be careful. This is Ania's body. Blake was completely stunned by her words. The lights from the wall decorations shone brightly. The impersonator added. Also, don't be angry with me. I haven't done anything. It was Ania's own choice. He asked in confusion. What do you mean? She explained. I clearly gave her the chance, but Ania refused. As she spoke, she intertwined her hand with Blake's. A beam of light emitted from their joined hands. Blake was startled, exclaiming. What? A gate with a white light opened before him. Blake realized this was Ania. He hesitated. Is this Ania's memory? He saw her memories, observing her in the darkness, injured and in a desperate state. He was confused. Why had she been trapped in the door of darkness for 7 years to break the curse? Blake also witnessed the scene where the fake Ania demanded the prince be killed first, with the condition. If so, you will return to me, won't you? Ania screamed in fear, trying to stop her. No. Don't touch Blake. Ser handed her a short sword with intricate patterns, instructing. Use this sword to pierce Blake's heart. If you stain this sword with the prince's blood, everything will return to how it was. You'll regain your beautiful body, your voice, your light powers. You can have everything back. However, Ania refused. No, you can take it all. She made her choice. I can't harm those I care about. At Serani's stunned gaze, Ania made a suggestion. Instead, kill me. Blake, hearing the truth, felt devastated and collapsed to his knees. He choked out. Ania. Seeing him fall before her, the fake bluntly explained. You saw everything, right? It was all Ania's choice. I gave her multiple chances, but she refused to the end. Blake bowed his head, filled with regret, lost in thought. Why did she choose that? His hand trembled on his knee. His heart ached as he spiraled with the question. Why did she choose me? After a moment, Blake raised his face, looking at fake Ania, asking. What must I do to save Ania? Immediately, Rose's face morphed into a cunning, scheming expression. She smiled, praising him. Now we understand each other. The wicked woman placed her hand on Blake's shoulder and said, Prince, why don't you join me? She listed the rewards he could gain, such as powerful light abilities, the prosperity and glory of the Golden Empire, and infinite magical stones. You could have everything you desire. However, Blake grew angry and retorted. I don't need any of that. He placed his hand on his knee and earnestly pleaded. Save Ania. As long as my wife lives, I will do anything. Hearing this, Rose flashed a sinister smile. She muttered. Anything, huh? So be it. She immediately took out a purple potion, commanding. Have Ania drink this. Then, she will regain her body and become healthy again. Blake asked worriedly. Really? Sarah warned. But the moment Ania drinks this, you will die. Hearing this, Blake was stunned. Serani, unable to believe it, said. Would you really trade your life for that foolish love? Blake's body froze in place, silent for a moment, unable to speak. His fingers tightened, rubbing his knee in hesitation. After a while, Blake finally spoke. When I was young, I often had nightmares. They were always filled with fierce flames and the screams, the pleas for help of a woman. But when I woke up, everything became hazy, and I couldn't remember clearly. But now I understand. The scene in my dreams was of a woman being burned alive in the flames, half of her face scorched. Blake speculated. The person who appeared in my dreams back then was you, wasn't it? Rose was taken aback by his words. She couldn't believe it either, not knowing when she had done such a thing. Serani only recalled the overwhelming negative emotions, struggling to remember more clearly. Wait, did I really do that? I only remember the negative emotions clearly, the rest is just fragments. What was it? Blake asked her, worried. If I die because of the curse, will your resentment be relieved? If so, then you should just kill me already, to spare Ania from suffering. But you also think of Ania as a friend, don't you? A gust of wind blew through the window, lifting the hem of Serani's dress. She didn't deny it and replied. Yes. Serani was in turmoil, her fragmented memories from the past clouding her thoughts. However, the fact that she saw Ania as a friend was clear. Blake stared at Rose, expressing his trust. I will trust you. Please protect Ania, even if I'm gone. And I'm sorry. Serani's face grew sad. She reproached him. Why are you apologizing? Are you going to atone for Philip's sins now? Under the golden sunset in the room, Blake shared his inner feelings with deep regret. He had forgotten her cries of agony, but if he had remembered, she could have escaped by now. He closed his eyes, lamenting his past actions. Blake's eyes were filled with sorrow as he glanced at Serani, apologizing. Because I couldn't remember you, I couldn't help you. I'm sorry for that. As night fell, The room where Ania lay was filled with a warm, comforting light from the lamps. Blake bowed his head beside her, heartbroken, crying out. "Ania, why did you do this? You fool!" Tears streamed down his face without stopping. He grasped her hand, scolding her. "You should have left me behind. You should have left me and gone away." Blake gently caressed Ania's face, burned by the fire. Through his tears, he held her tightly and said, "I'm sorry." Blake clung to her body, sobbing, pouring out his love. "I'm sorry, Ania, I love you." Blake used his hand to open the medicine bottle that Sereni had given him earlier that afternoon. He placed the bottle to Ania's lips, feeding her sip by sip. After she finished the medicine, the bottle rolled out of his hands, clattering to the floor, and Blake collapsed, unconscious. Meanwhile, Sereni stood in a daze, still lost in the words Blake had spoken to her earlier. "If I die under this curse, will your resentment be relieved?" She stood there, motionless, for a long time, deep in thought. Sereni was utterly confused by the question. "I can't answer that, because I truly don't know if I was ever really a friend to Lontel." Fragments of memory surfaced, both happy and sorrowful. Rose acknowledged that this was the clearest fragment of her fragmented memories. She followed the thread of those memories and recalled a time long ago, thousands of years ago, when she and the girl sat by a rock near a stream, playing together in a forest. It was then that Rose realized that Lontel had been her only true friend, the first human to whom a goddess like her had given her name. She recalled the image of the girl gently brushing Sereni's white, cloud-like hair as they laughed joyfully together. During that time, a sudden realization came to her through the fragment of memory: Philip. On the bright moonlit night some time ago, Philip had appeared with a warm smile. Sereni had realized that it was with him that she first understood what it meant to love. Gradually, she accepted it, and Philip confessed his love for her, then proposed to her. He had expressed, "Ser, I love you." At that moment, he gently lifted Sereni's flushed face, making her look at him. Philip whispered, "I hope you will become human." He spoke with a deep sadness in his voice. "I am just a lowly, flawed human, abandoned by my own father. I fear that even you, a goddess of light, will one day leave me, and that makes me constantly uneasy." Sereni had panicked and shouted, "I will never leave you." "Why would I leave you?" Philip lowered his head and tried to offer reasons to prevent their love from flourishing. But he questioned her, wondering if they were to marry, how could he ever know when she, as a goddess, would one day leave him? Sereni tried to argue, expressing her love for Philip. "No, I will not do that. I will always stay by your side. You are the first person I have loved so much that I want to give you everything." Philip patted his chest and made his request once more. "Then, will you become human for me? Will you give up the power of the goddess and become an ordinary woman, my woman, Sereni?" His sweet words made Sereni's head spin, her thoughts muddled with his honeyed words. Her face flushed red as she whispered, "My woman?" It was the first time she had seen love reflected in his eyes so deeply. A smile spread across her face as she leaned her head against his chest, whispering in acceptance. "Yes, I will do that." Under the dark sky of the forest, with stars shining above them, Sereni made her vow. "I will give up all my powers and give them to you." The next morning, Philip called Sereni to meet him at the edge of the forest. As soon as she arrived, he urgently called out, "Ser." Philip's face was now full of anger, his expression completely different from the night before. He demanded, "What did you say to Lontel?" Sereni was confused, not understanding the situation, and absent-mindedly replied, "Huh?" He scolded her angrily. "If you truly don't want to become human, you should tell me, not Lontel." He pretended to hold his head in despair, saying, "Did you want to tease me and leave me? How could you make someone else suffer like this?" Sereni rushed to explain. "No, I didn't say anything like that. But Philip continued to suppress her spirit, claiming, "I trusted you, and now I'm truly disappointed." Sereny, feeling flustered, tried again to explain. "I said I didn't. I really didn't say anything at all." Under the red sky, the golden flowers trembled in the wind, and Philip's voice echoed. "Is that so? Then Lontel was lying, huh?" Sereny hesitated, denying. "Lontel is not like that, there must be some misunderstanding." He raised his hand angrily. "Are you saying that I'm lying then? Do you trust Lontel more than me?" Afraid, Sereny stammered. "No, it's not like that." He gripped her shoulders tightly, manipulating her thoughts, and she felt forced to agree. "Yes." Philip sighed dramatically, pretending to be frustrated, and pulled Sereny into his arms, whispering, "Anyway, I think Lontel is jealous of our relationship. She probably thinks that I forced you to give me the light power and wants to separate us." His words planted seeds of doubt in Sereny's mind, leading her to question Lontel, her best friend, who, despite being with Crown Prince Lascaux, would still act this way. "I can't live without Philip." Philip embraced Sereny tightly, and while her mind was in turmoil, he proposed. "Ser, let's leave this place and go somewhere just for the two of us, where no one can bother us. We can't trust anyone else." He closed his eyes, gently rubbing his nose against her forehead, caressing her head to show affection. He continued. "Even Lontel, Ser, you must understand." Sereny smiled sweetly, agreeing. "Yes, let's do that. I will listen to you." In that moment, Sereny felt something magical, a sensation that was her first experience after becoming human. She wrapped her arms around Philip's neck, immersed in happiness. They shared a sweet kiss. At that time, Sereny believed she had given everything for him absolutely, she would never give up. And so, after their wedding, Philip and Sereny left the chaotic valley, a place where only the two of them existed. She had given him all her powers, and she became fully human, teaching Philip how to control the power of light. He was affectionate, and she was happy. Once, Philip said, "Ser, there's a way to reverse the magic of light, right?" Ser replied, "What?" He said, "Not for healing humans or growing plants, but to reverse the entire nature of light." "Is that possible?" Ser asked, "Why are you asking that?" He said, "There are many demonic creatures here, and Ser, now that you are human, we need the ability to protect you." Ser tried to explain, but, that. Philip angrily responded, "Ser, don't you trust me? Do you look down on me? Is it because I'm just an ordinary human? Do you regret following me?" Ser hurriedly rebutted, "No, I will explain everything to you." But Philip was still angry and didn't want to hear her explanation. Ser continued, "I have taught you everything I know, even how to reverse the magic of light. Everything I learned, I passed on to you. But suddenly, you distanced yourself from me." That day, it rained, and Ser still waited for Philip to come back. "Philip, why did you leave me alone?" She anxiously looked around, seeing only her loneliness in the rain. Suddenly, Ser felt something strange. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a strange mark, like a dark curse. It seemed as if this mark was spreading, appearing to be damaged. Ser was confused and wondered, what's happening? Is someone using the power of light for evil purposes? Philip was a despicable person. To possess Lontel and ascend to the throne as emperor, he had killed many innocent people, including Lascaux. This was a harsh truth that I had tried to ignore because of something called love. But I couldn't stand watching him do this anymore. I had gone to the Queen's palace, where Lontel was imprisoned, and received the blessing of light. Unlike Philip, who had used and discarded me, Lontel had not changed and still treated me as a friend, my only friend. Lontel had golden hair and pure emerald green eyes. I had to eliminate Philip and save Lontel, seal his light power, and make him stop breathing. At that moment, I pushed Philip, who was standing as the emperor, and strangled him. "I love you." Philip said as I held him in a chokehold. I love you, sir. This time, I was not merciful. I angrily growled, what? Philip tried to explain, because I love you, compared to a goddess like you, I am too inferior. That's why I did this. I wanted to become emperor so I could stand tall before you, but I made a mistake. Please, don't be angry with me anymore. Sarah still wanted to forgive him, but tears fell and she let go. However, unexpectedly, he suddenly stabbed her with a cold, merciless sword. With a dark smile, Philip said, in the end, you're still so foolish? You should have quietly disappeared after giving me all your power. Why make things so complicated? Serene felt the pain from the blood flowing and deep in her heart. She knew Philip had no hesitation when he drove the sword into her heart. How could he treat her like this? She was pinned down, unable to move, and Philip angrily said, aren't you stubborn enough to die, you foolish goddess? If you betray me, you'll face the punishment. Philip immediately used the dark fireball magic. Reflect on yourself in this never-ending fire, he said, showing no hesitation in killing the one who had given him everything, trusting he would forgive all. Serene died in the fire she did not want. I was betrayed by the man I loved, and then imprisoned in a blazing temple for thousands of years. She felt the pain deep in her heart. Serene called out in despair, but no one came to rescue her. Lontel, save me. She cried in pain, but only silence answered. She had tried to call for help through a symbol, but since Philip had erased its shape, the dark curse only continued to grow. At first, Serene felt guilty for the descendants who died because they couldn't withstand this power. But gradually, that guilt gave way to hatred. Why does everyone have to die, and make me suffer even more like this, she wondered. Imprisoned in the unending demon fire, her goodness was gradually drowned by evil and anger. Then one day, Lontel, Serene's friend, came back to find her. Serene rushed toward her, crying out loud, why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you so long. Lontel said, sorry, Serene. But the joy of reunion was short-lived as I watched Lontel fall into the prince's trap, indifferent to the pain I had endured. Anger and a deep sense of betrayal surged within me. How could Lontel care more about the descendants of the traitor Philip than the one who had suffered for 1,000 years? I hated myself and humanity from the moment that prince appeared. Lontel had changed, and it was all because of him. Lontel said, kill me, but don't touch Blake. I couldn't believe it. Kill me? You want to leave me just for love? I waited for you for 1,000 years. I used my magic on Lontel. Then die in my place. But Lontel didn't dodge and took the full brunt of the spell. I did this out of anger. I thought Ania, facing death, would fear it and stop me because she had the light power I gave her. But Lontel took the full punishment instead. I looked at Lontel in terror. No. I lifted Ania and regretted, why didn't you stop it? Lontel, no, she was so thin and pale now. I could feel Ania's weak heartbeat. At this rate, she would die. First, I had to switch bodies and save Lontel's soul. If my soul escaped, this body wouldn't last long either, but it was still better than Ania's, which only had minutes left. I then used the light magic to switch bodies. And so, Ania and I swapped places. But by using forbidden magic, all my memories, my soul, and emotions shattered into pieces. Love, sympathy, anger, hatred, despair, regret, guilt, friendship, longing, loneliness, all of it shattered like glass. I couldn't let this continue. I didn't know what I would do to Lontel in this state. Outside the door of darkness, time flowed differently, but there was no other choice before everything collapsed. I had to let Lontel out, I had to save her. So, Lontel left through my body, and my soul was shattered in the door of darkness and found by Richard in a state of complete oblivion. Richard was Philip reincarnated 1,000 years ago, and that demon-like man intended to use me again, casting his tricks on my body, now devoid of memories, and giving me poison. He told me, the prince must disappear. And the one I hated and wanted to kill, Prince Blake answered, you've cried in pain like this, and yet I forgot. I'm sorry I can't remember you, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, truly sorry. Yes, when I heard those words from someone I never expected, I understood that despite 1,000 years passing, the one thing I truly longed for was a sincere apology like that. Blake spoke to Serenie when she was in Lontel's body. He apologized for not remembering her, for not being able to help her, and genuinely said, I'm really sorry. The girl was moved and broke into tears. For the first time, she truly felt what love was like. It was only when I heard those words from someone I never expected that I realized, even after 1,000 years, the one thing I desired most was simply a heartfelt apology like that. Lontel was overwhelmed with happiness and tears. I wanted to hear an apology from Philip. Could it be that difficult? The broken pieces of her memories still lingered clearly in her mind. In truth, I knew that Lontel and the prince were different from me. They loved each other, while I did not. I could not accept the difference, and that was why I was so stubborn and demanding. The one who betrayed me and caused all this pain was Philip. My mistake was giving him power, and now that memory slowly faded into the void, leaving only Serenie in Lontel's body. Unconsciously apologizing to Lontel, Serenie was sobbing. Lontel, why are you crying alone? Serenie, cursed by the weight of her remorse, wept. Lontel apologized, I'm truly sorry. Lontel then said, you've returned to your original form, haven't you? She softly added, I'm glad. It seemed as if she was comforting Serenie. Now that you're back, you won't be in pain anymore, will you? Serenie, in her sorrow, said, Lontel, and embraced her, crying, I'm so sorry, Lontel. I did things like this. Lontel gently soothed her, don't cry, Serenie. It's okay, you've come back. Suddenly, Lontel woke up in bed, feeling a bit disoriented. She wondered why she was here. Her heart raced as she saw Blake collapsed on the floor. She shouted, Blake. She rushed to help him up. She called his name repeatedly, Blake, wake up. Blake. After a while, Blake woke up. He asked, why are you crying again? Lontel said, Blake, are you okay? He reassured her, don't cry, nothing happened. I just fell off the bed while sleeping. Lontel was a bit shocked, how could that happen? Blake laughed and said, I've been so tense because it's been a while since we've slept together. She's still worried, are you sure? At that moment, he gently kissed her hand and answered, yes. Lontel was slightly startled and whispered, She felt a little embarrassed by Blake's gesture. But wait, her hand had no scars. Now, she realized her voice had returned as well. Lontel suddenly realized. Blake said, I'm back. He smiled with relief, but perhaps, in his heart, he wanted to burst with emotion. He suddenly embraced her, his voice thick with emotion, you came back too late. You promised you'd return soon, you said you'd come back right away. Ania had returned, tears of happiness streaming down her face. I'm sorry, she said, as if waking from a long dream. It took me 7 years to return, to look into the eyes of the person I love and call each other's names with hearts full of joy. The next night, Blake, lying in bed, said, I'm sorry, Ania. I should have realized you sooner. Ania replied, you have realized, though. She asked, but Blake, are you really okay? He said, actually, I just had a dream where the goddess of light appeared and entrusted you to me, telling me to protect you for life in place of the goddess. If I were to slack off even a little, she would truly kill me. Ania, skeptical, asked, you didn't hear any other threats, did you? He said, nothing at all. The goddess only asked one thing, to treat my wife well, not to cheat, and not to make her suffer. If I make my wife cry, the goddess will take back all her light power. Blake chuckled, that's what the goddess said. Ania was slightly confused. The words sounded like something Serenie used to say, how fortunate. She thought to herself, surely he must treat me well now. He took her hand, their fingers intertwining, and said with affection, "Of course, I will treat you so well that you'll find it bothersome. From now on, I will never let go of this hand, forever." Blake's serious words made Ansia's heart flutter. She was stunned, a little embarrassed, and softly said, "I love you." Blake gently raised her hand and said, "Be more intimate." Ansia, filled with happiness, was about to speak but was interrupted as his hand was placed gently over her mouth, and he softly called, "Ansia." She replied, "I love you." Her delicate voice made it impossible for Blake to resist. He swallowed, then rushed forward, kissing her passionately. In the end, they had returned to each other. In the palace, inside the emperor's chamber, he was working diligently, reading documents while holding a piece of paper in his hand. He couldn't help but be slightly distracted, pondering, how many years has it been since Ansia returned? Unconsciously, he furrowed his brows. A child who left no trace despite my search for years. Why is she appearing with Richard? The more he thought about it, the more doubts arose in Tenstian's heart. Those two seemed oddly close. Ansia appeared to depend on Richard and even invited him to join Sepia? The emperor rested his chin on his hand, his eyes sinking into thought. What did he do to a child with amnesia? Suddenly, an image of Rose appeared in his mind, the true daughter-in-law of his, in Serani's body. What exactly did Blake see in Rose that he asked me to dine with her? At that moment, a knock on the door broke his train of thought. He raised his head and said, "Come in." When the person entered, Tenstian's eyes widened in surprise. Standing before him was the graceful figure of Ansia. She smiled gently, looking directly into his eyes, and called, "Father, I'm here." At that moment, Tenstian froze, speechless. The breakfast he was supposed to share with Rose, but instead, Ansia appeared, smiling, and he couldn't utter a word. Instinctively, he took a few steps towards her, knowing, by instinct, what to do. He went to embrace her. Looking down at his beloved daughter-in-law in his arms, Tenstian closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "You've returned." Ansia also smiled, her eyes filled with tears, savoring the moment with her father. At that moment, his thoughts had become lighter and happier than ever. His beloved daughter, Ansia, had finally returned. Under the warm golden light of the palace, the father and daughter calmly conversed. "So the goddess of light disguised herself as you." At this moment, a look of regret appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, my child, for not recognizing you back then. I couldn't protect you from the door to darkness." With that, the emperor's hands holding the teacup trembled. "I am so ashamed, I no longer have the face to look at you." Seeing this, Ansia gently reassured the emperor, "That was indeed my body, father, you observed correctly. Please don't blame yourself." Hearing this, he was finally able to release the heavy burden in his heart. "Thank you for returning to me safely." Ansia breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, her thoughts full of apology and concern, but then she suddenly shifted the conversation. "Father, I'm hungry." Hearing his daughter-in-law mention hunger, Tenstian affectionately said, "Let me prepare a grand meal." After hearing her father's words, Ansia cheerfully replied, "Thank you, father, but why are you so greedy?" Tenstian became momentarily confused, unsure of why she would say that. "Me?" Before he could process the surprise, Ansia playfully teased, "You still haven't given up your title as the most handsome man in the empire." Realizing that his daughter-in-law was trying to flatter him, Tenstian pretended to be serious and said, "You're lying again." Ansia, hearing this, couldn't help but smile inwardly. As expected, her father-in-law couldn't resist a compliment. The atmosphere became more relaxed. Suddenly, Blake, who was standing nearby, muttered, with a rather displeased tone. He said, "It's past mealtime, your wife is waiting." Understanding his hint, Ansia immediately complimented him, "My husband is the most handsome in the empire." However, he quickly denied it, saying, "No." Blake gently looked at her and smiled, the most beautiful person in this world is my wife." Upon hearing this, Ania's face turned bright red with embarrassment. To change the subject, she flustered and said, "Well, it seems like the food has been served, let's eat." Tenstian, overhearing this, joined in with his son's teasing, "What's wrong with you? It's the truth." Embarrassed beyond measure, Ania could only shout, "Father, please eat too." At the same time, inside her heart, she couldn't help but sigh, it feels like being trapped in a prison of compliments. After taking her first bite, Asian's eyes widened in surprise. It's really delicious. But when she looked back at the table, she felt a bit discouraged. It's good, but too much. Not only that, but her brows furrowed, and she had felt it from earlier, she sensed the gloomy atmosphere in front of her. She hesitated, thinking if she didn't say anything, these two wouldn't converse. As she thought about this, her eyes became filled with sadness. Tenstian, who taught swordsmanship, and the father-son relationship, which had quickly become close, seemed to have returned to how it was before. Noticing her unusual mood, Blake asked with concern, "My lady, what's wrong? You don't look well." Hearing this, Tenstian lowered his fork and said, "Ania, what's wrong?" Seeing the worried expressions on the father and son, Asian said sadly, "I was thinking that maybe because of me, the relationship between the two of you has become distant." Upon hearing her concern, he was panic-stricken, "No, that's not the case." Tenstian also quickly added, "Absolutely not." However, Asian still had some doubts and asked, "Really?" To add credibility, Blake picked up a piece of meat and turned to his father, saying, "Then, Your Majesty." After a long pause, Blake finally managed to hand the meat to him. "Please eat this." Tenstian cooperated and accepted it. "Thank you, it's very delicious." Asian felt helpless seeing this. Everyone could tell how awkward the interaction between the father and son was, and she silently clenched her fists. But watching them try so hard was strangely heartwarming. After that, Asian looked around at each person at the table and thought, "Yes, let my heart be at ease, because in the future, I will spend my life with the people I love. We'll all walk together slowly, there's still plenty of time." Finishing that thought, she smiled gently and looked at her loved ones. Suddenly, Blake handed her a plate of meat. "Ania, here." Seeing this, she turned to her husband and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Tenstian, not to be outdone, immediately handed her a plate of tofu with minced meat sauce. They kept taking turns offering her food. "This one is also delicious, try this too." To break the chain of actions, Asian had to speak up. "It really is delicious," but with a very embarrassed expression, she widened her eyes at the pile of food in front of her and added, "But it's too much." Both father and son were shocked when they heard Asian say that. Afterward, they both asked in unison, "My lady, aren't you feeling well? What should we do if you can't eat this?" It even went further when he shouted, "Quick, call for the imperial physician." Feeling overwhelmed by their excessive worry, she comforted them, "No, I'm fine, it's just too much food." Feeling the warmth from them, she thought helplessly, "Why is it only in moments like this that the two of you are in agreement?" After leaving the emperor's dining room, the couple slowly walked through the estate. As they walked, Blake asked, "Are you sure you're okay not finishing your meal?" Ania replied, "I've eaten enough, I'm full." Hearing the response he hoped for, Blake smiled and said, "That's good then." He extended his hand, "Come on, my lady." After helping her, he gently said, "Let's go, now let's head home." Blake asked again, "Are you really sure you don't need to eat more?" Ania answered, "I'm already very full." He laughed, "That's good, just like your radiant smile." He raised his hand and said, "Come on, my lady, let's go." Ania willingly entrusted her heart to Blake. He said, "Let's go home." That morning, the two of them arrived at the Crown Prince's estate by carriage. As soon as Ania stepped down, Blake was there to support her. "Ania, this is our Florence Palace," Blake said. Looking at her face, it was clear how surprised she was when the guards were already standing there, welcoming the Crown Princess, the lucky star of the Empire. She said, "Thank you for organizing this welcoming feast for me. Edmund replied, "Crown Princess, there's no need for such formalities with me." Han also said, "That's right, you don't need to use honorifics with us." When Melissa was moved to meet Ania again, she said, "Melissa, today is a happy day, why are you crying?" Melissa replied, "I can't recognize the Crown Princess, I have no face to meet you anymore." Ania took her hand and said, "I didn't say it, so of course, you didn't know. On such a joyful day, please don't cry." She added, "Let's go inside." Melissa, still overwhelmed with joy, answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Blake was leading Ania into the room. He said, "The Crown Princess's bedroom in Florence Palace is just like it was 7 years ago, decorated by your own hands. What do you think?" Ania was very surprised by his gift. "It looks cute, but I'm a little embarrassed," she said shyly, thinking she had to make just the right effort to pretend to be like a child. Then, she handed him a stuffed bear and said, "I bought it because it looks like Blake, the bear has red eyes just like yours." He asked, "You still remember?" Ania shyly praised him, even though he had fully grown, he still looked so fitting and adorable too. He felt a bit helpless. She asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Blake replied, "The Emperor is so handsome, really?" Ania said, "Father is the most handsome man in the Empire, and even after 7 years, he hasn't changed at all. I'm so surprised." Hearing this, Blake leaned closer and asked, "What about me?" As he was much taller than her, he held her waist close, making Ania fluster. She blushed and replied, "Blake is the most handsome person in the Empire. I like handsome people." He then asked, his eyes lighting up, "You like me?" She shyly replied, "Isn't it obvious?" Blake then said, "I love you." Ania answered, "I love you too." And so, their lips met in a quiet corner of the palace, where no one was around, filled with the sweetness and quiet of their 5 years together. Afterward, Blake gently asked, "Where should I sleep tonight?" Ania hesitated, "What do you mean?" "We can sleep in our respective rooms." He said, "But you said a married couple should sleep together." And then he made her blush. No, at that moment, she thought she was doing it to break the curse for Blake. Back then, Blake was so small. Now, she knew he had grown tall enough to have to bend down to look at her, and even through a loose shirt, she could feel the muscles underneath, he had become a full-grown man. Blake tenderly asked, "So, what about now? Do you dislike me?" She responded, "How could that be?" He playfully hugged her and whined, "You'll stay by my side, right? You won't leave me anymore?" Ania gently patted his back and reassured him, "Of course, I will never leave you. From now on, I will always be by your side." Holding her tightly, in the softest light that filled the room, only affection and tranquility remained. Ania and Blake stayed in each other's embrace for a while, eventually falling asleep in each other's arms. Ania was the first to wake up in bed. She looked at Blake, who was still deep in sleep, and thought, "We really did sleep together, didn't we?" His sleeping face was just like when he was little. Before she could dwell on the thought, he gently touched her and asked, "You're awake already?" His warm smile and eyes, now red but matured and beautiful, made Ania blush, her heart melting. She quickly retracted her words from earlier, which were so different now. Blake asked, "Ania, what's wrong?" She immediately sat up quickly, as if trying to escape. "It's too late already, get up." Blake, still not fully satisfied, grabbed her hand and held her in place. "I don't like delicate beauty," he said. Ania was left breathless from his irresistible charm. She jolted and quickly grabbed the blanket. Blake, looking adorable, teased, "You're too much. It's early in the morning, and you've already undressed me." Ania couldn't help but think, this guy is unbelievable. She replied, "You should be saying I took the blanket off, not undressed you." He emphasized, "You took it off," but still said it clearly. Whenever she tried to dodge, he would trap her, almost as if he was trying to tease Ania. Frustrated, she yelled, "I told you to get up." Melissa was carefully brushing Ansia's hair when she remarked, "It really feels like a dream. I never expected that Miss Rose would be the crown princess. If I had known, I would have served you with more dedication." Ansia smiled and replied, "No, you've already been wonderful. The way you treated me like everyone else back then is something I'm truly grateful for." Melissa scolded, "I heard Chelsea didn't throw away my food and gave it to His Highness. That maid was so scared she might get punished." But Ansia gently placed a hand on Melissa's and said, "Thank you." Melissa smiled brightly, replying, "It's the least I could do. The food was made with such care, it would have been a shame to throw it away. Besides, Your Highness, you can speak freely with me anytime." She thought for a moment and then respectfully bowed, saying, "Congratulations on returning, Your Highness. It's an honor to serve the Crown Princess, the good fortune of the Empire." Ansia smiled warmly and replied, "I should be the one thanking you." As she walked down the hall, the maids and butlers greeted her with respect, bowing in recognition of the Crown Princess. She had changed into a more elegant outfit befitting her position, a beautiful purple-blue gown that complemented her golden hair and the sparkling green gems at her waist. She was thinking to herself that, except for Chelsea, all the other maids had resigned. All the knights and palace servants who had treated Jose rudely were no longer at the Florence Palace. As she descended the stairs, the vacant spots had been filled by trusted people from the Amoria household, bringing with them a greater sense of vitality and trust. Everything was returning to its rightful place, restoring life and benefits to the palace. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her shoulder. She turned around to find Blake standing there. He pulled her into his arms and said, "You're here?" Ansia smiled, "Blake, have you finished with the royal duties for today?" He grinned and replied, "Yes, I made it quick because I wanted to see you, my lady." Ansia tilted her head, saying, "It must have been a lot of work, right? The National Foundation ceremony is coming up soon, so don't overexert yourself." Blake reassured her, "I have to prepare thoroughly for this celebration, Ansia. It's to announce that the Crown Princess has returned. Don't worry, just enjoy yourself." Then, Blake said, "Actually, I need a favor. Could you help me choose something?" Ansia nodded, "Of course, are you talking about a ceremonial outfit?" Blake smiled and said, "Yes, could you pick a dress for me?" Before Ansia stood the most beautiful and elegant ceremonial dresses, a jade green dress that accentuated her figure, with pink gemstone hair and eyes that were either jade green or pitch black, making her appear more alluring and powerful. Blake said, "If you don't like them, we can contact another shop." Ansia was surprised because they were so beautiful, and she liked all of them. She replied, No need, I like all of them." She thought to herself, actually, she's still worried about the upcoming National Foundation ceremony, and now with the dresses to be tailored, it seemed there wasn't enough time. These details couldn't be done in such a short time. She asked, "When did you prepare this?" Blake answered, "The day we returned to the palace. I wanted to attend the National Foundation ceremony with you, then as Rose." Ansia was moved and said, "Blake, thank you." He gently lifted her hand and affectionately said, "I should be the one thanking you. You have returned to my side." Before their romantic conversation could continue, someone appeared. Ansia noticed it was Diana. She hurried over, as if about to cry, and quickly embraced Ansia. "Sister, is it really you? Is it really you, my sister?" Ansia also felt like crying. "Yes, it's me, I'm back." Diana, the girl, couldn't stop crying. After such a long time, she sobbed, "Sister, sister." After calming down, they both drank tea. Ansia tried to soothe her. "Are you calmer now?" Diana, still wet, replied, "Yes, I'm really happy that you're back." She then touched Ansia's body with concern. "But sister, why have you become so weak? Look at these delicate wrists, your chubby cheeks are gone, and your fingers are just bones." Ansia reassured her, "It's not that bad." She smiled and said, "I'm fine, Diana, you've become stronger." She asked, But you're in the middle of exams, why are you here? What about your exams? Diana, irritated, said, the exams are important. Why did you come back now? Ania still wanted to ask about life at the academy and if there were any difficulties. I heard you've applied for a 2-year leave of absence. Diana replied, what's special about taking a leave? In the last exam, I was the top scorer, everything is fine. She gently added, that's good, I'm so proud of you, my sister Ania. Diana then said, by the way, I heard about father. You handled the memorial service on your own. It must have been hard, right? Diana said, no, sister, the emperor helped me. Besides, he deserved to die. You don't have to call him father for my sake. She seemed to harbor hatred, until now, I still regret that I couldn't protect you from him. Diana seemed tormented in her heart, the only one who got the beautiful room, wore fine clothes, and ate delicious food. Actually, I'm not worthy of calling you sister like this. Ania gently touched her. It's not your fault. She remembered, I know that at that time, you did what you could to protect me. Ania smiled affectionately, I never blamed you. You are my only sister, and I've always loved you. Her smile soothed Diana's heart. She seemed to want to cry. Sister. And Diana hugged Ania tightly, crying in happiness. Sister, my sister, you are still so lovely. In the late afternoon, Blake asked Diana, are you leaving now? She said, I still have one final exam. He replied, good luck with your exams. Diana, as if obeying orders, smiled, I will do well, I'll definitely graduate as the top scorer, and then I'll make the emperor a knight for you. He responded, okay, I'll wait. I don't want to hand Ania over to anyone else. After that, a few more trivial stories unfolded in the later happy years of the main characters' lives, but fundamentally, this was the desired ending for everyone. In the end, they all achieved their happy conclusions. Love triumphed over evil, healing all wounds. And so, this video ends here. Goodbye, and we look forward to seeing you again in the next stories. Thank you.